January 1st, year 2000 of the Blue Star. According to expert observations, a black bird suddenly appeared and vomited a massive gizzard sack, swallowing the entire sun. Then the black bird swallowed back its gizzard sack and vanished without a trace. With the sun gone, the Blue Star entered the dark era. However, life on the Blue Star was not completely eradicated. Humans could barely survive, and a large number of researchers are currently investigating the cause. On that same day, gods appeared en masse upon the Blue Star, and the majority of them viewed humanity with hostility, slaughtering without mercy. Under the leadership of countless unnamed heroes, humanity established a united government and constructed several large safe zones. From then on, humans lived exclusively within these safe zones. For some unknown reason, the gods cannot enter the safe zones to slaughter humans. Currently, a large number of researchers are also studying this phenomenon. This period of history is known as the arrival of the Dark Era on the Blue Star. There are 3 key points in this section. They weren't on last year's exam, but they're definitely on this year's. Believe it or not. The first key point. Seated in a corner of the classroom, Qin Siyang sighed. Studying history won't save humanity. Besides, it's a history riddled with holes. In this world, only knowledge related to sequence abilities holds any meaning. He turned to look out the window. Through the protective glass, he could faintly see 1 or 2 bizarrely shaped gods drifting in the night sky above. Since the Blue Star entered eternal night, no matter when one looked up, the view outside the safe zone looked largely the same. Faintly twinkling stars. And the so-called gods drifting beneath the stars. Students, next we'll discuss the gods. There are test points here too. Listen carefully. This is the first review session, perfect for filling in gaps in your knowledge. After the eternal night, some bizarre creatures appeared on the Blue Star with all manner of strange appearances. However, they share one common trait. They are aggressive and possess immortal bodies. Humans consider these creatures to be divine punishment from the Dark Era sent to chastise humanity for its past sins. Thus they are called gods. Immortal, grotesque creatures, yet praised as gods. Hearing this, Qin Siyang couldn't help scratching his head. It was always like this. The end of science is theology. People attribute everything they cannot explain to the divine. Pay attention, everyone. The gods and Dark Era sections will definitely appear on the college entrance exam regardless of arts or science tracks. The students showed little enthusiasm. Everyone knew that in this world, only those who awakened sequence abilities had a place to stand. As for ordinary people, the college entrance exam only offered a chance. Only the top 1,000th in the safe zone could enter a higher academy and potentially secure a decent position in the united government. But in the vast safe zone, reaching the top 1,000th was far too difficult. Even the top 5 in the entire school couldn't guarantee it. Qin Siyang in his past life couldn't achieve it, and Qin Siyang in this life was even less likely. In his past life, Qin Siyang was an orphan. His college entrance exam results were mediocre, but he later made it into graduate school, and after graduating secured a slightly decent job. But in middle age, he was laid off by the company. When he went to demand compensation, he was accidentally killed by a security guard, and was reborn back to when he had just turned 18. After rebirth, the people around him were largely the same as those from his past life. But the once normal world had now transformed into this bizarre state. Like a parallel world. In this parallel world, gods and sequence ability users reigned supreme. Having yet to awaken any sequence ability, Qin Siyang lamented internally. Oh heavens, why won't you let me awaken a sequence ability yet? Are you sending me back to be cannon fodder? After the Dark Era, all creatures mutated. Countless species went extinct, countless new ones emerged. And humanity too began to mutate. Thus the sequence ability users were born. January 1st, year 2005 of the Blue Star calendar. Exactly 5 years after the Dark Era's arrival, humanity's first sequence ability user was born. He possessed an incredible ability, transforming one of his hands into a revolver. His revolver could fire 6 bullets per day. Many believed this mutation was meaningless, because humanity's current enemies were gods that could not be killed. Even nuclear weapons couldn't kill the gods, so what use was his revolver? But unexpectedly, what even nuclear weapons couldn't accomplish, the revolver actually could. He killed 2 small gods that were rapidly crawling on the ground. Even though those gods looked like giant cockroaches, they were still undying gods. Sequence ability users could kill the gods. The doctrine of divine immortality was shattered. Humanity cheered, seeing the hope of counterattacking the gods. This person's awakening opened a new chapter in history, and after him, many others gradually awakened sequence abilities. Tales of humans slaying gods gradually became less rare. In fact, most sequence ability users earned generous bounties by hunting gods. However, this small spark of sequence awakening did not change the reality that humanity still lived confined within the safe zones. Because in the 5 years since awakening began, the most dangerous large gods still remained undefeated. But sequence abilities did change the internal structure of humanity. Outside the safe zones, the gods ruled. Inside the safe zones, sequence ability users ruled. Sequence users became the new gods within the safe zones. This was humanity's apocalypse, and the playground of sequence ability users. Stories of people begging on the streets in the morning and ascending to power by afternoon after awakening sequence abilities were widespread throughout the safe zones. Rather than studying hard, awakening sequence abilities was the true path to changing one's fate. After rebirth, Qin Siyang still had not awakened any sequence ability. He thought that as a chosen one he should at least have some lucky breaks. But 3 days had passed, and he was still just an ordinary student living on the edge of the safe zone. He wanted to learn more about sequence awakening, but almost no one around him could explain it clearly. This was understandable. After all, anyone with relatives who were sequence users or who had some understanding of sequence abilities wouldn't be living in the remote edge of the safe zone. Students, the awakening of sequence users represents humanity's hope, but we still need to keep our feet on the ground and study diligently. Sequence awakening. He immediately raised his hand and looked at the homeroom teacher who taught history. Qin Siyang, do you have a question? Teacher, why hasn't a single one of our classmates awakened a sequence ability? How does one awaken a sequence ability? Hasn't this question already been covered? The homeroom teacher frowned deeply. The cause of sequence awakening is unknown to anyone. If I knew, I would have awakened my own sequence first. Immediately a classmate chimed in. But I heard that Zhou Yang from the next class has an uncle who awakened a sequence ability. Why can't I awaken a sequence ability? That's Director Zhou. The awakening rate among United Government officials has always been high. But enough with the buts. Instead of spouting unrealistic fantasies here, you'd better prepare properly for the college entrance exam. You have half a year until the college entrance exam. If you don't review properly and get into an academy, you'll have to work after graduating high school. Can't you let me worry less? Open your homework, everyone, I'm checking it now. The homeroom teacher grew more and more emotional as he spoke, eventually slamming the desk frantically. But Qin Siyang, having lived 2 lives, could see that the teacher's anger wasn't simply disappointment in his students. Only the top 5 in the entire school had a chance of getting into an academy, and the top student in their own class was only around 30th in the whole school. In other words, everyone in the class would have to work after graduating high school. The homeroom teacher couldn't possibly not know this. His agitation and anger naturally wasn't concerned for his students' futures. Qin Siyang detected unwillingness and envy in his eyes, unwilling to remain ordinary, envious of others' awakening sequences. When he checked Qin Siyang's work, he found that Qin Siyang hadn't done his homework. I thought with all that talking in class you would have finished your homework. No homework done, and always dreaming impossible dreams. Go stand in the hallway as punishment. Come back when you've cleared your head. Oh, he wasn't the only one who hadn't done homework, but he was the only one called out to stand in the hallway. It seemed the question from earlier had triggered the teacher. Someone once said that human anger at its core stems from one's own powerlessness. Probably true. Qin Siyang walked out of the classroom. He didn't take this minor punishment to heart at all. If the school cafeteria didn't provide meals, allowing him, an income-less orphan, to fill his stomach, he wouldn't even bother attending classes. He'd definitely spend all his energy obsessing over sequence matters. Conveniently, it was quieter outside the classroom. He could think in peace about ways to awaken his sequence. Even if it was just thinking wishfully, it was better than not thinking at all. As far as he knew, the wealthy and powerful in this world had a very high probability of awakening sequence abilities. But for poor students like him, living in the edge districts of the safe zone, out of thousands, not even one awakener would emerge. Sequence awakening doesn't seem entirely random. It appears to favor the rich. He let out a long sigh. If the conditions for sequence awakening are related to quality of life, then I'm afraid I'll never be able to awaken a sequence in my entire life. He looked up at the window where he could faintly see several gods drifting in the starry sky. Gods say, if you are gods, then I, who can be reborn, must also possess some divine power. No. In that case, by rounding up, I'm also a god. Qin Siyang smiled lightly. Suddenly he saw what seemed to be an eye slowly opening in the dark starry sky looking at him. That pitch-black pupil did not seem to belong to a human. It seemed more like it belonged to a bird. This eye hanging in the night sky was enormous and perfectly round. If it truly belonged to a bird, it could probably swallow the entire blue star in a single gulp. Qin Siyang frowned, then glanced at the other students being punished in the corridor from other classes. Some of them were also idly looking out the window, yet none seemed to notice this eye. Could he be the only one who could see it? He stared at this eye for a moment, and immediately felt as though the eye was exerting some kind of interference on him, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. Immediately after, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Sequence God Eater awakened. Sequence God Eater awakened. Consuming gods grants power. Current sequence level 1 glutton. Skill blood drink. Skill description: consuming gods can enhance one's strength. When he came to his senses, the eye in the starry sky had already vanished. The sequence. It had awakened. His understanding of sequence abilities was limited. All he knew was that sequence ability users could see their sequence information in their minds. I've awakened a sequence ability too. Qin Siyang was still in disbelief when he suddenly felt a surge of power flooding his body, greatly strengthening his mental state. His previously emaciated arms had now grown muscle definition. They say the body gets enhanced after awakening a sequence ability. Turns out it's true. But then he thought of that bird's eye and felt puzzled. Does everyone awaken their sequence in such a strange way? Feels like my awakening method and sequence name are both a bit strange. Let me figure it out before telling anyone. The God Eater sequence. Quite a straightforward name. I'll look it up on Godslayer Camp. Godslayer Camp is a forum where sequence ability users discuss and exchange information. To access the forum for queries, one needs a phone or computer. But in his home, there wasn't even a single electrical appliance, let alone a computer. Evening self-study had ended. Electricity resources were scarce in this apocalypse, and internet cafes weren't open 24 hours. They had already closed for the night. Qin Siyang returned home, let out a long breath. I'll sleep and head to the internet cafe tomorrow morning. The next morning, he took his only 10 copper coins and set off with his school bag to the internet cafe. The internet cafe only carried a faint smell of cigarettes, nothing like the pungent cafes from his past life. It was run down with only some floral patterned stickers as decoration, seemingly never properly renovated, yet still much better than Qin Siyang's own dwelling. In his eyes, anyone nearby who could afford electricity was wealthy. Whoever could run an internet cafe that consumed so much power must be a tycoon. Few people in this impoverished edge of the safety zone could afford the luxury of paid internet access. Yet somehow an internet cafe had opened right here. The cafe's unusual location must have had its special reasons. As Qin Siyang passed by on his way to and from school, he often noticed strange people coming in and out, which seemed to confirm this. One terminal half an hour is enough. He tossed 10 copper coins to the manager. With electricity so scarce, the cafe's fees were extremely expensive. Those 10 copper coins were a week's wages from his part-time job at the school library. Watching them handed over felt like blood being drained from his heart. The 30-something heavy-set cafe manager behind the counter stared at Qin Siyang for a couple of beats, then expressionlessly pointed to a machine. That one. Go ahead. After Qin Siyang sat down not far from him, a person in a suit was typing away on a keyboard. Qin Siyang glanced over, finally understanding why the smell in this world's internet cafe was much more pleasant than his past life's. Because of the expensive fees. Those who could afford to come here were generally people looking up information or conducting transactions. None of the past life type who lived, ate, and slept in one spot. Qin Siyang stopped thinking about it and focused on the screen in front of him. But this machine was slow. It took 2 minutes just to reach the interface. No choice. Faster computers cost extra money. He logged into the sequence ability user forum Godslayer Camp and began browsing the sequences that had appeared. The pinned post was a statistical summary of currently awakened sequence abilities, which he immediately clicked into. From New Year's Day 2005 to now, a full 5 years, thousands of sequences had awakened. Everyone had awakened suddenly as if struck by electricity, and no one had ever seen a bird's eye before their awakening. What surprised Qin Siyang even more was that among the thousands of sequences, none had abilities related to consuming gods. Neither was there anyone whose awakening method resembled his, nor anyone with a sequence ability like his. Qin Siyang swallowed hard and murmured, "Could I be the chosen one?" His sequence had no records to find. Should he go public? He might become the center of attention. But when his gaze lingered on a certain post, he fell into hesitation. Humans have never been able to digest divine remains. If someone awakened a sequence that could grow stronger by consuming gods, they might be captured and studied. Having gained a preliminary understanding of sequence abilities, he knew his God Eater sequence was one of a kind. Sequence ability users on Godslayer Camp also yearned for this kind of sequence ability, because being able to grow stronger while hunting gods would undoubtedly make one a terrifying perpetual motion machine. Qin Siyang cautiously realized that he seemed to lack the strength to match this miraculous sequence. As the saying goes, an innocent man courts disaster when he possesses a treasure. A person who possesses wealth disproportionate to their strength will be surrounded by crisis. Should he choose to believe in himself, or believe in others, placing his life and future on the nobility of their morals? For a normal person, this question wasn't hard to answer. Qin Siyang instantly made up his mind to keep this secret. Keep a low profile and grow rich quietly. Whether in a past life or this one, this is an unbreakable truth. As he was pondering his future plans, the computer suddenly jumped back to a password interface, displaying a message. Time's up. To continue using, please go to the counter to renew. The internet time purchased with 10 copper coins had run out. This was the hardship of having no money. No matter how powerful your sequence is, you still have to log off on time. Fortunately, in that short half hour, Qin Siyang had found the information he wanted. At the very least, he absolutely could not let anyone know about the God Eater sequence. Qin Siyang slung his bag on, and under the slightly puzzled gaze of the heavy-set manager, he left the internet cafe. Through the safety zone's anti-aircraft glass, looking at the starry river that hung in the sky year-round, and the enormous gods that occasionally drifted past, Qin Siyang felt a twinge of confusion again. Next, should he go to the safety zone's exit, or to school? On Godslayer Camp, those sequence ability users said that every day at the safety zone's exit, teams of sequence ability users would come and go to hunt gods. The joint government provided various support policies and resource preferences to sequence ability users. In exchange, sequence ability users had to go hunt gods outside the safety zone. Moreover, the more gods, and the larger the gods hunted, the richer the rewards for the sequence ability users. To prove they had hunted a god, sequence ability users would bring back a special body part from the god's remains as proof for claiming rewards. So Qin Siyang thought that waiting at the safety zone exit might give him a chance to take a bite of god flesh and verify whether this god eater sequence really made him stronger. If verification succeeded, he might soar to great heights. He could hide outside the safety zone hunting gods continuously until he became an unrivaled master, then return to dominate everything. He could grow stronger during the process of hunting gods, a perpetual motion machine indeed. But Qin Siyang checked the information panel in his mind again, calmly analyzed his skills, and shook his head. Blood drink says eating gods raw also boosts strength, but it didn't say it fills your stomach. If it can't fill me up, then I can't save on food costs by eating gods. For him, the problem of food ranked above the problem of sequences. He had to be careful. A single meal could defeat a hero. Qin Siyang stopped deliberating about where to go, because he only had one option: school. Going to the safety zone exit to try his luck did hold the possibility of growing stronger. But today's calendar said all matters ill-advised, meaning today was probably not suitable for trying one's luck. Qin Siyang wasn't usually superstitious. However, since rebirth and apocalypse, two unscientific things had already happened, being superstitious didn't seem so unreasonable. When people encounter things beyond their comprehension, they can't help but become superstitious. School had lunch and dinner. More importantly, today was Friday. Saturday and Sunday at school were holidays. During holidays, the cafeteria was closed, meaning he couldn't mooch meals. If he missed today's cafeteria being penniless, he would have to go hungry for 2 more days. He not only had to go to school, but also had to ask cafeteria Annie Zhang to give him extra food so he could solve the weekend's 1 or 2 meals. The cafeteria's serving Auntie Zhang knew he was an orphan and was very kind to him. Going to the safety zone exit again on the weekend. After all, sequence ability users don't rest on weekends. Sequence ability users had to submit divine remains to the joint government to obtain resources, not much different from self-employed small business owners. Since they were self-employed, work hours and days off weren't strictly defined. Qin Siyang made his decision. On the dim main road, only one dim street lamp stood every several dozen meters, lighting up only 2 or 3 steps of distance. The tops of the street lamps were also connected to the anti-aircraft glass, apparently serving as support. In Qin Siyang's view, these street lamps existed for one purpose only: to tell passers-by that this street was the main road of the safety zone's edge area. Beyond that, they served little purpose. Even the lights inside the internet cafe were several times brighter than the street lamps. Qin Siyang walked along the dim main road for over 10 minutes before arriving at school. Qin Siyang's past life had him attending an ordinary county high school where conditions weren't great. In this world, it wasn't much different. He had no choice. There was only one school nearby, Juin School. Juin School encompassed the full 12 years of education from elementary to high school. Children at the safety zone's edge started school at 6 or 7 and didn't leave until 18. It could be called a second home. The students here were all ordinary people, and their parents were all ordinary people too. In a safety zone where sequence ability users weren't rare, places where everyone was ordinary weren't common. They were all distributed at the safety zone's edge. Anyone who could awaken a sequence ability would definitely move their whole family away from this dangerous and dilapidated edge area to live in the better environment of the safety zone's interior. At school, everyone was at the bottom of the safety zone. But Qin Siyang's family situation was the lowest of the low. He didn't even have a home. No parents living alone. Had it not been for the joint government's policy that orphans could attend school tuition-free, he didn't know where he'd be or what he'd be doing now. Qin Siyang walked along the dim street and arrived at school. The teacher on duty at the school gate hadn't arrived yet, and morning self-study hadn't started. Morning self-study ran from 8 to 8:15. Having just awakened his sequence with excitement, he had woken up extra early today. Even after spending half an hour at the internet cafe, it was still early. Lights were everywhere in the school. The school was the brightest place in the entire safety zone edge. It had the best electrical system and lights. In a safety zone where electricity was expensive, this was rare. The joint government believed that the hope of saving humanity and slaying gods rested on every child. No matter what, education couldn't be neglected. With education conditions improved, the new generation would develop a sense of belonging toward the joint government and the safety zone, and thus they would be more passionate about dedicating themselves to the cause of hunting gods. The joint government also proposed giving every child equal educational opportunities because one never knows which child might grow into a hero. But policies were policies. When implemented in each school, they took on countless strange forms. Someone like Qin Siyang, who paid no tuition and had no prospects, was a parasite in the school's eyes. Teachers didn't look kindly on him. Even though after the apocalypse teachers bled far more from the school than Qin Siyang did. The homeroom teacher had placed his desk in a corner of the classroom, an unremarkable unattended spot. Exactly the same position as in his past life. Qin Siyang before the rebirth had grown lonely because of this, but Qin Siyang after the rebirth found it quite comfortable. At least here no one would bother him while he daydreamed. Other students took out their textbooks to preview today's lessons. But Qin Siyang propped his chin on one hand, gazing out the window at the gods occasionally flying past the safety zone, lost in thought. Could he beat a god? What would a god taste like? Qin Siyang. Just then his daydreaming was interrupted. He looked up to see a delicate-looking female classmate standing beside him. Oh, Li Jingwen. What is it? She had come. She had come. She came carrying a load of unbearable memories. Li Jingwen was Qin Siyang's high school classmate, capable of both playing innocent and fishing for compliments. The current Qin Siyang found her childish, but among high school peers her manipulation level wasn't low. No wonder Qin Siyang had been pulled around by her for 3 years. He would rather go hungry than use his work-study money to buy Li Jingwen breakfast. Li Jingwen's homework was also always done by him. Qin Siyang never refused anything she asked. But Li Jingwen had never accepted his confession, always saying she couldn't let it interfere with her studies. However, every time Qin Siyang wanted to give up pursuing her, Li Jingwen would take the initiative to find him, give him encouragement, and say this was just a test. She hoped he would persist. For a pure-hearted high schooler, these words were hard to refuse. More addictive than knife-sharpening competitions, donkey hoof trimming, or carpet washing. So Qin Siyang firmly became a pure love warrior. Unfortunately, after graduating high school, he learned that Li Jingwen had gotten together with Zhou Yang from the class next door. Zhou Yang's family conditions were decent. His uncle was a department head in the education bureau, and his parents had respectable jobs. Li Jingwen being with him was considered achieving half a class leap upward. He still remembered seeing Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang holding hands, and Li Jingwen's mockery of him. So stupid, you deserve being an orphan. In this second life, even though the world had changed dramatically, most of his past life classmates hadn't changed. Seeing Li Jingwen again stirred no ripple in his heart. He even felt a sense of sudden awakening. Spring winds return, and the youth returns anew. Today, I finally know who I truly am. Love is beautiful, but beware those who use it for evil. Li Jingwen said in a soft voice. Qin Siyang, you haven't brought me breakfast for 3 days. Oh, I ate my breakfast myself. Qin Siyang answered flatly. Li Jingwen was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, then where's my breakfast? Didn't you tell me your family gives you breakfast, so you don't need me to bring it? Qin Siyang only learned later that Li Jingwen had been gifting the breakfast he gave her to Zhou Yang from the next class to curry favor. One could say that to be with Zhou Yang, Li Jingwen worked very hard. Only she dragged Qin Siyang along to work hard with her. I was testing you. You give up so easily. How can I trust being with you in the future? Looking at Li Jingwen's mixture of anger and flirtation, Qin Siyang let out a soft laugh. If you can't trust it, then don't be together. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend right now anyway. Li Jingwen felt something was wrong upon hearing Qin Siyang's answer. She didn't know why the Qin Siyang who used to give her everything had changed so much these past few days. But she desperately wanted to get back the homework Qin Siyang had done for her, so she could compare answers with Zhou Yang. Then give me back my homework. Qin Siyang opened his school bag, took out 3 exercise books, and handed them to Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen took the books, flipped through 2 pages, and instantly widened her eyes. Qin Siyang, why are the homework pages blank? Homework doesn't write itself. If no one writes it naturally, it's blank. But didn't you always do it for me? Qin Siyang took out 3 more books, opened them to show the blank homework pages to Li Jingwen. I didn't even do my own. Why would I do yours? You'll make me get scolded by the teacher. Oh, if I get scolded, won't you worry about me? Qin Siyang acted as if hearing something funny, gave Li Jingwen a comically sideways glance, then spread his hands. Yesterday the homeroom teacher punished me by standing, and you didn't worry about me either. Li Jingwen's eyes shimmered with tears. Qin Siyang, I feel like you don't like me anymore. Qin Siyang was unmoved by her performance, and instead gave her a thumbs up. Li Jingwen, that's the only honest thing you've said all morning. After saying this, Qin Siyang leaned by the window and continued gazing at the bizarrely shaped gods in the sky. Would eating this thing give him a stomachache? Li Jingwen was completely dumbfounded. She had an appointment with Zhou Yang to compare homework answers and planned to give him the breakfast Qin Siyang had given her. Now that Qin Siyang had thrown in the towel, how would she explain it to Zhou Yang? Facing Qin Siyang's indifference, she said angrily, Qin Siyang, if you do this, there'll be no possibility between us in the future. Qin Siyang chuckled and turned his head to look at the calendar hanging at the back of the classroom. Blue Star Calendar, January 1st, 2010. Western Calendar, Friday, New Year's Day. Summer Calendar year of Ji Cho, 17th of the 11th month. All matters ill-advised. Who says today is ill-advised? Isn't this a double blessing? At the edge of the safe zone lay a remarkably backward region. Its underdevelopment showed not merely in its streets and gathered crowds, but also in areas where the United Government placed the utmost emphasis, such as education. The entire day's curriculum at Juin School for seniors consisted of tedious histories of ancient human glory and obsolete scientific theories. Before the apocalypse, such knowledge served as a stepping stone for examinations and employment. But in today's post-apocalyptic world, it had lost all meaning entirely. The sole path to change one's fate was the awakening of a sequence ability. Only through possessing such power could one alter their destiny. Yet the backward school at the edge of the safe zone made no mention whatsoever of courses related to sequence abilities. At the impoverished outskirts of the safe zone, traces of sequence ability bearers were nearly impossible to find. The teachers were ordinary people themselves with no opportunity to receive such education. How could they possibly instruct students? Though Qin Siyang lacked detailed knowledge, he believed that the safe zone had been established for 10 years, and that the awakening of sequence abilities had a 5-year history. The United Government certainly offered courses on sequence bearers, but these had not yet extended to Juin School. This gap in the current world system's knowledge left Qin Siyang seeing no future here. Courses related to sequence abilities were not solely for those destined to awaken them. They could also serve ordinary people. The emergence of sequence bearers would inevitably spawn numerous industries and create countless job opportunities. After ordinary people completed their studies, their career prospects upon graduation would be far broader. Juin School's platform and resources were at the very bottom of the safe zone, leaving students with incredibly narrow pathways. They could either compete for those pitiful quotas through the college entrance exam or hope for a miracle. Their ancestral graves exhaling blue smoke, and awaken a sequence ability to become a sequence bearer. But over the past 5 years, the ancestral graves of Juin School's students had remained quite stable. The sole hope for students sitting in those classrooms was to gain admission to the academy specifically established by the United Government for ordinary people, then secure a clerical position within the United Government after graduation. However, based on previous academic records, Qin Siyang, ranked around 100 in his grade, was an ocean away from gaining admission to the academy. His past life as a wage laborer had taught him one principle: avoid pointless struggles, accept what must be, and stop tormenting himself. Qin Siyang only waited for lunch and dinner times to visit the cafeteria entrance, collecting multiple extra portions for his weekend meals. Having failed to complete a single assignment, he faced reprimands from teachers across all subjects. Li Jingwen and her close friends also received similar reprimands. Li Jingwen's friends had always relied on copying her assignments. Qin Siyang had been writing all of Li Jingwen's homework. With his sycophantic services terminated, an entire chain of dependency collapsed. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen repeatedly cast grievous glances toward Qin Siyang, who deliberately ignored her. Meanwhile, her close friends brainstormed strategies to help her. As Li Jingwen's devoted admirer, they too benefited indirectly. Whether it was asking Qin Siyang to shop or fetch meals, he never refused. Now that Qin Siyang had stopped being subservient, their interests were affected. Jingwen, don't worry. Perhaps something unexpected has troubled him. Exactly. Look at him constantly spacing out. He must have encountered something unsettling. Li Jingwen asked anxiously, what should we do? When comparing homework answers with Zhou Yang today, I claimed I was sick and hadn't finished my work, but he said I didn't look ill at all. My grades. You know how difficult it is to complete assignments on my own. Zhou Yang's uncle had recently awakened a sequence ability. If I could be with Zhou Yang, I could help you all considerably. Her friend's expression shifted. For your happiness, we must find a way. Her friend's supportive attitude gave Li Jingwen a sense of satisfaction. She was the first to learn about Zhou Yang's uncle's sequence awakening. This reinforced her conviction that her bond with Zhou Yang was exceptionally close. Yet Qin Siyang's sudden changes now troubled her. Hearing this, her friends became even more eager to help. They believed that if Li Jingwen married well, they would indirectly benefit as well. Jingwen, when school ends, intercept him and tell him. By dismissal time, Qin Siyang had left all his books on his desk. His backpack was stuffed with food. That day, he shamelessly took extra portions at the cafeteria. Auntie Zhang didn't scold him. She filled his request entirely. His 3 meals and late-night snacks for the weekend were secured. He planned to carry his food-filled backpack and sleep near the safe zone entrance. As soon as sequence bearers returned from hunting gods, he would approach to test his luck. He would grow stronger and secret develop gradually, then seize the chance to escape this hellish place at the safe zone's edge. Just as he was joyfully heading home, Li Jingwen suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Qin Siyang frowned at her, utterly bewildered. Li Jingwen wore an endearing expression. Qin Siyang, I've been reflecting on myself today, questioning my heart. The truth is, I do care for you. It's just that we're still young. Get lost. Qin Siyang didn't let her finish, coldly dismissing her before walking away, as if avoiding filth. Li Jingwen stood frozen in shock. She never expected her concession to yield this result. Had Qin Siyang truly changed? She lingered for a long while before departing alone, dejected. Upon returning home, Qin Siyang took a cold shower and rested. He had originally intended to camp at the safe zone entrance tonight. However, lacking proper rest the previous night left him fatigued, so he altered his plan. He would recuperate at home tonight and head out early tomorrow morning. Sleep. In the early morning, the alarm awakened Qin Siyang. Saturday had arrived. He drew back the curtains. Though darkness still filled the outdoors, it was indeed 7 in the morning. After a hurried breakfast, Qin Siyang prepared to depart. Glancing at the calendar, Blue Star Era, January 2nd, 2010, Western calendar, Saturday. Suitable for burial. Seems today's lunar calendar holds no relevance for me. With no sun to warm things, temperatures outside the safe zone continued dropping to abysmal levels. Qin Siyang layered on extra thick clothing and headed out with his food-stuffed backpack. The safe zone had numerous exits, the closest one just a 10-minute walk from his home. Yet this particular exit was modest in size, with few gods nearby. so it was rare for a god-hunting squad to depart from here more than once every few days. Fewer squads meant fewer opportunities for him. Qin Siyang resolved to head to exit 114514, the largest exit near his residence. Within the safe zone, only major exits bore identification numbers, essential for sequence bearers to coordinate and locate their hunting missions. A smaller exit number indicated more gods beyond it, which naturally drew larger concentrations of sequence bearer squads to those locations. Exit 114,514's number seemed rather high, but having any designation at all was preferable to none. Sequence bearers would still gather there. Schools and textbooks had never covered such information. Qin Siyang had discovered it during 30 minutes of internet access yesterday, reading educational posts on the Godslayer camp forum. He chuckled wryly. The apocalypse truly changes everything. Browsing the net proves more valuable than attending classes. Alas, but internet access is prohibitively expensive and doesn't even include meals. School costs nothing and provides 2 meals daily. If only the advantages of education and internet cafes could merge. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "Never mind. In the end, I should thank the United Government's policy of free tuition and meals." Exit 114514 required over 2 hours of walking from his home, yet Qin Siyang felt energized, brimming with anticipation for his future. That particular exit represented his hope of escaping his current fate. Along the route, he passed dilapidated dwellings, most already in ruins. The road itself lay strewn with rubble and dust from neglect. Navigating through collapsed buildings and debris forced him to climb repeatedly, leaving him breathless. Though the journey was lengthy, Qin Siyang encountered few living souls. The occasional passerby rushed along hurriedly. None were residents of this area. For years prior, the anti-aircraft glass here had inexplicably shattered. This reinforced glass served as the barrier preventing gods from breaching the safe zone. Once the glass fractured, residents lost their sole protection. Numerous gods exploited the opening to assault the safe zone. To prevent further escalation, the United Government urgently deployed a sequence-bearing military force that eliminated and drove back all invading gods, then rushed engineering teams to repair the damaged glass. Fortunately, the United Government's response proved timely enough. No major gods breached the zone, which would have resulted in catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, the incident caused significant losses. Original residents either perished in the attack or relocated. While the United Government reinforced the area's defenses, they never restored the streets and housing. Once such a security breach occurred, trust in the area's safety evaporated permanently. Even with complete infrastructure reconstruction, no one would choose to settle here. The United Government eventually abandoned efforts to rebuild. Fortunately for Qin Siyang, the area's emptiness meant he needn't fear others stealing food from his backpack. Most Juan school graduates struggled to find employment sufficient for survival, which contributed to the area's poor security conditions. For Qin Siyang's solitude proved far more reassuring than company. At last, Qin Siyang spotted a towering blue sign bearing the white characters marking exit 114514. Finally arrived. Upon reaching exit 114514, he intended to assess the situation, but found the area completely overcrowded for reasons unknown. Seeking a vantage point, he climbed a small earthen mound to survey the scene. His attention immediately fixed on the exit's protective gate. This marked his first visit to a numbered exit and his first sight of such a gate. The massive gate spanned approximately 7 to 8 meters in width and stood 3 to 4 meters tall, forged from a peculiar alloy that exuded substantial weight and durability. Multiple layers of protective glass composed the barrier, so densely stacked that visibility beyond the protected zone proved impossible. Before the gate, a dozen figures in translucent helmets and orange-striped thermal suits maintained their positions. Each thermal suit exceeded 2 silver coins in value, a fortune beyond his reach, affordable only to sequence bearers. Following the United Government's establishment, currency transitioned from national denominations to a unified system of copper, silver, and gold coins. Despite their names, these coins consisted of various alloy compositions rather than pure precious metals, a practical necessity given the massive scale of global safe zone transactions. Copper coins held the least value, containing numerous impurities alongside their base composition. Roughly 10,000 copper coins equated to a single silver coin. 1,000 silver coins matched the value of 1 gold coin. However, due to the low production costs and varying metal impurity ratios across regional mints, the actual exchange rate typically required 12,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin. Silver coins represented an unreachable wealth to Qin Siyang, comparable to millions in his previous existence. The individuals gathered here clearly constituted the exit sequence bearers. Only a handful wore thermal suits. Beyond those dozen or so, thousands of ordinary people, wrapped similarly against the cold, crowded the area alongside Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang found this puzzling. Were only sequence bearers supposed to congregate at exits? 2 sequence bearers in thermal suits removed their helmets, having apparently completed their hunt and preparing to return. Hundreds of ordinary people immediately surged forward. "Honored officers, would you care for some rest? We offer premium foot baths. Honored officers, I have exquisite cuisine available. Honored officers, complimentary luxury apartments await you. Just pose for a few photos with me. Honored officer, my daughter remains unmarried. She vowed to marry only one as valiant as yourself upon first sight. Honored officer, do you require a companion? If you already have a wife, I'll serve as a concubine. No formal status required. The crowd surged forward frantically, yet maintained a consistent meter's distance from the two sequence bearers. The sequence bearers accustomed to such displays departed without hesitation, selecting only a refined restaurant and comfortable hotel before leaving. The chosen establishment owners glowed with excitement. Qin Siyang watched the crowd's fervor in astonishment. He'd known sequence bearers held prestige, but never anticipated such extremes. Ordinary people clung to the hope that aligning with a sequence bearer might lift them from hardship into comfort. Each sought social mobility through this connection. Unfortunately, such ambitions often remained unfulfilled across entire lifetimes. Observing this, Qin Siyang felt gratitude toward fate and reaffirmed his determination. Heaven has already granted me an opportunity. I must seize it. Attempting to push through the crowd toward the remaining dozen sequence bearers, he was immediately shoved aside. Back of the line, kid. Stop shoving forward. I'm not here to recruit sequence bearers, Qin Siyang explained. I won't compete for your business. He only sought to inspect whether any divine remnants had been left behind, not interested in the bearers themselves. Yet no one believed his words. Qin Siyang's explanation drew laughter from those nearby. Don't deceive us. All who push forward claim the same thing. With no alternative, Qin Siyang settled at the perimeter. The protective gates cycled open repeatedly as sequence bearers moved through while the surrounding crowds gradually thinned. By evening, Qin Siyang had secured a position near the front. Unlike the others, his attention never fixed on the returning bearers. Instead, he tracked where the divine remnants ended up. As each bearer presented their findings for inspection, Qin Siyang noticed something peculiar. All the fragments appeared circular. All the circular remnants were collected by inspectors, leaving him with nothing. Just as he resigned himself to an unproductive day, another group emerged from outside the safe zone. One sequence bearer examined his catch before discarding a worm-infested ear onto the ground nearby. Probably fell into my pack during combat. Ruined my bag, he complained. Qin Siyang's eyes lit up at the parasitic ear, waiting for an opportunity to retrieve it unnoticed. But a sanitation worker swept the ear into a dustpan and moved on. What was happening? Had a laborer stolen his opportunity? Refusing to accept this, he trailed the worker outside the safe zone's exit. Unaware of being followed, the worker reached a street corner and emptied the ear into a filthy trash bin before departing. Qin Siyang watched from the shadows until the worker disappeared. Once alone, he approached the bin to retrieve the ear. As he leaned in, a uniformed official approached, inspected the divine remnant in the trash, and began recording observations in a notebook. Qin Siyang frowned, puzzled that discarded divine remains would warrant official documentation. Was this truly waste? The inspector noted the findings and moved on without further comment. Waiting for the official to depart, Qin Siyang rushed to the bin. Lifting the lid revealed a pungent scent of blood. He froze at what lay within. The container held numerous divine corpse fragments. His eyes widened as his heart pounded. Could this be a gluttonous feast? Qin Siyang's gaze blazed with excitement. As the saying goes, after searching far and wide in vain, the prize comes effortlessly. Here were so many discarded remains of gods. Wasn't this simply falling into his lap? Truly a heaven-sent gift. He was indeed the chosen one. Qin Siyang glanced around, but no one was approaching. The divine remains differed markedly from the beef and mutton he was accustomed to, stirring a measure of reluctance within Qin Siyang. Yet upon contemplating the possibility of successfully verifying his blood-thirst ability, from which he could draw upon divine remains for continuous power enhancement, anticipation surged through him once more. Qin Siyang clenched his fists. He suppressed the physiological discomfort and steeled his resolve. Before the intense, heartfelt desire, every instinct would weaken. No missions to complete, no sacrifices required. Merely consuming the scraps of gods. What right did he have to complain? He recalled what the Godslayer camp had stated: when humans consume divine remains, no reaction occurs. This was a substance beyond human biology, impossible to digest or absorb. Even those who had awakened sequence abilities remained unaffected. If he could truly digest divine remains, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. He closed his eyes and swallowed the divine remnant in one gulp. To his surprise, the divine remains appeared unappetizing, yet tasted quite pleasant. Remarkably, they were not inferior to the cafeteria's meals. He could not tell whether the divine meat was genuinely flavorful or if the cafeteria chef's culinary skills were merely abysmal. I assumed the taste would be poor, so I wondered how much I could force myself to endure. Since it holds such distinctive character, I shall not hold back. Qin Siyang opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Sequence, God Eater, digesting gods grants strength, current sequence level 1, glutton skill, bloodthirst. Skill description: you can digest gods raw. Why does nothing seem to have changed? Just then Qin Siyang felt a sound emanating from within his body. The sound seemed to originate from his heart, gurgling like a spring that had just broken through layers of sand and stone, surging forth with long-suppressed clear water. Then the eruption of this inner spring spread throughout his entire body. His whole frame convulsed in pain as if a torrent were raging through his narrow blood vessels, threatening to burst his muscles. His entire body twitched uncontrollably, muscles jumping wildly. After approximately a minute, the pain finally subsided completely. He felt his arm muscles bulge twice more before returning to normal. What is happening? Qin Siyang was exceedingly curious, unable to determine whether the changes occurring within him were beneficial or harmful. So he removed his jacket once more and examined his arm. Though his arm appeared largely unchanged, Qin Siyang, who knew his body intimately, immediately sensed that his arm muscles seemed slightly larger than before. Whether by illusion or reality, his entire body felt more vigorous than before. Even the backpack on his shoulders filled with food seemed lighter. He glanced at the information panel again, finding the same content as before with no apparent difference. Yet his body's changes told him that some ineffable transformation had indeed occurred. Qin Siyang quickly found a reasonable explanation. This God-Eater information is not lying. After consuming the gods, I have indeed grown stronger. However, this modest enhancement is insufficient to register within the information panel. He had learned from browsing forums that after sequence ability, users consume sequence potions, their physical capabilities improve significantly. Exactly the situation he was experiencing now. Since it was effective, this meant Qin Siyang's experiment to verify his sequence's improvement method and his own strengthening ability had succeeded. A good beginning is half the success. Qin Siyang smiled, greedily rubbing his hands as he gazed at the other divine remains before him. He could hardly wait, seized another piece and devoured it in large bites. Then that sensation of turbulent energy surging through his entire body struck him once more. Moments later, Qin Siyang excitedly examined his body, and the signs of increased strength were even more pronounced. I am stronger now and more energetic. Qin Siyang's lips curled upward, no longer hesitating as he continued to feast heartily. Were those divine remains in the garbage bin? No, this was truly his first pot of gold. Yet he did not grow overconfident. When picking them up, he was extremely careful, doing his best to keep his clothes clean and neat. If he had returned home covered in blood, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, making explanations difficult. At the same time, he kept watchful eyes on his surroundings to avoid being seen engaging in such strange behavior. Strength requires discretion. The secrets of sequence abilities must be guarded. His experiences from his previous life's workplace had shown him the darkness of human hearts. Even if you harbor no ill will toward others, you cannot be certain someone will not envy you, resent your success, and slander you behind your back. In this lifetime, possessing such a unique ability, he absolutely needed to exercise caution and never reveal it carelessly to others. Qin Siyang continued devouring ravenously, while enthusiastically experiencing the pain of energy surging through his body. And this pain, initially unbearable, gradually softened, even arousing a touch of obsession within him. Damn it, do I have masochistic tendencies? Qin Siyang muttered inwardly, warning himself not to fall prey to this strange euphoria born of pain. However, he discovered a problem. Despite eating so much, he felt no sense of fullness in his stomach. How bizarre, eating so much yet not feeling full at all. In fact, still somewhat hungry. It seemed his earlier speculation was correct. Consuming divine flesh could only enhance one's strength, but could not resolve physiological hunger. No wonder the information specified digestion rather than absorption. They were two entirely different concepts. The disappearance of divine remains from the trash bin might attract others' attention, so it was best to avoid trouble. Quickly converting the divine remains here into personal strength was the top priority. Qin Siyang accelerated his pace, continuing to devour divine remains by the garbage bin with desperate hunger. Finally, after more than an hour, he consumed all 30+ divine remains before him. His overall strength and condition underwent a qualitative transformation. Yet he had no time to savor his newly transformed body. Finding a puddle on the ground nearby, he washed the blood from his hands and face. Without any hesitation, he quickened his pace and left for home. The physical changes were remarkably evident. The 2-hour journey, which previously took him 2 hours, he now completed in just 1 without the slightest exertion. Though the travel time was halved, his anxiety doubled. This stretch of road, weighed down by his troubled thoughts, felt extraordinarily long, as though an entire day had passed. By the time he returned home, he felt as drained as if he had labored all day. Sitting on the makeshift sofa crafted from cardboard boxes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was now nighttime, and his stomach growled with hunger. As soon as he closed the door, he immediately opened his backpack and took out a portion of 6-eyed longfish rice to quell his hunger. The moment the food touched his lips, Qin Siyang's brows furrowed tightly, his expression twisting in distaste. The cafeteria's cooking remains consistently terrible. Qin Siyang complained, but dutifully finished his meal before tossing the container into the sink. Normally, he would wash his food container after eating. But tomorrow was the weekend, and he would not need to bring his container to school, so he could afford a small indulgence in laziness. Qin Siyang let out a satisfied burp and poured himself a glass of hot water to aid digestion. However, when setting down the kettle, he lost his grip and it tumbled from the table, about to shatter on the ground. In Qin Siyang's eyes, the kettle's descent seemed to slow into a crawl. He could clearly observe the entire process of the kettle falling. Even the water droplets splashing upward and descending through the air, he could perceive with crystal clarity. He reached out and caught the kettle effortlessly. I seem to have become much more agile. My perceptual abilities have sharpened as well. He placed the kettle back on the table. Before he could marvel further, he noticed a deep handprint on its surface, which startled him anew. Did I do this? As my strength also increased. He tried gripping the kettle again, applying moderate force, but the kettle did not change. However, when he concentrated on crushing the kettle, its shape deformed once more. Moreover, can I control my strength at will? He remembered reading on forums that one could visit the Sequence Ability Administration Bureau for relevant information, but one must prove themselves to be a Sequence Ability user before gaining entry. He did not intend to reveal his Sequence Ability changes in the near future. At the very least, he needed to wait until he had a basic understanding of his Sequence abilities before making any plans. Thus, the Godslayer camp remained his only source of information. But to access the Godslayer camp, he needed both a network computer and a mobile phone. Both were luxuries beyond his reach. He could only visit an internet cafe. Yet even the 10 copper coins required for half an hour at a cafe constituted a significant sum for him. Qin Siyang lived in the impoverished outskirts of the safe zone, where even adults fought fiercely for employment opportunities, leaving few provisions for student jobs. His only means of earning money was through the school library's work-study program, paying 10 copper coins weekly. Fortunately, teacher Zhu at the library was aware of Qin Siyang's circumstances and showed him special consideration. She had secured the sole available work-study position for him. When school resumed next week, he would continue helping organize books at the library. Qin Siyang stepped to the window, gazing at the endless darkness beyond the curtains and the countless gods wandering between heaven and earth, a smile playing on his lips. If I could devour them all, I dare not even imagine how powerful I would become. Today had been extraordinarily fulfilling, granting Reborn Qin Siyang a sense of hope. He was beginning to believe that he was indeed the chosen one in this world. Qin Siyang washed his slightly dusty jacket, took a cold shower, and climbed into bed to sleep. The next morning upon waking, he examined his firm arms and legs, still wearing a broad smile. What should I do today? Return to that trash bin from yesterday to search for divine remains. The moment this thought arose, Qin Siyang dismissed it. The disappearance of divine remains from the trash bin near exit 114514 yesterday might have attracted attention, potentially causing trouble. Yet hunting gods beyond the safe zone. Where to begin and how to proceed, he had no clue whatsoever. What if he could not defeat them and was killed on the spot? The hunter would become the prey with no recourse for justice. After pondering for a while, he slapped his forehead, hit, and run. If I cannot use this safe zone exit's trash bin, why not simply find another one? The map of the safe zone was immense, so vast that even the geography teacher at Juin School did not possess a detailed map. Naturally, Qin Siyang had no idea how the safe zone exits were distributed. Exit No. 114514 of the safe zone was the only one he knew the approximate location of, simply because it was relatively close to him. Among the more than 100,000 numbered safe zone exits, this was the only one he knew. For an ordinary person, unless they planned to hitch themselves to the high branches of the sequence Awakened, who would bother paying attention to the locations of safe zone exits. Not knowing where the exits were, however, was hardly a thorny problem. He remembered that at the bus stop near the main road, there was a route map. The map likely showed the locations of the safe zone exits. On previous weekends, Qin Siyang would just lie around at home like a corpse, because doing so reduced his energy consumption and allowed him to eat less. This weekend, however, was destined to be extraordinary. He was now brimming with fighting spirit. Only one belief filled his heart: grow stronger. Only by growing stronger could he escape this godforsaken place. Qin Siyang shouldered his backpack filled with food and walked for over 10 minutes to reach the bus stop. It was his first time at a bus stop because he couldn't afford meals, let alone bus fare. In Qin Siyang's memory, after the apocalypse in the safe zones, the poor traveled on foot while the rich rode the bus. As for those who drove private cars, gasoline was a resource even scarcer than electricity, and there was no one of such caliber living at the edge of the safe zone. He stood at the bus stop and studied the route map for a long while. He discovered that many of the bus stops along the route were named after safe zone exits. The only bus line at the edge of the safe zone passed several exits, all with numbers smaller than 114,514. As for which exit to go to, Qin Siyang had no idea in his heart. He would just go with the flow. In this life, he had never ridden a bus, so he didn't know how far apart two bus stops were. If only orphans could ride the bus for free. Qin Siyang looked at the 5 copper coin fare and shook his head helplessly. All the 10 copper coins he had left had been given to the internet cafe yesterday. 5 copper coins for one trip, 10 for a round trip. I might as well go to the internet cafe to look up information again. Qin Siyang began the task of measuring the distance between bus stops on foot. He needed to know roughly how far apart the stops were so he could estimate which safe zone exits were within walking distance. He walked along the bus route for 20 minutes and reached the next stop. The stops here seem much farther apart than in my previous life. After eating the divine remains yesterday, his strength had increased, and he walked extremely fast, far surpassing ordinary passersby. Whenever the road was empty, he would pick up his pace, even more advancing with full force. Even so, he could only cover 3 stops in an hour. Knowing the distance of 1 stop, he could roughly understand his range of activity. The 7th stop is called exit no. 54320. The 17th stop is exit no. 89757, and the 20th stop is exit no. 38,324. At this rate, only these 3 stops give me a chance to hunt for divine remains. The farthest one, exit no. 38324, would still allow me to get home before tomorrow. Any exit farther than that would likely make it impossible to return home before Monday, and consequently, he would not be able to attend school on time. On Monday, Qin Siyang had to go to school early to report to the librarian that he intended to continue his work-study program. Otherwise, the librarian position in the work-study program would be taken over by someone else, and he would have no money for the internet cafe. Qin Siyang thought for a moment and decided to first walk to exit no. 54320 to check the situation. The journey of 1 hour and 40 minutes did not make Qin Siyang feel the slightest bit tired. He even grew more cheerful as he walked. Material abundance and spiritual abundance often had to be discussed separately. Once a person had hope, they did everything with vigor, even though the streetlights around were dim, making the air feel oppressive. By the clock, it was daytime now, but the sun had already vanished 10 years ago. Even though it was early morning, the sky remained perpetually like midnight. The infrastructure at the edge of the safe zone was extremely crude. On the main road where he stood, a dim streetlight appeared every few dozen meters, barely illuminating a few steps ahead. The alleys beside it were shrouded in utter darkness, forcing people to feel their way forward. Looking up, he could faintly see specks of starlight through the safe zone's air defense glass, as well as the silhouettes of divine beings occasionally streaking past. A cold wind blew through, piercing Qin Siyang's several layers of not very warm coats, and intimately touching his skin, causing goosebumps all over his body to pop up in eager response. Qin Siyang raised his collar, wrapped it around his face to shield his cheeks from the biting wind, and then continued walking briskly. After walking 7 stops, he arrived at exit no. 54,320. This exit's number was more than 50,000 smaller than 114,514, so logically, there should be more sequence awakened hunting divine beings here. As soon as he arrived, Qin Siyang found a somewhat taller rundown building, wanting to get a look at the situation here. Sure enough, he saw nearly 100 sequence awakened wearing cold-proof suits gathered at the exit, far outnumbering those at exit 114514. Around the exit, ordinary people dressed like him crowded the area, forming an impassable throng of nearly 10,000. He surveyed the crowd and the sequence awakened, conversing in its center, and no one noticed him. Qin Siyang then pretended to wander aimlessly, searching for trash bins containing divine remains. Finally, 1 block away from the exit, he spotted a bin with divine remains. This exit's dumpster area far exceeded that of exit 114514 in scale. If the dumpster at exit 114514 was a luxurious dinner, then the dumpster area at exit 54320 was a lavish feast. 7 or 8 dumpsters lined up in a row, each one filled with divine remains. The dazzling array of bizarre-shaped divine remains whetted Qin Siyang's appetite. If he could empty these 7 or 8 dumpsters, wouldn't he take off? Qin Siyang's heart pounded wildly as he thought about how to sweep up all the divine remains here in the shortest time possible. However, he suddenly noticed 2 janitors covered in blood stains beside the dumpster station. Qin Siyang had originally planned to wait at a distance for the 2 janitors to leave before approaching. But when he appeared in the 2 janitors' field of vision, they both looked up at him at the same time. After a brief eye contact, they continued cleaning the dumpsters. Qin Siyang's heart tightened, and he changed his plan. Instead of stopping, he continued walking forward, approaching the dumpsters and the 2 janitors. Qin Siyang pretended to be a passing student walking past the 2 without turning his head. The 2 janitors glanced at Qin Siyang, took in his plain clothes and youthful face, and didn't give him another thought. Only after walking far away and completely leaving the block did Qin Siyang let out a sigh of relief. What's going on? Why would someone be guarding the dumpsters? And they're in plain clothes. Could it be that the uniformed recorder from yesterday reported me? Are the dumpsters really being watched? Qin Siyang's heartstrings had been taut when he locked eyes with those 2. Although his face remained expressionless, he had observed extremely carefully, his mind racing. He realized that those 2, just now, were definitely not ordinary janitors. The stains on their clothes were too deliberately filthy. The divine remains in the dumpsters had long been separated from their divine bodies, and the blood had already drained away when they were hunted. The janitor he had seen yesterday at exit 114514 only had a bit of dust on him. Even if exit 54320 had many divine remains, there wouldn't be much blood on the dumpsters. Yet those 2 were drenched in blood, as if they had just killed someone, splattered all over. That was not what a janitor should look like. It was clearly deliberately smeared on. They had overdone it. Moreover, when Qin Siyang appeared far from the dumpsters, the 2 had coincidentally looked up at him at the same time. At the moment their eyes met, Qin Siyang found them extremely vigilant. Janitors should just do their own work. Why be so alert and scan the surroundings? Both of them were like this. Perhaps the disappearance of divine remains from the dumpsters last night caught someone's attention. Presumably these divine remains are being collected and put to other uses. His worry before arriving had not been unfounded. In just one night the coalition government had already launched an investigation into the matter. Needless to say, there must be even more plainclothes officers waiting for him at the dumpsters of exit 114514. Qin Siyang sighed. If I had only taken one divine remains yesterday, would there be this much trouble? But taking only one piece of divine remains each day might look safe, yet he would have to visit the dumpsters more than 30 times to reach his current level of power. Making that many trips increased the chances of exposing himself, and he might be caught on the spot. It was better to go for one big haul. It was precisely for this reason that he had decided yesterday to sweep the dumpsters clean. Qin Siyang knew that his plan to obtain divine remains from dumpsters might be ruined. But he had not completely given up. Even though he had a good impression of the coalition government, he was skeptical of the efficiency of its lower levels. Otherwise, why would Juin School still have no courses related to sequence Awaken by now? Perhaps the situation had not escalated to the point of cutting off all his opportunities. Forget it, there's no chance at this dumpster site. I'll keep walking ahead and try my luck. Even if there's no chance, I've already grown much stronger from yesterday's gains. This wave isn't a loss. Qin Siyang left exit No. 54320 and continued along the bus route into the distance. The next safe zone exit was exit No. 89,757, 10 stops away. 10 stops. So I still more than 3 hours to walk. I don't know if I'll make it home today. I might end up sleeping outside. On the way, Qin Siyang took out a 1,000-legged mushroom he had obtained from the cafeteria on Friday, eating it as his lunch while walking. Within the cafeteria, mushrooms were considered a top delicacy. Thanks to their meat-like texture and the unique flavor of fungi, even a casual stir-fry was worthy of being served. However, Qin Siyang had no interest in savoring it. His entire attention was focused on how to grow stronger in the future. When Qin Siyang reached exit 89757 of the safe zone, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced and strengthened the day before, giving him remarkable stamina. He had been walking for nearly 6 hours since leaving home, yet he felt no exhaustion. But he knew this state could not last long, for he was already unable to maintain the rapid pace he had kept at the beginning. This made him lose optimism about venturing again to the more distant exit 38324 of the safe zone. Going there and back would mean 2 additional hours of walking, which is hardly a wise move. Seeing the signboard for exit 89757 brought him a sense of relief. Finally here. This time he did not head directly toward the safe zone exit. His target was not the sequence ability users at the safe zone exit anyway. To avoid exposure, he chose to take a side path and first check the condition of the garbage bins. Having searched for garbage bins near 2 safe exits before, he already had a rough idea of their locations. Indeed, after crossing 1 block, he spotted 3 garbage bins filled with divine remnants. Staring at the deep purple tentacles slowly clinging and crawling along the edge of the garbage bin, Qin Siyang's heart pounded wildly. He carefully scanned the surroundings. There was no one around, nor any sanitation worker. Was this an opportunity or a trap? While walking as if nothing were amiss, he carefully analyzed the situation. The level of disorder in this garbage bin suggested no one had deliberately tidied it. Qin Siyang glanced at the filth on the ground. Only the footprints of a striped shoe circled around the garbage bin, likely belonging to a sanitation worker. As for whether someone was secretly monitoring him, most probably not. Compared to the sequence ability users at exit 54320 of the safe zone, those at exit 89757 were far fewer in number. Relatively speaking, the garbage bins here would never attract as much attention as those in the exit 54320 area. If that massive garbage depot at exit 54320 of the safe zone only had 2 plainclothes agents, then undoubtedly exit 89757 of the safe zone could not possibly employ more sophisticated surveillance methods. No one nearby meant no one was watching. In other words, the incident of divine remnants going missing from the garbage bin at exit 114514 of the safe zone last night had only reached exit 54320 of the safe zone and had not spread any further. He had originally planned to visit the more distant exit 38324 of the safe zone to check it out, since an absolute feast awaited him there. But his body was already showing signs of fatigue, and it seemed insufficient to support him taking a chance there. He decided on the garbage bins at exit 89757. He knew his analysis was not foolproof. Nevertheless, fame is seized when opportunity knocks, and fortune is sought through danger. To grow stronger, one must take risks. Blindly seeking comfort would only cause one to miss valuable opportunities. Having been reborn into this life, Qin Siyang certainly did not come here to live out another mundane existence like his past life. At the very least, he intended to use his powerful sequence ability to leave the outskirts of the safe zone and achieve financial freedom. So he needed to grow stronger. He needed to grow stronger at the fastest possible speed. Once Qin Siyang had made up his mind, he immediately decided to seize the moment while no one was around and rush to the garbage bin to gorge himself. The divine remnants in this garbage bin were 3 or 4 times what he had consumed yesterday. He had to speed things up and finish everything as quickly as possible. If he chewed slowly and drank water to help swallow, just like yesterday, he did not know when he would finish all 3 bins of delicacies. Exposure was highly likely. But once he accelerated his eating, he could no longer carefully guard his clothes. Blood splashes might attract enormous trouble. Therefore, before eating, he carefully removed all his outer garments and hung them on a nearby street lamp. Several hooks were cast into the metal casing of the street lamp. Qin Siyang did not know what they were for, but now they served perfectly to hang his coats. Then bare-chested he approached the garbage bin. Being near the exit of the safe zone, it was far colder here than other places. The chilling wind that rushed into the street when the safe zone gate opened blew wildly, causing Qin Siyang's flesh to creep with goosebumps. Safety came first. To ensure his clothes remained unstained by blood, he had no choice but to endure the bitter cold while eating. Gazing at the abundant divine remnants spread before him, Qin Siyang shivered with excitement. He swallowed hard and said, "Let's eat." Whether it was because familiarity bred proficiency, or because his physical constitution had improved, strengthening his swallowing power, he devoured the divine remnants, this time several times faster than the day before. Previously he would sometimes choke, but today he simply stuffed the remnants into his mouth with both hands and swallowed them immediately. Thus his hands barely stopped moving, and in just over 10 minutes he was nearly finished with the divine remnants from all 3 garbage bins. While he was eating, his entire body continued to grow stronger. By the time he was about to finish the divine remnants in all 3 garbage bins, he discovered that even with his upper body bare, he no longer shivered from the cold. His whole body was filled with power. This effective so quickly. Qin Siyang looked at his gradually defined pectoral and abdominal muscles and broke into a gratified smile. Just then the information in his mind changed. Sequence, God Eater, promotion. Digesting gods makes you stronger. Current sequence level 2, Greedy Bandit. Skill Blood Feast. Skill description: you can digest gods, even when eaten raw. Skill Violence. Skill description: for 10 minutes your strength, agility, and physical endurance increase threefold. During this period you will feel no pain whatsoever. His level had promoted. Qin Siyang's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at his information panel. The new skill Violence enhanced his strength and agility while making him immune to pain. This skill seemed to greatly boost his combat capability. Could he now join a god-hunting squad of sequence ability users with his current strength? He recalled browsing the forum of Godslayer Camp last time and seeing a sequence called Warrior, which had an enhancement skill that doubled one's strength and physical endurance for 5 minutes. It had already been dubbed a bug-level skill among low sequence users. His violence clearly surpassed enhancement in every aspect. Was he not the king among low sequence users now? With such a solid skill, should he join a sequence ability user squad later, or should he work alone? He had many thoughts swirling in his mind, but no answers. Suddenly he realized a problem. The most important thing right now was not to reveal his identity as a sequence ability user, but to find a way to conceal his sequence God Eater so others would not discover it. To achieve this, he had to go to an internet cafe again and find a sequence to disguise himself with. Otherwise, if others learned his sequence was God Eater, he did not know what threats he would face. But that was something to deal with after receiving his library part-time wages next week. At minimum for the next week, he would still pose as an ordinary student. Future matters could wait until the future. Today he had already promoted his sequence, and it was time to call it quits while ahead. If he grew greedy and went to exit 38324 of the safe zone to eat again, the risks were too great. Exit 38324 of the safe zone and exit 89757 here were separated by only 3 stops. It was very likely that if someone here detected an anomaly, they would notify those at exit 38324 of the safe zone to lie in wait by the garbage bin and catch him red-handed. That will be enough for now. After finishing the last dozen or so divine remnants in the garbage bin, he would head home. Qin Siyang had made up his mind and was about to resume his feast when, suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone was coming, right at this inconvenient moment. But the footsteps seemed somewhat unsteady. He turned his head and saw a drunkard stumbling toward the garbage bin from a distance. The drunkard did not seem to have noticed Qin Siyang. He was still humming a dreadful little tune, which only unsettled Qin Siyang further. If this drunkard discovers the abnormality in the garbage bin, he will likely seal off the nearby area very soon. He did not bother wiping the blood off his body. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly stuffed the 10+ divine remnants from the garbage bin into his school bag, threw on his clothes, slung the bag over his shoulder, and sprinted away. After his sequence promotion, his body had undergone another qualitative leap. Running at full speed, his pace was so fast that the railings along the road blurred as they flew backward. Qin Siyang silently prayed in his heart, "Please do not let them set up a perimeter and catch me before I escape." The drunkard carried a wine bottle and swayed unsteadily toward the garbage bin. He scratched his head and muttered, "I could have sworn I saw someone here just now. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Could he like me also be?" Burp. A sequence ability user. He tossed the wine bottle into the garbage bin. The bottle struck the side, producing a crisp ringing sound. It seems the garbage bin is empty. The drunkard glanced back at the trash bin. The divine remains have already been collected by the sanitation workers. Don't they usually only pick up garbage at midnight? Did I really drink with Bruno for half a day? That long, and we only finished 4 or 5 bottles of liquor. He scratched his head with a touch of melancholy, muttering to himself, getting older. My tolerance has dropped. 2 bottles of liquor can make me drunk for half a day. I should drink less from now on. Lest it affect my God-killing missions. Then he staggered away. Qin Siyang didn't hesitate, nor could he afford to overthink. He simply sprinted tirelessly through the narrow alley. The path was dark and deserted, allowing him to flee at full speed. When the alley ended and he returned to the main road, he resumed his act as an ordinary pedestrian, keeping his head down and hurrying along, waiting for an opportunity to slip back into a side path. This escape strategy carried him smoothly along the route. Nobody noticed the boy dressed in shabby clothes. Perhaps the elevation of his sequence had revitalized his physical stamina, banishing all traces of exhaustion. With each movement his muscles seemed to hum with renewed vigor. I've been running for nearly 20 minutes past a bus stop, yet no one has given chase. Qin Siyang remained highly vigilant, his heart pounding as blood rushed to his head, sharpening his focus to its peak. His peripheral vision scanned the surroundings while he tracked footfalls behind him, fearful of being discovered. Damn it, if that drunkard hadn't spotted me, I would have finished them all. Just a little while ago. Thinking of the drunkard, Qin Siyang felt a mixture of resentment and relief. The man had been so intoxicated he could barely walk, stumbling forward 2 steps only to retreat, one constantly grasping at walls for support. He couldn't have clearly seen Qin Siyang's face, nor been fully conscious. Had the witness been sober, he likely would have immediately recognized something was amiss and reported it to the United Government. He might already be in custody. Heaven itself seemed to be watching over him. With a satchel full of divine remains, if he were caught, there'd be no explaining it away. Even without the remains in his bag, he'd still be traced to a specific area, making escape nearly impossible. And his bag contained over a dozen pieces of divine remains. He knew the practice of scavenging divine remains from trash bins would likely end after tonight. The theft of divine remains wouldn't be considered serious since these remains held no practical value. Qin Siyang had witnessed it once at an internet cafe. People can't digest divine remains, they just vomit them up or excrete them intact. No one would bother with worthless divine remains. Though the relics themselves were useless, their disappearance was deeply unsettling. If they served no purpose, why would anyone steal them? Was there some hidden agenda? 2 consecutive nights of disappearances from 2 different trash bins would inevitably draw significant attention. The police had likely already taken notice. Qin Siyang's thefts over the past 2 days stemmed from his desire to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Anyone else might have taken things gradually, returning periodically rather than clearing everything at once. But Qin Siyang had learned the hard way in his past life that a slow approach was a liability. He'd believed career advancement came through steady accumulation and patient growth, expecting promotion and raises to follow. Yet he never received that promotion before dying. That experience taught him that gradual planning only worked for those with capital. It was no strategy for a poor wage earner like him. Playing it safe was the wrong approach. He needed to seize opportunities urgently. His ability to withstand unexpected changes was too weak. Even the slightest disturbance could crush him. What if the United Government assigned guards to every trash bin in the future? How would he cope then? Could he hide away for the rest of his life? He didn't know when the next opportunity would arrive. Having been reborn, he refused to wait passively any longer. If something could be done today, he would do it now without delay. Acting swiftly prevented complications from arising. It was clear that attempting to retrieve more divine remains from the trash bins carried a high risk of exposure. Since this was the final chance, and the only witness was a sluggish drunkard, he naturally took everything he could carry. Even if he left the divine remains behind, capture by the United Government would still be nearly inescapable. Better to die bravely than starve timidly. Noticing blood seeping through his bag, Qin Siyang switched to carrying it against his chest and darted back through the alleys. Unlike the main roads lined with dim streetlights at regular intervals, these narrow paths were shrouded in complete darkness. The only illumination came from starlight filtering through the anti-aircraft glass overhead. Enhanced physical abilities allowed Qin Siyang to see the alley path with perfect clarity despite the darkness. The darkness became his advantage, concealing his features. Even if someone were nearby, he could dash past without hesitation or fear of exposure. He decided to flee straight home. But as he turned into a shadowy alley, something unexpected occurred. A dagger flew from the corner, aiming straight for his right eye. What was happening? His agility far exceeded that of ordinary people, and the moment he spotted the blade, he dodged instinctively. The knife clattered onto the stone pavement of the alley. Qin Siyang's gaze locked onto 3 figures by the roadside. The trio sported unkempt long hair and smirked mockingly. Never expected to run into such easy prey while sleeping here. Looks like we're blessed tonight. They rose to their feet and surrounded him. Qin Siyang asked coldly, "What do you want?" "What do we want? Are you stupid? We're robbing you." "Robbery." Didn't they see his tattered coat? What could they possibly gain from targeting a pauper like him? "I have no money," Qin Siyang said, frowning. But he couldn't afford to waste time arguing with them. The disappearance of divine remains from the trash bins could be exposed at any moment. He needed to put distance between himself and safe zone 89,757's exit. He was only 2 stops away, nowhere near safety, and he was clutching a satchel stuffed with divine remains. One of them brushed aside his greasy bangs and grinned wickedly. No money. Fine. Just leave the bag. They were after his bag. Qin Siyang glanced at the blood-stained satchel pressed against his chest. This wasn't good. There's nothing valuable in this bag, but I won't give it to you. No valuable items. Then let us see. Qin Siyang studied the 3 homeless men attempting the robbery, remaining calm. They were merely ordinary people. If he wanted to escape, they certainly couldn't stop him. As he calculated his escape route, one of them jeered. You ran so fast through this alley like your life depended on it. Must be because you're carrying something precious in that bag, huh? Tell you what, we're not greedy. Keep a quarter for yourself, and the rest will split 3 ways. We'll keep your secret. Sound good? Another chimed in right. Leave the stuff, and we'll pretend we never saw you. Otherwise you're getting beaten within an inch of your life. Even if you escape, we'll report you to the police. When you turned into this alley, the streetlight caught your face. We've got it memorized. Hearing this, Qin Siyang froze. These 3 had seen him. That meant exposure risk. If they actually went to the police, everything would be for nothing. Suddenly, killing intent surged within him. The seasoned thugs immediately noticed the ferocity in his eyes. Boss, this kid's got a look that says he won't go down easy. Wanna fight? A poor kid like that. If he's willing to fight, that means what's in the bag must be worth a fortune. Let's finish him and take it for ourselves. They drew knives and lunged at him one after another. Qin Siyang had never killed anyone before. He'd only just formed the thought. For someone who had lived an ordinary life in civilized society, taking a life was never going to be easy. He had been hesitant, but now these 3 thugs had left him with no choice. If destiny wills your death, don't blame me. You've got nerve, kid. Kill him. The 3 closed in, confident their blades would find their mark. But to Qin Siyang's enhanced senses, their movements appeared slow and weak, like toddlers swinging punches. He delivered a swift, straight punch to the nearest man's face. His knuckles felt the crisp snap of broken bone as his fist connected with the man's nose. Qin Siyang realized he could now perceive subtle information in split seconds. The change was real. Blood erupted from the man's mouth and nose. Thud. He was sent flying backward 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground and rolling to a halt. Qin Siyang's heightened senses captured every detail of that killing blow, and his heart raced with adrenaline. He had killed someone. The man's face was now unrecognizable, twisted into a grotesque expression directed at Qin Siyang and his 2 companions. The remaining 2 trembled with fear, instantly realizing they'd provoked a sequence ability user. But fear didn't make them retreat. Both were fugitives with blood on their hands. They knew there was no surrendering now. It was life or death. The only way out was to kill Qin Siyang. They charged at Qin Siyang with desperate fury, knives flashing. Qin Siyang stepped back with his left leg and unleashed a sweeping kick that connected with one man's torso. More satisfying cracks echoed through his leg bones. The man folded at an unnatural angle, his body flailing through the air alongside Qin Siyang's leg. As Qin Siyang retracted his leg, the flying body collided with the last attacker charging forward. Both men tumbled backward in a heap. Without hesitation, Qin Siyang closed the distance and delivered another punch to the dazed man. Mercy. I'll give you all my money. Facing death, the thug begged for his life. But Qin Siyang gave him no chance to finish. His fist crushed the man's skull. Even if I kill you, your money becomes mine anyway. After eliminating all 3, Qin Siyang's killing intent faded, replaced by an unsettling emptiness. He sighed with a touch of melancholy. He had never imagined he would actually take a life. But it was self-defense. There was nothing more to say. Moreover, Qin Siyang felt this wasn't the end, but rather the beginning. A beginning that would help him grow accustomed to killing when necessary. Qin Siyang mentally steeled himself, forcing his trembling body to calm after the act of killing. Once composed, he didn't immediately flee the scene. He remembered certain sequences in the godslaying camp, could read the final memories from corpses. To prevent exposure, he wrapped his fist in a piece of clothing and battered all 3 faces beyond recognition before considering the matter settled. After surveying the scene and carefully cleaning the bloodstains, he removed all the money from their clothes and stuffed the 3 corpses into a dark abandoned storage room. He set fire to the bodies and burned his bloodstained jacket as well. This was to prevent any sequence ability users from tracking him through scent. Though uncertain whether such sensory sequences existed, he considered it highly plausible. He chose this particular storage room specifically to avoid being tracked by scent. He noticed the muddy path before the warehouse was crisscrossed with various footprints indicating many people had passed through, enough to mask any lingering scent. To avoid leaving his own footprints in the mud, he carefully hopped across the gravel, using his enhanced strength and agility, leaving no trace behind. Hope this doesn't cause any problems. Worried the fire might attract attention, Qin Siyang fled the scene at full speed once he confirmed the flames had consumed all 3 bodies. This time he ran with all his might as though possessed. Anyone witnessing him in this alley would have mistaken him for a speeding train rather than a human being. Qin Siyang ran continuously for over half an hour before finally reaching the main road again. His heart still pounded with the adrenaline of his first kill. But the panic was gone, replaced by resolute determination in his gaze. I regret their deaths and nothing more. Just over 2 hours after Qin Siyang left the trash bin at the exit of security zone 89757, many uniformed police officers received orders and cordoned off the area. Many sequence awakeners on the periphery were also discussing what had happened, their faces full of confusion and bewilderment. The theft of the divine remains from the trash bin was truly an absurd story. Some things are like that. When everything is normal, no one pays them any mind. But once they are lost, they cause many problems and attract a great deal of attention. Some things are like that. When everything is normal, no one pays them any mind. But once they are lost, they cause many problems and attract a great deal of attention. A white-haired inspector in an overcoat, a scarf wrapped around his neck, and a cigar in his mouth, paced a circle beside the trash bin. The surrounding officers stood at attention, showing great deference to the inspector, as if the old man was no ordinary inspector. He asked Liliana, "Your sequence has already advanced. I heard you can now gain far more powerful tracking abilities, 10 times better than the chief's police dog. Can you distinguish the scent here now?" He had the appearance of a man from Ogwa, yet he spoke Chinese. This was because Chinese people formed the majority within the security zone and Chinese was the official common language. The blonde policewoman beside him shook her head. "No, there are too many traces of divine aura here. The human scent has been completely obscured. Even for someone like me now, I still cannot identify any human scent from it. If I activated my skill here, I would probably faint from the intense divine odor." Aluofu said with some disappointment, "Well, what a damnable skill. It is unusable in the presence of the divine, and it will bring us a lot of trouble." "Yes, I think so too. Unfortunately, the sequence I awakened is the scent sniffer, and there is no way to change it. Sequence awakeners like me are destined to live only within the security zone." Aluofu took 2 impatient drags on his cigar, flicked the ashes into the trash bin, then turned toward the surrounding sequence awakeners and asked who first discovered the problem with this trash bin. "Me. Inspector Ofu, it was me. I am Hungsi Fan, a sequence awakener who hunts deities at the exit of security zone 89757. At that moment, a man in a taupe jacket walked over, his hair somewhat disheveled and the smell of alcohol on him. It was exactly the drunkard who had run into Qin Siyang. But now he had lost all signs of drunkenness, was completely clear-headed, and his expression was full of tension. After sobering up, Hungsi realized that someone had stolen the divine remains from the trash bin, and he was deeply shocked. He had originally not wanted to be involved in this matter. Whoever stole the divine remains was certainly not a normal person. He simply did not dare to provoke them. After awakening his sequence, he had only wanted to drift through the security zone using his identity as a sequence awakener. Unfortunately, his hand itched, and he insisted on throwing a liquor bottle into that trash bin. The fact that his scent was on the bottle was an ironclad truth that he could not deny. If a scent sniffer activated their skill, they would quickly lock onto him, and then he would never be able to wash himself clean. So to avoid the police coming to his door, he reported the matter to the police station in advance, hoping for lenient treatment. "Tell me, how did you discover it?" "Inspector Ofu, I had just drunk some wine with Baloo at the bar, and then we each went home. When I left the bar, I took another bottle with me, planning to drink it on the way home. As I drank it all up, I happened to see this trash bin over here, so I wanted to toss the bottle in." Hearing this, Liliana scolded sternly, "Hungsi, you are also a sequence awakener. Are you not aware that the trash bin beside the security zone exit is only for divine remains? The divine remains in the trash bin are to be centrally disposed of. This is interfering with the work of the United Government." I had too much to drink and didn't think that far. Qin Siyang had gambled correctly. It was precisely Hungsi's muddled mind that gave him time to escape. Otherwise, it would probably have been an entirely different story. Aluofu seemed to have seen many sequence awakeners who idled about like this. Unlike Liliana, he did not get angry at Hungsi's words. He waved his hand. "Liliana, don't interrupt him. Let him continue." "Yes, Inspector." The blonde Liliana looked at Hungsi with coldness in her eyes. "At that time, I vaguely seemed to see a figure rummaging in front of the trash bin, but it vanished very quickly. Of course, I'm not sure whether there really was anyone, because I was drunk. And then I threw the bottle in. At that moment, I heard the sound of the bottle striking the empty trash bin. I thought it was already midnight and the cleaners had taken away the divine remains, so I went home. What time was it supposed to be? I was drunk and didn't know. After getting home, I collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. I am of the sleepless sequence, so I normally don't need to sleep. Even when drunk, I wake up after at most 2 hours. When I woke up, I found that it was only afternoon. Recalling the memory of the empty trash bin, I felt that something was wrong. And then you called the police." "Yes, Inspector Ilofu, since I voluntarily reported it and admitted my mistake, could you please not punish me for throwing a bottle into this trash bin and delaying the solving of the case?" Aluofu took another drag on his cigar and pondered for a long time. While he was deep in thought, Hungsi felt extremely uneasy, worried that he would be punished. Liliana remembered to tell this to the managers of the other security zone exits and have them keep a close watch on the trash bins. "Yes, Inspector Ilofu, what about me?" Hungsi asked anxiously again. Only then did Aluofu realize that Hungsi was still there. Oh, I was just thinking about the case. What were you saying? I want to ask, since I reported the case voluntarily, can I atone for my mistake, so I won't be punished for what I did here? I have really realized my problem. I will never do it again. Please give me a chance. Aluofu did not even bother to look at him. Let's handle this according to procedure. The scale of order at the police station will never tilt in any direction. The reward you deserve will be given. The punishment you deserve will not be reduced either. Oh well. Hungsi felt somewhat frustrated. He had obviously reported the case of his own accord and fully cooperated with the investigation, yet he was still going to be punished. What terrible luck. Take him back to the police station. Having received instructions from her superior, Liliana immediately ordered the officers to take Hungsi away. Yes, Hungsi wore a face full of gloom, inwardly cursing the despicable person who had stolen the divine remains. After sending Hungsi off, Aluofu continued frowning and thought a single perpetrator. Why would this person steal the divine remains from a trash bin? Stealing such a useless thing is worse than going to a warehouse to steal some moldy wood for burning. Liliana added, yesterday a similar scene also occurred at the exit of security zone 114514. I reported it to the police chief, but unfortunately it did not receive enough attention. They only set up defenses at the security zone exits near 114,514. As a result, he went a bit farther away to commit the crime. At that moment, Liliana's pager beeped. Hello, go ahead. What? Okay, speak. Okay, I understand. I will tell Inspector Aluofu right away. Aluofu heard Liliana mention him and knew that another new case had probably occurred, so he asked what happened now. Inspector, in the small alley 2 stops away from here, a burning warehouse was discovered, and inside were 3 charred corpses. Corpses? Charred ones. Exactly. The heads of the 3 corpses had suffered severe impacts, and their faces were completely deformed. Police officers of the forensic sequence said that judging from the shape of the wounds, they should have been inflicted with bare hands by someone of immense strength. Because of the fire, I could not track the killer's scent. Can we start from the scene of the incident to look for the killer's scent? I'm afraid not. The officers just said that people were coming and going there. The footprints were mixed, and the scents were probably extremely chaotic. Have you found the primary crime scene? No. There were no traces of fighting anywhere near the warehouse. Aluofu smoked his cigar without saying a word. Liliana continued, Inspector, I have a question. Speak. What were the identities of the people whose heads were smashed? Liliana was also an experienced policewoman, but in front of Inspector Aluofu, she unreservedly displayed her ignorance. It seemed that Aluofu, besides being an inspector, had other unreachable identities. The identities of those 3 people are probably very difficult to determine, but the one who killed all 3 must be a sequence awakener. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill all 3 without leaving any traces of a struggle. The fatal wounds are also evidence. Smashing the heads of 3 people with fists. An ordinary person would hardly be able to do that. Aluofu looked at the empty trash bin again and blew a smoke ring. The time of the incident in that alley happened to be after the theft of the divine remains from the trash bin. In terms of distance, if a strength-type sequence awakener ran at full speed, he could reach there. So it might be the same person. Liliana frowned. The same person. After stealing the divine remains here, he went 2 stops away to kill people and set fire. In both cases, the perpetrator left no useful clues. We might as well make a bold assumption first, and then carefully verify it later. Now let's analyze this under the premise that the perpetrators in these 2 cases are the same. Aluofu stroked his white beard. I believe this person is not familiar with matters concerning the sequence. Why does the inspector think so? Apart from the heads, the bodies also had other fatal wounds. It is highly likely that the heads were smashed after the victims were already dead. After smashing the 3 heads, he also chose to burn the bodies. I guess that his reason for smashing the heads was that he feared an undying sequence awakener could use his skill to read the memories of the corpses. However, he did not know that the undying sequence awakener's memory reading skill had limitations. Once the brain becomes diseased or loses its original biological structure, the undying sequence's skill will fail. In other words, whether or not he smashed the 3 heads, as long as he burned the bodies to charcoal, he could prevent undying sequence awakeners from tracing them. Liliana asked doubtfully, Inspector, do you mean he didn't even know such basic sequence knowledge? Apart from that, I can't think of any other reason for him to do something superfluous. Of course, it is also possible that he was setting off a smoke bomb, trying to make me believe the culprit was a new sequence awakener. But I think a criminal of this level probably wouldn't appear in District 14121. Liliana nodded, thinking the inspector's analysis was very reasonable, and then said, not knowing information about the sequence may be because he suddenly awakened his sequence ability and hasn't done enough homework. If we simply stake out at the Sequence Administration Bureau, we should be able to find the culprit. The premise you mentioned about not doing enough homework does not hold. Aluofu shook his head. He knew to choose a place with chaotic sense to interfere with you, and he knew to burn the corpses to destroy the evidence. Liliana, you must understand, he was not a calm criminal who killed these 3 people with a plan. He had just stolen the divine remains, and did these things while fleeing in panic. It must be said that although this culprit is ignorant, he is certainly not a careless person. A mind finer than the eye of a sewing needle would not let him steal the divine remains and expose himself when he was not fully prepared. His doing this shows that he has no channel to obtain more information. Liliana tidied her slightly disheveled blonde hair and wore a puzzled expression. How is that possible? The descriptions of Sequence Awakener's abilities are all made public in the Godslaying camp. Anyone can look them up using a phone or a computer. No, you're wrong. If all these assumptions are correct, then there is a kind of person who fits exactly and cannot look up such information. What kind of person? The poor. Olaf thought for a moment. Since the corpse-burning case was 2 stops away from here, toward the direction of the safe zone's edge, let's investigate along the edge of the safe zone. Look for anyone who has been seen on the streets carrying many bags filled with unknown objects. He glanced at the empty trash bin again. The divine remains in all 3 crates are gone. That's not a small amount. If he took them directly, he must have been carrying a huge bundle. It would be hard not to attract attention. Yes, I'll report to the Bureau right away. Good work. But Inspector, what if we find no one carrying large quantities of unknown objects near the edge of the safe zone? Olaf tossed away the cigar, and smiled slightly. If we don't find anyone, then things get interesting. Then he stamped out the cigar, and muttered meaningfully to himself, I've been in this lousy place for a long time. Finally, there's a lead. When Qin Siyang returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He had returned late because he found a secluded spot, ate all the remaining divine remains from his school bag, took out the lunchbox inside, then burned the school bag and his second coat to ashes. These follow-up cleanup tasks had taken some time. Still, by the time he got home, he still found no sign of being followed. Sitting on the stiff cardboard sofa at home, Qin Siyang felt exhausted all over. Even with his current extremely strong physical body, he couldn't withstand the ordeal of all that fleeing and killing. What a day. Completely maxed out. He glanced out the window. A scorpion covered in sticky fluid, its tail nearly indistinguishable, was crawling across his window. Qin Siyang smiled bitterly and sighed. I really want to taste it. But eating it carelessly is risky. Then again, risk and reward are always good partners that advance and retreat together. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Qin Siyang looked with satisfaction at the greedy maniac sequence in his mind and revealed an expectant smile. It was Sunday, a day meant for rest, but it had been his most exhausting day since his reincarnation. Qin Siyang emptied his mind and kept it quiet for over 10 minutes, then took a cold shower and went to bed. Maybe because he had something on his mind, Qin Siyang slept lightly that night. When he woke up, it was only 6 o'clock. I can't sleep anymore. Let me get up and check out the internet cafe. Qin Siyang turned over and got up, planning to warm up the food he had packed from the school cafeteria to fill his stomach. He turned on the stove. Life without money is this strained. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had also searched out some money from those 3 thugs yesterday. But he had left in such a hurry that he hadn't looked carefully at how much there was. He dug out the pants he had worn yesterday and pulled the money from them, then froze. Among a pile of copper coins, there was actually a gleaming silver coin. There's actually a silver coin. Those thugs were way too rich. Generally speaking, 10,000 copper coins were equivalent to 1 silver coin. However, because of the huge variation in copper coin composition, it often took 12,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. Qin Siyang had thought those thugs dressed as vagrants like himself should be penniless, at most a few hundred copper coins in their pockets. He never expected them to have a fortune of a silver coin. Since they were so rich, why did they attack me? Qin Siyang was a bit puzzled, then immediately understood they had been eyeing his school bag, thinking it contained a very precious treasure. The 3 had never imagined that not only would the money they had saved for so long become another person's gain, but they would lose their lives as well. 3 wandering thugs carrying a huge fortune. Needless to say, the money's origin was shady. At this thought, Qin Siyang's mood sank to rock bottom. How could 3 thugs carrying a huge fortune dare to report him to the police? Wouldn't that be seeking mutual destruction? Damn it. If I had known they had so much money, I would have just robbed them on the spot and left in a hurry, saving myself all this subsequent trouble. Now, on top of stealing divine remains, I've added a murder case. These 3 lumps of dog shit stink by themselves and make others sick too. Qin Siyang held the silver coin, feeling covetous, yet also burned by it. The reason was simple: he had nowhere to spend it. If he showed this silver coin nearby, it would absolutely arouse suspicion. An orphan who doesn't work. How could he have this much money? If someone with envious eyes reported him and coalition government people came to ask questions, he simply couldn't explain where the silver coin had come from. With so much money that could only be looked at but not spent, Qin Siyang stamped his feet in frustration. After eating the leftovers he had brought home from school, he took out 40 copper coins from several hundred and decided to rent a computer at the internet cafe. After thinking it over, even 40 copper coins seemed like a fortune for someone of his identity and was just as hard to explain. He had no choice but to put 20 of them back. Carrying 20 copper coins to the internet cafe for 1 hour of computer time seemed more reasonable. Damn it, I even have to be timid when spending money. How infuriating. Qin Siyang left the house cursing. He also realized his current limitations. With the identity of an orphan and poor student, he had no way to freely use his money. But this wasn't the most urgent thing for him to think about now. Money was secondary. Compared with finding a good excuse for large income, he needed to find an identity suitable for himself even more. An appropriate identity as a sequence awakener that he could show himself in public. Find a sequence that can cover the truth and tell everyone, then join a team of sequence awakeners and go outside the safe zone to hunt gods and learn combat methods. Once I've learned it, I'll hunt alone, devour gods, and advance. He believed that as long as he could keep a low profile, he would gradually grow stronger, and when he finally could do whatever he wanted, he would reveal his sequence and abilities. By that time, no one will be able to threaten me. Even if he couldn't stay low-key forever, at least he had to lie low at the very beginning. After he gained the ability to protect himself, he could come out. With his plan set, Qin Siyang arrived at the internet cafe and took out 20 copper coins. Today's attendant was still the same overweight middle-aged man as last time. 1 hour on a computer. The attendant expressionlessly pointed at the computer he had used last time. That one. Go. Qin Siyang noticed a new advertisement behind the attendant: recharge 500 copper coins and get 500 free. Why haven't you recharged yet? Looking at this internet cafe promotion, somewhat reminiscent of his past life, he sighed inside. He had the ability to recharge, but he couldn't explain why he could take out that much money at once. Qin Siyang turned around, regretfully walked over to the smoke-filled computer and sat down. Just like last time, the machine took an extremely long time to start up. Long enough for Qin Siyang to brush his teeth and wash his face. Once the interface appeared, he opened the browser and entered the God-slaying camp forum again. He saw several pinned posts, all of which were quite helpful to him. In addition to the statistics of all known sequences he had looked at last time, there were also guides on how newly awakened sequence ability users should register with the coalition government and then join god hunting squads. Qin Siyang clicked on this newcomer guide and read it carefully. A person may awaken a sequence ability at any time, in any place, in any state. When you awaken a sequence ability, an information panel will appear in your mind telling you your sequence name, sequence rank, and the skills you can use. Qin Siyang took another look at the information panel in his mind. Sequence God Devourer. Digesting gods makes you stronger. Current sequence level 2, Greedy Maniac. Skill Blood Drink. Skill description: you can digest gods, even by eating them raw. Skill Brute Force. Skill description: for 10 minutes your strength, agility, and physical toughness are increased threefold, and during this period you cannot feel any pain. It seemed that his information panel had one more line than what the poster had described. Digesting gods makes you stronger. It was precisely this line of information that had led Qin Siyang to go to the exit of safe zone 11451 for the day before yesterday to try his luck looking for divine remains. Now when he checked the information panel contents of other sequence ability users, it seemed they didn't have this line. If they aren't given a hint about how to become stronger, then how are they supposed to become stronger? With this question, Qin Siyang kept reading the post. After awakening a sequence ability, you can go to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to report your sequence and related information. Since the information panel in your mind cannot be seen by others, the content of the report is also up to you. However, we strongly advise you to report truthfully. Don't hide anything or lie. Because after you report, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau will make arrangements according to your sequence and skills. At the same time, after your information is published in the Sequence Awakener Hall, sequence awakeners who are interested in you will invite you to join their team and go outside the safe zone to hunt gods together. If your information is wrong, it could very easily cause your own death or the destruction of the team. Seeing this, Qin Siyang silently noted it. After you report your information, all sequence awakeners will know your sequence and skills. When you register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you will receive the first reward provided by the Bureau. You can also understand it as a newcomer gift pack, a sequence potion. Sequence potions are medicines developed and researched by the coalition government specifically to enhance the strength of sequence awakeners. The formula for sequence potions is still the coalition government's highest secret, held in the hands of the supreme leaders of every safe zone. Drinking sequence potions is currently the only known way for all sequence awakeners to become stronger. Only after taking sequence potions can sequence awakeners continuously grow and be promoted. But you must not blindly consume sequence potions either. After using a sequence potion, you must digest it before your strength can improve. The way to digest the potion is also very simple. Use your skills while fighting gods. The more times you use your skills, the faster the sequence potion digests. Don't think about randomly releasing skills outside the safe zone to digest your sequence potion, because the Bureau will issue sequence potions to you according to the rank and quantity of divine remains you turn in. If you use your skills many times, the potion is fully digested, but you bring back only a pitiful piece of divine remains, or none at all. The Bureau will conclude that your combat ability is problematic, so it will reduce your sequence potion supply, or may cancel it outright. After you hunt down gods, besides providing sequence potions, the Bureau will also grant you corresponding honors and generous compensation. Therefore, going out to hunt gods is the best way for sequence awakeners to get rich and improve their strength. Qin Siyang seemed thoughtful. All sequence awakeners needed to rely on sequence potions to increase their strength, and also needed to release skills during battles with gods to digest the potions. But he only needed to devour gods and digest them, and his strength would keep increasing. Didn't this mean he was cheating? No. He didn't have some system outside the natural order. This was a sequence he had awakened himself. How could that be counted as cheating? I, Qin Siyang, am not cheating. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the matters surrounding sequence awakening, Qin Siyang resumed browsing the forum post, summarizing various sequences and their abilities. He needed to find a sequence that could conceal his true identity. A sequence that could be masked by his existing abilities, one that would not arouse suspicion. If he wished to register with the Sequence Ability Bureau, he needed to find such a disguise. Initially, Qin Siyang had considered fabricating an entirely new sequence, designing both its name and abilities to perfectly suit his own devourer of gods. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. First, he was uncertain whether the Sequence Ability Bureau possessed verification methods, and whether a fabricated sequence might contain exploitable flaws. Second, all of his information was visible to every sequence bearer. A completely new sequence would inevitably draw everyone's attention and scrutiny. Under the magnifying gaze of countless people, he would inevitably reveal his true nature. Even worse, if his luck were truly abysmal, someone might later awaken a sequence bearing the exact same name he had invented, exposing him instantly. Therefore, it was far safer to search among existing sequences. Qin Siyang had no clear direction. All he could do was carefully examine each sequence to find the optimal mask to conceal his identity. The beginning of the post outlined the common enhancements shared by all sequence bearers. Upon awakening, a sequence bearer's physical strength, agility, and perception all increase proportionally. Once 5 bottles of sequence potion have been fully metabolized, all aspects of the body improve by approximately 3 times that of an ordinary person. Only threefold. Qin Siyang recalled punching that criminal with force comparable to a sedan impacting at full speed. 3 times. At least 10 times if not more. His eyes lit up. Could his own devourer of gods sequence amplify base attributes even further? This truly astonished him. He had awakened his sequence. Not only were his abilities extraordinarily powerful, but his foundational growth was equally staggering. What kind of day is this? Good news keeps coming one after another. I can hardly keep up. Qin Siyang smiled and proceeded to carefully examine each sequence's abilities. When he encountered the Fragrance Seeker sequence, he discovered that its level 1 ability, scent tracking, could locate enemies within a certain range based on residual odors at a scene. A wave of relief washed over him. There truly existed sequence bearers capable of tracking by scent. His concerns had not been unfounded. Fortunately, he had chosen a location with chaotic odors to dispose of the bodies. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The abilities of the Fragrance Seeker become ineffective in areas saturated with divine presence. Forcing the skill to activate could result in fainting, bleeding from all orifices, or even brain death. Because Fragrance Seeker's abilities are nullified before gods, they belong to the rare group of sequence bearers who can obtain Bureau-issued potions without ever needing to fight on the front lines against deities. However, Fragrance Seeker practitioners must join organizations under the United Government to receive sequence potions, typically assisting police departments with investigations. The moment he saw the words, "assist in solving cases," Qin Siyang exhaled with profound relief. Needless to say, the trouble he had caused yesterday at the exit of Safe Zone 89757 would inevitably attract police attention, and there might well be a Fragrance Seeker sequence bearer among them. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he felt incomparable delight. He continued reading and absorbed extensive knowledge about sequence bearers. Qin Siyang desperately wanted to record everything with pen and paper, for his mind alone could not possibly retain all the abilities of every sequence bearer. Yet producing paper and pen to record such matters would raise excessive suspicion. Qin Siyang could only strive to memorize the most important and commonly encountered sequences. However, he noticed that after awakening his sequence ability, his memory seemed to have strengthened as well. Although he could not achieve perfect recall of every sequence after a single reading, he could remember the vast majority of them. He couldn't help but marvel at how advantageous sequence awakening proved to be. Just as he was basking in his satisfaction, he encountered another sequence, Undying. It was precisely because he had inadvertently glimpsed information about Undying's ability to read the memories of the deceased during his previous visit to the Godslayer camp that he had shattered the skulls of all 3 criminals. He secretly felt fortunate. Hadn't that brief glimpse of information actually saved his life? Truly, fortune favored him. Qin Siyang began carefully studying the abilities of the Undying sequence. Death Decree can read the memories from the final period of a deceased person's life. However, the deceased's brain must maintain biological viability, no disease or tissue degradation, such as from fire or acid corrosion. Otherwise, the ability will fail. Upon reading this, Qin Siyang froze. Burning a corpse would also prevent Death Decree from functioning. Then shattering the 3 skulls had been entirely unnecessary. Would this superfluous action not bring any trouble? The description of the Undying sequence was positioned quite prominently in the post, suggesting it was either one of the most commonly awakened sequences or among the earliest recorded ones. If so, wouldn't the abilities of Undying be considered common knowledge among sequence bearers? To verify his suspicion, he searched the forum for posts about Undying and discovered nearly 100,000 related threads. It was clear that Undying was indeed an extremely common sequence. One could almost describe it as common knowledge. Yet he had never known anything about it before. Qin Siyang's mind raced with anxious speculation. What if someone discovered this flaw in his approach? Adding unnecessary brutality when disposing of the bodies indicated a lack of understanding of sequence abilities. Gripped by inner unease, he carefully pondered this possibility. Could this become a vulnerability if someone paid attention? Qin Siyang wasn't certain whether he was overthinking things. Perhaps the psychological aftermath of committing a crime always made one paranoid, reacting to every slightest disturbance. Yet deep within his heart he believed he was very likely standing on the edge of exposure. Just then he heard a commotion of voices from outside the internet cafe. What was happening? Through the chaos, Qin Siyang caught snippets of what sounded like heated arguments among many people. Amid the turmoil, he vaguely heard a voice cry out, "Officer, this is my humble livelihood. I can't withstand inspections like yours." An officer? Qin Siyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be this coincidental? Just as he was worrying about exposure, the police had come knocking. How could the police move so quickly? Regardless of whether they were coming for him, he had to be prepared. In his moment of panic, Qin Siyang hastily deleted his browser history and found a way to disguise himself. The instant he finished, 7 or 8 police officers entered the internet cafe. "Everyone leave your computers immediately and squat with your hands on your heads. Hurry, quickly." Qin Siyang feigned panic and immediately followed the officer's instructions, crouching with his hands clasped behind his head. "You? What do you think you're doing? Leave that computer at once. Hands up." The officer raised his gun and roared at a scruffy young man in the corner. The man fumbled to pull up his pants and stammered incoherently, "Sir, I. The officer immediately charged toward the man who had failed to obey the order. "Moved? Ah, yes, officer." The man gave up on adjusting his pants and crouched by his computer with his hands on his head. Glancing at the screen, the officer sneered dismissively. "You should watch less of this garbage. Young men who indulge themselves so recklessly will only invite trouble later in life." With that, the officer moved on. The 7 or 8 officers then inspected the browser histories and screen content at every computer. When they reached Qin Siyang, the officer glanced at his face, then at his computer screen and browser history. With a touch of sympathy, he patted Qin Siyang's shoulder. "If a girl hasn't agreed to be with you, she's rejecting you. Don't waste any more time or energy on her." After saying this, the officer moved on to check the next person's computer. Qin Siyang offered a grateful smile to the officer, though inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief at having narrowly escaped. He knew the officers would search browser histories, but there was no quick way to generate a substantial amount of browsing records within a short time. So he had chosen the simplest method, pretending to read an ebook. On his desktop was a document titled, "3 Sentences to Make the Goddess Fall for You, Top Secret Collector's Edition." Upon opening it, he confirmed it was indeed filled with teachings on how simps should devote themselves to winning their goddess's affection. He simply dragged the progress bar to the middle of the document, creating the appearance of someone mid-reading through a downloaded ebook. After searching for a while, the officers detained 2 young men involved in underground cyber transactions and led them away. However, Qin Siyang couldn't shake the feeling that the officers' expressions remained grave, suggesting these 2 were not their true target. "Sorry to have disturbed your time. I hope you won't mind. Manager, please add 1 hour of internet time for each customer. We'll cover the cost." "Yes, no problem. Thank you, officer." "Thanks, officer." "Thank you. Come back and inspect us anytime, officers." Amid the light-hearted atmosphere, everyone returned to their computers once more. Outside the cafe, Qin Siyang overheard the internet cafe owner complaining. "Officer, you've been conducting surprise raids every day these past 2 days, always dragging away a few customers from my cafe. I can't stay in business like this." "Boss Wang, we are merely following orders from above. I hope you can understand." "Understand? How am I supposed to understand? Can't you wait until you've identified the suspect before conducting a search?" "The police have no authority to access network addresses and browsing records. We can only conduct on-site inspections. We haven't even violated boundaries by viewing your surveillance footage. As for the internet fees, the police department is covering them. What loss have you actually suffered? You're simply being unreasonable." Qin Siyang listened with quiet interest. These past 2 days, the police had been conducting sudden raids. Was it truly such a coincidence? Right after he had killed those 3 people. Such remarkable synchronicity. Yet the officers claimed that the police lacked the authority to view network addresses and browsing histories was indeed welcome news. But who knew whether the police were telling the truth? He still could not afford to let his guard down. Qin Siyang exhaled deeply and decided to reopen the Godslayer camp to continue reading. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Qin Siyang's eyes widened, and an instinctive chill ran down his spine. He immediately glanced toward the front desk. The internet cafe attendant was lighting a cigarette, watching Qin Siyang with a knowing smile. The dialog box on the screen continued to pulse. A friendly reminder from the internet cafe staff, the person the officers were looking for just now. Was you, wasn't it? Exposed. Even after living a second life, he had never experienced the fear of being brought to justice. Qin Siyang's heart began to panic. It was even more unsettling than eating the remains of a god in a dumpster or killing someone in a dark alley. Even on the night he had just been reborn, when he saw countless black moths with glowing eyes clinging to the window pane, he had not been as terrified as he was now. He sat dumbly in front of the computer, unsure what to do. At that moment, the message on the computer screen changed again. Internet cafe manager's friendly notice. Go on reading. When you finish, don't leave. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet cafe. Qin Siyang stared at the message on the screen, but the urge to browse the god-slaying camp was gone. This internet cafe manager had been spying on him all along. Qin Siyang couldn't help feeling puzzled. Was this internet cafe manager really that idle? Did he have nothing better to do? Why would he spend every day staring at each customer at the computers? But the money was already spent, and sitting empty-handed was a waste of time. After calming himself down, he opened the god-slaying camp again. This was very likely the last time he would come to this internet cafe. No, this was very likely the last time he would ever enter an internet cafe at all. Not just this one, including all other internet cafes, he would never enter one again. He had to use this session on the god-slaying camp to find a sequence he could disguise himself as. Qin Siyang continued browsing through threads, summarizing sequences, looking for one suitable for his cover. Finally, his gaze locked onto a sequence. Phantom Assassin. Sequence Rank 1, Assassination Apprentice. Skill Life and Death Line. Doubles your agility for 5 minutes, but after that your entire body goes limp, and you can barely move for half an hour. Sequence Rank 2, Swift Assassin. Skill Life and Death Line Enhanced. Doubles your agility and strength for 5 minutes, but after that your entire body goes limp, and you can barely move for 20 minutes. Qin Siyang examined the Phantom Assassin sequence and found that his violence skill completely encompassed the skills of sequence Rank 1 and Rank 2, allowing him to pass himself off for a while. So he went over the sequence's skill description again and again, engraving it firmly in his mind. To learn more, he searched the forum for the sequence, and thousands of threads immediately popped up. It looked like this was also a fairly common sequence. What equipment does a Phantom Assassin need most? Who makes the best teammate for a Phantom Assassin? My Phantom Assassin teammate is useless. When fighting, all he does is activate his skill and run away. What should we do? Phantom Assassin seeking a god-hunting squad, warriors given priority. Qin Siyang clicked open a featured Phantom Assassin introduction post and read it. It described how Phantom Assassins should train themselves how to make reasonable use of the resources provided by the administration and how to purchase the equipment most suited to them. In this post, Qin Siyang found a great deal of content and also learned that the Swift Assassin sequence's Rank 3 was the Afterimage Assassin. Skill Life and Death Line Enhanced 2. Triples your agility and doubles your strength for 10 minutes, but after that your entire body goes limp, and you can barely move for 10 minutes. From this post, Qin Siyang also learned that unlike most sequences, the Phantom Assassin did not gain a new skill with each rank. All currently known Phantom Assassins had only one skill. Whenever they ranked up, it merely strengthened Life and Death Line. Qin Siyang couldn't say whether this single-track advancement was good or bad. It had both advantages and disadvantages. If they couldn't eliminate their enemy after activating their skill, they would find it hard to survive. Without question, the Phantom Assassin was extremely reliant on teammates. This skill was just right for Qin Siyang to hide himself. The violence skill fully covered the first 3 ranks of the Swift Assassin sequence. Therefore, in order to play the role of the Swift Assassin sequence, well, he needed to act weaker than he really was. A careful comparison between the God Eater sequence and the Swift Assassin sequence also made Qin Siyang realize how powerful his own sequence was. Violence was merely a skill awakened at rank 2, yet it was far stronger than the Swift Assassin's single skill, which was only enhanced again and again. Moreover, according to the forum, the Swift Assassin sequence seemed to be a popular sought-after sequence, and many god-hunting squads hoped to recruit one into their team. This was not Qin Siyang's only advantage. According to his careful research on the forum, his base attributes were already comparable to, or even stronger than, a Phantom Assassin's activated Life and Death Line. Even if he did not activate a single skill, he was invincible among low-rank sequence users. So how was he supposed to play the fake identity of the Phantom Assassin? The most important trick was to hold back as much as possible. After finding his stand-in sequence, Qin Siyang received a notification that his computer time was up. After exchanging a glance with the manager at the counter, he chose to log off and left the internet cafe under the manager's watchful gaze. Avoiding the camera at the entrance by going around it, Qin Siyang followed the manager's instructions and came to the alley behind the internet cafe. The alley behind the internet cafe was beyond the owner's supervision, so there were no security cameras. The alley was more like an unattended, unmonitored zone. It was rather dirty and messy, piled with junk and disposable lunchboxes. A smell of swill hung in the air, somewhat like the smell in the cafeteria. In this little alley, Qin Siyang couldn't even find a spot to set his feet. In the end, he wiped a stone slab clean, put it on the grease-stained steps, and sat down. He felt that before long he would be marinated in the stench of the swill. After a while, the middle-aged internet cafe manager appeared in the narrow alley. His face greasy, his white shirt stretched over a mass of jiggling fat, and a jacket draped over his shoulder. The manager didn't care about the garbage on the ground. He kicked it aside as he walked, leaving specks of oil on his shoes. Qin Siyang looked at his sweat-soaked, yellowed collar and cuffs with deep disgust. The manager, meanwhile, stared at Qin Siyang with a greedy expression. Kid, the police came for you because you killed someone, right? That opening line struck right at the secret Qin Siyang was keeping. Qin Siyang didn't answer. He thought that news of the murder near emergency exit No. 89757 yesterday couldn't have spread to such a remote place overnight. No need to say the manager must have guessed it. So Qin Siyang had no reason to admit it. The manager snickered. Even if you don't say it, I know. The last time you came you were browsing forums about sequence users, and this time you're doing it again. The manager had brought up exactly what Qin Siyang was puzzled about, so he followed up. Can you remember every customer? Of course not. I'm not a sequence user with a memory skill. Then why do you remember only me? Qin Siyang didn't know why he was so unlucky as to have been noticed by this greasy fat manager. Because with that shabby look of yours, anyone can tell you're a poor wretch from the edge of the safe zone. A guy like you actually spending money in an internet cafe naturally made me curious enough to take a second look. And since you happened to be wearing the same jacket both times, I remembered you. After you looked at the forum, you lingered for a long time over two sequences, the Undying and the Scent Tracer. Most sequence users in those two branches are investigators from the police station. Then the police suddenly showed up. You quickly deleted your browsing history and opened a text document on your desktop pretending to be reading an ebook. So I guessed right away that you'd killed someone and were checking whether the police station sequence users would find you out. The fat on the manager's face trembled with excitement, as if celebrating a brilliant discovery made through his keen observation. Qin Siyang remained uncommitted. He would not give any response to the manager's speculations about him, even if every one of them was correct. Never let your enemies see through your thoughts. Qin Siyang couldn't remember which movie from his past life that line came from, but it was exactly the strategy he needed now. He would not give this manager any more fragments of information about himself. Qin Siyang silently watched the manager, waiting for him to continue. The manager seemed a little surprised that Qin Siyang showed no reaction. But he wasn't flustered because he still held the initiative firmly in his hands. I asked you out for a simple reason. I won't tell anyone about your business, but you have to give me 1 silver coin as hush money. Qin Siyang gave a cold laugh and shot the manager a sharp glare. 1 silver coin. Are you insane? The manager was frightened by Qin Siyang's gaze. The murderous intent in that smile could never be faked. This kid of 18 or 19 had definitely killed someone. He swallowed hard and stiffened his neck. I'm not insane. 1 silver coin is the price to keep your life. It's worth it. Anyway, you're already a murderer. There's nothing you dare not do. As if he had found a source of confidence, the manager grew bolder. I don't care how you do it, steal, rob, kill. As long as you give me 1 silver coin, that's enough. Qin Siyang merely watched the manager's rambling with indifference, as if looking at a joke told by someone unrelated to him. The manager felt as if a tiger was staring at him, and his skin crawled. But then he smiled again. You can't scare me. We're all ordinary people living out our lives in this godforsaken place. Who's got an extra arm or leg compared to anyone else? It seemed this manager hadn't realized that Qin Siyang was a sequence user. That was one small piece of good news amid this disaster. Qin Siyang didn't let the manager lead him by the nose. He keenly noticed that the manager's breathing was growing heavier, which meant he was nervous. So Qin Siyang kept up the pressure and asked the question on his mind. Since you know I've killed someone, why aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The manager wiped the cold sweat from his face. I've already written an email reporting you, and I attached a close-up of you from the surveillance cameras. The email is set to be sent to the police station's mailbox at 3 in the morning tomorrow. Every day I reset the timer and push it back 1 day. If I die, you'll be exposed too. As if to make Qin Siyang believe him, the manager added, if you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Kill me now. The scheduled email was like a time bomb, forcing Qin Siyang to take it seriously. The manager's method had firmly bound Qin Siyang's hands and feet, preventing him from acting against the manager rashly. Before next week, you have to give me 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I'll tell the police station everything about you. The manager smiled smugly, revealing 2 rows of yellow, irregular teeth. Qin Siyang heard him out, made no reply, turned around, and left the alley. The manager watched his departing back, snorted coldly, and showed a contemptuous smile. So what if you've killed someone? You still have to hand over money obediently. Kid, I'm going to milk this secret for the rest of your life. Work hard. My money for a house and a car depends on you. Suddenly, the manager remembered that he still didn't know Qin Siyang's name. Oh, by the way, I'm Lu Daji. What's your name? Qin Siyang continued walking back in silence, still not answering. A dead man didn't need to know his name. After leaving the alley behind the internet cafe, Qin Siyang didn't go home. Leaving was only a cover. He hid on the other side of the cafe and listened carefully to the faint rustle of footsteps within the alley. Lu Daji was leaving. Qin Siyang concealed himself and quietly tailed him. Lu Daji remained alert to the possibility of being followed, but Qin Siyang never appeared in his sight. Using his sharp hearing, Qin Siyang kept track of Lu Daji's position, cautiously keeping pace, while staying far enough away to remain unseen. Only after Lu Daji opened his front door did Qin Siyang memorize the location of his house. Then he slipped away. On his way home, his mind was filled with Lu Daji's threat. Scheduled emails. That really is troublesome. He didn't know Lu Daji well enough to figure out how he'd set up the scheduled sends. Which email service was used? How many email accounts? At what time had the delayed send been adjusted? Qin Siyang knew none of these answers. Killing Lu Daji was easy. The truly difficult part was protecting his secrets from exposure after the kill. At the slightest misstep, all his prior painstaking efforts would be wasted. I will not allow such a glorious start to my reborn life to be destroyed by Lu Daji. He needed to formulate a plan as soon as possible to eliminate Lu Daji, that hidden danger. After returning home, Qin Siyang glanced at the calendar again. Blue Star Era, January 4th, 2010, a Western calendar Monday. Lunar calendar Ji Cho year, the 20th day of the 11th month, auspicious for planting and auspicious for weddings. He then gathered his things and headed out for school. His school bag had already been burned, and there was no spare, so he carried a cloth bag with a few lunchboxes. As for textbooks, he had already thrown them somewhere long ago. He didn't need that kind of thing. Since he wouldn't get into an academy anyway, merely putting on a show was meaningless. After going out, Qin Siyang made a detour past the internet cafe and deliberately avoided the security camera at the entrance. Through the cafe's glass door, he saw Lu Daji still sitting at the counter near the entrance. Lu Daji was staring fixedly at the computer screen, wearing a tense yet excited expression, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, fully immersed in some game. Absorbed in the game, Lu Daji didn't notice Qin Siyang passing by. Qin Siyang gave him a glance, turned, and headed straight for school. Today it seemed was not a good day to kill Lu Daji. The almanac didn't say today was suitable for burial, so it actually had its reasons. On school days, the main road at the edge of the safe zone was a little more crowded, unlike the empty weekends. Many students walked in groups. Qin Siyang walked alone, greeting no one. When he reached the school gate, he noticed several adults standing there surveying the school. Qin Siyang recognized them, the principal of Juin School, along with a few leading teachers beside him. He didn't know what had gotten into the principal today that he suddenly wanted to inspect at the school gate. Maybe it was just his nature to seek attention from time to time. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The students actively greeted the principal, and he gave them a smiling response. Qin Siyang didn't want to draw attention. Even though he had no particular liking for the principal, he kept a smile and offered his greeting. The principal smiled back at him. But while the king of hell is easy to appease, the minor demons are hard to handle. A teacher furrowed his brow and immediately shouted at Qin Siyang, "You stop!" At the shout, the students all turned around. Seeing the teacher pointing at Qin Siyang, they returned to their own affairs and continued toward the classroom. Being stopped by the teacher on gate duty was such a common occurrence that nobody thought it worth watching. After all, the worse the school, the more rules it had. The teacher walked up and said, "Why didn't you greet the principal in a loud voice when you saw him? Don't you know the principle of respecting teachers and honoring the way?" Huh. All because his greeting wasn't loud enough, he had to be interrogated. Qin Siyang's fingers twitched uncontrollably, as if he wanted to clench his fists. When one holds a weapon, murderous intent follows. After killing before, his mentality had changed. He very much wanted to throw a punch at this teacher to show him exactly how he understood respecting teachers and honoring the way. He attended school and ate for free, so he owed the United Government something, but he owed the teacher nothing. Yet Lu Daji's disgusting smiling face immediately surfaced in Qin Siyang's mind. Forget it, he could endure a little longer. If he hit the teacher now, he would have to reveal that he was a sequence ability user. Lu Daji might go straight to the police and spill everything from before. Trouble. Everything would have to wait until after Lu Daji was killed. Fortunately, in his past life, Qin Siyang was no stranger to holding back and swallowing his anger, so playing the coward was easy for him. He immediately arranged a remorseful smile. "Sorry, teacher. I didn't sleep well last night and had no strength to speak this morning. I'll say it one more time. Hello, principal. Hello, teacher." The principal smiled magnanimously. He didn't care at all about the volume of Qin Siyang's greeting. He said, "Make sure to rest properly in the future. No matter, go to class." "Thank you, principal." "Wait." The teacher called Qin Siyang to a halt again. "Why aren't you carrying a school bag? What is in that bag in your hand? Let me see." Eager to show off his sharp observational skills in front of the principal, the teacher snatched the bag from Qin Siyang and opened it to inspect the contents. "Why are there only lunchboxes? Where are your books? Don't you do homework on weekends? What use were books? Studying them over and over was a waste of time." Did he have no idea how many people actually got into the academies run by the United Government every year? The top students in each grade. Aren't they all familiar to the school leaders? Just focus on cultivating your model students. Why make things difficult for an ordinary student like me? Yet in the face of the teacher's harsh interrogation, Qin Siyang once again suppressed the urge to punch him into his next life. With every act of forbearance, his hatred for Lu Daji grew deeper. Just as Qin Siyang was about to speak, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Teacher Qin Siyang, and I went to a classmate's house for tutoring this weekend, and he left his books there. I told the classmate I would bring his books for him today." Qin Siyang turned around and discovered that the person helping him was actually Li Jingwen. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Siyang didn't know why Li Jingwen was saving him from trouble, but he went along and nodded. "That's right." The teacher looked at them suspiciously, but seeing no hint of romantic affection in Qin Siyang's eyes, he concluded there were no signs of puppy love and let them go. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher." Qin Siyang caught the teacher's scrutinizing look and sneered even more inwardly. This crappy school still policed puppy love. Who was it trying to impress? Most people went to work right after high school anyway. If they dated now and married after graduation, wouldn't they then throw themselves completely into their work? He also couldn't understand why Juin School, a place with such a low college admission rate, had so many boring rules. Li Jingwen quickened her steps to walk shoulder to shoulder with Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang, shouldn't you have something to say to me? Qin Siyang looked at Li Jingwen, whose smile was bright and clear, and said with little emotion, you think I should say thank you? I helped you. Isn't it only natural to say thank you? When I used to bring you breakfast and do your homework, you never once thanked me. You only said it was a test of our relationship. Just now consider it a test I gave you. Of course I wasn't testing whether you're suitable to date me, but whether you still have any conscience. Li Jingwen's smile stiffened for a moment, then she switched to a slightly coaxing tone. I treated you badly before. You've helped me, and I've helped you. Let's call it even, okay? Talking to me in such a cold way really breaks my heart. Even. Qin Siyang found it laughable. In his memories, he had often stayed up late to do Li Jingwen's homework. He had also often gone hungry just to bring her breakfast. A single insignificant act of saving him equaled all that. So his devotion was really that worthless in Li Jingwen's eyes. Fortunately, as a reborn man, he had cut his losses in time. Calling it even was fine too. Once all accounts were settled, he could completely cut ties with Li Jingwen and stop having to look at her every day feeling disgusted. Fine. We're even. Since we're even, let's start over. Qin Siyang, I'm going to be more proactive from now on. Could you? Can I keep bringing you breakfast and doing your homework? Li Jingwen heard Qin Siyang quickly answer, but she completely failed to catch his sarcastic tone. Thinking he had agreed, she smiled and nodded. Will you? I really love seeing you care about me. You're the source of all my energy every day. I've realized I can't live without you. Then she showed a smile she believed could charm Qin Siyang. That cheesy confession had been planned by Li Jingwen and her best friends over the weekend. According to their understanding of Qin Siyang, she would surely win him over. But Qin Siyang only said flatly, Li Jingwen, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you. Tell me. If I know the answer, I'll definitely tell you. Why are you so determined to deceive me of all people? Is there really no other male classmate willing to be your dog? Li Jingwen was caught off guard and momentarily speechless. You. What do you mean? If you want to chase Zhou Yang, put in your own effort. Stop trying to borrow strength from me, okay? You bring him breakfast, but you make me do it. You want to compare notes with him, but you have me do the work. Since everything has to be done by me, why don't I just marry him for you? Qin Siyang used utterly merciless words to expose Li Jingwen's intentions, startling her into a brief panic and a stunned expression. Li Jingwen, stop pestering me. Go find another dog to do your homework. If you come bothering me again. A scornful smile rose on Qin Siyang's face. You wouldn't want Zhou Yang to find out about this, would you? Qin Siyang, who no longer wished to have the slightest entanglement with Li Jingwen, had long lost his patience. Every extra word he exchanged with Li Jingwen made him feel as though he was sinking into degradation. Since plain words could not make that dull-witted zombie Li Jingwen realize his attitude, he might as well be straightforward and blast her with a howitzer. Now she should clearly understand that Qin Siyang was no longer the lapdog who would do her bidding. Watching Li Jingwen's expression shift and darken, Qin Siyang felt immensely relieved. This time his words had finally taken effect. He strode toward the classroom. As expected, Li Jingwen no longer clung to him. She walked slowly behind on her own. Qin Siyang glanced back at her. She didn't even dare meet his eyes, merely staring at the brick-paved path before her, lost in her own thoughts. Qin Siyang entered the classroom cheerfully, found his own private corner, plopped down, and began another day of staring into space. The entanglement between him and Li Jingwen had come to a full stop. In his mind, he wondered if he lied about his sequence ability, would anyone find out? Did the Sequence Awakener administration responsible for registering sequences possess the technology to detect one's sequence ability? He needed to plan carefully. Li Jingwen arrived at the classroom with a face as awful as an eggplant brushed with sauce. She glanced at the carefree Qin Siyang and grew even more irritated. Seeing this, her close friends immediately surrounded her, asking what was wrong. Jingwen, what's wrong? Yeah, you look like you're in a bad mood. Did you not sleep well last night? Li Jingwen was beautiful and somewhat resourceful and had always been the core figure of their little circle. Now that she was close to Zhou Yang and Zhou Yang's uncle had awakened a sequence ability, she had become the undisputed queen of the circle. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth and said resentfully, how could Qin Siyang know about me and Zhou Yang? Her friends were stunned. That blockhead Qin Siyang. How did he suddenly wise up? Hatred flashed in Li Jingwen's eyes. There's no way he could know about this. His attitude toward me changed 180 degrees all of a sudden. Someone must have told him. Could it be that one of you who can't stand seeing me do well secretly told Qin Siyang about this, eh? Li Jingwen swept her gaze across her friends, a vindictive look in her eyes. But the friends exchanged glances, each wearing an innocent expression. Jingwen, you know I've never said a single word to Qin Siyang. Jingwen, you know I'm so ugly and can't compare to you. I'll have to rely on your help in the future. How could I possibly undermine you? That's right, Jingwen. Maybe you're mistaken. We all support you. What good would it do us to tell Qin Siyang about your affairs? We can't even finish our homework now. Haven't we suffered enough? Hearing her friend's defenses, Li Jingwen nodded. She genuinely didn't think her clique had any motive to inform Qin Siyang about this. After all, they were also beneficiaries of her taming of Qin Siyang. There was no need for them to do something so harmful to others with no benefit to themselves. Homework was my bridge of communication with Zhou Yang, and breakfast was my way of showing my attitude toward him. Now Qin Siyang has ruined it all. One of Li Jingwen's friends said uneasily, "Jingwen, you know our homework skills. We always relied on you. We really can't help with that." "Yeah, and the breakfast you sent Zhou Yang is gone too. You know our family conditions. We can't help provide breakfast for Zhou Yang. Right, sometimes we can't even afford breakfast ourselves. We really can't squeeze out an extra portion for you. Why don't you think of another way?" Before, Li Jingwen even asked her friends hurriedly distanced themselves, telling her they couldn't provide any real help. As for her friends who only wanted to reap benefits from her without any intention of giving back, she had long stopped taking them seriously. Once she married Zhou Yang, she would cut ties with all of them. The only reason she hadn't shown her true face was that she still needed their advice. "Enough. I'll think of another excuse to get close to Zhou Yang." "That's great. Jingwen, don't let a promising man like Zhou Yang slip away." "Right, Jingwen. With your conditions, you'll surely end up with Zhou Yang." Li Jingwen had the best appearance among them and was the most adept at handling things. If she could latch onto Zhou Yang, they would also reap some benefits. "If you get together with Zhou Yang, maybe you can leave this crappy place at the edge of the safe zone and rise to the top in one step." Just after this girl spoke, another girl beside her tugged at her eyes full of disgust, as if scolding her for speaking without thinking. They were destined to live at the edge of the safe zone for the rest of their lives. If Li Jingwen, their powerful patron, left here and moved elsewhere, how could they ever seek her help again? Li Jingwen turned a blind eye to her friends' little schemes. Everyone had their own calculations, nobody was a fool. Li Jingwen would never let go of any chance to leave the edge of the safe zone. That was the lesson she had been taught since childhood. It would not be changed by a few words from her superficial friends. However, the question her friends raised was worth considering. With the breakfast and homework gone, what excuse could she use to approach Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang was not an orphan who had never seen the world like Qin Siyang. His family background was among the top in the school, and even the principal would greet him warmly. Li Jingwen, well-versed in male psychology, knew that she couldn't directly throw herself at someone like Zhou Yang. Doing so would only make Zhou Yang disgusted with her. But for the moment, she really couldn't think of a reliable way to solve the current problem. Li Jingwen gnashed her teeth. "It's all that damn Qin Siyang's fault. If I catch the bitch who snitched, I'll tear her mouth apart." Qin Siyang sat in the last row of the classroom, naturally no longer caring about Li Jingwen's matters. Right now, he only felt relaxed all over. But the relief didn't last long, because he thought of Lu Daji once again. Qin Siyang suddenly remembered that he was supposed to go to the library to organize the books. Since he had nothing to study anyway, he might as well go to the library. He arrived at the library. "Teacher Zhu, I'd like to continue working in the library managing the books. Is that possible?" The library was managed by a kind-looking retired female teacher who had been rehired by the school as the library administrator. It was called a library, but it actually only had 3 rows of bookshelves and a few small tables established merely to cope with inspections from the education department. There were no useful books inside, and few students came to borrow. Out of sympathy for Qin Siyang's circumstances, Teacher Zhu had offered him this low-paying job, hoping to improve his life to some extent. In Qin Siyang's memories, both from his past life and this one, Teacher Zhu was one of the few bright spots in his lonely campus life. "All right, as long as you're willing to do it, I'll keep this library book organizing job for you." Thank you, teacher. Go ahead and get busy. Come back after lunch, and a little tidying will be enough." Qin Siyang looked around the library. There were only 1 or 2 students and nothing much to organize, so he nodded and decided to leave. "Okay, I understand. See you at noon, teacher. Study hard, don't slack off. You might even get into an academy." "I'll work hard." After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, Qin Siyang returned to the classroom, planning to continue zoning out in class for the rest of the day. However, upon hearing the teacher's lecture, he realized this class was different from usual. Today's lesson had something new. It no longer covered outdated knowledge, but was about college application preferences for the college entrance examination. Qin Siyang was in his final year of high school with only 6 months until the college entrance examination. So the teachers had set aside an entire day to explain college application preferences. However, in Qin Siyang's class, no one had any hope of entering a higher institution. So in his view, such a lesson was still meaningless, a sheer waste of time. "Classmates, half a year from now, you will take the college entrance examination, and then you'll fill in your preferences, choosing among the academies established by the coalition government. The coalition government has set up only a small number of academies in our safe zone, 8 in total. The competition in the exam is extremely fierce. It's basically a single plank bridge for thousands of troops. Although most of you will likely fail to enter these 8 academies and will start your lives in various places across the safe zone after graduation, I think it's still necessary to take this opportunity to tell you about these academies. First, these 8 academies are for ordinary people like us. Sequence awakeners cannot apply to them." Hearing this, Qin Siyang was puzzled. He didn't know much about the admissions process. He had just learned that the academies were only open to ordinary people. Did that mean sequence awakeners couldn't continue their studies after high school? Then what would he do in the future? He had to get a clear answer. So he immediately raised his hand. Qin Siyang, what's your question? Teacher, if someone is a sequence awakener, must they go hunt gods after graduating from high school? The teacher glared at Qin Siyang with some disgust. I'm talking about college applications that are relevant to you. Why are you bringing up sequence awakeners which have nothing to do with you? Sit down. Since Qin Siyang was asking about something vitally important to him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He continued, but what if one of us awakens a sequence ability before the exam? Maybe one of us will be that lucky. What if? There is no what if. In this school so far no student had ever awakened a sequence ability. The teacher felt that explaining sequence awakeners would waste even more time than explaining college applications. Perhaps the top student in the class could still try the path of getting into higher education through the exam. But as for the path of becoming a sequence awakener, no one in the class had any hope of succeeding. Because some things were simply destined by fate. For 5 years, none of the school's thousands of ordinary students, nor their ordinary parents, had awakened a sequence ability. How could there possibly be an exception in his class? But the teacher's experience was not representative of the students' thoughts. As for the students, they still had some hopes for the future, and having received less harsh beatings from society, they were often arrogant and high-spirited. Thus Qin Siyang's words also gave his classmates ideas. The fact that it had never happened before didn't mean they themselves had no chance of being the lucky one. So they echoed Qin Siyang. Teacher, tell us. Yeah, teacher, we might actually awaken sequence abilities. That's right, didn't Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awaken a sequence ability? Can you compare yourselves to Director Zhou? The teacher looked furiously at the students who were letting their imaginations run wild. Zhou Yang's uncle was the education department director of the nearby region, not an ordinary person to begin with. It was only reasonable that he could awaken a sequence ability. After all, it was well known that among officials in coalition government departments the proportion of those who awakened sequence abilities was very high. But the students refused to let the matter drop, insisting that he tell them where sequence awakeners went after the exam. Helplessly he said, besides the 8 academies for ordinary people, the coalition government has also established over 100 universities for sequence awakeners. These universities can only be applied to by students who awaken their sequence abilities before the college entrance examination, and they only get one chance. As soon as he said this, the classroom erupted into chatter. Over 100. Did I hear that right? Sequence awakeners have over 100 schools, but ordinary people like us only have 8. That's so unfair. Quiet. Quiet. If you don't settle down, I'll stop talking. The teacher sternly restored order in the classroom, then shot another disgusted look at Qin Siyang, the instigator. Qin Siyang, however, completely ignored the teacher's warning and listened with great excitement. This was the first time he had learned about institutions of higher learning for sequence awakeners. He had thought the only fate for sequence awakeners after awakening was to go outside the safe zone and hunt gods. He never expected they could continue their studies. Indeed, this world already had an education system tailored to sequence awakeners. But why had he never seen any posts about sequence awakeners attending school on the Godslaying Camp forum? Qin Siyang temporarily suppressed his confusion and continued listening to the teacher. Sequence awakeners also undergo an assessment similar to the college entrance examination organized by the Sequence Awakener Administration. It tests their sequence and skills, and then produces a score. With this score, they can apply to the universities of their choice. If a university is willing to admit them, they can go and continue their studies there. Alright, it's useless for me to tell you too much. If any of you are curious, you can check the Sequence Education forum. There are many related posts. Hearing this, it suddenly dawned on Qin Siyang. So he had been looking at the wrong forum. No wonder it only explained matters about hunting gods. If he ever had the chance, he'd have to check out this forum. Sequence Education forum. He could try to look it up next time he went to the internet cafe. Oh no, he couldn't go to the internet cafe anymore. Lu Daji's detestable face surfaced in his mind once again. Qin Siyang was deeply preoccupied with Lu Daji, so preoccupied that he had imagined countless ways for Lu Daji to die. He could hardly wait to carry them out. Going to an internet cafe was no longer realistic. He needed to find a secure channel where he could browse information at ease. This too was a matter of the utmost urgency. After the teacher finished explaining the disturbance caused by Qin Siyang, she once again steered the conversation back to the introduction of the 8 academies and the application procedures. Qin Siyang, however, did not listen at all. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was now entirely occupied by the higher academies for sequence ability users. Was the examination for sequence ability users held in parallel with the Gaokao? That meant it would take place half a year later. The universities for sequence ability users accepted applications only from students who had awakened their sequence ability before the Gaokao, and there was only one chance to take the assessment. In other words, he had to publicly reveal his sequence ability and register at the Sequence Ability Administration within 6 months. Time was pressing. He then considered if he did not attend a sequence ability university, entered society after high school, and revealed his sequence ability when the chance came, what would happen? He absolutely could not team up with anyone. Otherwise, he would still have to conceal the fact that he devoured deities. That was too troublesome. But if he went alone to hunt deities outside the safe zone, could he even win? Most importantly, the fact that the unified government had been able to establish universities for sequenceability users meant there should already be a mature educational system and curriculum. It would be better to attend a sequenceability university and properly learn about all things related to sequenceability users. At the same time, he could explore outside the safe zone and battle deities to improve himself. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the woodcutting. Preparing on both fronts could never be wrong. After envisioning his future, Qin Siyang's mind returned to the present. A three-character name surfaced in his mind once again: Lu Daji. The name had repeatedly emerged in his thoughts ever since he opened his eyes in bed this morning. He could hardly wait to settle Lu Daji and then set his plan to publicly reveal his identity as a sequenceability user into motion. Lu Daji. It was time for him to die. After school, carrying the meal he had bought at the cafeteria, Qin Siyang went to the library once more. Hello, Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was tidying the bookshelves. Seeing Qin Siyang, she was somewhat surprised. Xiao Qin, why are you here again after school? Didn't we agree that coming at noon was enough? Don't delay your study time. In the past, Qin Siyang had to rush home after school because he had to do Li Jingwen's homework. And precisely because he had always done his homework earnestly and had to understand the lessons thoroughly, misfortune turned into fortune. He ranked around 100th in his grade. But a rank of around 100 had no practical meaning other than self-consolation. He knew Teacher Zhu would stay behind after school to organize the books by herself. Qin Siyang was unwilling to let the kind Teacher Zhu do all the work herself, so he came to the library again after school. It's fine. A short while won't make any difference to my studies. I've been studying in the classroom all day and I'm tired. Coming here to organize books with you helps me relax. But, besides, I'm originally a student on the library's work-study program. This is exactly what I should be doing. Teacher Zhu smiled. Such a good child. All right, come help organize them too. Qin Siyang put down the bag holding his lunchbox and busied himself in the library. Li Jingwen and the others meanwhile watched Qin Siyang's busy figure in the library from afar. Li Jingwen, are you really going to trail him? Let's see if he has anything he can be caught on. I can't let him keep holding this over me. After school, he always left directly before, but today, he went to the library. There must be something fishy. Maybe he's meeting the informant. When we find the informant, we're going to teach that person a lesson about how to speak. That will help you. Name: Xiaolai, race human, level LV9, attributes strength 15, agility 12, constitution 10, perception 8, spirit 6, talent eye of the gods, view the information of target persons and items. This was also a characteristic of the school library. Besides ordinary books, it also kept a collection of exercise volumes related to the Gaokao for students to borrow. But precisely because these workbooks could not be found in class, some students from impoverished yet academically excellent backgrounds came to the library every day. Otherwise, the school library would surely have been deserted. Qin Siyang reminded the hard-working girl classmate, the library is closing soon. Please leave. Oh. The girl lifted her head and glanced at Qin Siyang, then placed the exercise book back in its original spot obediently. When their eyes met, Qin Siyang's gaze froze for a brief moment. Her features were bright and delicate. She was undoubtedly head and shoulders above everyone else in the school. More importantly, there was a faint ripple in the way she looked at him. Sorry for disturbing your closing work. The girl bowed to Qin Siyang and Teacher Zhu, then left in a hurry with her school bag on her back. Qin Siyang had no deep impression of this girl and could not recall who she was for the moment. Teacher Zhu, however, let out a sigh. Wen Shu is a worry-free child, good at her studies and well-behaved. If only my granddaughter were that obedient in the future. Teacher Zhu's words told him the girl's identity. Qin Siyang nodded. So she was Wen Shu. That name was thunderous in his ears. She placed first in their grade in every examination, scoring far above the runner-up. She was this year's undisputed top seed at Juan School. Naturally, good students enjoyed certain privileges. The principal, the dean, and the teachers all looked after her. For example, other students would be scolded for not completing their assignments, but she never suffered any punishment for skipping them. Not only could she skip homework, but she could also go to the library to study during class without any teacher stopping her. In terms of Gaokao test-taking ability, students like her had already surpassed all the subject teachers. With her good looks and excellent grades, she was universally acknowledged as the school belle. Many boys pursued her, yet every one of them was politely turned away. In this life, Wen Shu, like Qin Siyang, had a very poor family situation and lived with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Siyang remembered Wen Shu's family circumstances had seemed fairly decent. He heard that she was admitted to Qingbei University in the end, and then all news of her faded away. After all, after the Gaokao, the two of them belonged to different worlds, and he had no interest in inquiring about her anyway. Later at a class reunion, he did hear some female classmates mention that she had died of illness at a young age. But that brief eye contact, just now. Why did it feel as though she had taken a fancy to him? Strange. When he came back to his senses, he saw Teacher Zhu walking past with a stack of heavy books. He immediately said, Teacher Zhu, put that down. That stack looks heavy at a glance. Let me take care of it. It's fine, no need. I can manage. Seeing this, Qin Siyang set down the books in his hands and went over to take the stack from Teacher Zhu. Let me do it. I'm young and full of strength. You're older now, I'll rest whenever you can. Teacher Zhu smiled. All right, good child, thank you. You've been keeping this position for me. I'm the one who should thank you. After his rebirth, this was the first time Qin Siyang had been so warm to anyone. But in his heart, he felt Teacher Zhu deserved it. After everything was tidied up, Teacher Zhu locked the door. Teacher, see you tomorrow. I'm all right. After leaving the library and bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, Qin Siyang felt the urge to urinate. Instead of leaving school, he took a detour to the restroom behind the library. The restroom beside the library was rarely used, and thus not cleaned very often. It might have been several days since anyone had cleaned it. The moment Qin Siyang entered, a pungent odor struck his nose. He just wanted to finish quickly and leave. While he was freely relieving himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a slap from next door. Tell me, was it you bitch who told Qin Siyang about me and Zhou Yang? Who are you? Do I even know you? Stop pretending. Qin Siyang only talked to you and Zhu Li at school today. If it wasn't you, then was it that old hag Zhu Li? Jingwen, don't believe her. Girls like Wenshu, who are both good at studying and attractive, are all viper-hearted. Exactly. Depending on their favor, they string people along. Who knows how many men's beds they've been in? Wenshu merely said indifferently, you people are very strange. You bitch don't think that being a little good at studying and having some looks means you can seduce Zhou Yang. I'm telling you, impossible. Hearing this melodrama, Qin Siyang even urinated on his hand. To run into this kind of drama even after being reborn, that was beyond ridiculous. He naturally recognized that frantic shrew as the usually sweet and charming Li Jingwen. He really was stuck with Li Jingwen clinging to his ass like a dogskin plaster. When Shu had also been innocently implicated because of him by both reason and duty, he had to step forward. Qin Siyang washed his hands and walked over to the women's restroom. Li Jingwen, you're making such a scene that I can't even pee in peace. Do you have to force me to tell Zhou Yang everything before you're satisfied? Seeing Qin Siyang, Li Jingwen and her friends who had just been so rude and unreasonable all froze. On Wenshu's originally delicate face, two bright red palm prints had already appeared. Qin Siyang was puzzled for a moment. Wenshu had been slapped, yet she merely said blandly that they were strange. A sentence suddenly surfaced in his mind. This woman definitely has something going on. Li Jingwen froze for a while, then calmed down and said to Qin Siyang, I didn't come after you. Why are you poking your nose into so much? Are you kidding me? Qin Siyang looked at Li Jingwen as if she were an imbecile. In the past, I did your homework every day and delivered your breakfast acting like a dog just to please and follow you. Where do you get the nerve to cause me trouble? Li Jingwen grew angry as well. Putting all that aside, are you telling me you're faultless? Faultless, my ass. You bunch are ugly in appearance and fond of making trouble. Stop blaming others for your own problems. One of the girls who looked even heavier on the scale than Qin Siyang said, Qin Siyang, don't push people around just because you're in the right. Qin Siyang couldn't be bothered with her. He stepped forward and pulled Wenshu out. Push people around. If I were pushing people around, I'd have told Zhou Yang about Li Jingwen already. Zhou Yang's uncle has already awakened his sequence ability, and his family is about to rise meteorically. If you get me angry, your dream of marrying him will be utterly shattered. Those words seized Li Jingwen's lifeline, and her face instantly turned grim. What do you want? Don't provoke Wenshu. And don't come trying to discuss me either. That's all I demand. After graduation, be your rich wife, and I'll be my vagrant. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. Qin Siyang, you are truly heartless. Qin Siyang shook his head. Heartless? I truly have no idea how you managed to pull those two words out of your shitty brain to describe me. If insulting me makes you happy, then say whatever you like. After all, you're just a pitiful dog. I have nothing more to say to you. Let's go. Hold it. Li Jingwen and her companions were blocked by Qin Siyang at the entrance of the women's restroom. Qin Siyang, what else do you want? Qin Siyang looked at Wenshu, whose small face beside him was red and swollen. They hit you. Wenshu looked at him with no gratitude in her eyes. Yes. Smack. Smack. As soon as Wenshu's words fell, Qin Siyang lashed two slaps across Li Jingwen's face. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wenshu stared at Qin Siyang in astonishment, as if she couldn't comprehend the actions of this unfamiliar male classmate. Qin Siyang. Li Jingwen covered her face, glaring at him indignantly. Stop your dog barking. Between you and me, we are even now. As for what you did to Wenshu, this balances the account. Understand? A vicious gleam appeared in Li Jingwen's eyes. Qin Siyang, you will regret this. Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. In his memory, Li Jingwen's maternal uncle was something of a loose thug. He wasn't afraid of any street scum, but Wenshu could very well end up getting hurt. He couldn't just keep watching over Wenshu and Li Jingwen all day long, could he? He was a heaven-defying sequence awakener. How did he have time for this? Just then he suddenly thought of a brilliant way to resolve the problem. Li Jingwen, I remember you wrote Zhou Yang's name in the corner of your homework notebook, followed by a string of numbers. That should be Zhou Yang's Qiuqiu ID, right? Even though you don't have a computer at home, you still chat with Zhou Yang on Qiuqiu while you're at the internet cafe, right? Qiuqiu was a piece of software. Basically, students from families with slightly better means would apply for an account to keep in touch with classmates. Of course, Qin Siyang didn't own such a mildly luxurious account. Li Jingwen was stunned. What are you trying to do? I'll go to an internet cafe, write everything about you and me into an email, and schedule it to be sent to Zhou Yang's Qiuqiu mailbox next Monday. If anything happens to me, or Wenshu, then just wait for your relationship with Zhou Yang to be ruined. Li Jingwen had in fact intended to have her uncle give Qin Siyang and Wenshu a proper lesson. She was so furious she nearly stamped her feet. Qin Siyang, I've never seen anyone as malicious as you. Well, now you have. Qin Siyang let out a cold scoff, pulled Wenshu along, and turned away, feeling greatly pleased inside. He didn't know if this was the 100th time today that he had thought of Lu Daji, but it was the first time he felt Lu Daji had brought him any positive value. Qin Siyang and Wenshu walked side by side out of the campus. At an intersection, the two were about to head in different directions. Qin Siyang kept watching behind them, confirming that Li Jingwen and the others were not following them, then said, "Don't worry, they didn't follow us. I'm really sorry for involving you in today's incident." Wenshu glanced at Qin Siyang with a complicated expression. In the end, she still said softly, "Thank you." Her cheeks were already red and swollen from the slaps, making her speech somewhat slurred, which deepened Qin Siyang's guilt. Qin Siyang waved his hand, "Don't mention thanks. You got hit because of my affairs. Honestly, it's also my fault. Seeing you in such a miserable state, I feel bad too. No, getting hit was Li Jingwen's problem, not much to do with you. You rescued me and solved the troubles that followed. I should be grateful." Qin Siyang looked at Wenshu's not-so-tame eyes and shrugged. "But what your eyes express is different from what you say. From your eyes I see disgust towards me. Your feeling is right. Although rationally, I know you're not wrong. Emotionally, I can't help but feel distant from you. I hope you can understand." Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. "Even though I slapped Li Jingwen twice for you, and also removed the trouble she might bring in the future." Wenshu gently nodded. "Even if you slapped Li Jingwen twice for me, and removed the trouble she would bring later." After saying that, Wenshu turned and left. Qin Siyang felt somewhat annoyed. Li Jingwen's stupidity and viciousness were beyond his imagination. Even when deceived in his past life, he only thought Li Jingwen was a gold digger playing two boats. Now it seemed Li Jingwen was rotten at the root and basically incurable. However, involving Wenshu made Qin Siyang feel somewhat unwilling to bear. This was truly an unprovoked disaster. If it were himself, he would probably have already killed someone. Qin Siyang sighed, picked up his lunchbox filled with food, and went home. Today's meal was still thousand-foot mushrooms, one of Qin Siyang's favorite cafeteria dishes. Aunt Zhang, who served food in the cafeteria, seemed to know his preference, and specially gave him 2 extra scoops. He also expressed his gratitude to Aunt Zhang. He moved a chair and sat by the window eating while enjoying the various deities wandering outside. He looked as content as a cat eating cat food while admiring the delicious fish in an aquarium. After finishing the meal, he washed the lunchbox, took a cold shower, and went to bed. Qin Siyang had completely come to terms with things. What was the point of wasting time at home in the evening? Since there was nothing to do after going home, he might as well sleep early and get up early to keep a good body. After a sleep, Qin Siyang had fewer worries. Before going out, he glanced at today's calendar. Blue Star Era, January 5th, 2010, Western Calendar, Tuesday. Lunar Calendar, Jicho Year, 22nd day of the 11th month, suitable for sacrifices. When he woke up the next day, Qin Siyang, as usual, carried a bag and a lunchbox. But considering he was pestered by that meddlesome teacher yesterday, he found 2 books and stuffed them in. However, the books for this semester had been lost, so he took last year's textbooks. It was all just going through the motions, no big deal. Leaving home, he once again detoured to the internet cafe entrance. This time he found the person at the counter was not Lu Daji, but a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Qin Siyang smiled slightly. Opportunity had come. He put on his hoodie, avoided the camera at the cafe entrance, and waved to the bearded middle-aged man at the counter, signaling him to come out. The middle-aged man pointed at himself curiously. "Me?" Qin Siyang nodded yes. The man was puzzled but still came out. After all, Qin Siyang looked young, like a student, so there shouldn't be anything bad. When the man came out, Qin Siyang led him to the alley behind the internet cafe. The garbage in the alley was still piled there, and the smell of kitchen waste was even stronger. Even Qin Siyang, who detested the cafeteria, had to admit that compared to this place, the cafeteria was heaven. The internet cafe owner also came over, covering his nose, looking around with disgust, seemingly unaware that the garbage had been dumped behind the cafe. He muttered, "That lazy and sneaky Lu Daji. I told him to throw the garbage at the dump, but he threw it here. I'm definitely going to deal with him." Qin Siyang heard it, but did not respond. When they reached the place where he had talked with Lu Daji that night, Qin Siyang asked, "Are you the owner of the internet cafe?" "I am. Among the 2 people the police took away from your cafe that day, one was my friend." The cafe owner frowned upon hearing this. "Your friend was taken away, so why are you looking for me?" "You know what the 2 people the police took away were doing, right?" The owner was not an easy man either. Hearing Qin Siyang's words and seeing his youthful face, he immediately became wary. "What are you trying to say?" "Trying to trick me." "Trick you?" Qin Siyang smiled lightly. "No need. My friend sent me a message before being taken away saying he left something here. I want to check the surveillance footage from that day." The cafe owner sneered. "Are you kidding me, you brat? You think you can just view the surveillance whenever you want? The thing he left for me is worth 20 silver coins. If we find it, I'll give you 1. Give me 1 silver coin. Look at what you're wearing. Everything on you isn't worth a few copper coins. Don't brag here." Before the cafe owner could finish, Qin Siyang took out a silver coin. The silver coin, emitting a faint white glow under the starlight, immediately captured the cafe owner's attention. You? Qin Siyang flicked the silver coin in his hand, producing a crisp metallic ring unique to silver coins, then caught it again. Does my proposal work? Qin Siyang had been carrying this silver coin which he had taken from the three thugs all along. Copper coins were too many. If carried on him, they would jingle and attract attention. But he only had one silver coin, and putting it in his pocket wouldn't be discovered. Moreover, a silver coin was valuable and could do many things. But because of his identity, he simply couldn't spend the silver coin. He couldn't go register at the Sequence Ability User Administration now, nor could he access deeper transactions, and he knew nothing about the black market. This silver coin had become utterly useless. But Qin Siyang was clearly aware that as he grew stronger and became a registered Sequence Ability User, the value of this coin would keep decreasing because he would no longer be short of money. With the talent of the God Devourer, thousands of gold coins spent would return again. Therefore, to maximize the benefit of this silver coin, Qin Siyang chose to use it as early as possible. For example, use it to buy a coffin for Lu Daji. The owner swallowed hard. You. What exactly do you do? Qin Siyang smiled. You don't know? That's for the best. If you don't know, there will be fewer troubles. Now back to the previous question. Can you handle this silver coin? The cafe owner's eyes flickered, then he gritted his teeth and said, follow me. Saying this, he led Qin Siyang into a dark small warehouse next to the cafe. Qin Siyang frowned. He hadn't known that this small room next to the cafe, which was never opened, also belonged to the cafe owner. The warehouse was full of miscellaneous items, including many scrap machines covered in dust. Only a table in the middle, and its surroundings were very clean. On the table were 3 monitors, each showing 4 surveillance feed windows. All the surveillance is here. You can look. But let me make it clear, if I let you view the surveillance, whether you find it or not, you have to give me 1 silver coin. The cafe owner seemed worried that Qin Siyang might go back on his word, so he said this as soon as they entered the room. Wait a moment, Qin Siyang interrupted. What now? Does the surveillance footage have to be viewed here? Can't the counter computer view it? I think it's brighter there and easier to see. The cafe owner said the counter computer is just for managing customer check-in check-out and monitoring the computers. It can't view surveillance. Qin Siyang hesitated for a moment, nodded, and went over to check the surveillance. When he found the footage for January 3rd, he discovered it only had the evening, not the morning or afternoon. He immediately frowned. Why is there no morning footage for January 3rd? The cafe owner curled his lips. Electricity is so expensive, of course the cameras can't be on all the time. I usually turn them on once every few days. Only when I know joint government personnel are coming to inspect do I turn them on in advance and record 24 hours. Qin Siyang clenched his fist and stared coldly at the cafe owner. Are you messing with me? Without footage of the police coming that morning, how am I supposed to find anything? The cafe owner chuckled and picked up a sledgehammer from the side. We agreed earlier that even if you don't find it, you still have to give me a silver coin. Or else. Qin Siyang raised his foot and stepped on a scrapped monitor beside him, slowly crushing the big shell CRT monitor into a metal disc before the cafe owner's eyes. He kicked the metal disc away, immediately smashing 3 or 4 more monitors. Or else what? The cafe owner panicked at once. You're a Sequence Ability User. Qin Siyang gave the cafe owner a contemptuous look. Who do you think would do a 20 silver coin business in this shabby internet cafe at the edge of the safety zone? Don't you have any guess about my identity? Or do you think I couldn't possibly be involved in a 20 silver coin business? The cafe owner was utterly stunned, his body trembling with fear, and the sledgehammer fell from his hand. Qin Siyang always spoke ambiguously, revealing nothing clearly, giving the cafe owner unlimited room for imagination. In an instant, the cafe owner conjured up an image of a Sequence Ability User organization specializing in the black market. And Qin Siyang was one of its collection stewards. Spare me. Spare me. I don't know anything. I didn't mean to hinder your business. Qin Siyang could tell that the cafe owner thought he was an outlaw engaged in underground business, so he went with the flow and directly played the role the cafe owner had in mind. Of course I know you don't know anything. If you knew something and dared to hide it from me, you'd be a corpse by now. Yes. Thank you for understanding. The cafe owner, hearing Qin Siyang let him off the hook, quickly climbed up the pole. However, you're in luck today. I'm an easygoing person. With that, Qin Siyang tossed the silver coin to the cafe owner. The cafe owner looked at the coin in his hand, feeling it was extremely hot to the touch, and hurriedly refused. No, I can't accept this. You didn't find the footage, so I can't accept it for nothing. In the future, I might still come to your place to look for things. I don't want to make a big deal. This silver coin is your hush money. Is this appropriate? If I give it to you, just take it. Qin Siyang walked up to the cafe owner again and patted his shoulder twice. I only have one concern. You won't tell the police about what happened between us, will you? If you betray me the next time our people come, what they'll give you won't be silver coins, understand? No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You probably know that to run an internet cafe in this shabby place I have some connections. As long as there's no evidence, the police station definitely can't do anything to me. Then the cafe owner chuckled, showing a fawning expression. Besides, if I betrayed you, I'd have to hand over this silver coin too, right? With so much money, why would I go looking for trouble? You can come whenever you want. If I find something, I can wait for you to pick it up. Okay, but I might come to use a computer here in the future. I hope you can keep it secret for me. The cafe owner said, you can come straight to the warehouse. Use the warehouse computer. This surveillance computer is the newest model. Moreover, its network login port is encrypted. Even the police can't trace it. After saying that, he took a key off his belt keyring and handed it to Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang took the key, nodded in satisfaction, and then suddenly thought of something. This computer doesn't have monitoring software, does it? No, only I can enter this warehouse, and I use the computer myself. Why would I monitor myself? Good, I understand. Thanks. You're too kind. If you need anything, just tell me. My name is Wang Defa, just call me Alpha. Alright Alpha, I'll remember that. I'll report your matter up. You can rest assured that as long as I'm fine, you won't have any trouble. This was a reassurance, and also a stern warning. It made Wang Defa dare not play tricks behind his back. Don't worry. I'll keep my mouth shut. By the way, I remember when I came to your cafe last time, the person at the counter wasn't you, was it? Oh, you mean Lu Daji. He rests at home on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Qin Siyang nodded. Then I'll come to you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I still have things to do, I'll go now. Okay. Go ahead. After seeing Qin Siyang off, Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, then at the flattened monitor, and let out a long sigh of relief. He then saw the sledgehammer beside him, and kicked it away in annoyance. An ordinary man like him daring to act against a sequence ability user. He really must have been tired of living. Fortunately, this sequence ability user had a good temper, otherwise he would probably have already gone to meet his ancestors. Having survived the ordeal, only he remained alone in the empty warehouse. Wang Defa thought carefully. Qin Siyang's arrival and departure seemed to have no negative impact on him, and he had even earned a silver coin for nothing. Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, put it in his mouth, and bit it with his teeth. It's indeed a silver coin. But is this silver coin a blessing or a curse? After agonizing for a long time, Wang Defa gradually came to terms with it, and his gaze turned determined. People don't get rich without windfalls. If I were afraid of this and that I wouldn't have grown this old, this immense wealth is meant to fall on me. Meanwhile, after leaving the internet cafe, Qin Siyang smiled slightly and set off toward Lu Daji's home. He was in an excellent mood. No wonder today's calendar says suitable for sacrifices. Only Wang Defa had the warehouse key. Only Wang Defa could access the surveillance computer. And when the police arrived that day, the surveillance camera had not been switched on. By the time Qin Siyang realized the surveillance footage for the morning of January 3rd was missing, he was already 99% certain he could take down Lu Daji. Yet he still confirmed with Wang Defa repeatedly, ensuring there were no loose ends. He couldn't afford any oversight that might cause him to misjudge the cards Lu Daji held, thereby exposing himself and inviting trouble. In the end, all the evidence told Qin Siyang one thing. Lu Daji was bluffing. The so-called surveillance screenshots simply did not exist. Lu Daji could probably never have dreamed that Qin Siyang would find a flaw in his scheme through Wang Defa's own mouth. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Siyang was nothing more than a desperate low-level thug. Gazing up at the star-filled sky and the gods, Qin Siyang walked down the dimly lit street, his heart light and joyful. Finally, he could confidently pronounce Lu Daji's death sentence. Though only 2 days had passed since Lu Daji had begun threatening him, each day had felt like a year to Qin Siyang, and he could no longer wait. He sprinted at full speed, determined to reach Lu Daji's home as quickly as possible. He walked quietly to the entrance of Lu Daji's residence, a shabby 2-story wooden building with 4 or 5 households on each floor. Lu Daji's dwelling was the 4th door on the left side of the 2nd floor. When Qin Siyang arrived, he saw a pile of garbage stacked outside Lu Daji's door. The stinking refuse had attracted a swarm of flies. Oddly, every fly had 3 or 4 eyes, as if mutated after the apocalypse. The scene before the door instantly reminded Qin Siyang of Lu Daji's slovenly appearance. He walked up to the door and pounded on it with his sleeve-covered fist. Thump, thump, thump. Who's there? It's barely dawn. Why are you knocking so early? Qin Siyang lowered his voice, imitating a man in his 30s. Your neighbor. The garbage outside your door stinks to high heaven. Move it right now. From inside came Lu Daji's impatient voice. Are you nuts? What's it to you? The trash isn't blocking the hallway. Mind your own business. Seeing that Lu Daji wouldn't open the door, Qin Siyang shouted directly, damn it, open the door. If you don't throw out that garbage, I'll burn your house down. Burn it. I live on the same floor as you idiot. If my house burns, yours goes up in flames too. I don't believe your house can sprout legs and run away. Lu Daji's shameless, unyielding attitude gave Qin Siyang a headache. Of course, he could simply break in using his strength as a sequence ability user. But that would leave traces telling the police that a sequence ability user had committed the crime. If so, every ability user in the surrounding area would inevitably come under close scrutiny. Such a situation would not bode well for his future plan to publicly reveal his identity as a sequence ability user. It might draw the attention of the police department. Therefore, he had to stage a robbery-turned-murder scene. If you don't open the door, I'll block your doorway and wait you out. I'll see how long you can hold your breath in there. I know you have to go to work eventually. And when you do, I'll complain to your boss about you. In this impoverished area, finding a job was no easy feat. Even a lowly internet cafe attendant provided a decent enough income. Lu Daji might not care about other things, but he definitely cared about this job. Not just for the salary. More importantly, if he could no longer be the internet cafe's attendant, where else would he find Qin Siyang to squeeze money from? The only place the two could ever meet from start to finish was the internet cafe. As expected, Qin Siyang had pinpointed Lu Daji's lifeline. Lu Daji's aggressive aura inside the room immediately weakened. Fine, I'm scared of you, alright. I'll throw out the garbage in a bit. I'm giving you face and you still say in a bit. Now? Right this second. Oh, hold on. Let me put on my clothes. I'll come out and throw it now. After the rustling of clothes, Lu Daji came to the door and unlocked it. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost consciousness. Qin Siyang, controlling his strength, delivered a swift uppercut to Lu Daji's chin the moment the door opened, knocking him out. He then immediately slipped into the room and caught Lu Daji, preventing the sound of his bulky body hitting the floor from alerting the neighbors. After closing the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room in one smooth, fluid motion. After binding Lu Daji securely, Qin Siyang stuffed his mouth with Lu Daji's own filthy socks, then began ransacking the house. Lu Daji didn't have much property, only a few hundred copper coins in total. Qin Siyang pocketed the money, creating the illusion of a burglary. After a while, a muffled sound came from behind him. He turned to see Lu Daji awake, staring at him in terror. Qin Siyang noticed that Lu Daji's chin seemed slightly twisted and shook his head. He hadn't controlled his strength well enough after all. He had broken Lu Daji's jaw in one hit. That was not ideal. Spotting a baseball bat in the room, he picked it up, walked over to Lu Daji, and aimed it at his chin. Lu Daji shook his head, desperately begging for mercy, then his eyes turned vicious, as if threatening Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang said casually, "I had a chat with Wang Defa today. Guess what?" Lu Daji froze, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Looking at Qin Siyang's smile, he felt as if he were staring at the king of hell himself. Lu Daji shook his head frantically, face wild with panic. Even with the filthy sock stuffed in his mouth, Qin Siyang could guess what he wanted to say. It was nothing more than, "I was wrong, I won't dare again, spare me," and other such worthless pleas. Qin Siyang glanced around Lu Daji's room, filled with comic books and novels. He shook his head with a sigh. "Look at your place. You don't even have a computer, yet you still dared to bluff like that." With that, Qin Siyang stopped paying Lu Daji any heed. Restraining his strength, he swung the baseball bat and slammed it once more into Lu Daji's chin. This time, Lu Daji's chin twisted even further, his jawbone shattering into several pieces. Now it shouldn't be discernible. Lu Daji was nearly faint from pain, tears welling up in his beady triangular eyes. Qin Siyang walked to the kitchen and took out a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. Greed demands the willingness to pay a price. I'm here to collect that price. To avoid blood splattering onto himself, Qin Siyang used a method he had contemplated for a long time. He picked up several books, wedged the knife between them, and stood it upright on the floor. Then, gauging the distance, he pulled Lu Daji to his feet. Lu Daji was still begging for mercy. Qin Siyang braced Lu Daji's feet and shoved his back. The tremendous force sent Lu Daji toppling forward, and his heart was pierced precisely by the upright knife blade. Qin Siyang propped Lu Daji up again, doused his entire body with cooking oil, and set the room ablaze with a single flame. Only after watching Lu Daji's corpse be swallowed by the fire, and after piling the blood-stained books that had held the knife along with all the other books in the room onto the body to burn, did he finally let out a breath of relief. When the room was fully engulfed in flames, Qin Siyang left the building, went downstairs, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fire! Run for your lives!" Hearing his shouts, people immediately came out to check and saw that Lu Daji's home was already wrapped in flames. "Fire! It's really a fire! Quick, put it out! Put it out my ass! How do you put out a wooden house? Grab your valuables and run." Hiding in the shadows, he waited until everyone had evacuated the building before leaving with peace of mind. He murmured to himself, "To evade the scent tracker, I had to set a fire. I couldn't help it if innocent people were affected. The most I could do was ensure none of them perished here." To avoid leaving too much of his scent in the area, he grabbed the bag of food and, using his brute force ability, sprinted at full speed toward the school. He deliberately took narrow alleys, avoiding the eyes of passersby. While running, he spotted a sewage ditch and tossed all the copper coins he had taken from Lu Daji's home into it. Only after seeing the coins swallowed by the filthy water did he leave with ease. When he was nearing the school, he returned to the main road and casually strolled into campus, acting as if nothing had happened. Thanks to his extremely strong physique and the triple agility boost of brute force, it took him only 5 or 6 minutes to flee from Lu Daji's home to the vicinity of the school. Moreover, Qin Siyang's expression remained unchanged, not even a bead of sweat on his forehead. From leaving his own house to arriving at school, only 20 minutes had passed in total. Nicely timed. Qin Siyang smiled faintly. 20 minutes, though a bit slower than his usual commute to school, was still perfectly acceptable. A nearly perfect alibi. He hoped the police would quickly classify this case as a robbery turned homicide. In a few days, once the heat died down, he would go to the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau to register himself. This feeling of having someone's hand around my throat is worse than suffocation. From now on I must be more careful and never let anyone hold leverage over me again. Upon arriving at school, he maintained a calm expression. No one could have imagined that just over 10 minutes ago he had killed a man. Instead of going to the classroom, Qin Siyang proceeded to the library. Teacher Zhu was already there sitting and sipping hot water. "What, Qin, why are you here so early again?" "I just came to help. Please sit. Some students might come to borrow exercise books this morning, and I can handle the registration." "That's not necessary. Your most important task right now is studying. I don't need your help. Go to morning self-study at once." Qin Siyang grinned. "Teacher Zhu, you know my grades. What difference would studying make? Rather than wasting time in the classroom, I'd be better off helping you clean the library here. Don't you think? You kid." All the matters Qin Siyang needed to settle had been settled. All that remained was to wait for events to unfold. In the classroom, the previous day's discussion about entrance examinations for sequence ability users had yielded no further useful information. Sitting in class and staring blankly wouldn't bring any sudden flashes of insight. It was better to help teacher Zhu share the burden of her work. Qin Siyang set down the bag containing his lunchbox and took up the position at the book lending desk waiting for students who needed to borrow exercise books. "Hello, I'd like to borrow." Qin Siyang heard a muffled female voice and looked up. It was Wen Shu. But her face looked even more swollen than yesterday. Qin Siyang frowned. Could Li Jingwen have dared to lay hands on her again? Did she really not want to be with Zhou Yang anymore? But on closer look he noticed Wen Shu's face was swollen from old bruising, not new injuries. Wen Shu was also surprised to see Qin Siyang. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. As Qin Siyang registered the exercise books she was borrowing, he asked nonchalantly, "Is your grandmother very worried?" Hearing this, Wen Shu looked up at him. Qin Siyang couldn't tell what her expression meant. Was it as if she were looking at some kind of weirdo? Wen Shu shook her head. "She doesn't know. Doesn't know." Wen Shu didn't answer again, simply picked up her books and left. After she was gone, teacher Zhu said, "Her grandmother is very old. I heard she went blind 2 years ago and can't see anything, so Wen Shu takes care of her. That's probably why she doesn't know about Wen Shu's swollen face. Alas, I wonder who hit her so hard. Even to beat such a good obedient student as Wen Shu. This school just keeps getting worse year after year." Teacher Zhu then vented to Qin Siyang for a while about the school's declining moral atmosphere, looking rather moved and emotional. She had been teaching at this school even before the apocalypse, devoting the greater part of her life to Juan School. Her feelings for the school ran extremely deep. Thus, seeing the students become increasingly self-destructive weighed heavily on her heart. Qin Siyang comforted her for a while, then reflected on what she had said about Wen Shu's family situation and sighed. He himself lived a hard life, yet he still didn't wish misfortune on others. Then, thinking of the people he had just made homeless by burning down their building, a wave of guilt suddenly flooded his heart. But there was no other way. In the end, everyone has to live for themselves. Because the old wooden building had long since decayed, no sooner had Qin Siyang stepped out than the entire structure went up in flames. The fierce fire was utterly impossible to extinguish. By the time the fire department arrived, they could only watch helplessly as the blaze consumed everything. In half an hour, the wooden building, with its 3 or 4 decades of history, a witness to the world before and after the apocalypse, was reduced to ashes. The firefighters sifted through the ashes and eventually found a charred corpse with a knife blackened by the heat still thrust into it. They immediately contacted the police. After receiving the report, the police immediately sent officers to the scene. The team was still led by Inspector Olive. Olive kicked a blackened upright beam, it cracked apart and shattered into pieces. Looking over the area, he shook his head. This kind of fire seems to have become common lately. Rolina said yes. As more people learn about my sequence, the scent sniffer, they all know that only fire can completely erase the scent they leave behind. So when criminals commit crimes, they particularly like to use fire. Criminals. This fire wasn't an accident. You've already taken people to survey the scene. Yes, Inspector Olive. Among the ashes is a charred corpse with a knife in the chest, hands still bound behind the back. It looks like the victim was murdered. Take me to see it. All right. The two were both sequence ability users, their physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. They kicked aside charred boards along the way and arrived before Lu Daji's disfigured corpse. Olive crouched down, took out a cigar, clipped the end with small scissors, and lit it from a still-burning piece of wood nearby. He took a puff of the cigar, then carefully examined the corpse. On the surface, it does look like the victim was bound and then stabbed straight through the chest. Give me a pair of gloves. An officer beside him handed Olive a pair of white gloves. Cigar clamped between his teeth, he put on the gloves and began to examine Lu Daji's body. This person's jaw is broken. It seems to be the result of a heavy impact. Any clues? The officer beside him shook his head. No. The fire destroyed too much evidence. Judging from the deformation of his bones, it looks like the result of a baseball bat. This area is poor. Baseball bats are rare here. Even if there was one, it would probably be wooden. So we have no way to find the murder weapon. Olive nodded, thinking the officer's analysis made sense. Do any of the neighbors know anything? Yes. The victim is Lu Daji, an internet cafe attendant at a nearby shop. The estimated time of the crime is between 7:20 and 7:05. Before the fire, his neighbors heard someone knocking on his door and telling him to take out the trash by the entrance. There seemed to be some kind of argument. Based on the timeline, the person who entered the room to kill Lu Daji and rob his place should be that same person. Did anyone know what that person looked like? The officer shook his head. No one saw it. It was too early and many people hadn't woken up yet. Those who heard Lu Daji arguing with someone were people getting up early for work. Olive did not respond immediately. He lowered his gaze in thought, then asked, was Lu Daji the wealthiest one in the building? No. 2 female workers from a cosmetics factory lived in the building and both earned more than Lu Daji. They both had phones. They were the ones who called the fire department and got the fire trucks here. Are they married? One is married, the other lives alone. Hearing this, Olive shook his head. Let's not define this case as a burglary for now. Why not? Olive did not answer right away. He narrowed his eyes and took 2 more puffs of his cigar. If this were a burglary, why would the thief target Lu Daji, an ordinary internet cafe attendant, instead of the unmarried cosmetics factory worker? Maybe. It was a crime of opportunity. A crime of opportunity. This person doesn't seem like that. First came the argument making Lu Daji open the door, only then did he enter, kill, rob, and set the fire. The method was skilled and targeted. If it were an impulsive crime, the culprit would have waited outside, caught whoever came out alone, tied them up, taken their keys, and then gone in to rob the place. Roylina asked, Inspector Olive, do you mean someone wanted Lu Daji dead? I'm only saying it's very possible. We'll need to investigate further to know for sure. By the way, you said he was an internet cafe attendant. That's right. Olive looked around. A person who can run an internet cafe on the edge of a safe zone is probably not an ordinary resident with a simple background. Let's go ask him, maybe we'll find something. Wang Defa was idly sitting in the internet cafe when Olive and the others arrived. Yo, officers, why have you come to my little internet cafe? Is there something you need me to cooperate with? Wang Defa's face was full of respect, but in his heart, he was wondering which of his deeds had been exposed to bring these police officers here. He had done plenty of gray area business while running the internet cafe. Any one of those things coming to light would be enough to make him spend several miserable years in a police cell. We're not here about you. We just want to ask about someone. Who do you officers want to know about? Lu Daji. You know him? Oh, he's the attendant at our internet cafe. He's resting at home today. Do you officers need him? He doesn't have a phone or a computer, so I can't contact him. You might have to come back tomorrow. Olive shook his head. No, we're not looking for Lu Daji. We're looking for you. Because this morning Lu Daji was killed. Killed? Wang Defa's eyes widened. He was just some fat shut-in. Why would anyone kill him? Seeing that Wang Defa's shock seemed genuine, Olive asked again, do you know if he had offended anyone recently? Wang Defa was baffled. He's just an attendant. All he does is collect fees and turn on computers. Who could he offend? Even if he offended someone who would kill him. That morning he had even mentioned Lu Daji to Qin Siyang, but he instinctively dismissed the possibility that a sequence ability user would go to the trouble of killing a fat otaku attendant. Olive continued, according to the scene investigation, it looks like he was killed during a burglary. Do you have any leads on that? Sir, burglary is about robbery and murder. How would I have any leads? Olive thought Wang Defa probably wasn't suspicious, but he still asked, have you been at the internet cafe all day today? Yeah, all along. You can ask the people here surfing the internet, they can all testify. That's right, Boss Wang has been here the whole time. Yes, I can vouch for that too. If Lu Daji died, it definitely has nothing to do with Boss Wang. Boss Wang, I remember someone came looking for you this morning, and you left for a while. A pockmarked young man said with a smile. Wang Defa frowned, realizing that this young man seemed to be someone he had scolded before for owing internet fees. He hadn't expected the man to trip him up in front of the police today. Wang Defa squinted at him, thinking about how to teach him a lesson. When Olive heard the pockmarked young man's words, he asked, Wang Defa, is what he said true? It's true. Wang Defa was indifferent. Because in his view, Lu Daji's death definitely had nothing to do with Qin Siyang. Who was the person who came to find you? When did they come, and how long were you away? My memory is already a little fuzzy. I don't know why my head hurts so much, I simply can't remember. You should ask that pockmarked young man. He probably remembers better than I do. This time Wang Defa was no longer as cooperative with Olive's questions. He pretended to have a headache and avoided the topic. Lu Daji's death had nothing to do with him. That was an ironclad fact. He didn't mind cooperating a little. But this white-haired inspector was asking about his private affairs. Didn't he understand what it meant to run an internet cafe in a slum? If any of his private matters were casually exposed, even an inspector couldn't handle it. Was that something to talk about casually? Olive looked at Wang Defa's face with displeasure. Wang Defa also pretended to clutch his head, but through his fingers he exposed one eye, staring coldly at Olive in warning. Olive knew Wang Defa had a complicated background and couldn't push him too hard without evidence. More importantly, no matter how he looked at it, Wang Defa had nothing to do with Lu Daji's death. So he walked over to the pockmarked young man. Excuse me, do you remember when the boss left and how long he was gone? The pockmarked young man's eyes shifted. He left around 7 and was away for about an hour. I heard you say Lu Daji died just now. Maybe he did it. Bullshit. The person next to the pockmarked young man said, Boss Wang turned on my computer for me shortly after 7. He was here the whole time I was here. How could he have left for an hour? The pockmarked young man pursed his lips. Then I must have misremembered. Wang Defa clenched his fists behind the counter. That pockmarked young man was getting too aggressive, apparently thinking Wang Defa was just an ordinary internet cafe boss. Hearing the bystander's defense, Olive asked, "Then what time did you log in?" "May I see?" The man checked the login record and said 713. "All right, thank you." The fire had started around 720, so Wang Defa had no time to commit the crime. Olive glanced at Wang Defa, who no longer intended to cooperate with the investigation, and said, "Boss Wang, if you have any leads, feel free to contact us." "No need to see me out." Wang Defa couldn't be bothered to talk with Olive and the others anymore. Olive led the officers away. "Inspector Olive, that internet cafe boss is suspicious," Roylina suggested at Olive's side. "Of course he has problems." Olive lit another cigar. "But his problems are not something you can investigate. And I can't investigate them before I return to the Sigma district either." "But..." "No buts. Roylina, not everything deserves your curiosity. Focus only on the cases that have already happened. That is my advice to you. I hope you can remember it." Roylina looked into Olive's deep gaze and nodded. After Olive and the others left, Wang Defa took out his phone, walked into the storage room, and made a call. "Hey old snake, it's me. You free now? I need you to take care of someone. Same price as before. Don't worry. The people who come to my internet cafe, none of them are upstanding. Even if you kill them, all the police won't be able to trace it back to you." After killing Lu Daji, Qin Siyang enjoyed a week of tranquility. During this week, he led a routine life, school, cafeteria, and library, while lazing about at home over the weekend. In the early days after his rebirth, he had made too many bold moves, so it was time to lie low. The slow pace of this week gradually loosened the taut string of his nerves. At school, chatting with teacher Zhu in the library during breaks proved rather delightful. This elderly woman possessed profound insights into life and had been of considerable help to Qin Siyang. Of course, he saw Wen Shu in the library every day. With less than half a year until the college entrance examination, Wen Shu had nearly stopped attending classes altogether, spending each day at the library working through past exam papers to identify and fill her knowledge gaps. Another early morning, Qin Siyang rose from bed and glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 14th, 2010, Western Calendar, Thursday. Lunar Calendar, Jicho Year, 28th day of the 11th month, suitable for encoffining. Qin Siyang looked at it and figured today's almanac had little relevance to him. A dull day passed quickly. After school, he returned to the library once more. "Teacher Zhu, I'm here to help you tidy up." Qin Siyang set down his bag and lunchbox, noticing that only Wen Shu remained at the table in the library. Seeing Qin Siyang come to clean up, Wen Shu knew it was closing time and rose to leave. "Keep studying as you were, Qin Siyang, and I still have about 10 minutes of tidying up to do," Teacher Zhu casually remarked to Wen Shu. Wen Shu glanced at Teacher Zhu, nodded in gratitude, and returned to her seat to continue studying. Teacher Zhu came to Qin Siyang's side, her face full of affection as she whispered, "Little Qin, do you like her?" Qin Siyang was taken aback. "Huh? No, not at all." "No." Teacher Zhu's expression showed disbelief. Qin Siyang waved his hand dismissively with slight disdain. "Romance isn't exactly interesting." Teacher Zhu gave a contemptuous little smile. "Not interesting? If it's so uninteresting, why do I remember you trotting behind some girl before, grinning like a blooming flower?" At Teacher Zhu's remark, Qin Siyang felt somewhat guilty. Before his rebirth, wasn't he indeed a devoted lapdog trailing behind Li Jingwen? He could only say, "It's precisely because I've experienced it that I find it uninteresting." Teacher Zhu patted Qin Siyang on the shoulder. "Little Qin, there are some things I, as someone who's been through it, ought to tell you." "Go ahead," Qin Siyang said with a smile, tidying the books on the shelf while listening to Teacher Zhu. He knew that Teacher Zhu, being advanced in years, loved to chat with young people. He genuinely appreciated Teacher Zhu's gentle, affable manner of conversation, and even more so her warm kindness toward him. Since the elderly woman wished to talk, he would gladly accompany her. "That girl you used to follow, she had a fickle air about her, not the type to settle down and live a stable life. So after dating her, you might have felt emotionally hurt, and concluded romance is meaningless." Teacher Zhu's opening remarks left Qin Siyang dumbfounded. He was both astonished by her gossiping nature and impressed by her keen observation skills. In his previous life, he had been so close to Li Jingwen, yet failed to see her true nature. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhu, a mere librarian who had never exchanged a single word with Li Jingwen in 3 years, had seen through it all at a glance. He had to admit that the elderly truly judged people more accurately. "Teacher Zhu, have you been watching me all along? In this entire library, you and Wen Shu are the only ones who spare me a few words. Of course, I keep an eye on you too. Besides, you were following that girl around every day. My eyes nearly grew calluses from seeing her, so naturally, I recognized her." Teacher Zhu added with disdain, "Before, when you two were together, if I had said anything bad about her, you, a hot-blooded young man, surely wouldn't have listened. Now that you say you're no longer dating, I can finally say what's been on my mind. I've seen her getting close to several boys. Especially with Director Zhou's nephew, that Zhou. Zhou, what's his name? You mean Zhou Yang? Yes, that very lad. They were as close as can be. But whenever the two of them were together, you were never around. And when you two were together, he wasn't around either. That's why I thought that girl was no good." Qin Siyang nodded. "You're right. I found out about this later myself, so I cut ties with her. Indeed, as the saying goes, better to have nothing than something shoddy. People like her, the farther away the better. But little Qin Siyang is a truly rare good girl. If you seize this opportunity, you'll be happy for a lifetime. This? What are you even talking about? Qin Siyang frowned, caught off guard by teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking. Well, what's there to be shy about? After you graduate, you'll most likely go out into the world on your own anyway, so finding a girlfriend now isn't too early. I truly think Siyang is wonderful. And you're wonderful too. Two kind-hearted souls like you belong together. Teacher Zhu, I never expected that despite your age you're quite progressive in your thinking. Our grade director is still cracking down on puppy love while you're here busily playing matchmaker. Bah, grade director. Just a lackey of the principal if you ask me. You kids were born into unfortunate times. When the apocalypse came, all universities were reshuffled, academies became scarce, and most high school graduates could no longer continue their education. Since high school marks the end of your student days, can dating in high school even be called puppy love? I don't see anything wrong with it. But seriously, that child Siyang is truly wonderful. I know her grandmother as well. Met her a few times when Siyang was little. She spoke gently and warmly. Perhaps it's because her grandmother has such a lovely disposition that Siyang grew into such a fine girl. Little Qin, you have a good nature too considerate of this old woman, always rushing to do the work. I'm hardly that virtuous. I only started helping you a couple of days ago. Before that I'd bolt the moment school ended. I'm not much of a good person. I know. You were rushing off to do homework for that little girl, so I don't blame you. And now the moment you parted ways with her, you came to help me, didn't you? That just shows your kind at heart. Qin Siyang was dumbfounded. You knew about that too. Teacher Zhu smiled proudly. Your teacher Zhu, plotting within the library, winning beyond the classroom. I surrender. Don't take my words lightly, little Qin. A wonderful match like Siyang isn't common. If you two good children end up together, I'd be overjoyed. Qin Siyang shook his head, helplessly noncommittal. Siyang was a good girl, there was no denying that. But as for himself, what kind of good person had blood on their hands like his? Last week he had killed and set fires. This week he was praised as a good child by a teacher in the library. Qin Siyang couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply unsettling about it all, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what. What do you find me too long-winded, teacher Zhu? No, it's just that Siyang is bound to get into an academy, while I'm destined to live a rough life out in the world. Getting together with me would only hold her back. You're a handsome lad, so why do you talk as softly as a girl? If she goes to the academy, why don't you find work near the academy yourself? Staying cooped up at the edge of this safe zone your whole life. What kind of future is that? Seeing the look of frustration in teacher Zhu's eyes, a look of exasperation that he wasn't living up to his potential, Qin Siyang knew this old woman genuinely cared for his well-being. But he didn't want to fawn over anyone anymore. Alright, I understand, teacher Zhu. Thank you. Forget it. Seems you still haven't taken it to heart. The choice is yours, and I've said my piece. Now hurry up and clean or I need to lock up. Noticing Qin Siyang's perfunctory response, teacher Zhu lost the appetite to continue the conversation and began shooing them out. Qin Siyang could only sigh helplessly. This old lady changed moods faster than one could flip a page. By the time he finished tidying the bookshelves, Siyang had also packed her school bag and was ready to leave. Teacher Zhu locked the door and said, I'm off to the restroom. You two go ahead. With that she left Qin Siyang and Siyang standing alone at the library entrance. Qin Siyang watched teacher Zhu's retreating figure, his heart full of mixed emotions. The old woman meant well, but this was clearly casting pearls before swine. Between him and Siyang there wasn't the faintest spark of romantic feeling. Let's go, mm. The two walked side by side out of the school. They soon reached the fork in the road where they always parted ways. Siyang said goodbye. Just as she turned to leave, Qin Siyang grabbed hold of her backpack strap. A smile tugged at his lips, but his eyes were filled with icy indifference. Today, I'm walking you home. Siyang couldn't understand why Qin Siyang had suddenly become so proactive, as though he were a different person. There's no need. Without allowing her to protest, Qin Siyang took her hand and began walking in the direction of her home. Siyang frowned, trying to break free, when she heard Qin Siyang's voice, low and grave. I warned Li Jingwen last week, but it seems she dared to send someone tailing us again today. At this, Siyang looked back, but saw nothing. She turned to Qin Siyang with a puzzled expression. Holding her hand, he strode forward with long, rapid steps. My home isn't that way. Qin Siyang turned left and right through the alleys, then glanced back at her with a laugh. Or would you rather I kill someone right in front of your doorstep? Kill. Siyang's eyes widened in shock. She thought Qin Siyang must be joking. But the chilling look in his eyes just moments ago made her realize he was dead serious. No. Qin, shouldn't we try to have a proper talk with Li Jingwen and the others? Qin Siyang replied. If it were Li Jingwen following us, I'd just slap her twice and send her packing. It's not. Not Li Jingwen. Then who? Qin Siyang glanced back over his shoulder and continued pulling Siyang forward. Siyang also turned back to look. At that moment, she suddenly noticed 7 or 8 dark figures emerging from the alley they had just passed. The shadows wielded weapons in their hands, by their shape iron rods and short blades. Qin Siyang quickened his pace, pulling Siyang into a run. Siyang looked up at Qin Siyang in panic. Who are they? Probably Li Jingwen's uncle. Her uncle is a notorious thug in the area with blood on his hands. But why is her uncle following us? Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. To kill the both of us. As for me, they'll probably beat me first, and then kill me. As for what they'd do to you. He didn't finish the sentence, merely letting his gaze sweep up and down Wen Shu meaningfully. Wen Shu instinctively clutched her collar. But why would they want to kill us? You heard what I said to her last time, didn't you? Because of her and Zhou Yang. Because of her and Zhou Yang's affair. Yes. Who exactly is Zhou Yang? Just an ordinary man. However, his uncle recently awakened a sequence ability, so he's starting to rise in the world. Li Jingwen wants to cling to Zhou Yang's coattails and live the life of a wealthy housewife. But didn't you say you set up a scheduled email to warn her not to act rashly? Qin Siyang flashed Wen Shu a faint smile. I was lying to her. Lying. Internet cafe fees are so expensive. Where would I find the money? She must have realized that too, which is why she sent her uncle to take care of us. But how does her uncle know whether you went to the internet cafe? Has he been following you all along? No, following me would be too exhausting. I imagine her uncle had someone squatting at the internet cafe for a week. I said I'd go to the internet cafe to set a scheduled email with a 1-week delay and that I'd have to go every week to postpone it. If I didn't show up for a week, that meant I never actually set the email in the first place. Wen Shu was astonished once more. They care that much about this Zhou Yang matter. It was my negligence. As it stands, Li Jingwen's entire family regards her entanglement with Zhou Yang as their one chance at turning their fortunes around. That's why her uncle went through all this trouble, I suppose. With Qin Siyang's confirmation, Wen Shu was utterly stunned. She glanced at the figures drawing ever closer behind them, despair creeping into her voice. Then are we going to die here? It's my fault you got dragged into this. So I'll handle it myself. You, Qin Siyang's smile carried a flicker of menace. You're someone who can keep a secret, aren't you? Wen Shu didn't understand what Qin Siyang meant, but nodded anyway. Qin Siyang nodded, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and pushed Wen Shu aside. A few seconds later, 5 or 6 burly men armed with knives and clubs followed. The leader, a man with a small braid, looked at Qin Siyang and sneered. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Huh, aren't you good at running? Qin Siyang said scornfully. We've reached the place. Why should I still run? Reach the place. What place? The burly men looked around and found this to be an old deserted courtyard. The wooden house and pig pen had already collapsed, leaving only broken walls and ruins. Besides the abandoned stone mill, there was also a stone well, and no one knew if it still contained water. It was obvious that no one had lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. A closer look at the dust on the ground and the spider webs at the gate revealed that not only was no one living here, but no one had even visited. It might have been a rural courtyard abandoned before the apocalypse, or perhaps its owner had fled elsewhere after the apocalypse broke out. The entire courtyard was pitch dark. Only the starlight filtering through the air defense glass allowed them to make out the surroundings. Qin Siyang, too, had been carefully scanning the environment as he ran, deliberately choosing this very spot. The pig-tailed man asked, "What's the problem with this place?" "Before I answer your question, let me ask you first, you're Li Jingwen's uncle, aren't you?" The pig-tailed man sneered. "That's right, I am. The matter between Jingwen and Zhou Yang is our family's hope. It can't be ruined by a brat like you. You even lied to Jingwen saying you'd sent an email with a 1-week delay. As a result, my brothers and I took shifts staking out the internet cafe entrance nearby for a whole week, but we didn't even catch a glimpse of your shadow. Oh, I thought the internet cafe was too expensive, so when I got there I changed my mind and set the sending time for a month later. If you stop me, then a month from now Zhou Yang will learn about me, and Li Jingwen and your family will still have no hope of turning things around." "What? A month is? Are you toying with me?" Qin Siyang smiled slightly. Believe it or not, the men who had followed were all dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that Qin Siyang would change his mind after going to the internet cafe and postpone the email he had previously agreed to send. Wen Shu looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was up to. The pig-tailed man said, "Cancel the email and we'll pretend this never happened." "Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I canceled it, wouldn't you still hunt us down?" "Then what do you want?" At this point, one of the men beside the pig-tailed man spoke up. "Brother Long, tie him up and force him to give us the email account and password. Then we can cancel his scheduled email ourselves." The pig-tailed man rolled his eyes and asked with some concern, "Are you sure you can get it out of him?" "I used to be a debt collector. I've done this kind of thing plenty of times." "Don't you brag to me. This concerns our family. If you fail, I won't let you off." "Brother Long, with words like that I don't know what to say. There's nothing in the world that's 100% certain. If you don't trust me, then fine. Figure it out yourself." Watching the men hesitate, Qin Siyang no longer wanted to wait. "Enough, I'll stop toying with you. Actually, you're right. I really didn't send a scheduled email. All you have to do is kill me, and the matter between Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be safe." "What a..." The men wore incredulous expressions, wondering why Qin Siyang would willingly throw himself into the fire. "Brother Long, this brat wants to die. Let's grant his wish. Right? Kill him first. As for the chick beside him, let us brothers have some fun with her for a few days, then kill her." The pig-tailed man was still worried. "This kid isn't planning to go down with us, is he? Maybe he really did set a scheduled email, but since he can't escape, he wants a quick death." "That's possible. What you say, Brother Long, makes sense. But this is your family's business. In the end, you're the one to decide what to do. The men fell into hesitation again. Qin Siyang felt helpless. Everyone believed him when he lied, but no one believed him when he told the truth. How ridiculous. I'm not lying to you. I didn't set an email. I simply didn't set one. Like hell I'd believe you. Brothers tie him up and force the account password out of his mouth. Whoever can do it will get 1,000 copper coins from me. The pigtailed man hardened his heart, deciding to bleed himself dry. He absolutely had to get his hands on the email account that had supposedly been set with a scheduled send. Great. Brother Long is generous. Brother Long, it's a deal. I really didn't schedule an email. Actually, the reason is simple. If I had set a scheduled email, I wouldn't have led you all to this place. The pigtailed man frowned. You were just saying something about this place, but you still haven't explained clearly. I think you're trying to bluff and scare me. Qin Siyang said, I chose this place rather well. The men warily scanned the area again, but found nothing unusual. The pigtailed man pressed, what's so good about it? It's especially suitable for killing. The men were taken aback for a moment, then mocking smiles spread across their faces. You can't be that stupid, can you? This is the first time I've seen someone about to be killed choose their own burial ground. You're really out of your mind. No wonder you dared to provoke our Jingwen. However, just as the men were about to make their move, Qin Siyang turned into a blur. What a thud! Qin Siyang lashed out with a flying kick aimed at one man's chest. Before any of them could see what had happened, Qin Siyang was already beside them, and the brother standing next to them had suddenly been sent flying. The men turned around in panic. The man kicked by Qin Siyang had a chest that had caved in like a deflated balloon. His eyes bulged, his mouth hung open, twitching slightly, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, however, he only spat out a mouthful of blood, and his head lolled to one side. Before death, his face was still etched with shock and terror. The darkness blurred his features, sending an inexplicable chill of fear through everyone present. At the sight of their companion, they instantly realized that Qin Siyang was a sequence ability user. How was that possible? How could a lousy place like Juin School produce a student who had awakened a sequence ability? Before they could react, Qin Siyang swung another fist, striking a man in the throat like a cannonball. The man fell backward, but his head swayed back and forth like a puppet with its strings cut. Sore. One man had just started to beg for mercy when Qin Siyang hit him square in the back with his fist, sending him flying several meters. He landed at Wen Shu's feet, startling her into a shriek as she leapt backward a few steps. Yet Qin Siyang couldn't shake the feeling that Wen Shu's scream hadn't sounded all that frightened. Besides, when ordinary people are startled, they flinch once. Who would jump backward several times like she did? Qin Siyang stopped dwelling on the oddity and looked at the corpse. The man who had just been hit in the back lay prone on the ground motionless. The man's back had a bowl-sized crater. Qin Siyang shook his head. I still haven't controlled my strength properly. I was pulling my punches, yet he still flew that far. The pigtailed man's pupils trembled, cold sweat streamed down from the top of his head. He stood frozen in place as if his soul had departed. The two remaining survivors, besides the pigtailed man, having witnessed Qin Siyang's skill and knowing they could neither fight nor flee, immediately knelt down. Big brother, spare us. Please spare us. We didn't know our place. Give us a chance. It was Qin Siyang who made us come. None of it had anything to do with us. Without even paying them any attention, Qin Siyang delivered 2 more kicks to their chins. Both men flew backward and landed headfirst. 2 dull thuds, and they went together to the afterlife. Whether it was the underworld or Satan's hell, Qin Siyang had no way of knowing. In the end, only the pigtailed man remained, trembling all over and unable to speak. Qin Siyang patted him on the shoulder and said with interest, you should know about me and Li Jingwen, right? Originally, I could have called you uncle. What a pity. Qin Siyang immediately snapped out of it and forced an awkward fawning smile. No, it's not a pity. There's still a chance. No need to pity. We can become one family. That girl Jingwen is ignorant. I'll go back and teach her. I'll make sure she stays with you. Qin Siyang sighed with feigned helplessness. Spilt water can't be gathered back. Why should I, a sequence ability user, humble myself to endure such humiliation? Didn't you say that Li Jingwen was your family's hope? Qin Siyang nodded blankly, not understanding what Qin Siyang meant. As long as I'm here, your family has no hope. But I can show you a way out. Please speak. Please speak. We'll do as you say. Go to the other world and rebuild your family there. Yes, yes. Huh. Qin Siyang slapped Qin Siyang across the face. The man's head spun a full 360 degrees, then he toppled to one side. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on the road. In a while, once I free up, I'll send your whole family down to keep you company. After dealing with everyone, Qin Siyang let out a breath. He had killed again. How many was this? He couldn't remember, and it no longer mattered. He looked at Wen Shu, who was standing at the edge of the courtyard, and walked over to her. Wen Shu was trembling and asked nervously, you're actually a sequence ability user? Qin Siyang smiled. Yes. Then, have you figured out how to deal with the bodies here? Qin Siyang hadn't expected Wen Shu to ask that. Aren't you afraid I might kill you too? Wen Shu seemed not to have expected that question either. She looked up at him somewhat puzzled. Why would you kill me? Because you saw me kill someone. Wen Shu looked at him innocently. If you wanted to kill me, you could just have let me go home alone. They would have done the job. Why go to all this trouble? Qin Siyang nodded. You're actually quite smart. Seeing a murder for the first time, and you can stay this calm. When Shu lowered her head and didn't answer, Qin Siyang dumped all the corpses into the well and heard the dull thuds as they struck the bottom. To avoid leaving clues, he didn't even bother taking the money from their pockets. It was a dry well. He moved a stone slab over the well to cover it. Almost done. No one comes here anyway. Let's go. When Shu, however, said, if you do it like this, our scent will remain here. If the police find it, they may very well trace it back to us. What do you want to do? Burn the place down. No one comes here, so it wouldn't draw attention. Once you burn it, wouldn't that attract people instead? Getting rid of the scent doesn't necessarily require burning the place down. Qin Siyang was taken aback. Then what else can we do? The food from the cafeteria has a strong smell. You can scatter the meal you brought from the cafeteria around here and throw some into the well. After a while, it will naturally cover up our scent. Qin Siyang nodded, then looked at her with doubt. Where did you learn all this? I usually like reading. I read about it in a book. Even this isn't a book. What book did you read? 100 Ways to Commit Crimes Without Being Discovered by Sequence Ability Users. Why would you read a book like that? I simply like reading. I read all kinds of books. It came in handy today, didn't it? Qin Siyang took a fresh look at the delicate girl before him, whose head only reached his chin, and sighed, truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. After handling the scene according to Wen Shu's advice, he left the place together with her. The two walked side by side through the dim alley. You're really amazing, Qin Siyang said with heartfelt admiration. Thanks, but I think you're even more amazing. Not really. What does it feel like to walk side by side with a murderer? It's actually not bad. Wen Shu smiled at Qin Siyang's starlight reflected in her bright eyes. After all, we now share a secret together. By the way, Wen Shu asked again, when do you plan to announce that you are a sequence ability user? If you cannot reveal it before the college entrance examination, you will be ineligible to take the qualification assessment. I thought you would ask me first when I awaken my sequence ability. Why would I ask about that? Qin Siyang could not help but glance at Wen Shu once more. She was rather unusual. Soon, I suppose. I need to look into what preparations are required before registering with the Sequence Ability Administration Bureau. My background is somewhat complicated, and you saw it for yourself today. So I must ensure there will be no issues during registration. That makes sense. Also, I need to understand the qualification process for sequence ability users. Since I intend to take it, I should prepare everything in advance. Otherwise, after I reveal my identity, some messy complications might come knocking that I would need to handle, leaving me overwhelmed. That makes sense. Do you not have any suggestions? Wen Shu shrugged. Everything you said is correct. I have no particular advice to offer. All right, then what are you planning to do with Li Jingwen? Her uncle disappeared, and she will likely figure out it was your doing sooner or later. Qin Siyang said calmly, give her some hope, and keep her dangling. You mean you are not going to interfere with her and Zhou Yang's relationship, letting her hold onto that hope? Yes, let her keep that hope. Once I have sorted everything out, I will personally crush it. And then kill her. And then kill her along with her entire family. Very reasonable. A pair of youthful boys and girls, their mouths full of talk of murder. If anyone overheard them, they would surely think the children were babbling nonsense. After a while, Qin Siyang asked again, which academy do you plan to apply to? I have not decided yet, but it must be one that provides independent dormitories. I need to bring my grandmother with me. Are there many academies with independent dormitories? Wen Shu smiled. Obviously, you did not pay attention during last week's school-wide college application guidance session. I am a sequence ability user. Why would I waste time on such things? Fine, you win my mistake. Among the 8 academies, only 2 offer independent dormitories. Only 2. What about the others? The rest all have communal dormitories, either 4-person or 6-person rooms. It sounds like the academies with independent dormitories must have better conditions, probably the top 2, right? With your abilities, you should be able to get in. Wen Shu was about to say something, but then she looked at Qin Siyang and noticed his face full of sincere smiles. He was genuinely wishing her well. The words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Thank you. Qin Siyang nodded and said nothing more. The two walked on for a while. Wen Shu spoke up, do you know the way? Don't you? You are the one dragging me along. How am I supposed to remember the route? Then where have we been walking all this time? Never mind, let us just keep going. Once we hit the main road, I will know the way. The two walked for another half-hour before finally catching sight of the dim streetlights. We have reached the main road. Let us check the signs. They stepped onto the main road and confirmed their location, only to realize they were heading in the exact opposite direction of home. It would still take over 40 minutes to walk back. There are fewer people on the road now. Let me walk you home. All right, thank you. Walking side by side, their conversation gradually dwindled. They were both careful not to pry too deeply into each other's matters. Especially regarding anything unspeakable, neither dared to mention it. For instance, Wen Shu never asked what sequence Qin Siyang belonged to. Nor did Qin Siyang inquire why Wen Shu could immediately recall how to handle the scent of a corpse. The two had committed a terrible crime together, and though their bond had grown remarkably close, there remained an invisible boundary between them. This kind of relationship made both of them comfortable. After a while, Wen Shu broke the silence. Qin Siyang, you are so capable and intelligent. Why did you fall for Li Jingwen? Though this question did not touch on privacy, it made Qin Siyang feel incredibly embarrassed. He looked down at Wen Shu and noticed she was gazing ahead seemingly without any trace of mockery in her expression. Yet Qin Siyang could not shake the feeling that she was somehow laughing at him inside. Perhaps because even the smartest people make foolish mistakes now and then. Besides, I am not exactly a clever person either. At least when I am with you, I often feel rather dull. Wen Shu gently shook her head. One may act foolishly for a moment, but not for so long. Qin Siyang paused slightly. That remark touched upon his deepest secret. Wen Shu seemed to be implying that he was a completely different person from before. But how could he possibly explain that? After all, it was only after his rebirth that such a profound transformation occurred. Qin Siyang found himself facing a question he truly could not answer. He felt certain that no matter what lie he concocted, this girl with her large shimmering eyes and flowing long hair would see right through it. After pondering for a long time, Qin Siyang still could not find a suitable explanation. In the end, he could only say many things are beyond our control. Wen Shu nodded. Yes, many things are indeed beyond our control. Seeming to realize this line of questioning had gone far enough, Wen Shu let the matter drop. Qin Siyang also lost any desire to continue chatting. For the rest of the journey, neither spoke another word, letting the biting cold wind weave through their thin jackets. Passing one streetlight after another, they finally arrived at the intersection where they had parted ways after school. Then Qin Siyang followed Wen Shu and escorted her all the way home. All right, I am home. Thank you. I should have invited you in for a sit, but it is rather late and my place is not suitable for hosting overnight guests. No worries, I completely understand. There is no need for such formalities between us. All right, then stay safe on your way home. Qin Siyang smiled at Wen Shu's clear, bright face. You know who really needs to be careful? It is others. Goodbye. Goodbye. After watching Qin Siyang depart, Wen Shu let out a soft sigh. The course of today's events had far exceeded her expectations. She never imagined that studying hard at school could become entangled with matters of life and death. All of this stemmed from Qin Siyang. Just a few days ago they had been strangers, yet today they had killed and concealed a body together. She could not help but sigh at the unpredictability of life. Wen Shu pushed thoughts of Qin Siyang aside, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing mind. She turned around and opened the door. Grandma, I am back. Her cheerful voice rang out at the doorway. Scarcely had her words faded when the candle in the room flickered to life. Though her grandmother was blind, every day before Wen Shu returned from school, she would sit by the candle waiting for her granddaughter's return to light it. Tonight her grandmother must have waited by that candle for 3 or 4 hours. The thought filled Wen Shu with aching pity. Xiao Shu is back. Why so late today? I am back. Something came up, so I returned later than usual. Wen Shu removed her shoes at the doorway and stepped into the room barefoot. Though the floor was chilly, she had no slippers to wear. Her family's circumstances were not much different from Qin Siyang's. If anything, with an elderly dependent who could no longer work, her burden was even heavier than Qin Siyang's, who was the sole provider for his household. The reason she went barefoot was that the cheap, uneven composite board flooring in their home was always meticulously clean. Someone took great care to sweep and wipe every single plank. Wen Shu could not bear to dirt it with her shoes. If she entered wearing them, her grandmother would have to clean the floor all over again the next day. Imagine how arduous it must be for a blind woman to wipe the ground. Xiao Shu, why are you not wearing shoes? It is so cold. Put some on. It is all right, Grandma. I am used to going barefoot. Remember when I was little and used to run around the house barefoot all the time? Of course I remember. Back then you were like a little wild girl. Nothing could stop you. Sigh, those were the days when the sun still shone in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed since the calamity arrived. Wen Shu stepped onto the carpet and sat beside her grandmother, holding her hand, hoping to ease the old woman's sorrow. After her grandmother lost her sight, Wen Shu had removed all the chairs from the house to prevent her from bumping into them. She had laid down carpets scavenged from the garbage dump. Even the original wooden bed had been moved out. Now both she and her grandmother slept on 3 layers of blankets spread directly on the floor. Thus Wen Shu's home was utterly bare, deserving the description of having nothing but walls. The entire room contained only a small dining table. Upon that table sat a solitary small candle. Its flickering flame cast the intertwined silhouettes of the elderly woman and the young girl. Both wore smiles upon their faces, seemingly content with their circumstances. After a while Wen Shu spoke. Grandma, have you eaten? Let me cook for you. I have already eaten. Did you not bring back some leftovers from the cafeteria yesterday? I had those. That is good. I was worried you would starve waiting for me. I have not eaten either. I will just make myself something later. As Wen Shu was about to rise, her grandmother's weathered hand grasped her wrist. Xiao Shu, Grandma has a question for you. Go ahead, Grandma. The moment you came home, I smelled another person's scent on you. Wen Shu froze, her heart instantly tightening before she forced a smile and asked, what kind of scent? Someone else's scent. Xiao Shu, are you seeing someone? Wen Shu breathed a silent sigh of relief in her heart. She had feared her grandmother might detect the faint smell of blood. Before returning home, she had thoroughly checked herself 3 times. There was no trace of blood on her clothes and only dust on her soles, She had been terrified her grandmother would smell something she could not explain away. Ever since her grandmother's eyesight failed, her sense of smell had become extraordinarily acute, capable of identifying exactly what Wenshu ate at school each day. Today she had been on edge the entire way home, dreading discovery of her secret with Qin Siyang. Oh, I studied with another classmate today, so I probably picked up some of his scent. Xiaoshu, you usually study alone. Your grades are far beyond anyone else's in the grade. How could you need to study with others? Faced with her grandmother's caring but probing questions, Wenshu could only remain silent. The more she explained, the worse it would seem. Better not to say anything. It is not that grandma wants to scold you. You are at a crucial stage preparing for the college entrance examination. Please do not let your mind wander. Grandma will not stop you from dating once you enter the academy, but not now. Among all the students at your school, only you can confidently get into an academy. Do not waste time on others and derail your own future. I understand, Grandma. Do not worry, I will not let myself be delayed. As for dating, I know what I am doing. Unable to explain the foreign scent on her, she could only vaguely admit to having a romantic interest. After all, how could she confess that she had gone killing with a boy? That is the best. Grandma has always trusted you. Grandma, I will go heat up the food. After that, I need to review some study material. You should rest early. Is this candle too dim? Studying like this will harm your eyes. Do not end up blind like your grandma when you are still so young. Wenshu smiled. Do not worry, Grandma, I know what I am doing. Have I not given you no troubles all these years? Sigh, it is Grandma's fault for not being able to provide a proper study environment. If only our family could afford an electric light, your grades would certainly be even better. Wenshu tightly embraced her grandmother. Grandma, being with you is the greatest joy in my life. Whether we have an electric light or not, I will never let you down. I am going to heat the food now. Go ahead. Wenshu walked to the kitchen and poured the meal she had gotten from the cafeteria into the pot, the clattering sounds filling the air. Like Qin Siyang, she also enjoyed the privilege of receiving extra portions at the cafeteria. However, while Qin Siyang's privilege stemmed from Auntie Zhang's compassion, hers was a genuine privilege. The principal had personally instructed Auntie Zhang to serve as much food as Wenshu requested. As the top candidate for this year's college entrance examination, the principal would not allow the school to deprive her of any material advantages. Watching the three-fin flying fish sizzling in the pot, Wenshu's thoughts drifted once more to the series of events that had unfolded today. Listening to the sounds of Wenshu busy in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound bitterness. Within the candlelight, her deeply wrinkled face concealed an elder's love and worry for the younger generation. Sigh, there is the scent of another person on her, and also a faint trace of blood. So, she went killing again with someone, didn't she? The following morning, Qin Siyang strolled leisurely along the path to school. In the past, he had always arrived at the classroom well ahead of time. This was because after returning home from school, finishing dinner, and taking a bath, he would go straight to bed. He had no nightlife and was accustomed to early nights and early mornings. By contrast, Li Jingwen typically arrived at the classroom right on the dot. Yet today, when he reached the classroom, she was already there. Moreover, the moment she caught sight of Qin Siyang's figure, Li Jingwen appeared distinctly flustered. Qin Siyang offered a faint smile, fully aware that she was guilty of something. Li Jingwen rose from her seat, seemingly wanting to ask Qin Siyang something, but she appeared unsure how to phrase it. After hesitating for a, she sat back down. Qin Siyang walked past her nonchalantly, maintaining the cold indifference he had displayed over the past few days, offering her not a single word. The previous night, her uncle Qin Siyang had failed to return home, causing his family considerable worry. Considering that Qin Siyang and Wenshu were merely ordinary students with little threat, they reasoned that Qin Siyang might simply be dealing with the aftermath, which was why he had not come back. But today Li Jingwen had seen Qin Siyang at school. This meant either her uncle had failed in his attempt, or perhaps he had never gone after Qin Siyang at all, having been tied up by other troubles. Observing Qin Siyang's calm expression, which showed no hint of anger toward her, Li Jingwen leaned toward the latter possibility. Her uncle had been busy with something unknown from the previous night, until now somehow failing to carry out the agreement to kill Qin Siyang and Wenshu. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. That fool Qin Siyang, always boasting about how capable he is and how reliable his work is. Yet now he can't even tell what's important. Who knows where he's disappeared to? Qin Siyang sat at his desk and cast a casual glance at Li Jingwen, noticing she seemed angry. He then turned his attention elsewhere. Before publicly revealing his identity as a sequence ability user, he would not mention to anyone that he had encountered Qin Siyang. Let Li Jingwen's family drift through their confusion. For now, they likely felt restless and anxious, desperate for answers. But when the truth finally came to light, they would come to miss these days of restlessness and anxiety, days free of fear. Qin Siyang's lips pressed into a thin line. He felt he had been too merciful toward Li Jingwen, as she deserved a bit more psychological torment. However, his mind was entirely consumed with the preparations needed before publicly announcing his sequence awakening. He had no patience to waste even a single second on Li Jingwen. During lunch and the afternoon session, he continued organizing books in the library. Wenshu was also there, early grappling with difficult problems in her exercise workbook. Qin Siyang passed by Wenshu with a stack of books in his arms. Keep your eyes a bit farther from the pages. If you become nearsighted bending over like that, you won't have the money for glasses. Well, thank you. Wenshu raised her head slightly, maintaining a healthier distance between her eyes and the book. In her everyday academic life, Wenshu had always been a gentle and courteous classmate. Qin Siyang could sense her politeness and refinement in every gesture. Qin Siyang continued organizing the books, the room falling into a peaceful quiet. Teacher Zhu observed their interaction and smiled with maternal warmth. It seems young Qin is still receptive to advice. What a pity these two good students aren't closer. Pleased with himself, Teacher Zhu settled into her workstation, sipping hot water from her cup, feeling as though she had accomplished something worth boasting about. After school, Wenshu stayed in the library until it closed once again. The two departed together, then parted at their usual intersection. Goodbye. Goodbye. Blue Star Calendar, January 20th, 2010. Western Calendar, Wednesday. Lunar Calendar, the 6th day of the 12th lunar month in the year of Jicho. Auspicious for visiting relatives and friends. Visit relatives and friends. Qin Siyang shook his head as he looked at the calendar upon waking. I don't have any relatives or friends. He then grabbed his bag containing a lunchbox and headed out the door. In the classroom, he had intended to sit idle as usual, then drift off to the library to work after a while. But just then a boy approached his desk. Are you Qin Siyang? Qin Siyang turned around and found a refined-looking male classmate. Though his clothing was not luxurious, it was impeccably tailored, clearly indicating a family background far surpassing his own. Yet Qin Siyang had no impression of this person. Although he didn't know him, the female classmates in the room were casting noticeably captivated glances his way. Even Li Jingwen, who had been in a foul mood lately due to her uncle's disappearance, fixed a bright and clear gaze upon him. There was no doubt he was another prominent figure at school. But no matter how prominent, Qin Siyang didn't know him. He barely remembered what the female campus beauty Wenshu looked like. Why should he keep track of male celebrities? Frowning, Qin Siyang asked, Who are you? I'm Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but the memory was faint. Sorry, I don't think I know you. A girl nearby whispered. You don't even know Zhao Liwen, who ranks second in the grade. No idea what Qin Siyang spends his days doing. Normal. He just sits in the classroom spacing out and wasting time. How could he know good students? Zhao Liwen, his brain doesn't work properly. What do you need from him? We can deliver the message for you. Qin Siyang glanced at the girls mocking him, who were preening and competing for Zhao Liwen's attention. He found it amusing. He turned to them and said, I spend my days spacing out and wasting time, and yet my grades are still better than yours. If my brain doesn't work, what exactly are you? Qin Siyang. How can you speak like that? I'm just telling the truth. So he was the perpetual runner-up behind Wenshu. That explained why he seemed familiar. Did you need something? Looking at Zhao Liwen's handsome scholar's appearance, Qin Siyang felt they were complete opposites and couldn't fathom what grievance he might have against him. Zhao Liwen spoke solemnly. Student Qin Siyang, we are now in the critical period before the college entrance examination. I hope you will focus your attention on your studies. This only deepened Qin Siyang's confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Literally. I hope you will study hard and won't regret it later. Qin Siyang burst out laughing. You're really hilarious. What does my studying have to do with you? He then turned his head away, gazing out the window at the starry sky and the gods beyond it. Seeing that Qin Siyang was ignoring Zhao Liwen, several girls stepped in to defend him. Qin Siyang, even if your grades are better than mine, student Zhao is only trying to help you. Why are you being so disrespectful? Exactly. Completely hopeless. Student Zhao, I'm willing to study hard, but nobody helps me. Could you study with me? I want to study too. Qin Siyang turned back to look at them. You're all working so hard to curry favor with him, and yet he hasn't glanced at even one of you since he walked in. Frankly, Zhao Liwen looks down on people like you. Save yourselves the trouble. You, what did you say? Those of you hoping to latch onto student Zhao and rise to greatness the moment he gets into the academy, save your breath. His standards are high. He wouldn't settle for ordinary women like you. Unlike some male classmates, he isn't desperate. With that, Qin Siyang cast a significant look at Li Jingwen. She understood he was mocking Zhou Yang for being indiscriminate, which amounted to calling her substandard as well. Gritting her teeth in anger, she let out a cold snort and turned away. Zhao Liwen also found the commotion irritating and seemed unwilling to linger. He stated his purpose plainly. Qin Siyang, if you don't wish to study, please stop disrupting others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Siyang narrowed his eyes. Say, Zhao Liwen, aren't you a bit crazy? Huh? I sit in this corner of the classroom every day. In class, I either sleep or space out. Who am I bothering? What just the thought of me zoning out makes you lose your appetite and unable to solve even a single problem? If I truly disrupted you, I would apologize. But the problem is, I don't even know you. Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and replied, I didn't say you were disrupting my studies. Not you. Qin Siyang raised an eyebrow. Then why come looking for me? I'm speaking on behalf of student Wenshu. You've been bothering her at the library lately, disrupting her studies. I hope you'll stay away from her. At the mention of Wen Shu's name, the girls who had been preening for Zhao Liwen instantly fell silent. Inside, they were cursing Wen Shu, a student who excelled academically, possessed a beautiful face, and had a lovely personality. Perhaps Wen Shu was too perfect, leaving them with nothing to criticize. So they settled on accusing her of being calculating and pretending. Qin Siyang studied Zhao Liwen. Now I understand why you look down on those types. So you have a crush on Wen Shu. Good taste. He then smiled. So you're her boyfriend. Not that I blame you. She never mentioned having a boyfriend. Brother Zhao, let me apologize. I didn't intend to steal your girl, so don't misunderstand. Wen Shu and I are just ordinary friends. Our relationship is completely innocent. Zhao Liwen paused. I'm not her boyfriend, and we're not dating. But after the college entrance examination, we will attend the same academy. At that point, we'll be together. Huh? Qin Siyang also looked surprised. What do you mean? You're a simp too. Why say too? That's not important. Attending the same academy as her. Qin Siyang pursed his lips. Friend, I don't mean to doubt you, but you scored dozens of points lower than Wen Shu on every exam. How exactly do you plan to attend the same academy? I know my grades can't match hers, but if we apply to the two academies ranked lower, the odds are overwhelmingly in our favor. Conveniently, the Tiantong Academy and Rinxing Academy that Wen Shu prefers happen to be the two lowest ranked among the 8 academies. A hesitation crossed Qin Siyang's mind. The academies Wen Shu had mentioned that provided independent dormitories weren't the best ones. They were actually the worst. Then wouldn't Wen Shu, with such excellent grades, be wasting her potential? As her only friend at Juan School, Qin Siyang immediately felt a pang of pity for her. He also understood why Wen Shu had compromised. It was about money. Without financial means, even top academic performance left her struggling within the safety zone. Not to mention, she had to support her blind grandmother. Therefore, I hope you won't disturb student Wen Shu during her exam preparation. Qin Siyang, some things are not meant to be yours no matter how much you desire them. I hope you can face reality. Qin Siyang regarded Zhao Liwen as though he were an idiot. How about this? Let's go ask Wen Shu right now whether she's willing to be with you after graduation. Zhao Liwen seemed taken aback by Qin Siyang's response. After a brief pause, he said, even if she refuses now, I will win her over eventually. She will surely accept me. Win her over, accept you. Qin Siyang pointed toward Li Jingwen sitting in front of them. Go ask that woman. How have I treated her? Did I win her over? Zhao Liwen didn't turn around. That's your problem. I have this confidence. You said something quite sensible. What? Some things are simply not meant to be part of your life. I hope you can face that reality. You're utterly unreasonable. Realizing he couldn't reason with the shameless Qin Siyang, Zhao Liwen turned and stormed out of the classroom in anger. Qin Siyang glanced disdainfully at Zhao Liwen's retreating figure, then turned his gaze back to the window, lost in thought. Though Qin Siyang couldn't fathom what kind of man Wen Shu would prefer, it was clear from their conversation that Wen Shu's personal qualities, both internal and external, were exceptional. Finding an outstanding partner shouldn't be difficult for her. Moreover, the two of them had committed murder and buried a body together. Wen Shu's performance had far exceeded Qin Siyang's expectations. She was truly well-versed in both righteous and unrighteous paths. This naive young master Zhao was the type of simp who wouldn't even qualify for a dog tag. On foot alone, Qin Siyang could predict Zhao Liwen would meet the same fate as himself when pursuing Li Jingwen. However, Wen Shu wasn't as vicious as Li Jingwen, so his ending might be somewhat better. At best, he'd become a stray dog, never sent to the dog meat restaurant. Qin Siyang seriously pondered Zhao Liwen's words. He actually has a point. With this kind of persistent simp behavior, he could indeed distract Wen Shu from her studies. Zhao Liwen is right. During this crucial exam preparation period, Wen Shu shouldn't be distracted. Anyway, I need to take the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, so I must hurry to publicly declare my sequence awakening. Why not do a favor and help Wen Shu out as well? After announcing my sequence awakening, I'll finally escape this orphaned, impoverished life. At the mere thought of what would happen after he publicly revealed his sequence awakening, he grew impatient. It was time to take off. I had planned to rest properly during the 5 school days and only research sequence-related materials on the weekend. Never mind. I'll sacrifice some sleep today. After school, I'll head to Wang Defa's place and check the forum. Qin Siyang sighed. I really am a kind-hearted person. After school, Qin Siyang tidied up the library and once again walked with Wen Shu. However, when he reached the school gate, he caught Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. Don't bother with him. Before Qin Siyang could speak, he heard Wen Shu's voice. I said you don't need to pay attention to Zhao Liwen. Oh, Qin Siyang and Wen Shu gradually walked away, while Zhao Liwen remained rooted in place watching Qin Siyang under the streetlight at the school gate. Qin Siyang, with his extraordinary perception, naturally sensed this unfriendly gaze. Wen Shu, what is it? Zhao Liwen has been staring at us. He must often pester you, right? Wen Shu shook her head. No, she refused without hesitation. Don't trouble yourself. I'm fine. I've never exchanged words with him. She added another sentence as if afraid that Qin Siyang might do something and make matters worse. He warned me that he would attend the same school as you in the future and told me to stay away from you. Wen Shu was startled for a moment, then looked at Qin Siyang. Did you go looking for Zhao Liwen? He came to find me. Qin Siyang rolled his eyes at her. I don't even know him, why would I seek him out? Upon hearing this, Wen Shu pouted and said nothing more. Whatever he says, you don't need to care. Just treat it as a gust of wind blowing past noisily. I haven't let him affect my studies anyway. With all this explanation, are you afraid I'll kill him? Qin Siyang sighed helplessly again. I'm not a murderous demon. I wouldn't do such a thing unless I had no other choice. Don't worry, I have a way. Wen Shu asked doubtfully. You? What way? It's nothing worth mentioning. At the fork where they parted, Qin Siyang waved at Wen Shu and walked away directly. Wen Shu watched Qin Siyang's retreating figure, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Thank you. After returning home and putting down the bag with the lunchbox, Qin Siyang headed to the internet cafe near his home. He stepped around the camera at the entrance and glanced in only to find Wang Defa seated at the counter. Wang Defa, wearing a bitter expression, stared blankly at the monitor before him. Normally Lu Daji would be sitting there now while he would be at home enjoying his wife and child's company. But some damned bastard actually killed him for the few hundred copper coins of that poor reclusive idiot. With the network administrator murdered, the owner of the internet cafe could not find another administrator who knew how to operate the cafe's management system anytime soon, so he had to take the position himself. Damn it. If I ever find out which bastard killed Lu Daji, I'll make him return it with interest. Not having free time was hardly the worst part. He had no idea what had gotten into the police station lately. Someone came to inspect his cafe every day, dealing a heavy blow to his business. Wang Defa's internet cafe was located in this slum. Its real purpose was never to provide internet access, but to serve as a gray zone for illegal transactions. The computers in his cafe could hide login addresses by altering backend data, allowing users to conduct anonymous transactions online. Because the login addresses were randomly generated, the network administrators of the Union government had no way to trace them. Whenever anyone asked Wang Defa to provide the hidden login address service, the internet fee increased 20-fold. The standard internet fee was already high, and 20 times that amount was astronomical. Yet even so, Wang Defa's internet cafe had an endless stream of customers. Because the gains from illegal transactions far outweighed this 20-fold fee, the cafe's main source of income came from its gray operations, undeniably audacious. To be able to run this place here, Wang Defa was certainly no ordinary man without connections. There were people within the Union government who specifically protected his cafe so it could operate safely. Of course, the vast majority of Wang Defa's gray income was handed over to his patron. With such flexible operational room at the cafe and a boss with solid backing, Wang Defa's internet cafe quickly gained a reputation in the surrounding area. It had been running for 5 or 6 years without any major trouble, until a few days ago when the police suddenly went mad, coming to patrol and inspect every day. After all their checking, they did nothing more than take away a few of his special customers. There was no other punishment. Wang Defa had no idea what the police were trying to dig up. He phoned his patron to ask what the reason was. To his shock, his patron seemed equally helpless. If the police want to check, let them check. Just don't get involved. Then what about the business? The person on the other end of the line sighed. Hold off on business for now. I can't do anything either. Sir, can you at least give me a hint? I'm really worried that one day I'll be taken away by the cops too, or vanish all of a sudden like the previous owner 3 years ago. That disappearance was an accident. You don't need to worry. As for the police, this matter is troublesome. Someone has reported it to the higher-ups. Wang Defa froze, his heart instantly leaping to his throat. Our business. It just makes a little money. How could it be reported to the higher-ups? It was never aimed at our paltry business. So rest assured the police won't do anything to you. I'm okay. By the way, haven't you encountered any suspicious people lately? Suspicious people? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Siyang. But for the hush money of that 1 silver coin, he chose to lie. No, they're all just business people. That's good then. Let's leave it here. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye, sir. Knowing that the police had a different goal, Wang Defa relaxed. However, because of the frequent visits, Wang Defa's extra income dropped sharply, causing him immense distress. These days I can only try to cut expenses as much as possible. As he was worrying, he caught sight of Qin Siyang at the door. To him, Qin Siyang was the dual embodiment of the god of wealth and the god of death. Therefore, when he saw Qin Siyang, he felt both apprehension and delight. Wang Defa glanced at the scattered customers in the cafe, how all were staring intently at their screens. Holding a roll of paper, he called out, I'm going to the restroom. If anyone comes, ask them to wait. Thanks. All right, boss Wang, go ahead. Wang Defa went out, circumvented the surveillance camera, and walked up to Qin Siyang. Boss Wang, good to see you. Oh, please don't say that. You are my boss. As he spoke, Wang Defa offered Qin Siyang a cigarette. Qin Siyang waved his hand. We don't allow smoking. Hearing Qin Siyang casually say we, Wang Defa became even more convinced that behind Qin Siyang stood a powerful force of sequence ability users. Alright, if you're on a job, a lingering smell of smoke would be really troublesome. Understand. Qin Siyang pointed toward the warehouse. Wang Defa took the hint, and the two walked toward the warehouse together. How's business lately, boss Wang? Wang Defa sighed. Don't even mention it. Those black dogs at the police station, as if they've caught the scent of meat, come around every day. You wanted to use the computer in the warehouse today. Sensing something amiss, Qin Siyang asked cautiously, they come every day. Maybe I shouldn't be coming these days. It's fine. The police conducted 3 surprise inspections today. There's no way they'll come again. 3 times. That many. Yes. Usually it's once every day or two. Today they inexplicably came 3 times. So rest assured today is absolutely safe. Qin Siyang nodded, not expecting that his theft of the deity's remains would cause such an uproar. However, you'd better come less often recently. Many of my customers here have already been taken away. The police are watching closely, so don't let yourself get dragged in. Wang Defa warned Qin Siyang cautiously. On the surface, he seemed concerned for Qin Siyang, but in truth he feared that if Qin Siyang were arrested, the organization behind him would take revenge on Wang Defa. Okay, rest assured. After I use it tonight, I probably won't come again for a while. Oh, that would be best. Once this storm passes, you're welcome anytime. Qin Siyang smiled without a word. This storm had been stirred up by him. It would only pass when he was caught. The two confirmed that no one was around, then slipped into the warehouse one after another. Boss Wang, there are a few things I don't quite understand. I'd like to ask you for advice. Please speak. Because of orders from above, I intend to register at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Wang Defa was taken aback. You haven't registered yet? With so much I have to do, if my information were made public, wouldn't I be exposed easily? Wang Defa suddenly understood. Right, you make a valid point. But the higher-ups only told me about this matter and asked me to find a way to register a sequence here on my own. You're in this business. Even a mighty dragon can't crush a local serpent, so you must know more than I do. And just say what you need to say. Qin Siyang leaned close to Wang Defa and stared into his eyes. I want to register a fake sequence. What hidden reef should I watch out for in region 14121? Wang Defa's eyes immediately darted away. You. Why ask me? How would I know? I'm just an ordinary man. Eyes don't lie. Your eyes tell me you know. Wang Defa's face twisted like a shoe sole. Boss, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just a cockroach. How dare I get involved in your affairs with the Management Bureau? Qin Siyang sat down in a chair and crossed his legs. Do you think that silver coin was easy money? Oh, you show your face here living in fear every day. In the end, how much money does your patron share with you? I gave you that much all at once. Didn't you anticipate that I'd have other things for you to do? Wang Defa swallowed. He knew that money was hard to earn and shit was hard to eat. Going out to make a living was nothing shameful. But he hadn't expected that the shit behind one silver coin would be such a huge pile. Helping a Sequence Ability user deceive the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, wasn't that pure nonsense? If they succeeded, Qin Siyang would very likely kill him to protect the secret. If it failed, Qin Siyang would sell him out, and the people at the Bureau would make sure he suffered a miserable death. Was he out of his mind? No, boss, please don't drag me into this muddy water, okay? Qin Siyang smiled. Then just give me back the money. Wang Defa thought to himself that although one silver coin was a fortune, it was nothing compared to his life and property. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll return that silver coin in a few days. Who said just one silver coin? Qin Siyang said coldly. You have to return my silver coin. Also, you must compensate me for the 20 silver coins worth of goods that our people lost here. In total, that's 21 silver coins. What? Are you messing with me? 21 silver coins. Even if he were killed, Wang Defa couldn't scrape together that much. So after Qin Siyang made such an extravagant demand, Wang Defa became frantic. Qin Siyang slapped the table. Messing with me? Why do you think I was sent to register at the Bureau? The cases on my back are enough for me to be shot 800 times. How much risk am I taking to register at the Bureau? Isn't it because the 20 silver coin deal I was responsible for slipped away at your place and my superiors punished me? If you had switched on the surveillance that morning, would I have had to take this risk at the Bureau? Hearing Qin Siyang's angry rebuke, Wang Defa's momentum immediately wilted. I searched the whole cafe and couldn't find it. Besides, you don't even know what that thing is, so how could I find it? Qin Siyang glared. If I knew what it was, why the hell would I need your surveillance video? I'd just find it myself. Wang Defa, let me tell you, if I can't register at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau with a disguised identity, the first thing I'll do is kill your entire family. Wang Defa nearly dropped to his knees. Boss, let's be reasonable. A man must bear the consequences of his own deeds. Killing my whole family is too unreasonable. Reason with me. Qin Siyang snorted coldly. Are you worthy? Wang Defa's face instantly turned ashen. Although he was somewhat important on the edge of the safe zone in front of the deeply connected ruthless Qin Siyang, he was less than an ant. Indeed, there was no reasoning to be done. If you have any way to disguise a sequence, say it now. My patience has limits. Wang Defa cast a rueful glance with his downturned eyebrows at Qin Siyang, lowered his head to think for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. All right, I'll speak. But please don't tell anyone. Cut the nonsense. Who could I tell? The police. Or the people from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Wang Defa thought about it. Qin Siyang was right. As a Sequence Ability user who couldn't show his face, how would he dare to reveal this matter? Actually, I only know the general idea of this matter. My understanding isn't specific. As far as I know, if you don't state your true sequence when registering at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, it's very easy to be found out. But I don't know how exactly they find out. That's a classified matter of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. What? The Sequence Ability Management Bureau actually had a method to verify sequence. After hearing this, Qin Siyang's heart tightened. Fortunately, he had come to Wang Defa first instead of blindly preparing his fake sequence on his own. Otherwise, the day he stepped into the Bureau would be the day he bought his own coffin. Qin Siyang's inner turmoil was not written on his face in the slightest. Turning his back to the computer, he stared straight at Wang Defa, his entire face cloaked in shadow, leaving Wang Defa's heart suspended in midair. Wang Defa swallowed hard. The beard extending to his Adam's apple twitched twice, and then a bead of sweat trickled down his chin. So if you want to register a fake sequence at the Sequence Administration Bureau, you can't just go there directly. You'll need someone to help you. Qin Siyang was shocked again. Even inside the Sequence Administration Bureau, there were people who dared to help with such fraud. Could it be that many others like him did not want to reveal their secrets to anyone? However, Qin Siyang did not ask these questions aloud, for Wang Defa, a mere internet cafe owner, could not possibly know the answers. He only asked Wang Defa about things he was able to provide information on. Here, who should I find? Boss, as for who to approach, I have no idea either. I'm not a sequence user, and it's already quite something for me to know this much. Qin Siyang sneered. If you don't know who to ask, then everything you said is empty talk. Wang Defa's expression hesitated for a moment. Glancing at Qin Siyang in the shadows, he said, I don't know who to ask for help, but I probably know who can help you find out who the mole in the bureau is. Name: the blonde policewoman at the police station, Luo Yiliana. Luo Yiliana. Qin Siyang was not familiar with the people at the police station because he had never interacted with police officers. Or rather, when they had dealt with each other, it was mostly anonymous contests of wits. Yes, Luo Yiliana. The reason I know this is because one day about 3 years ago she came to my place and asked me to set up a computer for her to use with a hidden address. I thought she was quite pretty with her blonde hair and blue eyes, so I wanted to know what she was doing here. So you spied on her computer? Yes. It seemed that Lu Daji's habit of peeping at customers had been learned from his boss Wang Defa. However, Wang Defa had a sense of discretion, knowing what to do after peeping and what not to do. Lu Daji, however, had only learned Wang Defa's bad habits, not his clever schemes. In the interface, she was chatting anonymously with someone, and that was what they talked about. She wanted him to help her fix her identity. As a sequence user, what identity would she need fixed? I could only guess it was forging a sequence. Later I heard that Luo Yiliana joined the police station, and as a sniffer, a sequence type most favored by the police, I became even more convinced she had a problem. If she really is a sniffer sequence, why would she worry about her identity? Qin Siyang nodded slightly, thinking that Wang Defa's reasoning was sound. Luo Yiliana's sequence was most likely problematic. Did that person leave no clues at all? Wang Defa recalled for a moment, then shook his head. No, that person was also anonymous. All I remember is that his codename in the chat room was Dreammaker. However, the code names in that chat room seemed to be randomly assigned and changed every day. That day he was called Dreammaker. What he would be called next, no one could know. So I don't think that counts as a clue. Qin Siyang thought for a moment, then asked, then what were the terms of their deal? 1 silver coin. Luo Yiliana put a silver coin under a floor tile next to the exit of some safe zone. After the man got the money, he forged her registration information. Didn't you ever try to go to that floor tile first and steal Luo Yiliana's silver coin? Wang Defa said with a wry smile, Boss, how would I have the guts to do that? If I had stolen her silver coin, she would definitely have guessed that I was spying on her, and then my internet cafe's reputation would be ruined. And you know, for this internet cafe, I'm just a white glove on the surface. The bulk still has to be handed over. If the person behind me found out that I sabotaged his money pipeline out of greed, he would skin me alive. You're quite clever. Wang Defa, however, did not feel delighted by Qin Siyang's compliment. Instead, his tone was a bit aggrieved. I'm just an ordinary man. Dealing with sequence users every day. If I weren't sharp, I'd have died hundreds of times already. However, afterward, out of curiosity, I did take some time to go check that floor tile. Any findings? If you weren't a sequence user, you wouldn't even be able to get close to that floor tile. Why? Because that floor tile is right near the gate of the safe zone exit in a rest area for sequence users, with many people coming and going every day. Since people come and go every day, how did Luo Yiliana manage to put the silver coin underneath? I don't know. Maybe she waited for a moment when no one was around. Boss, that's all I know. Qin Siyang fell silent for a long time, pondering his next move. From Wang Defa's account, it was not hard for him to deduce that the mole in the bureau, Dreammaker, would be able to obtain all of Luo Yiliana's information. Otherwise, he could not have created a tailor-made, forged identity for her. Yet this anonymous transaction method made Qin Siyang believe that Luo Yiliana probably did not know who this Dreammaker was. This meant that Qin Siyang would have to trade with an unknown person selling all of his own information. The other party, however, could remain hidden in the shadows all along. It was like giving this person a handle to threaten him whenever he wanted. Qin Siyang absolutely could not accept such passivity. Alright, I understand. Thank you. However, there's one more thing I need your help with. Please speak. I'm a little short on cash right now, so I'd like you to lend me a silver coin to take care of the forged sequence registration. Wang Defa was dumbfounded. Hadn't he been toiling left and right for that single silver coin? Now Qin Siyang actually wanted it back. Then what was he after? Qin Siyang, for his part, knew that this was hardly dignified, but he simply had no other way to scrape together the coin. He couldn't go kill someone just for a silver coin, could he? Boss, you're going too far. Are you making a fool of me? I said it's a loan. Once I join the Sequence Administration Bureau, I'll pay you back double. And you should know that if I'd meant to take it by force I wouldn't have bothered explaining all this. Wang Defa was contemptuous of the empty promise Qin Siyang offered. Boss, I've seen people asking for credit, but to ask for a whole silver coin at once I don't have time for your idle talk. I can either borrow a silver coin, or I can take a silver coin. Take your pick. If you want to report me to the police you can try. That said, Qin Siyang did not wait for Wang Defa's reply. You're a smart man. You know best how to choose. Now please leave or I need to use the computer. I'll come to your internet cafe door tomorrow evening. Then you can lend me a silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing still as he watched Qin Siyang's retreating figure and said nothing. Don't do anything foolish. Think of your family. Qin Siyang offered the reminder casually. A vision of his happy family immediately flashed through Wang Defa's mind. His loving wife and 2 obedient children. Nothing mattered more than home. Here, take this silver coin. Consider it a loss on my part. All right, understood. Wang Defa silently left the warehouse and pulled the door shut behind him for Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang then opened the Godslayer Camp Forum and the Sequence Education Forum, searching for the knowledge he wished to learn. Since this was likely his final visit in the near term, he meticulously reviewed everything without skipping a single detail. For some complex matters, he even took notes on paper from the warehouse, wary of memory lapses that could lead to grave mistakes. By the time Qin Siyang left the warehouse, midnight had already arrived. The internet cafe was long closed, and Wang Defa had returned home. After locking the warehouse door, he confirmed no one was around and dashed back to his residence as fast as he could. Today has been truly fruitful, he said sincerely, lying in bed after a cold shower, gazing at his notes. I'll have plenty to keep me busy these coming days. Around 6 in the morning of the next day, after packing his things, he pulled his collar up to cover his face, donned a wide-brimmed hat, and made sure no one could recognize him before stepping out. He did not head directly to school. Instead, he first stopped at a grocery store and bought 2 envelopes, a sheet of letter paper, and a worn-out pencil for a single copper coin, then asked the shopkeeper to place the envelope and paper inside the other envelope. Though the shopkeeper had no idea why Qin Siyang wanted to do this, he complied all the same. Holding the envelope, Qin Siyang followed the map route he had studied the night before and walked to the police station, a 30-minute journey from the school. It was still early, and only 2 guards stood at the station's entrance. The main doors remained half open with hardly anyone coming or going. He surveyed the area and noticed a public mailbox in front of the police station, a faint smile crossing his lips. Then he slipped into a narrow alley beside the station. This alley was home to many homeless wanderers, most of whom were high school graduates entering society, but unable to find stable work in the impoverished outskirts near the safety zone. To survive, they sold the houses assigned by the United Government and became street vagrants. Where there are wanderers, there are inevitably children wandering alongside them. Many parents abandon their children to avoid being held back, heading elsewhere to seek opportunities. As a result, Qin Siyang spotted several homeless orphans here. It made him feel that his circumstances after rebirth were not the worst. At least he could attend school and had food. Unlike the children in this alley who had lost hope from birth. Though pity welled in his heart, he could only sigh helplessly, lacking the power to change anything. Walking along the dim alley, Qin Siyang approached the youngest-looking orphan. Can you read? The child, face smudged with dust, picked at blackened fingernails and stared at Qin Siyang with wide, curious eyes. But Qin Siyang's entire face was shrouded in shadow, so the child could see nothing. Qin Siyang repeated, Do you know how to read? The child shook his head. Good. Qin Siyang handed him the envelope. Open this envelope. Though puzzled, the child obeyed. Take out the envelope and paper inside. Seeing the child produce the stationery, Qin Siyang picked up a wooden stick and found a patch of damp, soft mud. Copy what I draw on the ground with this stick onto the letter paper. Qin Siyang wrote 2 characters, but the child studied them for a long time, still unclear of their meaning. Just copy exactly what I write. The child grabbed a handful of pencils and began scribbling on the paper, following Qin Siyang's strokes. After finishing, the child looked up again, his large, innocent eyes meeting Qin Siyang's. Very good. Place this letter paper inside the envelope you just took out. Pleased by the praise, the child smiled shyly. Then write these characters I just wrote on the outside of the envelope. After the child obediently did as told, Qin Siyang nodded. You're quite talented. Could you help me put this envelope into the large box at the front of the police station? The child looked perplexed. Qin Siyang wiped away the marks he had just drawn on the ground, tossed the wooden stick into the depths of the alley, and said, Follow me. Qin Siyang led him out of the alley and toward the brightly lit police station. Do you see that large blue box? The child nodded. Help me put this letter inside, all right? You're so capable, I know you can do it. Seeing the police station, the child felt an inexplicable fear. No. No. The child's eyes showed strong resistance, as though he had suffered at the hands of officers before. If you help me put it in, I'll give you something delicious to eat. Speaking, Qin Siyang opened the lunchbox from his bag, revealing centipede mushroom rice. The child's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the food. It's a promise. Yes, I won't go back on my word. I'll wait right here. Biting his lip, the child seemed to gather great resolve, stared at the police station mailbox, summoned all his courage, and sprinted toward it. Qin Siyang watched the child drop the letter into the mailbox, and then run back. Panting heavily and speaking incoherently, the child said, Food. Well done. Qin Siyang smiled and handed him the lunchbox. The child immediately devoured the meal. Qin Siyang watched until he finished, then put away the empty container. Was it tasty? The child nodded with a smile. If you liked it, I'll bring more next time. By the way, if anyone asks you questions, tell them first that you can't read, understood? Yes. Qin Siyang left the alley and turned toward the school. He could have given the child better food, but only the strong smell of cafeteria meals could mask his own scent and prevent anyone from tracing him. I hope we can have a pleasant meeting tomorrow, Officer Roylina. An hour later, officers gradually arrived at the station and Roylina was among them. Good morning, Roylina. Morning, Li Wei. Roylina greeted her colleagues warmly. Roylina here. There seems to be a letter for you. The clerk frowned, carefully studying the handwriting on the envelope, not entirely certain. It might not be yours, but I believe those characters should read for Roylina. What do you think? Roylina took the envelope and also looked puzzled at the crooked script. When was it received? I'm not sure. Perhaps last night, perhaps this morning. I just found it while sorting the mailboxes. It might just be some kid's prank. The envelope isn't sealed. I'll open it. If it's not for me, I'll leave it here for the owner to claim. Yes, I think that's a good idea, Roylina. Roylina smiled, opened the envelope, glanced inside, and her expression instantly froze. Then she laughed again. It's my letter, thank you. Oh, it's nothing. It's my job, you know. Good morning, Luo Yiliana. Oh, good morning, Peter. Luo Yiliana was still greeting people warmly, looking no different from before. But once she reached her office and closed the door behind her, she impatiently opened the envelope and looked at the contents of the letter once more. At 9 tonight in the woods beside Chunlu Lane, let's talk about your sequence. I am merciful and friendly, and I hope you won't do anything that disappoints me. Luo Yiliana clenched her fists, her golden waterfall-like hair trembling with fear and rage. Damn it. How could anyone know I forged my sequence? She looked at the letter paper again, then thought, could it be that this person doesn't know about the matter and simply wants to learn about the scent taster? Then she immediately rejected the idea. No, impossible. If he wanted to learn about the scent taster, he could just check the Shirshin camp. There was no need to meet me. She took a badge from the pocket on her chest and placed it on the letter. A spot on the badge suddenly emitted red light. Luo Yiliana immediately showed an overjoyed expression. The person who wrote the letter is nearby. She immediately loaded the pistol, put on her police uniform, and left the police station as if going out on duty. Following the red dot on the badge, Luo Yiliana made her way to the alley where Qin Siyang had been that morning. She looked at the homeless orphan sleeping soundly before her, then at her badge, and showed a contemptuous expression. An orphan? How is that possible? But the badge's guidance couldn't be wrong. She nudged the sleeping child with the toe of her leather shoe. Wake up. The child rubbed his eyes, looked up, saw Luo Yiliana in her police uniform, and was so frightened that he sat up immediately. Did you write this letter? The child first nodded, then, as if realizing something, shook his head desperately. Luo Yiliana immediately pressed on. Who told you to write it? What did he look like? The child suddenly remembered the words Qin Siyang had said before leaving and answered tearfully, I can't read. I can't read. I don't know who it was. Luo Yiliana frowned, not understanding why the child was giving such an irrelevant answer. But since it was this child who had written her the letter, he had to die. She absolutely could not let all her efforts be ruined by this letter. Just as she was drawing the pistol from her waist and about to shoot the child, crying bitter tears, she suddenly remembered the contents of the letter. I am merciful and friendly, and I hope you won't do anything that disappoints me. What did that sentence mean? Was it warning her not to kill him? The child was still crying and shouting, I can't read. I can't read. So that was what the child meant by saying he couldn't read. All of that had also been arranged by the person who had asked her to the meeting. It seemed she couldn't kill the child now. At the very least, she had to wait until tonight after taking care of the mastermind behind the letter before coming back to kill him. Luo Yiliana slowly lowered the gun in her hand, cast a cold glance at the child whose face was covered in tears and snot, and strode away. Qin Siyang sat in the classroom gazing at the starry sky and the gods outside the window, thinking about how he would talk with Luo Yiliana that night. Yet he kept feeling a gaze spying on him. Qin Siyang glanced over. It was Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle had been missing for 2 days, yet Qin Siyang and Wen Shu were still alive and well. As the biggest beneficiary of the deaths of Qin Siyang and Wen Shu, and very likely the instigator behind it all, Li Jingwen naturally found it impossible to sit still. Today she had even forgotten to find Zhou Yang and talk heart to heart. She sat in the classroom in a daze, turning back from time to time to look at Qin Siyang, hoping to read something from his expression. Just as ants cannot understand how high mountains are and how vast the seas are, how could Li Jingwen, who had only stayed on campus and never experienced the world, compete in wits with Qin Siyang, who had taken several lives and lived a second life? She stole many glances at Qin Siyang, yet still could not detect the faintest clue from his calm face. Whether it was an illusion or a guilty conscience, Li Jingwen felt she understood Qin Siyang less and less. Ever since the day Qin Siyang stopped making her the center of his attention, he seemed to have grown in a direction completely unknown to her. She looked at Qin Siyang again, feeling that his vacant pupils gazing at the scenery outside the window seemed to be filled with stories she could not read. Inexplicably, she suddenly felt afraid. A preposterous thought even arose in her mind. Qin Siyang was actually a hidden sequence user and had killed her uncle in retaliation. I must be going crazy. How could there be a sequence user in a place like this? Li Jingwen shook her head, feeling that she simply hadn't rested well these past 2 days, and that was why such a ridiculous thought had occurred to her. During the break, Zhou Yang came to find Li Jingwen on his own initiative. Li Jingwen had suddenly stopped paying so much attention to him, so he felt unaccustomed and wanted to see whether she was okay. Li Jingwen glanced at Zhou Yang at the classroom door and suddenly felt flustered. She hurriedly stole a sidelong glance at Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang was still resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, without any reaction. Since Qin Siyang hasn't taken the initiative to separate her and Zhou Yang, he probably doesn't know about Qin Siyang. It seems Qin Siyang offended someone he shouldn't have and was thrown into some stinking ditch. With that thought, Li Jingwen's mood instantly improved a great deal. Then she revealed her signature sweet smile and ran toward the classroom door. Zhou Yang, why are you here? You seemed a bit off these last 2 days. I wanted to ask if everything is all right. I'm fine. Something just happened at home recently, so I've been distracted. A flash of sorrow suddenly passed through Li Jingwen's eyes. What's wrong? Can I help? Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but right now I really hope there's someone I can rely on. Zhou Yang, I know we're only ordinary friends, but after school can I borrow your shoulder to lean on? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Thank you. You're so kind. Then I'll see you after school. Li Jingwen said goodbye to Zhou Yang and walked back to the classroom door. From a distance, she saw Qin Siyang, who had already fallen asleep at the desk by the window. Qin Siyang's relaxed manner only made Li Jingwen more convinced that he had no idea Qin Siyang wanted to kill him. The previous gloom was completely swept away, and Li Jingwen's heart returned to its former state. She wished Qin Siyang would hurry up and die. I wonder whether Qin Siyang is dead or not. If he isn't killed this good-for-nothing quickly. The sight of him annoys me. After school, Qin Siyang went to the library again to organize the books. However, this time he discovered that besides teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, there was one more person in the library. Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was also studying at a desk in the library. Although he didn't share a small table with Wen Shu, he sat directly opposite her. Wen Shu's face was expressionless. Her big eyes were fixed solely on the test paper in front of her, as if she were studying earnestly. But Qin Siyang knew she was not in a good mood. In the past, when he came to the library after school to tidy the books, she would greet him with a smile, and her expression would always be relaxed. Unlike now, she was like a learning machine. At that moment, Zhao Liwen walked up to Wen Shu to ask her a question. Wen Shu answered with a blank face, being concise and unwilling to say an extra word. Qin Siyang shrugged about to chat with old Zhao again, but teacher Zhu beside him coughed. Teacher Zhu tapped a note on the desk. It's for you. Qin Siyang picked up the note and found it was Wen Shu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen attends Zhu in school because his father is an intern at the engineering bureau here, which makes it convenient for him to attend school. His father is about to become a regular employee and has some connections and influence, so don't provoke him for now. Qin Siyang wore a helpless expression. Wen Shu had already predicted his behavior, so what else was there to say? Teacher Zhu then said, hurry up and finish cleaning up, lock the door, and leave. Okay. Qin Siyang knew Wen Shu was also suffering in the library, so he cleaned up very quickly. After a while he said to Zhao Liwen and Wen Shu, the library is about to close. Please leave, everyone. Wen Shu didn't say anything. She put her workbook back on the shelf, picked up her backpack, and left. Zhao Liwen, however, dawdled, and only came out when teacher Zhu was about to lock up. Qin Siyang. Zhao Liwen called out to Qin Siyang, who was turning to leave. What is it again? I hope you'll think about what I said yesterday. I have no ill intentions, I meant every word seriously. Qin Siyang was too lazy to respond to him, and kept walking toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen caught up, and said, I hope you understand that being with Wen Shu will only disturb her. Are you crazy? I haven't said a word to her. If anyone is disturbing her studies, it's you. Zhao Liwen pursed his lips. Even if she's disturbed, she can easily get into the 2 lower-ranked colleges, so I'm not affecting her. But if someone like you who can't get into any college wastes her energy, that is simply a waste of her time. Zhao Liwen's words made Qin Siyang's anger surge. What did he mean by saying that it was fine for Qin Siyang to distract Wen Shu? How could Zhao Liwen say such shameless words? He had originally thought Zhao was a bookworm, only to discover now that he was a refined egoist. If he weren't going to meet Luo Yiliana tonight, Qin Siyang would have clubbed Zhao Liwen on his way home. Your words are more pleasant than farts. Qin Siyang dropped the remark and walked away with large strides. Zhao Liwen watched him coldly from behind, then let out a contemptuous snort and headed home as well. Qin Siyang returned home, put down his backpack, and prepared to meet Luo Yiliana. He recalled the information he had looked up in Shirshin camp. Luo Yiliana is not a scent seeker sequence ability user, but she has experience in detecting and pursuing criminals, so she probably possesses a low-grade scent tracking tool. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Pedestrians were walking through Chunlu Alley one after another. This alley was a shortcut from the edge of the safe zone to the central area. Those who couldn't afford the bus would often cut through here to save time. Chunlu Alley was also a place Qin Siyang had learned about from browsing the forum. Sequence users heading to the exit of safe zone know. 114514 were often not strong enough, hunted few gods, and thus didn't earn much. Sometimes to save money they had to walk home. Chunlu Alley was a route they often took. Qin Siyang found a moment when no one was on the road, slipped into the agreed woods, and crouched in ambush. Then he opened his lunchbox and smeared the tri-winged flying fish from the cafeteria on his clothes. A low-grade scent tracking tool is far inferior to the scent seeker sequence ability user's skill, scent seeking. If a heavier scent is used to cover it, the tool won't be able to track it. The smell of cafeteria food should be enough. This was also information provided in the exchange threads on the Shershan camp forum. After he finished smearing it on his clothes, he closed the lunchbox again and quietly waited for Luo Yiliana to appear. At about 8:30 in the evening, a figure in a trench coat appeared in the woods. Qin Siyang could hear the dull thud of leather shoes stepping on stones, knowing that it should be Luo Yiliana. Why Luo Yiliana had come half an hour early he didn't know. He remained hidden in the woods, quietly observing Luo Yiliana. He saw her take out a bottle of perfume, spray it on herself, and then stand still in place. After a moment, the fragrance drifted into Qin Siyang's nostrils. This light scent made him feel relaxed and eased his anxiety. Is this ordinary perfume? Or is it a prerequisite for activating a sequence skill? Qin Siyang frowned, thinking. He still didn't know Luo Yiliana's true sequence ability, so he remained vigilant. Luo Yiliana seemed to have grown impatient, constantly checking her phone. After confirming that she hadn't set any traps, Qin Siyang covered his face and stepped out from the surrounding bushes. However, the clothes used to cover his face carried the smell of cafeteria food, which made him quite uncomfortable. Seeing Qin Siyang emerge from the side, Luo Yiliana was stunned for a moment, then asked coldly, "You've been here a long time. Why didn't you show yourself?" "I didn't want to come out too soon," Qin Siyang answered truthfully with his inner thoughts. Luo Yiliana flicked her golden bangs and said, "What do you want from me?" "I'd like to ask for your help." "Speak. Introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Luo Yiliana's pupils suddenly dilated, but then she heard the masked man's next words. "I suggest you take your right hand off the pistol under your trench coat. Once the gunshot sounds, you can't kill me, and things will be beyond repair." Luo Yiliana was stunned. She hadn't expected this person to see through her movement. What an acute sense of perception and prediction. Luo Yiliana's hand remained on the gun. She had already chambered a round before coming ready to draw and shoot at any moment. "You're very confident. But I don't think your movements are faster than a bullet." Qin Siyang smiled. "Of course I can't be faster than a bullet. But a bullet can only be fired after you draw your gun and pull the trigger right. I just need to be faster than you." Luo Yiliana looked at Qin Siyang with wary eyes, as if she didn't believe a single word he said. Qin Siyang spread his hands. "If I weren't absolutely certain, I wouldn't have come to see you. So I hope you can be a little more patient and keep talking with me." "What do you want, eh? Didn't I already tell you?" "I want you to introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Luo Yiliana asked again, and then, "Oh, it seems you really didn't listen to me. First take your hand off the gun holster." Qin Siyang saw the murderous intent in Luo Yiliana's eyes and knew that she would try to shoot him no matter what. He said helplessly, "Stop wasting your effort. Before I came, I sent a scheduled email to be sent to all the officers in the police station. By tomorrow morning, everyone at the police station will know that your sequence is forged. If I can't go back tonight to adjust the email's delay time, you'll be exposed tomorrow. So even if you kill me, it won't do you any good." "What?" Luo Yiliana froze. She never expected that this masked man still had a backup plan. This time she was truly panicking. Things were heading in the most unfavorable direction for her. "Besides, you can't kill me at all." While Luo Yiliana was stunned, Qin Siyang activated the violent skill, kicked off the ground, and shot forward. Luo Yiliana was a sequence user, and not the lowest rank at that. Her perception and agility were far superior to ordinary people. Even so, she could only watch Qin Siyang charging toward her at incredible speed with no time to react at all. Qin Siyang snatched the gun from Luo Yiliana's hand, then jumped back 2 steps to keep some distance between them. "What are you doing?" Qin Siyang twirled the gun in his hand and said teasingly, "I've said so much, but you still don't believe me. I had to use facts to prove it." He turned the gun and aimed it at Luo Yiliana, and the look in her eyes immediately turned to terror. "You? What exactly are you trying to do? I told you I just want to talk with you. Now I think you can calm down." After saying this, Qin Siyang lowered the gun. "Tell me, how can I contact that person?" Luo Yiliana glanced at Qin Siyang, and when she saw that he really had no intention of killing her, she had to answer. "I don't know who he is. A friend told me that he could help me get my sequence registered. All I know is that he's a regular in the Psych virtual chatroom. If you want to find him, just keep hanging around the chatroom." "Then how do I know which one is him?" "Observe carefully in the chatroom, and you'll find him." Qin Siyang could tell that Luo Yiliana wasn't being entirely straightforward. He smiled. "Observe carefully. I don't have that much time. What if I ask who could help me the same way that person helped Luo Yiliana? Would that work?" Luo Yiliana gritted her teeth in anger. "Enter the chatroom 8 times, and that person will take the initiative to find you." "Fine. Then what?" "Then give him your name and personal information. Tell him the sequence you want to disguise as, and he will help you pass the registration assessment of the Sequence User Administration Bureau." "Don't I need to go to the Sequence User Administration Bureau myself?" You do. Just go at the time he tells you, and get the certificate proving you are a registered sequence user. That's it. So the assessment can be skipped directly. Yes, it can be skipped. Qin Siyang played Luo Yiliana's words back in his mind, and felt that there were no major problems. I've told you everything you want to know. You can give me back the gun now, right? Qin Siyang looked up at Luo Yiliana, and shook his head. No. Then what do you want me to do to get my gun back? Every officer at the police station had their own service firearm. Each gun had a unique serial number, and they were often collected for checks to see whether the firearms had any aging problems. If an officer's gun wasn't handed in, it would be discovered at once. Losing a gun was an extremely serious incident. At the very least, the officer would be removed from casework. If the gun was used in a terrible crime, the officer who lost it would definitely be dismissed. Luo Yiliana had used a forged sequence identity to enter the police station, which showed how badly she needed this job. She couldn't allow all her efforts to be destroyed by Qin Siyang. You answered my questions earlier because I know your secret. To keep me from making it public, you had to answer me about the forged sequence. As for this gun, you tried to kill me, and I took it from you. It can't be lumped together with the questions you just answered. Qin Siyang smiled. If you want the gun back, that's a separate price. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Luo Yiliana was about to be driven to collapse by Qin Siyang. She hadn't expected Qin Siyang to be so difficult. From beginning to end, she had been at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. Tell me your true sequence. In your dreams. Luo Yiliana trembled with rage. Under the dim starlight, she looked like a golden lioness, murderous intent radiating from her. I'm a man of my word. Since you answered my questions, I can guarantee I won't tell anyone about your forged sequence. But don't even think about getting this gun back. With this gun, it will be much easier for me to kill people in the future. However, I may need you to take the blame for me. You scoundrel. I never provoked you, so why can't you let me go? Your true sequence. Tell me, and the gun is yours. It took me great effort to become a police officer. Do you know how many hardships I went through? I even sacrificed my innocence for it. Your true sequence. You heartless demon. Are you only satisfied when you ruin me? Sequence. No matter how frantically Luo Yiliana complained, Qin Siyang only coldly repeated his question. He used fewer and fewer words, which meant his patience was almost exhausted. Luo Yiliana. If your next sentence isn't your sequence, I'll leave right now. I can guarantee that your low-grade scent tracking tool will never find a trace of me. Luo Yiliana's emerald eyes were now bloodshot from her frenzy, making her look especially terrifying in the dark forest. Qin Siyang, his face concealed, stood across from her, like an observer, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. If not for the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed, others might have mistaken him for a strange sculpture of a man. Irolina gazed at Qin Siyang, a single tear tracing its way down her cheek. The Joybringer. My sequence is Joybringer. After speaking, Irolina revealed a desperate smile. Qin Siyang observed how hollow her spirit appeared and understood why she had chosen to conceal her sequence identity. The Joybringer is most infamous for its sequence level 1 skill, Ultimate Bliss. When activated, it grants the designated target an intense surge of pleasure within a certain time frame, stirring in them an overwhelming desire to seek intimacy with the skill's caster. The Ultimate Bliss works not only on humans, but on gods as well. When a Joybringer employs Ultimate Bliss, deities themselves are drawn to gather around them. The Joybringer sequence abilities ultimately lead to only two fates. Playthings for the elite within the safe zone, or bait for hunting gods outside the safe zone. Whichever path one chooses, endless suffering awaits. Therefore, those who awaken the Joybringer typically conceal their identity, living out their lives as ordinary people. Once discovered, it marks the beginning of damnation. This was also the reason Irolina hid her sequence. Qin Siyang wore a calm expression, yet felt a measure of sympathy toward her. But this sympathy was carefully kept in check, not allowed to grow further. Compassion could cloud his judgment. He had to remain utterly ruthless to ensure absolute certainty. Irolina had disclosed her sequence, but Qin Siyang was far from finished. Gazing at the utterly despairing Irolina, he said, "There are no people on the road now. So please activate your Ultimate Bliss skill. What do you intend to do? I must confirm that you truly are a Joybringer." Qin Siyang reasoned that he might seek Irolina's assistance again in the future. Thus he had to seize her ultimate secret. He could not simply believe her claim of being a Joybringer based on 2 teardrops. "Must you drive me into a corner? I've already told you. What more do you want from me?" Tears streaming down her face, Irolina pleaded with Qin Siyang. Yet Qin Siyang remained unmoved. "Activate Ultimate Bliss, or I leave with the gun." Seeing that Qin Siyang's voice showed not the slightest tremor, Irolina knew her tears were useless. "Fine, you win." Irolina wiped away her tears and smoothed her disheveled golden hair. "I'm not a Joybringer. How did you figure it out? Was my crying not convincing enough? Don't ask too many questions, for you have no right to. Tell me your sequence." Qin Siyang had not detected any signs of acting in Irolina's performance. Indeed, his heart had softened momentarily. However, after suffering a costly mistake at the hands of Lu Daji, he had become far more cautious, determined to leave nothing to chance. To his surprise, Irolina was still deceiving him. This blonde, blue-eyed, beautiful policewoman was truly full of hidden depths. With a look of utter exasperation, Irolina said, "Titan. My sequence is Titan." As she spoke, she displayed her hand. Something happened and her palm swelled continuously until it became as large as the sofa in Qin Siyang's home. Then, as though deflated, her hand returned to normal. The Titan sequence allows the user to enlarge either a part of their body or their entire physique, while simultaneously boosting the strength of the enlarged portion. It is typically used as a frontline tank against gods and hunting squads. However, the mortality rate for Titan sequence users is extremely high, for human bodies ultimately cannot match the power of gods. I refuse to live in constant fear outside the safe zone, which is why I concealed my sequence and joined the police force. The skill I just released was local amplification, the level 1 ability of the Titan sequence. Only a Titan sequence could achieve such an effect, so I have not lied to you. Irolina smiled at Qin Siyang. "May I have my gun back now?" Qin Siyang mentally reviewed the characteristics of various sequence ability users. Although he could not recall every sequence ability skill, he felt that those who could enlarge their bodies seemed limited to the Titan sequence. Wait, there was another one. At this thought, Qin Siyang no longer hurried to leave and fell into silence once more. Irolina frowned. "What is it now? Why won't you give me my gun?" "I'm waiting." "Waiting for what?" 10 minutes. Wait for you to activate local amplification, the level 1 skill of the Titan sequence, once again. A flicker of shock passed through Irolina's eyes. "What do you mean? I need to confirm whether you are truly a Titan sequence user or merely imitated the local amplification skill." Fraudster. If I recall correctly, the fraudster sequence allows the user to mimic skills they have witnessed, but only the external appearance can be copied, not anything else. Moreover, one cannot consecutively mimic the same skill. Irolina's previously relaxed smile vanished instantly. "You truly are relentless." And oi. Leaning wearily against a nearby tree, Irolina admitted, "You're right. I am a fraudster sequence user." To prove she was telling the truth this time, a multicolored mask suddenly appeared on her face. This was the ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Siyang nodded. Irolina was indeed a fraudster sequence user. He had finally probed the truth. However, the process had been tortuously circuitous, and several times he nearly fell for her deceptions. "Your Mandarin is excellent, full of emotion, nearly fooled me. A tool for making a living, of course I learned it well. Nothing to boast about. You are remarkable. Far more capable than any of my colleagues or the criminals I've dealt with." Irolina praised Qin Siyang sincerely. "In your presence I feel as powerless as an infant. Every lie I tell is mercilessly exposed by you. The last time this happened was when I first met Inspector Aloa." Having obtained the answer he desired, Qin Siyang no longer intended to waste time in the forest with this dishonest policewoman. "I'll leave first. I'll place your handgun on the path through the woods. 3 minutes after I depart you can follow my trail and find it." "Understood. Just vanish quickly. I truly don't wish to look at you again. You insidious, scheming devil." Qin Siyang shrugged. "At least I never deceived you from beginning to end, did I, kind and honest Irolina?" Irolina snorted, but said nothing. Qin Siyang departed in good spirits, retrieving the lunchbox he had hidden in the bushes along the way. "Though clever, you'd best be careful." Irolina called after him. "Don't fall into Aloa's hands. Otherwise I'll be implicated because of you." "Aloam, I'll remember that. Thank you." Qin Siyang did not return home immediately. He first found a corner and burned the clothes he was wearing. He was still concerned that the scent on these garments could be tracked even though they were thoroughly drenched in the pungent sauces from the cafeteria. Staring at the coat as it slowly turned to ashes, Qin Siyang let out a sigh. "It hasn't been long, and I've already burned 3 or 4 coats. At this rate, I'll be wearing short sleeves in this cold world." These coats were mostly things he had scavenged from the junkyard. Not a single one had he ever paid for. However, days without money might still stretch on for some time. "I'll find a chance to visit the junkyard and dig for treasure." He then poured the food from his lunchbox into the stinking ditch, washed the container, and finally returned home. He quickly ate some leftovers from the previous day and set out again. After confirming that no one was tailing him, he arrived at the internet cafe once more. Wang Defa spotted Qin Siyang appearing at the entrance of the internet cafe and walked out with an unmistakably unwilling expression. "Boss, here's your silver coin." The day before, Qin Siyang and Wang Defa had agreed that he would come to collect the silver coin today as payment for forging serial information on his behalf. Wang Defa took out a silver coin from his pocket and placed it into Qin Siyang's hand, yet his fingers refused to let go, a lingering reluctance evident on his face. "Thank you. I will pay you back." Qin Siyang tugged the silver coin from Wang Defa's grasp and slipped it into his pocket. Though somewhat shameless, Qin Siyang had no other choice. A single silver coin was indeed not easily come by. Wang Defa lowered his eyelids. "Boss, if there's nothing else in the future, perhaps we should stop associating with each other. Consider this a lesson you taught me." Wang Defa had gained nothing from Qin Siyang, and might even attract the trouble of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It felt like he had swallowed something revolting. But Qin Siyang had no way to concern himself with such matters. He still had many tasks that required the internet, and Wang Defa's internet cafe was his only safe means of accessing it. "How could I not come back?" Qin Siyang said. "I still need to use the computer in your warehouse tonight." Huh, you're still coming. It's already 10 o'clock. Isn't your cafe about to close? Why are you still worried about inspections? Wang Defa pursed his lips, but said nothing. Rest assured I won't shortchange you. But you'll have to wait until I get past this hurdle. Qin Siyang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and headed toward the warehouse. Seeing Qin Siyang enter the warehouse, Wang Defa pounded his chest in frustration. Damn it. Someone kill this bastard. Qin Siyang sat down at the computer and immediately opened the Awaken virtual chat room. The Awaken virtual chat room was a place on the internet where people made friends. Unlike other chat rooms, the Awaken virtual chat room had remained popular for so long precisely because it employed network address hiding technology. Everyone here was completely anonymous. Login addresses were entirely hidden and no one knew who was actually in the chat room. Not even the back-end staff of Awaken could query the identities of visitors in the chat room. Its absolute confidentiality provided a natural gray market trading environment. Naturally, the chat room had also attracted the attention of the police force with undercover officers lurking within. To avoid mistakenly identifying a police officer as a trading partner, those doing business here employed various encryption methods. For instance, the person who forged sequences determined their intended trading partner by entering and exiting the chat room 8 times in succession. As for how this method of transaction spread and how Luo Yiliana came to know of it, Qin Siyang had no idea. Following Luo Yiliana's instructions, he repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times, and then remained still quietly waiting for that mysterious person to make contact. The chat room's interface was extremely simple. The left side displayed the current list of visitors, the center contained advertisement links for various games and gambling companies, and the right side showed your current chat partner. Below was the public chat area where Qin Siyang could see all sorts of advertisements for loans and identity forgery scrolling continuously. The interface of this chat room could not help but remind him of his past life. Of course, in his past life, just as in this one, he had been incredibly poor and unable to afford a computer. Thus, he only went to a nearby internet cafe occasionally, spending his dinner money to chat with Li Jingwen in the chat room. Usually, Li Jingwen would open a private channel with someone else to play games together, while he would help her with her homework on one side and silently listen on the other. Thinking back now, it really was like being a dog. But in this life, he would not be so wretched. Qin Siyang's thoughts flew swiftly and returned to reality. The right side of his chat room interface was currently completely blank. After a few minutes, that empty chat box finally flickered. Qin Siyang clicked on it. It was someone named Exile who had initiated contact. Are you looking for someone? No, I'm waiting for someone, Qin Siyang replied. He noticed that his username in the Awaken chat room was Future. Who are you waiting for? Waiting for someone who won't waste time asking questions like that. Exile remained silent for about 2 minutes before responding. When asking someone for a favor, your attitude should be better. Tell me your rules. Qin Siyang went straight to the point. No. I need to know first where you learned the method to contact me. Qin Siyang did not hesitate to type out his fabricated excuse. A friend who doesn't wish to reveal their name told me. You're talking nonsense. This makes cooperation very difficult. Business is business. Things unrelated to business should not be discussed. If you don't wish to do business, then I'll find someone else. It seems you are very afraid of your friend. Would they come after you, even kill you if you revealed their identity? Qin Siyang did not respond to his speculation. Leaving room for the other party's imagination was an important way for him to maintain the initiative. Tell me your rules, Exile. I still very much want to make this deal. Provide me with your personal information, then find a way to place a silver coin under the 10th floor tile from the left in the 10th row at the exit of safe zone 38324 before the end of tomorrow, and then you can wait for the management bureau to come after you. What kind of personal information is needed? Thumbprints from both hands, a recent 1-inch personal photo, your name, current occupation, and home address. Of course, also what identity you need. This is the internet, and even in an anonymous chat room, there may be people monitoring. So I cannot be too explicit. You should understand what I mean. Qin Siyang immediately understood that the so-called identity referred to the serial number he needed to forge. Too many things. I cannot give them to you today. It's fine. For the sake of security, these were always meant to be exchanged offline anyway. You can give me the money first. I often stay logged into the chat room. Pick any time and come contact me in the chat room. The same way as today. No. After paying, friends should first say, I'm a newcomer, in the public chat area upon entering the chat room, and then enter and exit the chat room 5 times in succession. After finishing his conversation with Exile, Qin Siyang left the warehouse, returned home washed up, and went to bed. I hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow. Qin Siyang murmured these words to himself before drifting off to sleep. Blue Star Era, January 22, 2010, Western Calendar, Friday. Lunar Calendar, Ji Cho Year, 12th month, 8th day. Laba Festival suitable for travel today was Friday, but Qin Siyang did not go to school. Time was too tight. Safe zone 38,324's exit was 21 bus stops from his home. Even with his recent sequence promotion and heightened physical fitness, he would still need 5 or 6 hours to get there on foot, and another 10+ hours for the round trip. That did not even include the time he would need to wait for a chance to hide the silver coin. If everything was counted, he might not return home until the early hours of Saturday. As for taking the bus, Once the bus departed, he could not get off until it reached a stop, which would restrict his route. His own 2 feet were the only mode of travel that would never fail. Of course, that was only possible if he had enough stamina. To avoid running into more trouble on the road, Qin Siyang chose to set out early in the morning. By the time he reached the vicinity of safe zone 38,324's exit, it was already 1 in the afternoon. At this hour, there were not many people near the exit. The sequence ability users had all gone to lunch or to rest. The ordinary people who hoped to pick up scraps by their side naturally dispersed, leaving only a few lonely figures lingering near the safe zone exit. Qin Siyang hid his face under the wide hood of his hoodie, counted the floor tiles, and walked past with an air of nonchalance. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly pried up a small gap in the tile and flicked the silver coin inside. After replacing the tile, he stepped onto it, making sure it looked exactly the same height as the surrounding tiles, indistinguishable. Thud thud. After 2 muffled sounds, Qin Siyang confirmed the tile was firmly set, then turned and walked away. Next, he found a corner where ordinary people gathered to rest. Many ordinary people sat or lay there grabbing what rest they could. Once the sequence ability users began leaving the safe zone to hunt gods, these people would also become busy. The place was extremely crowded, cramming over 1,000 people into a tiny area. The reason was that it was very close to the safe zone exit. If any sequence ability user came near, they could spot them with a single glance. Although the area near the exit was colder, the crowd huddled together, helping to shield one another from the biting wind. Besides, compared with a chance to turn their lives around, what was a little cold? Qin Siyang carefully avoided the people napping on the ground, found a spot barely wide enough to stand, and squeezed himself between the people on both sides. Then, under the disdainful gazes of those around him, Qin Siyang plopped down onto the ground just like them. He took a lunchbox from his bag and wolfed down its contents. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, the people around him all wore looks of contempt. Although they were ordinary people, they could still afford ingredients and cook at home. No one's cooking could smell as awful as what was in Qin Siyang's lunchbox. Even a simple stir-fry with oil and salt could never produce such a stomach-churning stench. A middle-aged woman beside him finally couldn't hold it in and said to Qin Siyang, "Young man, you look young. This must be your mother's cooking, right? Your mother's cooking smells terrible. What a waste of good ingredients." Qin Siyang swallowed the 9-tailed black rat meat, then said expressionlessly, "My mother died long ago." The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Did your father make it then?" "My father is dead too." The middle-aged woman opened her mouth for a long time after hearing that, as if she wanted to say something, but finally fell into silence and stopped making a sound. An elderly woman beside Qin Siyang muttered softly, "Poor child. He looks like he just graduated from high school, yet his life already has no future." Qin Siyang continued eating the cafeteria food from his lunchbox, paying no attention to the words of others. When he finished, he packed up the lunchbox, put it back into his bag, and planned to use the bag as a pillow to lie down and rest. This time, he did not deliberately squeeze. The people around him voluntarily shifted to give him a place to lie down. "Thank you." Qin Siyang did not look at anyone in particular, but expressed his gratitude vaguely toward the faint goodwill shown by the people around him. When he lay down, he did not close his eyes to sleep, but stared blankly in one direction. Others might have thought he was brooding or reminiscing. In truth, his gaze was fixed on the floor tile that hid the silver coin. Although Exile had told him to place the coin before tonight, Qin Siyang did not believe that Exile would necessarily retrieve it after tomorrow. "If I were Exile, I would definitely find a way to retrieve the coin tonight." This was never an equal trade to begin with. Exile can know all the real information about the forger, but the forger does not even know whether Exile is male or female. No forger would be willing to be controlled like this by others. The agreed transaction deadline is tonight, so tomorrow the other party would likely concentrate their efforts on staking out this place, wanting to find out who exactly took the coin. That way his risk of exposure would increase greatly. Qin Siyang believed his judgment was sound. He quietly observed from the side. When the lunch break ended, teams of sequence ability users began to set out from here. The crowd surged forward again, blocking the exit of safe zone 38324 until it was packed tight. Qin Siyang also moved forward with the crowd, staying near that floor tile the entire time, ensuring it never left his sight. Whenever a sequence ability user entered or left through the exit, these people would swarm forward, advertising the trades they wanted to make with the ability users. Some were selling houses. Some were offering services. Some were promoting their own daughters. Qin Siyang was carried along by the tide of people moving back and forth without making any move. His numb face stayed hidden beneath his hoodie, leaving those around him unsure of what this silent young man had come here to do. But no one asked him about his purpose at the safe zone exit. In the eyes of other ordinary people, having one more silent fool beside them meant one less competitor. Perhaps he was too introverted to say it out loud, or perhaps he was hoping to become a favored pet of some female sequence ability user, but had not yet found his target. No one paid attention to Qin Siyang's thoughts, nor did anyone care. Everyone who came here carried fierce determination and purpose, hoping to turn their fortunes around today. Who had time to bother with an idle stranger? And so, like a puppet with no will of his own, Qin Siyang drifted with the ebb and flow of the crowd until he unexpectedly ended up right beside that floor tile. He deliberately kept a certain distance from the tile, only ensuring it stayed within his sight precisely to avoid alarming the enemy. But as the crowd surged, he was pushed right next to the tile. Forget it. It was just a coincidence that I was squeezed over here. If I dodge away immediately, that would only make me look guilty. Qin Siyang maintained his passive stance, letting the crowd carry him. Finally, he was shoved directly onto the tile and stepped on it. Thud. His foot landed on the stone slab, producing a faint sound. Qin Siyang's eyes widened instantly. When he had hidden the silver coin beneath this brick earlier, stepping on it had not sounded like this. Back then it had made a dull thump-thump. Now the sound was crisp and clear. Qin Siyang's heart suddenly tightened. Underneath the brick it seemed empty. Did that mean someone had already taken the silver coin he had placed there? No, he had to verify it quickly. Qin Siyang no longer drifted with the crowd. Instead, he stood rooted to that brick, letting people shove him from all sides, refusing to move even one step away. You? Why aren't you moving? Are you insane? Just as the people around him were about to berate him for blocking the way, several sequence awakeners in cold weather suits passed by. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn, and they swarmed around, hawking their services. Qin Siyang, not caring about anything else, took advantage of the moment when no one was watching him, crouched down and pretended that sand had gotten into his shoe. He adjusted his posture, using his body to shield the brick so those around him could not see any changes to it. Then as he took off his shoe, Qin Siyang hooked a finger into the gap between the bricks and gently pried the brick upward. Then by the light hanging high above the exit of the safe zone, with his extraordinarily sharp vision, he saw that beneath the brick there really was a shallow pit, half a centimeter deep and the size of a fist. And that silver coin had vanished without a trace. Qin Siyang casually put the brick back down, but his entire being was frozen in shock. Hard as he had watched, the coin had still been taken. How could this be? He had placed the silver coin only 2 or 3 hours ago. How could it be gone already? Could it be that the person who took the coin had been secretly watching, and after seeing him hide it here, had immediately lifted it away? Qin Siyang clenched his fists, trembling with rage. From beginning to end, the brick had never been lifted by anyone. Telekinesis. It seemed this silver coin had been taken by a sequence awakener when no one was paying attention. He scanned the frenzied crowd around him, trying to find the sequence awakener hidden among them. But that was like looking for a needle in a haystack. How could he possibly find him? Qin Siyang quickly calmed himself and considered a solution. If he gave up like this, he would have no choice but to be at the mercy of the exile. No way. After the incident with Lu Daji, Qin Siyang absolutely refused to hand anyone a handle against him again. He had paid for a service, not to give others leverage over him. Damn it. Qin Siyang cursed inwardly. If the one who took the coin was a sequence awakener disguised as an ordinary person, then he would have no way to turn the tables. But if the one who took the coin was a sequence awakener from some god-hunting squad, then perhaps there was still a chance to recover. With that thought, Qin Siyang no longer waited. Like everyone else, he began shoving and pressing toward where the sequence awakeners were. Qin Siyang was strong, so he could easily squeeze to the front row. But that would be too deliberate, and the sequence awakeners of the god-hunting squad would easily notice him. That was not a good idea. The coin had been taken by a sequence awakener shortly after Qin Siyang had hidden it, so the thief had most likely watched him hide it and knew exactly what he was wearing. If Qin Siyang made any conspicuous move, he would be recognized immediately. To avoid drawing the attention of the sequence awakeners, he had to edge forward slowly. When he was almost at the very front, he took off his jacket, revealing his youthful student face. He believed that the person who had taken the coin would not be able to tell who he was now. Qin Siyang prayed silently, hoping that the one who had taken the coin was a member of a god-hunting squad, not some random passerby. He recalled in his mind the sequence information he had looked up at the god-slaying camp that day. The one who took the coin should be a thief sequence awakener. Using the skill Steal, one can take an object within a certain spatial range around oneself. In the safe zone, the Steal skill could be called one of the greatest divine skills. Remote retrieval was as easy as reaching out one's hand. A dream of overnight riches was not impossible. Therefore, the coalition government strictly forbids thief sequence awakeners from activating their skills within the safe zone. If discovered, they would be executed. However, awakeners of this sequence had little use in a god-hunting squad, because their Steal had too small a range and the thief sequence had no life-saving skills. If they tried to use their skill on a deity, they would be killed the moment they got close. Thus, in a god-hunting squad, they could only play a minor, inconsequential role. Qin Siyang sifted through the intelligence on the thief sequence bit by bit in his mind, and then his gaze gradually grew resolute. In a god-hunting squad, the one who walks on the outermost edge with the humblest bearing is likely the thief sequence. After confirming the sequence of the coin thief, a behavioral profile that matched his characteristics emerged naturally. Whenever a squad of sequence awakeners passed before him, he would carefully observe the demeanor of its members. If they were all chatting casually and at ease, he would pay less attention. If within a squad someone stood aside being taciturn or kept forcing a fawning smile, Qin Siyang would devote extra attention and listen carefully to their conversation. Several god-hunting squads passed, all discussing the battle just outside the safe zone. Qin Siyang listened to their conversations, but did not find any one of the thief sequence and felt a little disappointed. At that moment, another god-hunting squad passed through the crowd. Unlike the previous squads, the members of this one did not seem concerned with battles against deities. They were eagerly planning which bar to go to for drinks and relaxation. A thin young man in his early 20s said, "Everyone, I won't be going for drinks later." Huh, why? The thin young man hesitated. Hey, do you even need to ask? He didn't contribute any effort, so how could he have the face to drink with us? Yeah, thief sequence guy can only help us with odd jobs out there. If the administration big shots hadn't squeezed him into our squad, who would want him? The squad members sneered and taunted him. The thin young man clenched his jaw, but remained silent. The others gave him 2 contemptuous glances, then left with their arms around one another's shoulders. The thin young man trailed behind the others, walking alone in silence. However, this discord was merely internal exclusion within the squad, it did nothing to dampen the frantic enthusiasm of the ordinary people around. Even a mocked sequence awakener was still a sequence awakener, a world apart from ordinary people. Seeing the thin young man alone, the surrounding crowd swarmed around him with even greater fervor. The crowd once again vied with one another to push the same long-rehearsed offers onto the lean young man. Young man, don't let your mood sink. Come to our shop for a hearty meal. It'll do you a world of good. I won't charge you a single coin. Just let me take a picture with you. How can food solve your troubles? In this life, a person still needs to find the right other half. My daughter just graduated from high school, young, beautiful, kind-hearted, and obedient. She took a liking to you at first sight and says she won't marry anyone else. Why not go meet her, young man? Don't listen to him, young man. Spending a lifetime tied to one woman is the dullest thing imaginable. Come over to your auntie. Women in their teens, 20s, and 30s, all yours to choose from. I promise you'll be happy tonight. And if you prefer someone more mature, your auntie can keep you company too. These people mobbed and crowded around him, their faces excited and ferocious, as they shoved desperately at everyone around them, each wanting to claim this golden spot for himself. These ordinary people shouted at the top of their lungs around the lean young man in his cold weather suit, hoping to be noticed. Each one of them harbored the dream of turning his life around, believing that perhaps this sequence user could make that dream come true. Spittle flew everywhere from the crowd, and a stray drop sprayed onto Qin Siyang's face, leaving a rank, fishy smell. That stench, mingled with the pervasive odor of sweat in the air, was almost unbearable. Every one of their attempts, however, was destined to fail. The lean young man cast a cold glance at the crowd, said not a word, and walked away without hesitation. The people around him had not stopped their frantic hawking, yet they still voluntarily cleared a path for him. Only after the lean young man had gradually receded into the distance did they close their mouths in disappointment and turn together to look toward the safe zone entrance, waiting for the next chance to come. Not long after the lean young man passed through the safe zone exit, a youth of 18 or 19 in the crowd shouldered through the densely packed bodies around him like a wild bull, and under the stunned and wary gazes of the crowd quietly followed. After confirming that the lean young man was on the main road, Qin Siyang first found a corner and changed his clothes so as not to give himself away. Thief sequence, and with connections among the higher-ups of the management bureau no less. If the one who took the silver coin isn't you, then I'll have no choice but to accept my fate. A moment later, he had once again caught up with the lean young man. Qin Siyang's current appearance was rather comical. In order to avoid being recognized by his attire while trailing the lean young man, he had put on his coat and pants inside out, drawing many glances from passersby on the road. Mom, that big brother seems a bit off in the head. Shoo, keep your voice down. People who are off in the head like that, you have to stay far, far away from them. Got it. Qin Siyang paid no heed to the passersby's pointing and murmuring because he had only one target, the lean young man not far ahead. As if he had heard the passersby's words, the lean young man stopped and turned back to glance at Qin Siyang. Yet he didn't seem to recognize him. He simply gave the youth a contemptuous look up and down, then moved on. The two walked one before the other along the main road. The dim street lamps lit up their silent figures in turn, as if recounting a story that no one cared about. As the number of pedestrians gradually dwindled by the entrance to a remote alley, only the two of them were left. Qin Siyang continued to follow behind the lean young man. Even as slow-witted as the lean young man was, he now sensed something was off. He slowed down, intending to let Qin Siyang, who was behind him, pass by. Qin Siyang didn't seem to be following him. He simply kept his original speed. The lean young man took a look and saw that Qin Siyang was only about 18 or 19, either still a high school student or a boy who had just graduated from senior high a year or two ago. However he looked at it, the lad was nothing but a naive youth who posed no threat whatsoever. He told himself he was overthinking it. I must have been too tense when I was hunting gods, a little paranoid. Still, I should relax. So the lean young man stopped under a street lamp, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, drew one out, and put it between his lips. Then with practiced ease, he produced a box of matches from another pocket, sheltered the flame from the wind with the cigarette pack, and was just about to light up. At that moment, the street lamp in front of him suddenly went dark. The lean young man raised his head and saw the boy who had been trailing him all the way, still looking like a student, beaming at him. I hope it's you. The lean young man immediately realized something was wrong, but before he could react, a dark figure flashed by. The next instant, he felt as if a truck had rammed into his chest, and his whole body was thrown uncontrollably into the dim alley behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The lean young man bowled over the trash bins in the alley, sending garbage flying across the ground. Qin Siyang drew back his legs, straightened up, looked around to make sure no one was on either side of the road, and then walked quickly over to the lean young man. The lean young man was piled with filthy, stinking garbage, and his orange and white cold-weather suit was stained with dirty water, but he could not care about that. Clutching his chest with both hands and grimacing in agony, he stared at Qin Siyang in terror. Who are you? Qin Siyang didn't answer, but landed another punch on his jaw. The lean young man felt as if his brain were violently crashing into his skull. A tremor rattled through his body before his mind went dark. Qin Siyang dragged the unconscious lean young man out of the garbage heap, then patted his body down. Finding nothing, he fixed his gaze on the black backpack that was unique to members of the God Hunt squad. He opened the backpack. Inside were more than a dozen small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Qin Siyang felt around and discovered that several compartments contained something. One compartment held a glass bottle filled with a pale green liquid. Qin Siyang picked the bottle up and examined it, reading the words Sequence User Management Bureau, Exclusive Sequence Potion. So this is what Sequence Potion looks like. He opened it again and took a whiff. A sweet fragrance assailed his nose. But mixed with the stench of garbage around him, the sweet smell only made him more sickened. He put the cap back on and placed the Sequence Potion into his pocket. How precious a Sequence Potion was to Sequence users he had already learned from the Godslayer camp. Taking away this bottle of Sequence Potion should be enough to force the lean young man into doing a great many things. No, not force. It should be called inviting the lean young man to do him a few small favors. He opened the other compartments and found a phone, some copper coins, and a silver coin. Qin Siyang switched off the phone and put it in his pocket. This luxury item worth over 1,000 copper coins was something Qin Siyang badly needed. He would definitely have use for it later. He picked up the silver coin and examined it carefully, only to discover that it was not the one he had placed under the floor tile. The silver coin I placed came from Lee's Mint, but this one came from Henry Mint. Could it be that I picked the wrong person? He searched through the backpack and over the lean young man's body, yet the silver coin was nowhere to be found. Just as he was growing puzzled, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack seemed uneven and somewhat hard to the touch. He stared at it for some time and finally located a hidden compartment in the backpack. Tucked beneath the other compartments, it was extremely well concealed. If Qin Siyang hadn't had plenty of time, he truly might not have found it. He opened the hidden compartment, and inside were some clods of earth and a silver coin. Qin Siyang took out the silver coin, read the large characters spelling Lee's Mint on its side, and looked at the unconscious lean young man, revealing an eerie smile. As expected, a boy who loves to smile is never too down on his luck. Qin Siyang was not skilled at interrogation. Compared with interrogation, he was far more skilled at killing. Unfortunately, killing cannot solve all problems. He sat on a tree stump looking at the gaunt young man, hanging by a rope before him, feeling somewhat weary. I used to think killing was troublesome, but now I realize that being unable to kill is even more troublesome. In search of an absolutely secluded spot, Qin Siyang carried the corpse-like, gaunt young man through various alleys until he found an abandoned, uninhabited courtyard. This was a sequence ability user of the thief path, whose skill required using his own hands to take things. So before the gaunt young man woke up, Qin Siyang carefully bound his fingers together, then tied both palms tightly, and finally restrained his arms before hanging him from the withered but unbroken ancient tree. A decade into the apocalypse, it's not easy for this tree to stand despite death. Qin Siyang looked at the gaunt young man hanging from the tree, quite satisfied. He also prepared some tools such as hammers and nails in the nearby abandoned warehouse to assist in the interrogation. At present, the interrogation seemed perfectly secure. He only needed to wait for the gaunt young man to wake up. Yet half an hour passed, an hour passed, 2 hours passed, and the gaunt young man still hung slack-necked like a corpse, showing no sign of awakening. Qin Siyang grew increasingly uncertain. Could I have killed him with that punch? He placed his hand beneath the gaunt young man's nose. He's still breathing. Should be fine. Qin Siyang sighed in relief, then curled his lips. He really can't take a hit. I didn't even use my full strength, and he's been out cold for 2 hours. Perhaps hearing Qin Siyang's contempt, the gaunt young man's head swayed slightly. Finally awake, Qin Siyang patted his cheek, watched him open his eyes, then sat back on the stump. The gaunt young man woke up still dizzy. He blinked hard and finally returned to reality. He struggled only to find himself bound and hanging with the 18 or 19-year-old youth who had attacked him sitting right in front of him. His eyes shot open wide. Who are you? How dare you attack a sequence ability user? The moment this gaunt young man spoke, Qin Siyang's heart settled by 3 parts. Fortunately, he didn't sound too bright. It shouldn't be hard to pry useful information from his mouth. Who else could attack a sequence ability user? It had to be another sequence ability user. Instead of answering, Qin Siyang took out his silver coin. This silver coin, I was the one who placed it. You dare to follow me. Do you know who my uncle is? Who is your uncle? The chief of the information section at the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau, Xian Wendao. Qin Siyang was utterly stunned. Huh, it was that easy. Shouldn't the gaunt young man have endured and refused to name his backer, forcing Qin Siyang to coerce and bribe him before getting a false answer, and then continue torturing him to finally extract the truth? The moment the gaunt young man opened his mouth, Qin Siyang knew he wasn't bright. But he hadn't expected him to be this dim. Qin Siyang sighed. Your uncle must have cultivated good karma for 8 lifetimes to have a nephew like you. Sensing that Qin Siyang's words were not a compliment, the gaunt young man frowned. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Qin Siyang then reconsidered and felt something was off. If this gaunt young man was so brainless, how had no one detected him when he took the silver coin? Even a cunning woman full of lies like Luo Elian had been unable to find his trail. Strange. At that moment, the gaunt young man spoke again. My uncle always came to pick up the money himself. Today he had something to do, so I fetched it on his behalf. If you know what's good for you, let me go. If my uncle finds out, you'll be in serious trouble. Oh, Qin Siyang nodded. That explained everything. It had always been Qian Wendao himself who came to collect the silver coins. This section chief who exploited loopholes within the management bureau was certainly no fool. He would act with extreme caution and never reveal his tracks. Today a clueless young man had come instead and had been caught by Qin Siyang, finally exposing the truth. Qin Siyang murmured, "It seems I truly am blessed by the gods. No, the gods these days are all eerie aberrations. I should say fortune favors me. Let me go now, or I'll definitely tell my uncle. You talk so boldly, but when your own teammates bullied you, why didn't you dare act tough?" I just didn't deign to argue with them. Qin Siyang shook his head. You were afraid that offending them would get you kicked out of the team. Just because they have the power to expel you, you don't even dare speak a harsh word. But I'm someone who could kill you, and you still dare to threaten me, eh? Qin Siyang gave him a cold sneer. I really don't know how you've survived until now. Maybe it's because you have a good uncle after all. You want to kill me? The gaunt young man's gaze wavered and his panic was evident. He could actually see killing intent in the eyes of this 18-year-old youth. That cold, sharp look made every inch of his body wrapped inside the cold weather suit break out in goosebumps. He realized the youth before him had probably truly killed before. My uncle is Qian Wendao. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me. Hearing this, Qin Siyang could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Didn't your uncle tell you what this silver coin is for, eh? The gaunt young man swallowed. No, but I know you must have asked my uncle for a favor, so you gave him a silver coin as payment. Qin Siyang nodded. A fool, but not completely foolish. You insulted me. Qin Siyang looked at this young man in his early 20s with utter bewilderment. He came from a good family, he was a sequence ability user, and he was several years older than Qin Siyang. How could he be this stupid? Even a vicious imbecile like Li Jingwen was several times smarter than him. Qin Siyang stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Even if I killed you, your uncle wouldn't dare say a word. Understand? Whatever. Rest a little longer. I need to go verify whether what you said is true or false. Rest. I won't rest. Let me go. Before the gaunt young man could finish, Qin Siyang hit him again on the chin, knocking him unconscious. Though 99% of what this fool said is probably true. For safety, I'll first go to the Ikpsych virtual chatroom to verify whether he really is Qian Wendao's nephew before releasing this fool. Qin Siyang lowered the man from the tree and carried him to an abandoned warehouse he had found in advance for detention. Afterward, he returned to the tree and packed away the interrogation instruments he had prepared, the saw, hammer, nails, scissors, and such. I prepared for so long, but in the end they had no use. Qin Siyang let out a faint sigh. Fortune truly favors the foolish. Qin Siyang locked up the gaunt young man, then lit a damp piece of wood at the warehouse entrance and smoked the area for a while to ensure no lingering scent remained. He then hurried back at full speed. It was already late. He had to return as soon as possible. Once again he arrived at the internet cafe. Wang Defa saw Qin Siyang and groaned inwardly. He told the customers in the cafe that he had some matters to handle and came out again. Boss, what's wrong now? I need to use your warehouse computer. Wang Defa sighed. The key is in your hands. Use it whenever you want. Know the network is yours, and the warehouse is yours too. Whenever I need to use it, I must inform you first to avoid causing you any inconvenience. Wang Defa gave a perfunctory smile. You're quite polite. Qin Siyang took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Defa's hand, paying back your money plus interest. 1 coin was his own, the other was looted from the gaunt young man's backpack. He gave both silver coins to Wang Defa, thereby fulfilling his earlier promise. Wang Defa stared at the 2 silver coins in disbelief, momentarily unable to respond. Qin Siyang patted him on the shoulder and then headed toward the warehouse. Wang Defa did not snap back to reality until Qin Siyang's figure disappeared through the warehouse door. He bit the 2 silver coins with his teeth and found them to be genuine. Oh, Qin Siyang had not deceived him. His worldview was thoroughly overturned. Never before had a sequence user, never, kept his promise so faithfully to an ordinary person like him. In all his years of running the internet cafe as an official's frontman, he had earned only a few silver coins in total. Some of it had been spent on greasing the palms of the various figures who came to inspect the cafe. Counting the actual amount that landed in his own pocket, it wasn't necessarily more than what Qin Siyang had given him. He had really misjudged Qin Siyang before. But who could have imagined that Qin Siyang had not been joking at all? Wang Defa clenched the silver coins in his hand, as if waking from a dream, his face full of bewilderment. Truly, I've met a living god. Qin Siyang opened the Awaken virtual chat room again, said, I'm new here, and then entered and exited 5 times in succession, waiting for the other party to contact him. Today's advertisement in the chat room was for virtual gambling. The tagline read, take a gamble. Maybe today is your lucky day. This tagline is quite fitting. Qin Siyang smiled. Although he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he genuinely felt that he had been lucky today. The random alias assigned to him in today's chat room was counterattack, which made him feel that everything was somehow predestined. A while later, a dialog box flickered on the right side of the chat room. Qin Siyang clicked it open. It was a person with the alias corner. You've already put the money over there. Qin Siyang replied, Good. You can send me your personal information now. However, I think you may not be able to get that silver coin. Corner replied with a smiley face, You think that because there are too many people coming and going there I can't lift the floor tile to retrieve it. Don't worry about that, I'll find a way. No. I mean the person who fetched your money may not be able to go back. The dialog box was still for a long time. After a long while, Corner sent another message. What do you mean? Qin Siyang thought for a moment, then typed a line with a smile. He said his uncle is there, so I wouldn't dare to kill him. So let's arrange a place to meet and discuss his life and death. I'm curious, will you protect such a clever nephew? This time Corner was as quiet as a dead machine and did not reply for half an hour. Qin Siyang noticed that Corner's name was still blue, not gray, proving that he was still online, perhaps just needing some time to digest what counterattack had told him. Qin Siyang rested his arms behind his head and idly stared at the screen. I wonder what Section Chief Qian is doing right now. Is he coldly staring at his screen or smashing things in the room? After another dozen or so minutes, Corner finally sent another message. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Meet at the abandoned building by the exit of Safe Zone 38324. You seem to have the situation upside down. The time and place of the meeting should be decided by me. Corner immediately responded, What are you thinking? You're asking me for a favor, yet you're being picky. If you hadn't come to me first, I wouldn't have said a single word to you. Where I say we meet, there we meet. Be sure to bring my nephew. And the silver coin I asked you to help me with must not be missing. Qin Siyang smiled. His good uncle, it's not that whoever types more is in the right. For one thing, do you even know who I am? Perhaps because his bluff had been mercilessly exposed by Qin Siyang, Corner soon replied, Fine. Time and place you decide. But you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Tomorrow at 12 noon on the second floor of the collapsed department store beside the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Good, remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Seeing Corner emphasize this twice, Qin Siyang kindly replied, Sorry, I'll bring neither of those two things. What exactly do you want? If I don't see my nephew and the silver coin, I won't help you. His uncle, you should know, who holds the initiative now. You are truly unreasonable. I'm unreasonable. In order to prevent your information from leaking, and to avoid the backend staff of Awaken monitoring our chat records, I did not even mention your name. Do you still think I'm unreasonable? In the chat room, Qin Siyang deliberately avoided the title Section Chief Qian, because he was worried that the chat records might be monitored. According to what Qian Wendao had said during their earlier conversation, the virtual network could also be monitored. Even though the Awaken virtual chat room claimed that everything was confidential, it could not be fully trusted. Offline transactions with only 2 people involved, and each possessing leverage over the other, were the only foolproof guarantee. That was why Qian Wendao had only asked Qin Siyang to place the silver coin at a certain location without specifying the exact transaction, and had said it would be best to conduct an offline transaction. This time Qian Wendao again only stated the time and venue of the transaction without mentioning its content. Thus, even if someone were monitoring them, they would not know what they were talking about. The Awaken chat room saw tens of thousands of visitors every day. In comparison, transactions that involved many participants or large sums of money were more likely to be noticed by monitors. There were countless vague and ambiguous transactions like those between Qin Siyang and Qian Wendao, so no one would pay them any heed. Being extremely cautious ever since suffering a loss at Lu Daji's hands, Qin Siyang did his best to be airtight. Chang Jiao replied again, Alright, I'll take back what I said just now. But how am I supposed to see my nephew? After completing the transaction, I'll naturally send him back. If you wish to have the sequence member when Xiang Ren from the police bureau attempt to locate him, I won't stop you. However, I hope you can bear the consequences of such an action. Are you threatening me? This is merely a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I've already sent a scheduled email regarding your affair. If my matters aren't settled by the end of this weekend, or if I die on my way back from dealing with you, many of your colleagues will come to know your secrets. Your colleagues' email addresses are easily obtainable. You're well aware of that. All personnel information from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is publicly available online, both to facilitate public supervision and to allow for inquiries. You are truly despicable. What's wrong with that? It's self-preservation. Unless you had already planned to kill me tomorrow. The thoughts dwelling in your mind are absolutely repulsive. Is there anything else you wish to say? One final request. I want you to guarantee that my nephew remains unharmed. Otherwise, I will not let this go. Agreed. I have a question as well. Speak. Why do you keep such a foolish nephew around? If not for him, you would never have been exposed in the first place. Chang Jiao did not answer. His name turned gray. Qin Siyang shrugged. What a cold and indifferent section chief. Nevertheless, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The matter of his forged sequence status was finally coming to light. Tomorrow, once he had a clear discussion with Qin Wendao, everything would be resolved and his life would enter a new chapter. Suddenly, I feel much lighter inside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa shout, "Officer, it's so late, and my internet cafe is about to close. What are you here for again?" The police had come for a surprise inspection. Wang Defa loudly reminded himself, and Qin Siyang immediately understood the implication. He hurriedly cleared his browser history and attempted to open the surveillance footage interface. At that moment, he froze. The surveillance footage screen was completely black. Wang Defa had turned off the monitors. Damn it. This miser saves on every last cent of electricity. I have no idea where the surveillance switch is even located. If the police suddenly discovered the warehouse door was unlocked and walked in to investigate, they would find Qin Siyang staring blankly at the dark screen. Anyone would suspect something was amiss. Just as Qin Siyang was growing anxious, his worst fear materialized. The warehouse door was pushed open and whoever entered was not Wang Defa. An elderly man with silver hair dressed in plain clothes and wrapped in a scarf with a cigar clenched between his teeth stepped through the doorway. Upon seeing Qin Siyang, he cast a scrutinizing gaze. Qin Siyang met his stare with a visibly panicked expression. Internally, he was not nearly as flustered as he appeared. He was merely a youth of 18 or 19. Any ordinary person would look frightened upon witnessing an unexpected intruder, so he deliberately adopted such an expression. A moment of silence fell over the warehouse. The only sounds were footsteps outside and the occasional crackling of the elder's burning cigar. Soon after, several more individuals entered, all clad in police uniforms. "Inspector Aloa, what brings you to this place?" "This warehouse had been closed for some time, but it opened today, so I came to take a look and see if anything of value might turn up." Aloa. Wasn't he the inspector whom Liena had warned him to be wary of? The fact that that woman had praised his methods as formidable meant that this Aloa would certainly not be any pushover. When an expert makes a move, one can immediately gauge their level. In that brief moment of eye contact with Aloa, Qin Siyang had already sensed that the old man before him would be extraordinarily difficult to handle. And now he discovered it was actually Aloa. Did the inspector lead a midnight raid on the internet cafe to investigate the 3 corpses in the alley, the theft of the divine remains, or both? Qin Siyang's heart sank, but he steeled himself, preparing to face whatever came next. At that moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, wearing an ingratiating smile as he addressed Aloa. "Inspector, what are you here to check again?" "Don't move." Aloa ignored him entirely and issued his command to Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang obediently removed both hands from the mouse and keyboard, leaving behind a computer desktop with no active processes. He approached Qin Siyang, glanced at the desktop, then opened the browser. Upon discovering the history had been cleared, his gaze instantly turned sharp and piercing. "What are you doing sitting here?" I was. Qin Siyang stammered, but said nothing further. Aloa studied Qin Siyang closely and noticed his belt was unfastened. "Were you watching pornography?" Qin Siyang pretended to be unable to meet Aloa's gaze, immediately lowering his head. Unbuckling his belt was the one action that could be completed in the shortest time. He deliberately created the illusion that he had been browsing adult websites and had deleted his records accordingly. "Are this warehouse and the computer yours?" Aloa did not press the matter of pornography further, but instead shifted to another line of questioning. Qin Siyang thought to himself that matters were not looking good. This old man was indeed formidable. He had not been led astray by Qin Siyang's performance in the slightest, maintaining absolute objectivity and composure. Qin Siyang spoke hesitantly. "No. This is Wang Defa's warehouse." Hearing Qin Siyang implicate him, Wang Defa paused momentarily. He had expected Qin Siyang to claim the warehouse as his own, hoping to make the police leave. But upon further reflection, such a lie would have too many loopholes and could only invite suspicion. Where there was no need to lie, honesty was the better course. Wang Defa stepped forward and declared, "This warehouse is mine." "Yours? What is it used for?" Wang Defa chuckled. "It's used for monitoring." Monitoring. Aloa spotted the surveillance icon on the computer desktop and clicked it open, only to find a black screen. "Why is it black?" "As you can imagine, we run a small business. If nothing unusual is occurring, we turn off the surveillance to save electricity and reduce costs. I know this violates regulations. I will certainly reflect on my actions and never repeat this mistake." Aloa did not follow Wang Defa's thread of explanation. It seemed he was not particularly concerned about regulatory violations. Indeed, Wang Defa operated countless infractions at his internet cafe. What difference did turning off the surveillance make? The only thing he cared about was whether the young man before him had any connection to the theft of the divine remains. Aloa picked up the water cup on the desk, tapped the ash from his cigar, and took 2 more puffs. Throughout the entire process, his eyes never left Qin Siyang. That gaze reminded Qin Siyang of the sensation he had felt at home when watched from outside the window by a divine presence. It was as though the man intended to devour him whole. Aoluo remained silent, yet Qin Siyang, seated in the dark warehouse, felt a profound suffocation. A fine sheen of perspiration had formed on Qin Siyang's forehead, suggesting fear and guilt. This time he was not pretending. You? What is your relationship with Wang Defa? He and I are friends. Friends? How did you meet? Online. We met through online dating. Qin Siyang's answers were halting, as if burdened by a gnawing guilt. Olaf took another drag from his cigar, planted his other hand on the table before Qin Siyang, and towering over the seated youth blew a plume of smoke into his face. What kind of friends? Qin Siyang cast a furtive glance at Wang Defa, then hastily turned his head away. Seeing Qin Siyang's demeanor, Olaf suspected the boy was afraid of Wang Defa, and was about to order the man out of the warehouse, when he heard Qin Siyang mumble barely above a whisper, Every time we meet, he gives me money. Gives him money after meeting. Everyone froze at Qin Siyang's words. Even Olaf's gaze faltered for a fleeting moment. Instantly all eyes turned toward Wang Defa, dripping with disgust and contempt. Wang Defa was dumbstruck, as if struck by lightning, his soul hollowed out, leaving nothing but an empty shell. What does that mean? Friends, who give money after meeting. A shady transaction. What kind of person do they take me for? Wang Defa turned his head, stiffly scanning his surroundings. He found Olaf and the other officers staring at him with icy, condemning eyes, and in an instant his heart was flooded with outrage and a deep sense of injustice. Wang Defa's eyes bulged as he glared at Qin Siyang, wondering how this mere teenager could conjure such a repulsive tale on the spot. Could it be that within the organization behind Qin Siyang, such transactions were so commonplace that he could lie through his teeth without a flicker of shame? But I am a man with a wife and children. If this gets out, my family will be destroyed. From now on I must keep my distance from Qin Siyang. Though seething with resentment, reason told Wang Defa that he had to keep playing along with Qin Siyang's script. If Qin Siyang's secrets were exposed, he would inevitably be dragged down with him. Olaf would not spare him, the people behind Qin Siyang would not spare him, and even his own backer would not spare him. If he refused to help Qin Siyang, he would be left with no allies, no options, and nothing but a dead end. Damn it, Wang Defa cursed inwardly. These 2 silver coins are burning hot in my hand. Not just hot to the touch, they're scorching my damn crotch. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he would have to sacrifice half a lifetime of hard-won reputation. Wang Defa's face flushed crimson. Don't believe him. He's just some penniless brat. What could I possibly want from him? This is slander. Sheer nonsense. Qin Siyang felt a slight sense of relief. Wang Defa was indeed a seasoned old fox, quick to grasp his intent. The more frantically Wang Defa defended himself, the more the onlookers believed Qin Siyang's story. Even after uttering those words, every time we meet, he gives me money. He said nothing more. He simply lowered his head and stared quietly at his own toes. With that inference about their relationship, the reason for Qin Siyang's presence here late at night became understandable. He was waiting for Wang Defa. Waiting for Wang Defa to give him money. Olaf studied Qin Siyang once more and noticed his clothes were indeed ragged and shabby. Unmistakably the attire of a pauper. At the edge of the safe zone, Olaf had seen countless people willing to do anything for money. With no job opportunities, a high school diploma was as good as unemployment, and making ends meet was a desperate struggle. He could hardly blame the boy. After all, he himself had never known hunger or want. Olaf asked, Do your parents and family know about this? Both my parents are dead. I live alone. Hearing this, Olaf became even more convinced of the story Qin Siyang had woven. No parents, no source of income. For him, mere survival was a monumental challenge. All the officers expressed sympathy for Qin Siyang's plight and condemned Wang Defa's conduct. Yet not a single person reached for their wallet to help Qin Siyang with his next meal. They possessed moral conviction, but not enough to open their purses. Olaf crushed his cigar, but into the water cup, and lifted his hand from the table. Let's go. Head home and rest. At once an officer asked, Inspector, are we really leaving the kid here? Olaf glanced at the officer and asked, What, you're willing to give him money for food? I am. It's just a few copper coins. It's not like I can't afford it. At that, a broad-browed officer blurted out, his conscience finally triumphing over his attachment to money. Olaf countered, If you give him money this time, what about next time? Can you support him forever? Well, then maybe we could find him a job. At the edge of the safe zone, there are 5,000 people like him, if not 10,000. Can you find a job for every single one? At Olaf's words, the broad-browed officer lowered his head. If you help him find a job, you'll have an endless string of troubles from then on. Remember, you are an officer. Your duty is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Don't concern yourself with too many other matters, or you'll find you can't do a single thing well. With that, Olaf left the warehouse. The other officers followed him out. The broad-browed officer cast one last look at Qin Siyang, gritted his teeth, and hurried after the rest. Only Qin Siyang and Wang Defa remained in the warehouse. Qin Siyang's expression was relaxed, while Wang Defa's was twisted with resentment. Their eyes met, each harboring his own thoughts. Wang Defa turned and walked to the warehouse door. Seeing that the officers had gone far into the distance, he closed the door. In the dark warehouse, the pale blue glow of a monitor illuminated Qin Siyang's face. Boss, you went a bit too far this time. Qin Siyang sighed. A bit too far indeed. Wang Defa thought Qin Siyang was feeling guilty for wronging him, but then Qin Siyang continued, I dodged Olaf's investigation this time. If he finds out I'm registered as a sequence awakener at the Administration Bureau, he'll probably grow suspicious again. It's safe to say I'm in for a lot of trouble in the future. Qin Siyang shook his head. Tonight Olaf had backed him into a corner, leaving him no choice but to use that flimsy story to send the police away. His persona as a poor orphan was now firmly planted in Olaf's mind. But tomorrow he was scheduled to meet Qian Wendao, and by this weekend, he would need to register as a sequence awakener. If Olaf happened to see Qin Siyang's registration at the Sequence Awakener Administration Bureau, how could he fail to sense something was amiss? But if Qin Siyang hadn't used that excuse, he would likely have been taken to the police station, throwing his entire plan into chaos. He might even have been detained for half a month for investigation, allowing Qian Wendao's foolish nephew to starve to death in that abandoned warehouse. From Qian Wendao's tone, it was clear that this nephew meant a great deal to him. If the boy died, Qian Wendao would surely wage a life-or-death feud with him, let alone help forge the sequence. Unable to accept such an outcome, Qin Siyang had no choice but to choose the lesser of two evils. Seeing that Qin Siyang cared only about his own problems, Wang Defa said gloomily, Boss, you've got trouble, but what about me? What about my reputation? Qin Siyang didn't even look at him. Your reputation? How many copper coins is it worth? After returning home, Qin Siyang took a cold shower and fell asleep. Early the next morning, he ate some leftover rice and hurried out. I went to the exit of Safe Zone No. 38324 to look for someone on Friday, so I didn't go to school and couldn't bring food home from the cafeteria. What should I eat this weekend? That's going to be a headache again. However, he wasn't too worried about food. After all, he had some copper coins in his pocket. He still had quite a few left from the 3 muggers in the alley. Getting by for 1 or 2 meals wouldn't be a problem. Of course, he couldn't afford to squander them recklessly. An orphan poor student who ate at roadside stalls twice in a row over a weekend would break character. On Saturday morning, there were hardly any people on the streets. Most work near the safe zone edge was done Monday through Friday with weekends off. Because the people here were relatively poor, they would all sleep in on weekends, conserving their energy and skipping meals whenever possible. Then they could save up 1 or half a copper coin, experiencing the modest joy of increasing their savings. In such an environment, everyone believed that only fools would waste energy strolling on the streets on weekends. Quite clearly, Qin Siyang was just such a fool. Every day, he went out gazing at the more or less identical starry sky, walking along the bumpy streets beneath dim streetlights. This kind of life had already bored him. If not for someone interesting like Wenshu appearing, everything at the edge of the safe zone would have been like rotting mud to him, disgusting to touch and foul to smell. Even with Wenshu, he still couldn't accept living long-term in this wretched place. Endure patiently for the long-term, biding his time. In his past life, he had done exactly that, yet still ended up laid off by the company and beaten to death by thugs hired by his boss. In this life, the 4 words, endure patiently, had already been struck from his vocabulary and thrown into the trash. He could accept enduring for a moment, but long-term patience could go hang. He didn't have that much patience. Today he was going to get things done with Qian Wenda. Next week he would return to school as a sequence ability user. As for Alovo, we'll see. If all else failed, killing him seemed like a perfectly reasonable solution. Braving the chilly morning wind, Qin Siyang walked for over an hour and reached exit No. 54320 of Safe Zone 54320. The 7 bus stop journey originally took him over 2 hours. But after ascending to sequence, he moved with remarkable speed, his walking pace noticeably faster. He arrived beside the department store near the safe zone exit, which had collapsed more than halfway. The building was sheared off at the 4th or 5th floor, its upper portion toppled to one side like a person with a broken neck. Interestingly, when I killed Qin Siyang that day, he was in the same pose. His head was still attached to his shoulders, but his cervical spine had snapped. Qin Siyang smiled and stepped into the department store. The interior walls were stripped of plaster with steel bars twisting out from the structure like exposed tree roots. The stair railings had also lost their paint and rusted, making Qin Siyang not even want to touch them. Crushed rubble covered the floor, thick with dust, uncleaned by anyone. With every step Qin Siyang took, small fragments would fall from above. However, there were no cobwebs in this building. Perhaps because it's too cold near the safe zone exit, even spiders refuse to live here. He carefully stepped over patches of wall plaster and stones on the stairs, bounding up more than a dozen steps in 2 or 3 leaps to reach the 2nd floor of the department store. There he discovered someone was already waiting for him. The man sat on a chair, missing one leg, watching Qin Siyang appear with a cold gaze. Seeing Qin Siyang arrive, the man also rose from his chair. As he stood up, the chair lost its balance and automatically toppled to the side. Qin Siyang sized him up. He was of medium build, wearing a gray woolen coat and black trousers with ordinary cloth shoes on his feet. His features were concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Even with Qin Siyang's keen vision, he couldn't make them out clearly. That was fine, since Qin Siyang's own face was hidden inside his hoodie's hood, and he trusted the other man couldn't see him any better either. Nevertheless, the man's demeanor exuded the bearing and arrogance of someone accustomed to power, something that cannot be faked. "You're early," Qin Siyang said in a casual tone. We agreed on 12 o'clock, and it's barely 8. Aren't you too? Both men fell silent for a moment, leaving the topic unfinished. Then the man before him introduced himself, Director of the Information Department Sequenceability, User Management Bureau Qian Wenda. I know. As a courtesy, you should introduce yourself. No rush. I need your help, so I'll surely give you my personal information. Qin Siyang didn't hurry to reveal his information. He wanted to ensure he maintained control of this conversation at all times. Fine. I'll help you forge an identity. You release my nephew, and I won't even ask for the silver coin. No issues with this deal, right? After the transaction, we go our separate ways and never cross paths again. That was the arrangement before. What do you mean before? Have you changed your mind? I think I might have deeper cooperation with you, Director Qian. Not necessary. After this transaction, our relationship can simply end. Qian Wenda showed no interest in Qin Siyang's proposal. He now only wanted to get rid of this plague and bring his nephew back. Yet the more resistant he was, the more Qin Siyang believed Qian Wenda could become a capable partner. Cautious and careful, holding a high position, he could undoubtedly provide significant assistance at critical moments. Releasing your nephew is the bargaining chip for helping me forge my sequence. But Director Qian, what about yourself? Me? I also send regular emails to my colleagues in the Sequenceability User Management Bureau. Looking at Qin Siyang's face, Qian Wendao said in a sinister tone, that face of yours isn't necessarily your real one. So can your sequence change your appearance? Illusionist? Or metamorph? Qin Siyang sneered disdainfully. Activating violence, he stamped off the ground and appeared behind Qian Wendao in an instant, snatching the hat off his head. Qian Wendao was still frozen in place, completely unable to react. Qin Siyang leaned close to his ear and whispered, I'm sorry, but you guessed wrong. My sequence is an offensive type, not one of those messy tricks. And this face is my real one. Having said that, Qin Siyang chuckled and placed the wide-brimmed hat on his own head. Qian Wendao's drooping eyes reflected the street lamp light not far away, full of shock. Are you really a third-year student at Juan School? Of course. The sequence identity I need you to forge is exactly this one. How is that possible? If you're a third-year student, how could you? Unless... Qian Wendao looked at Qin Siyang in fresh astonishment. Which faction is behind you? Qin Siyang breathed a silent sigh of relief. Finally led by him, this Qian Wendao had begun to fill in the blanks with his own imagination. That has nothing to do with you. I only want further cooperation with Section Chief Qian. Qian Wendao realized that Qin Siyang's background was far more complicated than he had imagined. He had assumed Qin Siyang was just a lone thief drifting through this place. Now he discovered that the young man might well be the front man of a faction. It seemed things had taken an unfortunate turn. Damn it. He should never have sent that foolish nephew of his to fetch the silver coin. No. From the very beginning, he should never have accepted this deal of unknown origin. When the two had first spoken in the Aksai chatroom, Qin Siyang had been evasive, and in the end, he still had no idea who had introduced him to have his sequence forged. He had found it strange at the time, but in line with his attitude of not prying into other people's business, he had let it go. Now looking back, the earlier behavior was riddled with oddities. How stupid. Utterly stupid. Qian Wendao cursed his own covetous behavior again and again in his mind. Now he seemed to have gotten involved in something terrible. He gnashed his teeth, but dared not do anything to Qin Siyang. If we continue to cooperate, is it with you, or with the person behind you? I am only myself. Qin Siyang's gaze turned deep. I want to take back what belongs to me. Hearing this, Qian Wendao instantly realized that Qin Siyang might not be just the front man of a vast faction, but someone in a pivotal position. How do you want to cooperate? We'll talk about the future later. Take care of the matter at hand first. Qin Siyang said no more. Qian Wendao was no fool. He wasn't the kind to be easily deceived. The more he said, the more likely it was that problems would arise. Before next Monday, I need a sequence awakener's identity. I'll send you the information from your nephew's phone. After it's done, I'll let him go. From now on, I'll use your nephew's phone to contact you. Fine. Qin Siyang thought again, and asked, is the phone number registered with a real name? Qian Wendao frowned, and a hint of scrutiny appeared in his eyes. You've never used a mobile phone. How could a key figure of a major faction not know about phone numbers? It's true that I've never used that poor man's gadget, the mobile phone. Qin Siyang replied coldly, as if he didn't care. Qian Wendao realized at once that the young man before him had once been a young master of a wealthy household. It was his servants who made calls for him, so he had never needed to use a phone. Just how high was Qin Siyang's status? Even Qian Wendao, who wielded great influence on the edge of the safe zone, felt unsettled. The numbers aren't under real names. Anyone can use them. Good. Qin Siyang opened his phone, took a selfie, sent his information and photo to the number labeled Uncle, and then deleted the message. Notify me when it's done. I'll go to your administrative bureau to collect the certificate. With that, Qin Siyang left the department store without waiting for Qian Wendao's reply. Qian Wendao looked at Qin Siyang's information, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. This address seems to be at the very edge of the safe zone, right? And an orphan. With that kind of background, awakening a sequence ability, even a fool could tell something is wrong. If it had been any previous client, Qian Wendao might not have bothered with so much. But Qin Siyang was clearly someone with immense backing, and Qian Wendao couldn't afford to provoke him. So he immediately dialed the number. Hello, nephew, it's me. You haven't gone far yet, have you? Come back and have another talk. Qin Siyang hung up. Knowing that Qian Wendao would not dare discuss matters over the phone for fear of surveillance, he walked back. Qin Siyang, this address of yours definitely won't do. For a sequence ability to awaken in such a place is bound to attract a great deal of attention. It's too conspicuous. I'm afraid quite a few people will become interested in your true identity. Hearing this, Qin Siyang was a little worried too. It was something he truly hadn't noticed. Section Chief, Qian really is meticulous. What do you think should be done? My current identity is a poor orphan. If I put an address in a nice area, that would also arouse suspicion. You're right. That is indeed also a problem. Qian Wendao paced with a frown, his drooping eyes shifting. If it really won't work, write down vagrant. Vagrant. Yes, vagrant. You're a wandering orphan, but that doesn't necessarily mean you wander nowhere. In a developed area of the safe zone, staying with a kind family and having food and clothing is possible. If I'm staying with a kind family, can I still be called a vagrant? More or less. At least it's more plausible than your address. In some fairly good areas, there have indeed been precedents of vagrants awakening their sequences. Of course, most of them were bankrupt merchants or illegitimate children thrown out of wealthy families. Qin Siyang thought again. But the people around me all know that I live at the edge of the safe zone. If they see my information says vagrant, won't they think there's something wrong? People around you. Those ants at Juin school. They can't awaken sequence abilities, so how could they know your registration information? What if they do? We still need to leave nothing to chance. Qian Wendao thought for a moment, and said, since you're worried, sell your house, or burn it down, and become a vagrant in the true sense of the word. Qin Siyang crossed his arms, and thought for a while, feeling that Qian Wendao's suggestion made sense. The word vagrant could cover up many problems, and save him a lot of trouble. Fine, let's do it that way. Buying or selling a house would take far too long, and leave records of the transaction behind. Not a good option for Qin Siyang. So what Qian Wendao had offered him was actually a single choice question. Qin Siyang returned home, wrapped up those hundreds of copper coins that could not see the light, placed them in a cloth pouch, then picked up a lunchbox and his residence certificate. Then he set the house on fire. Qin Siyang's residence was on the outermost edge of the safe zone, where few people lived and no developer would come to such a remote place to build any major project after the apocalypse. Thus the area had only single-story bungalows, each separated by a good distance. The burning of Qin Siyang's house did not endanger anyone else. It did not even wake the sleeping neighbor next door. That's about enough. Qin Siyang's house had been destroyed in an accident, making him a bona fide homeless wanderer. But even a wanderer needed a place to sleep. He drifted about for a long while, and finding nowhere else to go, ultimately came to Wang Defa's internet cafe. When Wang Defa saw Qin Siyang again, he no longer had the fear from the first meeting, nor the delight from the later encounter. Only a face full of helplessness and a heart full of complaints. He muttered under his breath, "What boss is this? He's nothing but a death-hounding demon. Ugh, why did I ever get involved with him in the first place?" Regardless of his dissatisfaction, when he came out of the internet cafe to talk to Qin Siyang, he put on a smiling face again and became all politeness. "Boss, what is it now? Oh, I need to stay in your internet cafe's warehouse for a while. It should only be a few days. Once my sequence registration is taken care of, it shouldn't be hard for me to get a place." What? Wang Defa's whole body trembled and his eyes bulged. "I said I'm going to stay at your place for a while." "No. Boss, if the police station does a surprise inspection again, what do I say?" "Just say what you said last time." Wang Defa waved his hands repeatedly. "No, boss, you really can't do this. Last time was an emergency. There was a reason, and I could understand. But you can't. You can't keep this up. I have a wife and kids. If they find out about our situation, how can I still be a husband and a father?" Qin Siyang cast him a glance. "You think I want this? You don't actually think that being rumored to have that kind of relationship with me means I got the better deal, and you got the worse one, do you, eh?" Wang Defa's face twisted like a floor rag that had been wiped for 10 years. I'm not saying you're getting the better deal. You lose and I lose too, right? It's a double loss for both of us. Cut the nonsense. If you don't let me sleep here, I'll go sleep at your house." You're being unreasonable. Don't talk reason to me." Qin Siyang could not be bothered to keep wrangling with Wang Defa. He went straight to the warehouse door, shook the dust off the carpet, and lay down on it to rest. Wang Defa had bitterness he could not voice. He could only sigh silently, and close the door for Qin Siyang. What the hell kind of mess is this? Wang Defa left cursing as he went. Qin Siyang lay on the warehouse floor feeling rather helpless. At that moment, he deeply missed his bed. I hope Qian Wendao can settle things quickly. This godforsaken place is unbearable even for one day. He managed to get through the night in rough fashion. At a little past 6 the next morning, Qin Siyang woke up because the cold, hard floor was digging into his back. Though his body was strong, he was not used to sleeping on the ground. Honestly, even killing someone isn't this uncomfortable. Rubbing his face with morning grumpiness, Qin Siyang opened his phone and saw an unread message. "All done. Sunday at 8 a.m. Bring your residence certificate. Meet at the No. 14121 Sequence Ability Management Bureau." He checked the sender. "Uncle. Awesome, Chief Qian. Qin Siyang almost jumped for joy. Qian Wendao was truly reliable. He had solved it the very same day. He eagerly opened the nearby computer used to watch surveillance feeds and search for the route to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It looks like it's about 6 bus stops away. I'd better head out now. Qin Siyang committed the route to memory, cleared the browser's browsing history, put his bundle in the drawer next to the computer desk, took his resident certificate alone, and left the warehouse. He walked 4 stops along the main road, turned into a narrow lane, followed it for 10 minutes, then turned onto another main road, and walked for another half an hour. The No. 14121 Sequence Ability Management Bureau. This must be it. The bureau was a square 3-story building. The exterior was painted with gray wall paint. Streetlights spilled over the building, dimly radiating a dark luster that was almost black. Qin Siyang did not know how this dark hue could shine, but it undoubtedly added a forbidding, oppressive aura to an already solemn building. Qin Siyang only found it amusing. I never thought that this place, which I once didn't dare to even look at, would be greeted by me for the first time in such a teasing manner. Looking at the empty streets and the square gray-walled bureau, he felt a surge of emotion. There were no guards at the entrance to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. That was because every staff member in the bureau had awakened sequence abilities. Thieves and thugs would not come looking for trouble here without cause. For ordinary people, even approaching the bureau required immense courage, let alone stepping inside. Otherwise, if you were accidentally killed by a sequence ability user, there would be nowhere to seek justice. According to the United Government's decree, if a sequence ability user killed an ordinary person, ordinary police stations, procuratorates, and courts had no jurisdiction over the case. The case had to be transferred to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for adjudication. The typical ruling was to increase that user's quota for hunting deities, euphemistically called continuing to contribute to the safe zone and making amends. In reality, everyone knew that even without punishment, sequence ability users would still have to go outside the safe zone to hunt deities. Doing this was simply protecting sequence ability users in a different form. Yet even with their privileges, no one dared to voice resentment. First awakening sequence ability was random. No one was born a sequence ability user. It could be said that the path to this privileged class was highly transparent. Second, sequence ability users could kill deities. They were humanity's hope. If you dared to take the lead in stripping away their privileges, you would be depriving humanity of its chance to leave the safe zone. That was a burden no one could bear. Therefore, in places like the edge of the safe zone, sequence ability users were regarded as deities by all who kept a respectful distance. Of course, the United Government had not granted sequence ability users unlimited preferential treatment. Killing an ordinary person was a matter of raising the rod high and bringing it down gently. But sequence ability users were not allowed to kill students or public officials. Students were the future raised by the United Government. Public officials were the cornerstone of its governance. If they killed either of these two groups, even sequence ability users would be strictly prosecuted. Under such constraints, people's hostility toward the privileges of sequence ability users diminished even further. It was thus that a relatively stable but distorted social structure had taken shape amid this apocalypse. Qin Siyang walked up the steps and pushed open the bureau's black wooden door. Qin Siyang pushed open the door and was immediately stunned by the scene inside. He had expected the interior of the Sequence Management Bureau to be as dull as its exterior, tinged with a hint of mystery. His assumption turned out to be entirely wrong. The interior of the Management Bureau building was resplendent and magnificent. Upon entering, there was a gilded foyer with antique decorations neatly arranged, each accompanied by an explanatory plaque beneath. Qin Siyang could not help but stop and take a closer look. He discovered ancient Chinese coins, square bricks from the pyramids, and manuscripts by painters from over a millennium ago. These artifacts, imbued with a rich cultural and historical atmosphere, exuded an alluring charm under the glow of incandescent bulbs. Passing through the foyer, he entered the main hall of the Management Bureau. Indeed, the Management Bureau building had neither corridors nor a reception desk. Walking past the foyer, one could see the interior directly. On the first floor, spanning over 1,000 square meters, merely a dozen office desks were arranged. Each desk was equipped with 3 computers, 1 desktop, and 2 laptops. This was the first time since his rebirth that Qin Siyang had seen laptop computers, and he was now confronted with dozens at once. Nearby, a coffee bar offered a variety of complimentary beverages, while a staff member prepared hand-ground coffee behind the counter. Some sat by their desks, sipping coffee and chatting. Others propped their chins on one hand, idly browsing through something, and still others wandered about the spacious office building. Although the building had 3 floors, the first floor seemed to lack a ceiling. Instead, the entire ceiling was nothing but a large lamp emitting a soft white light. Whether they were incandescent bulbs or energy-saving lamps, Qin Siyang could not tell. However, each bulb was covered by a matte shade, making the entire first floor of the Management Bureau as bright as day. It was not the artificially illuminated brightness of a school, but genuine daylight, as if the sun were shining overhead. Qin Siyang stood frozen, unsure how to react. The decor of the entire Sequence Ability User Management Bureau conveyed a single message to Qin Siyang: these were people with privilege. As he was aimlessly surveying the interior of the building, a familiar figure descended the stairs from the second floor. Qin Siyang, you've arrived. Qian Wentao greeted him warmly. Today he had traded his understated woolen coat for a neat sea blue suit. Clothes make the man. Dressed in this attire, Qian Wentao radiated the vitality of a successful businessman. Even his normally listless, drooping eyes now seemed to convey the coldness of a superior. Qian Wentao's personal greeting drew the attention of all the bureau staff on the first floor to Qin Siyang, all eager to discern who this newcomer might be. Yet no one could read him. Qin Siyang's tattered clothes, sloppy trousers, and shoes exposing his toes all spoke plainly of destitution. Under normal circumstances, Qian Wentao would never have bothered with someone who had awakened a sequence ability through sheer luck. Section Chief Qian. Qin Siyang bowed to him, showing respect in front of his subordinates. Let's go upstairs and talk. All right. Qin Siyang stepped forward a few paces, climbed the dark gray stone staircase, and ascended to the second floor under Qian Wentao's cordial invitation. The second floor was similar to the first, equally spacious with a ceiling of soft white light. However, there were no office desks here. Only scattered leather sofas, coffee tables with snacks, and 4 offices built into the corners. Qian Wentao led Qin Siyang into the office in the northwest corner, carefully closed the door, and drew the blinds. My office is the only safe place in the entire building. You can speak freely. Qian Wentao came straight to the point, and Qin Siyang nodded in understanding. He did not ask why this place was safe. Qin Siyang had complete faith in Qian Wentao's caution. He would never act without cause. Perhaps feeling more confident in his own domain, Qian Wentao was noticeably more relaxed during their conversation today than the day before. To be honest, I have always acted with great care and never made a mistake in handling this matter. Only last time, when I was truly pressed for time, did I send my nephew to collect the money. Unfortunately, you happened to catch him. Even the wisest must occasionally stumble. Section Chief Qian. There is no one who never errs, nor any secret that cannot be uncovered. You're quite right on that point. Qian Wentao took a small blue booklet from his drawer and handed it to Qin Siyang. Please verify that the information is correct. The cover of the blue booklet bore the words Sequence Ability User Registration Certificate, with smaller text below reading, issued by the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau. Qin Siyang opened it and saw his own information: Sequence Ability, user number 000095527, Sequence Phantom Assassin Residence Wandering. Why is my number so early? As far as he knew, the Godslayer camp had over 1 million members, so his number could never possibly be in the 9,000s. It appears the person who previously held this number has passed away. The number was recycled and assigned to you. That makes sense. And your housing? It's been taken care of. Qian Wentao did not press further about how Qin Siyang had resolved it. Two people as detail-oriented as they were placed their complete trust in each other. This booklet serves as your identification. I did not have your fingerprints on file before, but now that you are here, it is the perfect opportunity to enter them into the system. Do not doubt me, this is all standard procedure. Understood. Qin Siyang pressed both thumbs onto the fingerprint scanner, and Qian Wentao typed a few commands into the keyboard. Done. You are now a formal Sequence Ability user. You may log into the Sequence Ability User Information section of the Godslayer camp to view the information of all legally registered users. What about my account password? I'll send it to your phone. You can change the password yourself. But if you forget it, you'll need to bring this Sequence Ability User Registration Certificate to the Bureau and verify your fingerprints to reset it. It's a troublesome process, so don't forget. Additionally, you need not worry about your sequence. The United Government stipulates that a Sequence Ability user's abilities will not be retested until they are convicted. Your identity has now been registered in the system. As long as you do not get into trouble, you will not face any suspicion. Very well. Thank you. I will release your nephew as soon as I leave. Yes, thank you. Section Chief Qian, let me clarify, although I will set your nephew free, the items he was carrying. I understand. This is his lesson learned. You may keep them. Is there anything else? Hearing the dismissal in Qian Wentao's voice, Qin Siyang paused, and then nodded. I have one more question. Speak. Section Chief Qian, working in a place like this, why would you do something for a silver coin? Qian Wentao was initially startled, then smiled. It seems you indeed have no real concept of money. As though Qian Wentao had taken Qin Siyang for a down-at-heel, noble Qin Siyang offered no response. 1 silver coin has an official exchange rate of 10,000 copper coins, but no one actually exchanges at that rate. The market price is usually 12,000 copper coins. My monthly salary as a Management Bureau Section Chief is only 1,550 copper coins. 1 extra payment equals more than half a year's wages. As for the office environment you mentioned, that belongs to the United Government, not to me. After leaving the Administration Bureau, Qin Siyang took a detour to the warehouse where Qian Wendao's nephew was being held. When he opened the door and saw the rail-thin young man trussed up from head to toe, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that if the man died in the warehouse, he would have trouble answering to Qian Wendao. MGH. The blindfolded young man had no idea that the visitor was Qin Siyang. A rag stuffed in his mouth muffled his voice. Qin Siyang walked over, pulled off the blindfold, and removed the rag. Your uncle's on the phone. As he spoke, he pressed the phone to the young man's ear. Uncle, it's me. The thin young man had been starved for 2 days, yet the moment he heard Qian Wendao's voice, he still managed a vigorous cry for help. Qin Siyang quietly marveled that the physique of a sequence ability user was indeed far tougher than that of ordinary people. Uncle, what do you mean? Give him the phone. Give him the stuff in my backpack too. That's where my sequence potion is. Uncle, you. Yes, I understand. The young man who had been in a frantic state moments earlier abruptly deflated like a frost-bitten eggplant, listless and drained of all fight. From the other end of the line came Qian Wendao's fierce, scolding voice. After silently listening to Qian Wendao curse for a few minutes, the young man said to Qin Siyang, "My uncle wants to talk to you." "Hello, Section Chief Qian." "Enough. He's fine, just let him go." "Will do. See you later, Section Chief Qian." Qin Siyang hung up and cut through the ropes on the young man. Noticing the young man's fingers twitch, Qin Siyang warned him in a friendly tone, "You'd better not activate your steal skill to pick anything from my pockets. Your uncle should have warned you not to stir up unnecessary trouble. If you cause any more problems, it'll take an additional price to settle them. Understand?" At Qin Siyang's words, the young man clenched his jaw and lowered his head, saying nothing. After confirming that the young man could move freely, Qin Siyang turned and left. Qin Siyang offered no parting pleasantries. Seeing such a fool even one more time felt unlucky, better to be out of sight, out of mind. Qin Siyang headed home, but only when he reached the doorstep did he remember that his house had burned down. He was now wandering. Left with no other choice, he went to the warehouse beside Wang Defa's internet cafe. This time Wang Defa sat at the counter and didn't even come out. He could only give Qin Siyang a resigned nod and watch him slip into the warehouse. Wang Defa pursed his lips and muttered, "That's my warehouse." After stepping inside, Qin Siyang immediately opened Godslaying Camp, logged into his own account, and changed his password. Next, he entered the Sequence Ability User Information section and browsed through it. Director of the Education Department of Zone 14121 is Zhou Xing. This should be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened a sequence. Soft body. Qin Siyang was rather confused. What kind of sequence is that? I've never heard of it. He ran another search. Skill softening allows the body to become soft and pliable for 5 minutes. What a lousy sequence. No wonder his nephew Zhou Yang never enjoyed much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau, even though he had awakened a sequence. Turns out he's just a worthless ability user. Those who awakened sequence abilities on the fringes of the safe zone often ended up with useless sequences like Zhou Xing's. Still, thanks to the physical enhancement his sequence conferred, Zhou Xing's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he did enjoy a small measure of preferential treatment. Qin Siyang then checked the others he knew. Second-class police officer of the Police Bureau Luo Yiliana sequence sent Smeller. Indeed, that was the sequence she faked. Section Chief of Zone 14121 Administration Bureau Qian Wendao sequence mimicry, skill liquefaction, can dissolve his body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence seems kind of interesting. Too bad the info panel here only shows sequence level 1 skills. He searched the forums, yet found nothing on mimicry's other sequence level skills either. Quite mysterious. Qian Wendao's sequence was relatively rare. Qin Siyang couldn't find many related posts. It likely played a major role in Qian's ability to hold his section chief post. Even though officials of the Administration Bureau weren't required to go beyond the safe zone to hunt gods as section chief, with a mimicry sequence certainly sounded far more impressive than one with a soft body sequence. Qin Siyang then looked up Iluofu's sequence. First-class detective of the Zone 14121 Police Bureau transferred out half a year ago. Iluofu's sequence. Libra, a skill confidential. The Libra sequence was one Qin Siyang had never seen before either. He searched Godslaying Camp for quite a while, but found no information whatsoever. All he could find were a few dedicated Chocho chat groups left by Libra sequence ability users. Qin Siyang immediately registered a Chocho account, planning to infiltrate the Libra group and sound out the situation. At the very least, he wanted to learn what Iluofu's skill actually was. However, the moment he searched for the group name made him back off. Shandong Safe Zone Administration Bureau Police Bureau Court Personnel Discussion Group. Qin Siyang then thought it over. The computer he was using had a completely masked network login address, so there was no reason to panic. Join it, look through the group's relevant files, then quit. No one would ever know it was him. He clicked the button to join the group, and a dialog box popped up. Verification question: please provide your Administration Bureau number, Police Bureau number, or court number. Qin Siyang shook his head and had no choice but to give up. It seems this Libra sequence is exclusive to public officials. The matter of Iluofu hung over Qin Siyang's head like a dark cloud, oppressive and inescapable. Still oppressive as it was, if he wanted to attend university and receive the education exclusive to sequence ability users, he would have to register his sequence identity with the Administration Bureau within 6 months. Sooner or later, he would come up against Iluofu. Let it go for now. Today isn't over yet. Don't worry too much about tomorrow. He cleared his browsing history, then clicked open a couple of adult websites. After fast-forwarding through them for a while and accumulating dozens of browsing records, he lay down on the floor again and got ready to sleep. I haven't showered in 2 days. Tomorrow at school, I'll sneak into the washroom and rinse off when no one's there. But if a teacher checking the school catches me, I'm in for another scolding, accused of not studying hard and using class time to take a shower. Lying on the ground, Qin Siyang stared at the dust-covered ceiling of the warehouse and mulled over his plans for the next day. According to Godslaying Camp, if a student awakens a sequence ability, the Administration Bureau will notify their school so as not to delay the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination. So my dear principal should already know by now that I've awakened a sequence. If that's the case, then tomorrow I can do pretty much whatever I want. Waking at dawn, the darkness beyond the warehouse remained unbroken with no sun in sight. Yet in Qin Siyang's heart, sunlight flooded every corner. Today is the best day since my rebirth. Even better than the day my sequence awakened. Without even bringing a bag, Qin Siyang left the warehouse with lunchbox in hand. The road to school was both familiar and strange. Passing beneath one street lamp after another, he was illuminated again and again. Finally, he arrived at the school gate. Today the principal once again stood at the school gate, but not for inspection. Seeing the hastily handwritten banner prepared overnight, Qin Siyang knew the principal had come early just to welcome him. The principal's demeanor today was unusually humble as he greeted every student proactively. Qin Siyang was puzzled by this sudden change of attitude, but as he drew closer, he understood at once. The principal held a photograph in his hand, scrutinizing each student who entered the school gate, as if searching for which one was Qin Siyang. Because he did not know Qin Siyang by sight and dared not offend someone with newly awakened sequence power, he had changed his usual manner and greeted every student, hoping to leave a favorable impression. He had already forgotten that the last time he conducted a gate inspection, a student who failed to greet him was reprimanded by the teacher at his side. Unfortunately, the principal's performance was like acting a play for blind eyes. Qin Siyang was not swayed by such tactics. Even setting aside his sequence ability, he was no ordinary high school senior. Qin Siyang walked up and looked at the red banner at the school gate, warmly celebrating our school's senior Qin Siyang becoming a sequence awakener. The large characters were crooked and barely legible. Qin Siyang recognized the red cloth. It had been used months earlier for the college entrance examination rally, and still bore a smear of night raven droppings left behind when a raven had flown over the principal's speech. This school really is shabby. Well, they probably never imagined they'd need the red banner again. Beneath the banner, students crowded around, all curious who this history-making Qin Siyang might be. Qin Siyang walked up to the principal and quietly met his gaze. Principal Li Tianming carefully examined the photo provided by the Administration Bureau, looked at Qin Siyang, and instantly recognized the student before him. This was the pride of Juin School, Qin Siyang. Student Qin, you're here. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence ability. The surrounding students burst into exclamations. So he's Qin Siyang. His family doesn't seem well off. Keep your voice down. He's a sequence awakener. If he could awaken, does that mean I might have a chance too? Principal Li Tianming extended both hands to shake Qin Siyang's hand. Qin Siyang leaned slightly to one side, initially intending to give the principal some face. But after a moment's thought, he kept his posture unchanged, one hand holding the lunchbox and the other in his pocket, making no response. Principal Li's expression froze, his brows slightly furrowing as he scrutinized Qin Siyang. Student Qin, why don't you first come to my office for a chat? You are the pride of Juin School and the school thinks very highly of you. A nearby teacher also bowed obsequiously. That's right, Student Qin. We've prepared some gifts to celebrate your sequence awakening. All the teachers are so proud of your progress. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Qin Siyang's sleeve while wearing a flattering, fawning smile. Qin Siyang tilted his head and recognized him at once, the grade-level director who had caused trouble for him that day. Even someone completely irrelevant to him was rushing to curry favor. How many people would swarm around him from now on? A flicker of disdain passed through Qin Siyang's eyes. Proud? Then do you remember what you once said to me? The man was stunned, racking his brain and unable to recall any encounter with Qin Siyang. After a long pause, he asked, You were my student. Qin Siyang shook his head. Well, it was just a small matter, so how could someone as high and mighty as you remember? But I still feel wronged. If I awakened my sequence and didn't let out that frustration, what would be the point? With that, Qin Siyang swung the lunchbox and struck the grade director across the face with casual ease. A dull thud rang out, and the teacher crashed to the ground. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, he staggered back to his feet, clutching his face, baffled. Having experience in killing, Qin Siyang was able to control his strength with precision. The blow to his face had used no real force at all, but it was enough to intimidate those watching. At the sight of Qin Siyang suddenly striking out, Principal Li Tianming's eyes flickered with even deeper confusion. Nearby, a student murmured, Are all sequence awakeners this violent? Violent? Qin Siyang smiled faintly. If I were truly violent, that grade director's head would have already flown onto the roof of the teaching building. Qin Siyang tossed the dented lunchbox into the trash can and swept his gaze over the silent crowd. I do prefer this kind of quiet campus life. With that, he strode away. When Qin Siyang entered the classroom, many people were standing outside watching him. He sat down in a corner seat, gazed at the starry sky outside for a while, savored the beauty of life, then shifted his attention back to the classroom. Li Jingwen was glancing at him from the corner of her eye, her gaze filled with both deep fear and something like an amorous invitation. Seeing Qin Siyang look her way, she rose from her seat and walked over to him. Adopting the most coy tone she could manage, she asked, "Qin Siyang, I was wrong about what happened before. Can we start over?" Perhaps afraid of being rejected, Li Jingwen continued, "I know I did wrong, but we were together after all. From now on I'll listen to everything you say. I won't have anything more to do with Zhou Yang. In my eyes he was only ever a substitute for you. The truth is I still miss the days when you cared for me." Qin Siyang had no idea how Li Jingwen could utter such words. In his view, the rift between them was clear beyond any doubt. And Li Jingwen was no simple fool like Qian Wendao's nephew. So what exactly was she thinking? Qin Siyang could not understand. Perhaps humans were simply remarkable creatures who, even knowing there was no chance or possibility, still clung to the hope of trying their luck. What if it works after all? While Qin Siyang was still pondering, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand and apologized with feigned shyness. But her so-called coquettish plea was in Qin Siyang's eyes nothing more than feeding him filth. A female classmate who had once tried to kill him was now fawning on him and playing the innocent. She really must have taken him for a fool. Qin Siyang had reached his limit. Once Li Jingwen graduated from high school and lost the protection of her student status, he would definitely go to her home and personally pay his respects to her entire family. Qin Siyang smiled and took Li Jingwen's hand. She faltered for a moment, then showed a tender, flirtatious gaze, believing that Qin Siyang had forgiven her. Qin Siyang leaned close to her ear and said softly, "I have no problem with it. But your uncle in the underworld might have some objections." Li Jingwen stood frozen where she was, her body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Siyang, was he dead? How could he have been killed by Qin Siyang? She dared not look back at Qin Siyang, yet her mind raced with terror. When had he killed Qin Siyang? Qin Siyang had brought a gang of thugs. Qin Siyang alone would have no chance against them. Without awakening his sequence ability, Qin Siyang should have already died at the hands of Qin Siyang. So he must have awakened his sequence ability first, then killed Qin Siyang. Didn't he just awaken his sequence ability this past weekend? But Qin Siyang had been missing for quite some time, so the timeline simply did not match. Could it be that Qin Siyang had already awakened his sequence ability long ago and had been pretending to be an ordinary person all these days? What was his purpose in playing the part of an ordinary person? To kill me? No, no, no. I am a student. A sequence ability user cannot simply kill anyone. Then what for? To take revenge on me. Li Jingwen's thoughts drifted into unfamiliar territory beyond the safe boundaries of her mind. Fear quickly consumed everything. At that moment she suddenly felt her body, nearly detached from her soul, move involuntarily. Looking down, she saw that Qin Siyang had given her hand a squeeze. She dared not meet his gaze, yet from his gentle tone, she could easily sense the smile on his face. "What's wrong? You don't want to be with me anymore." Li Jingwen shuddered and quickly withdrew her hand, her face draining of color as she sat frozen, afraid to move. Qin Siyang did not dwell further with her and rose from his seat. Before leaving the classroom, he turned his head toward Li Jingwen and said, "I thought you would say that all of this was to test my feelings for you." In Li Jingwen's close friend's eyes, these words seemed like encouragement for her to pursue Qin Siyang further. But to Li Jingwen, they were the whisper of a demon. Upon seeing Qin Siyang leave, her friends immediately surged forward and surrounded Li Jingwen. "Jingwen, Qin Siyang is encouraging you. Why aren't you going after him?" "Exactly. Didn't you encourage Qin Siyang this way before? Put in more effort, and you will become the woman of a sequence ability user. Qin Siyang has awakened his sequence ability, which is far stronger than Zhou Yang's." Her friend's urgings dealt a crushing blow to Li Jingwen's already fragile consciousness. "No." Li Jingwen let out a scream and ran out, leaving her friend stunned. Jingwen, where are you going?" "Don't worry, she's definitely gone to chase after Qin Siyang." "Oh, that makes sense. Tell me, if Li Jingwen marries Qin Siyang, would we get any benefits?" "I think it's fine. After all, we still hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang together. If she dares to treat us badly, then we will tell Qin Siyang." "That makes sense. Good days are coming our way." Qin Siyang glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning and the cafeteria was open. So after leaving the classroom, instead of heading straight to the library, he went to the cafeteria first to fill his stomach. The cafeteria had always served breakfast, but Qin Siyang had never once tried it. Juin School's regulations stated that students only received free lunch and dinner on campus. As for breakfast at the cafeteria, a somewhat luxurious perk, only the faculty and school leadership had access through their staff windows. But today he could finally go and try it. Qin Siyang walked into the cafeteria where quite a few teachers and school leaders were already seated in small groups, their conversations naturally revolving around him, the record-breaking first person. When they saw Qin Siyang enter, the teachers' conversation immediately ceased as they watched him silently. The news of Qin Siyang knocking out the grade director at the school gate had already spread. So in the teachers' eyes there was no longer the disdain and annoyance they had once shown toward this orphan, but rather filled with fear. A teacher wearing glasses stood up and walked toward Qin Siyang with a smile. "Student Qin, you are the pride of our class. What would you like to eat? Shall I help you order?" This refined teacher was Qin Siyang's homeroom advisor. Because Qin Siyang was a poor orphan with no ability to give gifts to teachers, and no family backing him up. The homeroom advisor, wanting out of sight and out of mind, had moved him to the back corner seat by the window. So seeing this advisor now eager to flatter him, Qin Siyang found it particularly amusing. He did not have the patience for such pleasantries with an advisor he barely knew. Get lost. Qin Siyang coldly tossed out a single word, then walked to the food-serving window. The advisor, seemingly unwilling to miss this opportunity to curry favor with a sequence ability user student, ignored the disdainful glances from his colleagues and leaned in 2 more steps. Student Qin, I previously did not do well. Before he could finish, Qin Siyang grabbed a tray and swung it across his face. With a metallic clanging sound, the homeroom advisor collapsed to the side. You would not listen when I patiently explained things to you, so you had to come looking for trouble. The other teachers swallowed hard, deeply fearful of Qin Siyang's brutality. Did Qin Siyang really patiently reason with him? What did he say? Didn't he just say one word, get lost? Could this count as patiently reasoning things out? In truth, this was simply Qin Siyang's way of handling trouble. With 2 teachers who had tried to get close to him violently knocked down, the others probably would not dare to approach him anymore. He carried too many secrets to withstand investigation. For those who drew near because of his sequence awakening, he harbored deep wariness and hostility. To disperse these flies, nothing worked faster than physical force. Besides, in the world, now sequence ability users were heaven. He could also mask his actions as the behavior of an unprincipled man who had gained power. In the teacher's eyes, Qin Siyang's violent temper after his sudden rise could be understood. After all, he was only 18, a youth who had not yet faced society's blows, and his actions lacked such complexity. A true villain who slapped you outright was better than a hypocrite who gave you hope only to play with you until death. Qin Siyang stood before the food-serving window where the round auntie who had been giving him extra rice every day had dropped her spoon in terror. Auntie, please pack 3 breakfasts for me to take away. In the cafeteria, only school leadership could use disposable takeaway containers. Now this small privilege Qin Siyang also possessed, even though no one had officially granted permission for it. Oh, alright, I will serve it for you right now. The auntie hurriedly picked up the spoon from the ground, scooped some rice, only to realize she had forgotten to wash it. She apologized hastily and grabbed a new spoon instead. When the auntie finished serving the rice and forced a smile to hand it to Qin Siyang, he offered a gentle smile in return. Auntie, there is no need to be afraid. I remember your kindness toward me. Then Qin Siyang turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, there is one matter I would like each of you to help convey to the principal. Qin Siyang had originally wanted to talk to the principal in person, but the principal was probably standing at the school gate beside the grade director who had been knocked out by Qin Siyang watching the doctor treat his injuries, so he might not have time. Having another teacher pass the message in the cafeteria should be fine. I believe that our Juin school, as the only school on the edge of the safety zone providing 12 years of education from primary through high school, the most important thing is not to cultivate talent, but to cultivate virtue. Qin Siyang's opening full of bureaucratic rhetoric shocked the other teachers inwardly. Was this the same student who would bluntly say get lost at the slightest disagreement? How could he utter such mature words? Could he be suffering from split personality? Yet no teacher dared to say it out loud. His homeroom teacher was still lying on the ground. Who would dare to provoke the new big shot of the safety zone? If we lack good virtue when our students walk out of campus and into society, they will inevitably be educated by society and may even bring shame to their alma mater. This is not what we students want to see, nor is it what you teachers want to see. The teachers could not help but grumble inwardly. Qin Siyang was quite skilled at speaking in officialese, spinning one set of platitudes after another, just like the school leaders. An outsider would have thought the principal was holding a staff meeting. But what exactly was Qin Siyang trying to achieve by saying all this? Qin Siyang paused for a moment, then continued, "Where is the director of moral education?" Everyone turned to look at a bald, middle-aged man with a face full of flabby flesh. The man stood up with a smile. "Student Qin, it's me." As he stood up, he nearly stumbled. The smile on his face could not conceal the terror in his heart. "You are the director of moral education. Do you think you are qualified?" The moment he met Qin Siyang's cold gaze, he immediately understood Qin Siyang's dissatisfaction with him and hurriedly launched into self-criticism. "I am not competent enough. Over these years as director of moral education, I have had many shortcomings, and I will definitely improve in the future." "No need for the future. I've been at this school for 12 years, and I didn't even know what you, the director of moral education, looked like. My temper is so irritable now precisely because the school's moral education has been inadequate, and ultimately you are inseparable from that blame. You should step down from the position of director of moral education and yield to someone more worthy. You should agree with me, shouldn't you?" Qin Siyang sounded as if he were seeking opinions, yet he left no room for negotiation. As he spoke, he deliberately kicked the homeroom teacher lying nearby, twice, as if implying something. The director of moral education's face twisted into a mass of wrinkles. In the end, his attachment to the position did not outweigh his fear of death, and he nodded. "Yes, I have done poorly. I should give up the position of director of moral education." Qin Siyang nodded. "It is good that you can recognize your mistakes and correct them. As for the director of moral education, I think Aunt Zhang, who serves food in the cafeteria, is very suitable. She always encourages the students when serving food, and she shows special care to impoverished students like me. She leads by example. Isn't she the best model of moral education? Therefore, I want to nominate Aunt Zhang to the school as the new director of moral education. Qin Siyang stood alone, sweeping his gaze across all the teachers. Wherever his gaze fell, the teachers averted their eyes. I hope you will all convey this to the principal. Otherwise, I'm afraid my violent temper might drive me to do something I shouldn't. The teachers nodded at once, eager to send this plague god on his way. We will certainly relay your words. We will certainly relay them. Not only will we relay them, we also support student Qin's views. Only then did the teachers finally understand that Qin Siyang had laid all this groundwork in order to elevate Aunt Zhang, the cafeteria server, to power. Having become a sequence awakener, Qin Siyang was already a man beyond the law. His restriction was that he could not kill students or public officials. And not every school teacher was a public official. At Juin School, only the principal was a public official. All the other teachers had signed teaching contracts. This meant that Qin Siyang could casually pick 1 or 2 teachers to kill, suffering only the punishment for hunting gods. Of course, he could not go too far and slaughter all the school's teachers. If he did, the sequence awakener administration would regard him as an element endangering the safety zone's security and execute him with the ultimate punishment. With the protection of privilege, naturally no teacher dared to oppose him. And since Qin Siyang demanded the position of director of moral education, the principal had no reason to refuse. Because Qin Siyang was like a madman. The principal had seen too many young students in their teens who through ignorance and fearlessness committed jaw-dropping crimes. He dared not gamble on whether Qin Siyang was a sane person, nor whether Qin Siyang feared the laws of the safety zone. As long as he could appease Qin Siyang, the principal would spare no expense. Qin Siyang was very satisfied with the teacher's response. He turned around, leaned into the serving window, and looked at Aunt Zhang, who was at a loss. Aunt Zhang, I've nominated you to the principal to be the director of moral education. If nothing unexpected happens, the principal should agree. In the future, I hope you will continue to maintain this kindness toward me. Aunt Zhang said with some embarrassment. My family circumstances are poor. I dropped out before finishing junior high to work, lacking education and culture. How could I be a big leader? It's not that complicated. Aunt Zhang, at this rundown school on the edge of the safety zone, there are only 2 ironclad rules for being a leader: either have no conscience or have connections. Then you are someone with a conscience. After saying this, Qin Siyang left with 3 lunchboxes. Only Aunt Zhang remained, holding the ladle in her hand, still not fully understanding what had happened. Qin Siyang carried the lunchboxes to the library, where he saw Teacher Zhu arranging the bookshelves, and Wenshu studying on her own at a desk. A faint smile lingered on Wenshu's face, as if she was in a good mood. Teacher Zhu, on the other hand, looked at Qin Siyang with somewhat complicated eyes. Qin Siyang placed the lunchboxes on the table. I went to the cafeteria to get breakfast. Wenshu, Teacher Zhu, let's eat together. He had specially brought a portion of breakfast for Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was a rehired teacher who did not enjoy the benefits of regular faculty, so she could not eat breakfast in the cafeteria. For lunch and dinner, she could only queue at the student window. However, her income and benefits were the same as those of ordinary teachers. I've already eaten. I've eaten too. Qin Siyang had originally wanted to bring breakfast for the 2 and have a chat, but he had not expected both of them to have already eaten. All right, then I'll eat by myself and take the remaining 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, please take a rest. Once I finish eating, I'll clean up. At your age, there's no need to be so conscientious in your work. Hearing Qin Siyang's familiar way of speaking, Teacher Zhu felt that after awakening his sequence ability, he did not seem to have changed much. She asked, somewhat puzzled, Little Qin, why do I feel you are the same as before? I've always been the same as before. Then, why did you hit Lu Qianzhong at the school gate? Oh, I never liked him in the first place, and with the friction we had before when I saw him today, I simply gave him a hit on the spot. You're a good student. How could you hit a teacher? Before Qin Siyang could open his mouth, Wenshu put down her exercise book and said slowly, Actually, I think hitting that Lu Qianzhong is more like what a good student would do. Wenshu continued, Teacher Zhu, aside from you, how many people in this school truly deserve to be called teachers? You shouldn't be worrying yourself over them. When is that what you really think? Teacher Zhu seemed to be encountering a Wenshu who was less docile and more spirited than he had ever seen. To these people in the school, being a teacher is just an ordinary job. How many of them actually see themselves as educators, shaping young minds? But the teachers have been good to you. When I was in elementary school, my grades were average, and I was often bullied. No teacher ever stood up for me. Later, when my grades improved and I was expected to get into the academy, they became willing to help me. Wenshu looked at Teacher Zhu with her bright, clear eyes. Tell me, should I be grateful to these teachers who flock to advantage and avoid harm, or should I be grateful to myself for becoming better? Teacher Zhu was rendered speechless by her question. Lowering his head in thought, he realized she had a point. Being a teacher was, after all, just a profession to make a living. Teaching is their duty, nurturing is their kindness. As long as they do their duty well, why waste energy trying to win over students who can't pass the exams? Well said. Qin Siyang gave a thumbs up. As expected of our grade's top student, you really know how to speak with polish. In my view, teacher Zhu, you should rest when you need to spend time with your granddaughter and stop watching over the library all day. Just give me the key. With me here, the library won't fall into chaos. Qin Siyang opened the lunchbox, stuffed a huge duck wing into his mouth, and crunched away. The moment it hit his tongue, a rich burst of savory meat juice flooded his senses, making his eyes light up. Damn, this special morning meal the cafeteria prepared for the teachers and school leaders tasted far better than lunch or dinner. No wonder the teachers ate so happily in the school cafeteria. The food at the staff window and the food at the student window might as well be from different worlds. That cafeteria cook didn't lack the skill to cook well. He simply didn't want to cook well for the students. He really felt like punching the cook. But then again, he was eating for free, so he shouldn't cause trouble. A beggar complaining about stale rice. Teacher Zhu had worked as a teacher at Juin School and knew what the cafeteria breakfast tasted like. But when Shu probably had never tasted it. Qin Siyang's mouth was stuffed full so he couldn't speak. He grunted toward Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up in confusion and saw Qin Siyang pointing excitedly at the lunchbox while furiously giving a thumbs up, seemingly praising how good it tasted. Qin Siyang swallowed the delicious food with effort. Try it. It's really good. Way better than the cafeteria lunch or dinner. The cafeteria breakfast is exclusive to the staff window. It really is quite good, Teacher Zhu added in agreement. Hearing both of them recommend it, when Shu put down her pen, walked over, and opened a lunchbox. She picked up a piece of black and white rabbitfish fillet and placed it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately lit up with pleasant surprise. It really is delicious. See, I told you. This is specially served at the teacher's window. I eat it freely, so I bring some for both of you too. Teacher Zhu, don't cook at home anymore, it's such a waste of money. I'll pack extra every day. You can take it home for your granddaughter. Stop letting her eat that slop from the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled. All right, Qin Siyang then asked, by the way, why didn't Zhao Liwen come to the library to study today? Doesn't he need to prepare? When Shu let out a light laugh. You scared him off. Me. Before you arrived, he dropped by the library and solemnly apologized to me. He said he had failed to appreciate my kindness and was delaying the relationship between me and you. He asked me to convey his apology and hoped you wouldn't take it to heart. Qin Siyang curled his lips. Well, this young Master Zhao certainly knows how to retreat quickly. I hadn't even gone looking for him, yet he's already come to confess his fault. He's a man who knows how to read the times. Teacher Zhu, while arranging the bookshelf, said, You've even beaten up a teacher at the school gate. How would he dare to provoke you, this living king of hell? Stop tidying up. At your age, why bother with all this work? I'll finish eating soon. Leave it to me. Whether out of sadness or reflection, Teacher Zhu actually heeded the advice and put down the book in his hands. He sat on a nearby chair and sighed. All right, you've grown up, and your words now reflect the thoughts of adults. Seeing you two good children mature like this brings me comfort. You say that as if you're about to leave us. Qin Siyang made a joke only to find Teacher Zhu silent. Both he and Wen Shu found it strange. They looked up and saw the bitter expression on Teacher Zhu's face. Wait, Teacher Zhu, don't tell me you. Teacher Zhu waved his hand. It's an old illness. Incurable. Don't worry about me. Every person has their fate. My life is about as good as it's going to get. You two still have a long road ahead. Live well. What exactly is the problem? Tell us. Stomach cancer. There's no cure. Terminal. Teacher Zhu shook his head. No, it's at the middle stage. But on the edge of the safe zone, there are no hospitals capable of performing stomach cancer surgery, and the ones that can are too expensive for me. I've got maybe a few more years left before I go. I've already outlived my husband by a long time. I've seen plenty in this life, so there's nothing to regret. He spoke words of acceptance, yet his voice still trembled slightly. Only then did Qin Siyang realize that the always kind and smiling Teacher Zhu had been battling cancer all along. Having known Teacher Zhu for so long, he had never seen the shadow of illness in his expression. Teacher Zhu took a deep breath. All right, let's not talk about this anymore and spoil everyone's mood. When it comes to life and death, what must be let go should be let go. Don't say that. I was about to talk to the leaders of the education department to get you a position as an official. You can't just leave like this. Teacher Zhu was first stunned, then gave a gratified smile. I appreciate the thought, but I'm not suited for something like that. I already managed to get Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria, made the director of moral education. For you to become a public official in the education department is nothing. What? You? Isn't this cronyism? Although little Zhang is a nice person, Qin, this is not right. This isn't cronyism. It's hiring based on merit. Teacher Zhu, this is the apocalypse now. There aren't that many moral standards left. The officials on the edge of the safe zone are all a pack of jackals and wolves. Every one of them climbed up through relatives or by awakening their own sequence. Where are the people who actually get things done? Wen Shu also agreed. I concur. With your character, serving in the education department would be the student's blessing. Think about it. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse began. Several hundred universities for sequence awakeners have been built, yet Juin School still doesn't have any courses on apocalypse awareness or sequence knowledge. Isn't that the education department's failure? If you take a position in the education department, even just doing your job normally, you'd be better than 99% of public officials. Amidst the repeated praises from Qin Siyang, and Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu felt somewhat embarrassed. She offered a warm smile and said, "I am already content to have the approval of two fine students like you. This illness is truly beyond remedy. Please do not worry further." When Shu cast a glance at Qin Siyang, who kept his head bowed over his meal in silence. If there existed a trace of human warmth in this world that Qin Siyang standing alone could feel, it undoubtedly came from Teacher Zhu. As long as he desired this work-study position, Teacher Zhu would always keep it for him. Other parents had offered Teacher Zhu gifts in hopes of reserving the position for their own children. Yet Teacher Zhu remained resolute. If your child were an orphan, then he could rotate with Qin Siyang. As for anything else, do not bother. Even in this post-apocalyptic era, even in shabby, dilapidated places on the edge of the safe zone, there still existed people like Teacher Zhu. Thus Qin Siyang truly hoped that such a good person as Teacher Zhu would ultimately meet with a favorable outcome. But how could cancer be treated? How much would it cost? He did not know. It seemed he would have to go online tonight and search Godslayer camp for information. Qin Siyang did not make empty boasts, for he was also uncertain whether his current abilities could help Teacher Zhu overcome this crisis. After finishing his meal, he began tidying the books in the library. However, the moment he rose from his chair, he never sat back down. There were unusually many students visiting the library today. To be more precise, there were particularly many female students. "Student Qin, may I borrow this book?" "Student Qin, my foundation is rather weak. Do you have any recommended supplementary books?" "Student Qin, I have so many glow-in-the-dark books at home. Want to read them together tonight?" Qin Siyang's quiet work life in the library was thrown into disarray by a group of extraordinarily proactive and reasonably attractive female classmates. Due to the excessive noise when Shu borrowed a workbook and moved to another area for self-study. When Shu was both the ideal every girl aspired to become and the target of their covert hostilities. When Shu had been sitting there, her aura of an outstanding student had made the others feel somewhat inferior and restrained themselves slightly. Once she left the library, they completely dropped their inhibitions and launched a full-scale offensive toward Qin Siyang. Moreover, after noticing that Qin Siyang showed no signs of extreme behavior, they realized he would not attack them the way he had stunned the head of the grade, and thus became even more brazen. Half-exposed shoulders and lifted skirt hems were mere minor provocations. Some girls, even unbuttoning their clothes, crashed straight into Qin Siyang's embrace, and those soft cushions pressed against him, leaving him speechless. Qin Siyang couldn't help but reflect, so this is how ordinary people treat someone with a sequence ability. If casually defeating the head of the grade and the class teacher beforehand had been his way of asserting his status, then this encounter in the library represented others' acknowledgement of that very status. Compared to demonstrating through force, being pursued and acknowledged by others was no doubt far more delightful. Having lived two lives, Qin Siyang had never encountered so many girls so enthusiastically pursuing him. It felt rather like being a celebrity idol in his past life. Had he been an ordinary 18-year-old high school student who had suddenly risen from poverty and lacked worldly experience, he might well have grown intoxicated among these superficial beauties. Teacher Zhu, sitting nearby, kept sighing repeatedly, fearing that Qin Siyang might lose himself and succumb to their charms. Yet they knew nothing of the fact that Qin Siyang had taken lives. He had killed more than one person. His heart had long grown cold and calculating after witnessing bloodshed countless times. These girls were far too ordinary. Cultivating close relationships with them would only become a burden. They could neither be his life companion nor his physical harbor. They did not even merit the title of a beautiful skeleton. In Qin Siyang's eyes, they were nothing but emptiness. Qin Siyang grew ever more convinced that a splendid life was on the horizon. So with a smile on his face, he calmly said to the girls rubbing against his side, "Get lost." The girls froze for a moment, subconsciously glancing at Qin Siyang's face, only to find his expression utterly blank, as if he were a completely different person. In an instant they understood the terror the grade head had felt that morning, and immediately bounced away from Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang smiled faintly. "Not bad. You're my peers after all, far easier to communicate with than my class teacher." Yet from Qin Siyang's smile the girls felt a bone-chilling coldness. Qin Siyang walked through the parting crowd of girls and exited the library. At the door he told Teacher Zhu, "Teacher, I'll come back after school this afternoon. Please eat this breakfast when you're hungry." "All right." Teacher Zhu, seeing that Qin Siyang was completely unfazed, nodded with a smile. Qin Siyang was about to clear away the leftover lunchbox from earlier when he discovered the table was already empty. It seemed when Shu had tossed the trash while leaving. Qin Siyang murmured, "Student when really knows her manners." Indeed. Upon hearing Qin Siyang praise when Shu, Teacher Zhu immediately chimed in, "Student when excels in her studies, has impeccable character, is kind, and possesses strong convictions. Not like other people." As she spoke, she shot a disdainful glance at the girls who had been making a commotion in the library for quite some time. Qin Siyang nodded. She does have strong convictions. On other matters, Qin Siyang knew little. But regarding when Shu being a girl of independent thought, he agreed entirely. He still vividly recalled that night when Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of thugs had pursued them. In terms of disposing of evidence and covering tracks, when Shu had thoroughly taught him a lesson. "That's enough. I'm heading out. Don't overwork yourself." "Oh, all right." After leaving the library, Qin Siyang did not return to the classroom. Instead, he found a quiet, deserted place, took out his phone, and dialed Qian Wentao. Hello, Section Chief Qian. Sorry to disturb you. Are you free? I'd like to chat for a bit. Oh, it's young Qin. What's up? It's like this. I have a close friend who has been diagnosed with cancer. I wanted to ask if there are any treatment methods available. Section Chief Qian paused for a moment. Your friend? A sequence ability user. No, an ordinary person. You still have ordinary people as friends. Of course ordinary people can be friends. Who wasn't born an ordinary person after all? That is not entirely unreasonable. If you have money, you can send them to a hospital for treatment. If I had money, I wouldn't be calling you to ask. So what you mean is, you want to know about the special channels for sequence ability users. Exactly. Generally speaking, when we sequence ability users seek treatment, there are two methods. Please go on. The first is to hunt gods outside the safe zone, then exchange the rewards at the Administration Bureau for money to pay for hospital treatment. The second is to find a healer sequence ability user to treat you. However, the cost is usually higher. I've looked into the healer sequence before, but they seem incredibly rare and difficult to find. You've hit the nail on the head. Basically, all healer sequence ability users work in hospitals located in the most luxurious areas of the safe zone, exclusively catering to the upper echelon. Ordinary people can't even catch a glimpse of them. In that case, it seems my only option is to hunt gods outside the safe zone. But I've only just awakened my sequence, and my preparations for joining a god-slaying squad are far from sufficient. What kind of friend is this? You're willing to hunt gods to cure them. Someone who has been quite kind to me. A good person who has looked after me. A good person. Classmate Qin, are you telling me a joke? What good is a good person worth sacrificing so much for? In this world, the most useless thing is a good person. Section Chief Qian, this matter is one of perspective. We merely cooperate on certain affairs. It hardly means all our viewpoints must align, does it? Alright, my question then. But hunting gods for you, isn't that also a benefit? How so? You haven't taken the post-Gaokao sequence ability tester assessment yet, have you? No, that's correct. Then you can use the points from hunting gods to gain favor with more universities and secure greater admission opportunities. Even after entering university, students with numerous god hunting points enjoy various benefits. These are all mandatory regulations set by the United Government. You can verify them on the Sequence Education Forum. So it can be done this way. Understood. I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, Section Chief Qian, for your help. It's nothing really. Qian Wentao tossed his phone onto the desk, muttering over Qin Siyang's words. Saving a good person. Good person. That word truly hasn't been heard in many years. It almost brings a pang of melancholy. Sai, who was born wishing to be a bad person. Just then Qian Wentao's phone rang again. Hello, Xiao Tang, what's up? Oh, the troublemakers at the director's office were just ordinary people. In that case, what's there to hesitate about? Kill them all. Alright, that's all for now. After hanging up, Qian Wentao gave a self-mocking smile. Good person. I fear I shall never be one. Qin Siyang ended the call and made up his mind to visit the internet cafe after school to check the forum. Wait, doesn't the principal's office seem to have a computer? Right, there should be one. After all, the principal is a public official. How would he receive documents from the United Government without a computer? As for the advantage of Wang Defa's warehouse computer hiding its address, it was greatly diminished the moment he publicly revealed his sequence ability and registered as a sequence ability tester. He had already exposed his identity. There was no longer any need to secretly access the Godslayer camp and sequence education forums. If that were the case, why not pay a visit to the principal's office? Besides, hadn't the principal invited him there that morning? Qin Siyang walked toward the principal's office with an easy step. The principal had just returned from the infirmary, holding a towel and wiping the sweat from his gleaming bald head. Sigh, what an exhausting day. I still can't figure out how Lu Qianzhong offended him. Got hit for nothing. That kid Qin Siyang just awakened his sequence ability, and his temper is a bit explosive. Must be careful not to provoke him. And for the sake of giving Xiao Zhang the position of moral education director, he even went and beat the homeroom teacher. Sigh, I'm truly out of words. I should arrange for Xiao Zhang to take over as moral education director next week. After today's incident, I've given up hoping to build rapport with Qin Siyang to wash away my guilt. All I wish is for a peaceful graduation for him. No entanglements whatsoever. Principal Li, I'm here. Qin Siyang greeted casually and pushed open the office door directly. The principal's eyes flickered with despair, then immediately donned his signature smile. Oh, young Qin, what brings you here? By the way, regarding Aunt Zhang's matter, I'm already on it. Tomorrow, or rather today, I'll have it resolved today. Thank you, Principal. Actually, I came for something else. I was hoping you could help me. Speak. Whatever I can help with, I will. I'm about to take the sequence ability tester assessment after Gaokao, but I know absolutely nothing about it. As you know, my family is not well off and I can't afford to go to an internet cafe. So I was wondering if I could borrow your desktop computer. What do you think? Principal Li froze momentarily at a loss for words. But Qin Siyang, making himself quite at home, sat down right beside Principal Li. Classmate Qin Yu. Principal Li, the moral education work at our school has been lacking for many years, which has led to my rather irritable temperament. You wouldn't want me causing more trouble before graduation, would you? Qin Siyang was a sequence ability tester. Even if he killed a teacher, he would scarcely face any consequences. However, Principal Li Tianming, as the head of the school, would be held accountable by the United Government for campus safety incidents. The school had produced a rare sequence ability tester, and Li Tianming had thought it would be the beginning of his fortune, only to discover it was a living king of death in this merciless apocalypse. Li Tianming wanted to say something, but seeing Qin Siyang's nearly lawless demeanor, he swallowed his words. Go ahead and use it, but only for surfing the internet, nothing else. Great. Qin Siyang deftly opened the Sequence Education Forum and searched for information regarding the post-Gaokao Sequence Ability Tester assessment. Li Tianming sighed, and not wanting to look at Qin Siyang any further, turned and left the principal's office to find a quiet place to rest. Qin Siyang clicked on a pinned post, Sequence Ability Tester Gaokao Assessment Guide. Sequence ability testers do not need to take the regular Gaokao. There is a separate assessment system. The assessment comprehensively evaluates candidates based on their sequence ability, on-site performance, and future potential, ultimately issuing a score. After receiving this score, students log into the Sequence University application interface, submit their scores and resumes, and the admitting universities will send acceptance letters accordingly. Generally speaking, sequence ratings from low to high are useless sequence E, G, mollusk common sequence E, G, insomnia law enforcement sequence E, G, sincere immortal combat sequence E, G, warrior shadow assassin and special sequence, extremely rare with unique abilities such as mimic. Qin Siyang carefully reviewed the 5 sequence tiers and discovered that Section Chief Qian's mimic was actually the highest tier special sequence. He raised his opinion of the Section Chief considerably. Section Chief Qian truly grows more astonishing the more one learns about him. Qin Siyang sighed genuinely. Indeed, those who rose to any position of importance in either past or present lives were never ordinary. He continued reading. There is one special circumstance for exemption from the written assessment. This applies to those with records of hunting gods. Their god hunting points can substitute for assessment scores and be submitted alongside resumes when applying to universities. The Education Department maintains archives of all students who awaken sequence abilities. Whenever a student earns god hunting points, the database is updated immediately. Admissions officers from all universities can access this database. Generally, when a student's god hunting points exceed a certain threshold, universities will proactively reach out and propose admission terms. Could it really work this way? Qin Siyang thought of the extraordinary combat power granted to him by his god devourer sequence, and his blood immediately began to boil. Did this mean he had a chance to enter the best university? In his past life, Qin Siyang's academic performance was merely average, and after the college entrance examination, he could only attend an ordinary university. This time around, he felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could enter the most prestigious institution within the safe zone. The post also elaborated on the distinctions between different universities. The quality of a sequence university is a pivotal factor that determines the gap between sequence ability users, and it serves as the watershed moment that shapes one's entire destiny. A top-tier sequence university offers the finest learning environment and the most abundant educational resources. Instructors with high-level sequences coupled with extensive combat and research experience are plentiful. Residential and dining facilities are of superior quality with generous scholarship programs, ensuring that outstanding students need not worry about tuition fees. Exceptional alumni and promising peers will provide a solid support system for your future advancement. Whether choosing to battle God's work for the United Government or pursue research related to sequence abilities, these resources are extremely precious. Therefore, if possible, strive to enroll in a higher-ranked sequence university. Otherwise, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Merely reading the introduction, Qin Siyang already felt a deep yearning for an excellent sequence university. The universities of this era differed somewhat from those of his previous life. After graduating in his former existence and entering society, advancement depended primarily on individual capability and background. The influence of alumni networks had not yet become as significant. But this was a world where humanity battled gods and established a new order. The cataclysm had descended merely 10 years ago, and the various strata within the safe zone had existed for only a decade. It was still a time of redefining order. The dominant circles of power had likely not yet solidified. To seize the advantage at this very moment, one would need to secure a seat at the VIP table. That is to gain admission to an outstanding sequence university. According to the post's description, even if Qin Siyang were an orphan and impoverished, it would hardly matter, for sequence ability itself was the hard currency of the post-cataclysm world. As long as your sequence ability was formidable, circles would naturally come to welcome you. He then opened the Godslayer forum and consulted the reward guidelines for hunting deities. Hunting gods yields monetary rewards, sequence potion resources, and Godslayer points, all provided by the United Government. Specifically, each Godslayer point earned from hunting a deity converts to 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of a sequence potion's worth of resources. When a squad hunts together, rewards are distributed according to ratios agreed upon internally. An individual hunting a deity alone earns double Godslayer points. However, the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau did not advocate solo operations. Hunting gods still emphasized coordination. This provision existed merely to facilitate the selection of humanity's strongest individuals who would lead future counteroffensives against the gods. To earn points, one must sever a marked portion from a slain deity. Detailed explanations are available in the posts. If unfortunately a sequence ability user loses their life during a god hunt, compensation will be issued to their family according to their sequence rank. If there is no family and the death occurred during a team hunt, the compensation may also be distributed among other team members. Distributed to other team members. Qin Siyang could not discern the significance behind this regulation and felt that something was amiss. As a sequence ability user, killing ordinary people would not carry serious consequences. But if his team member's entire family consisted solely of that one sequence user, could he simply slaughter them all and then orchestrate his teammate's death to embezzle the death compensation? Adding this rule would essentially encourage infighting. Was this one of the survival laws of the post-cataclysm safe zone? There were still many matters Qin Siyang did not understand. Qin Siyang had not yet joined a Godslayer squad, but had already detected a hint of bloodshed through the introductory posts. At that moment, he noticed a red numeral 157 on his sequence ability user forum avatar. Curious, he clicked to check and discovered he had received 157 private messages. Hello little brother, your phantom assassin sequence is precisely what our squad needs. Moreover, all our members are women and we lack a masculine presence to hold things together. You are the perfect fit. Join us for god hunting and we will take good care of you. Hello little Qin. Your sequence is exactly what we urgently need. Come join our Godslayer squad. Our team has been established for 2 years, and the members have hardly changed, ensuring a high level of safety. Qin Siyang, hello. The Phantom Assassin sequence would perfectly complement our offensive weaknesses. Our team has members with the repair and armor sequences, which can guarantee your safety during god hunts. Please join us. Qin Siyang took a general look and realized the invitations came from 157 different Godslayer squads, enough to make his head spin. Just as he was browsing through the invitation letters, 2 more arrived. They say Phantom Assassins are in high demand, and it appears to be true. Good heavens, so many squads want me. But how should he choose a Godslayer squad? Qin Siyang's first instinct was to ask Qian Wendao. But he then reconsidered. Qian Wendao was far too sharp, and he did not wish to grow too close to him, nor did he want Qian Wendao to witness his ignorance. One must conceal one's shortcomings from the clever and feign incompetence before the foolish. This was also experience Qin Siyang had summed up across 2 lifetimes. If he troubled Qian Wendao with every matter, it would only make the other believe him to be stupid and gradually drive him away. He searched the forum, but found no posts teaching how to select a Godslayer squad. Some may have existed, but they had been deleted by the moderators. This also indicated that experience in choosing a Godslayer squad was information that could not be made public. Why could it not be public? Qin Siyang knew he could not delve any deeper and could only spend his own time and effort to learn. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds suddenly rang out. It was the chatterbox that Li Tianming had forgotten to silence before leaving. Driven by curiosity, Qin Siyang clicked open the dialog box. It was a message from a user named Tingting. Brother Tianming, I miss you. Will you keep me company tonight? Accompanying the words, she sent a video far too explicit to bear looking at. Qin Siyang watched the entire video with a gaze full of contempt, then clicked the close button and downloaded the video. But when he opened the download folder, he was stunned. There were actually so many. Although numerous, they were not disorganized, for Li Tianming had thoughtfully labeled and categorized each video in detail. Among them, quite a few featured Li Tianming himself on screen. Qin Siyang froze. This Li Tianming was nothing more than an ordinary school principal, was he? How could he have so many such videos? The female leads kept changing. Qin Siyang thought of something and immediately opened the sequence ability user information section, entering Li Tianming. Over 20 people with the same name appeared at once. Qin Siyang carefully filtered through them and found a profile picture that bore an extremely close resemblance to Li Tianming, though the person in the image was considerably younger with flowing long hair. Indeed, in this world, the sole reason to attract the admiration of the opposite sex was being a sequence ability user. Li Tianming was also a sequence ability user. Yet after all these years as a principal, apparently no student knew about this matter. Li Tianming was quite handsome when he was young. Now he sports a big belly and a receding hairline. Time truly is merciless. When he clicked open Li Tianming's personal information, he was immediately captivated by the first 2 lines. Li Tianming sequence shaman transferred from the Education Bureau due to causing dozens of deaths through negligence in Area 14121, currently serving as principal of one school. Qin Siyang stared at Li Tianming's dossier, too stunned to speak for a moment. Director Li killed dozens of people. After killing dozens of people, he was still appointed as the principal. What ruthless background and what ironclad connections. Qin Siyang suddenly felt that his voice had been too loud just now when speaking with the principal, showing insufficient respect for a senior figure. Forget it. I'll stay away from here from now on. I should go find easier targets over at Wang Defa's place. The principal is not someone to trifles with. He closed the video, marked the messages from Tingting as unread, deleted the downloaded video, and prepared to slip out of the office while Li Tianming was absent. From now on, he would avoid crossing paths with Li Tianming whenever possible. Just as he was about to rise from his seat, the office door swung open, and Li Tianming returned from outside, his belly protruding and a thermal cup in hand. Noticing Qin Siyang's attempt to stand up from his chair, Li Tianming offered a smile. What's wrong? Finished your investigation and ready to leave? Yes, principal. Thank you for lending me the computer. I found all the information I needed. The principal approached Qin Siyang's desk, his eyes catching sight of the clean surface and the blinking avatar in the bottom right corner. When he hovered the mouse over it, a notification revealed an unread message from Tingting. A frown crossed the principal's face as he glanced at Qin Siyang with a trace of guilt. Qin Siyang responded with a smile, saying, "You were expecting someone to chat with. Then I should leave now. Snooping on others' privacy isn't proper conduct. All right, you may go. Goodbye, principal." Qin Siyang rose from his seat and had barely reached the door when Li Tianming's voice stopped him. "Since you've already seen everything, you might as well stay and talk for a while." Qin Siyang paused, bewildered. "I never looked through your chat records, principal. What are you referring to?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair beside him and tapped the backrest. "Tingting sent me 4 or 5 new messages, but the avatar only shows 1 unread. You probably read them and then marked them as unread again, didn't you?" Qin Siyang's heart sank. He hadn't expected such a careless mistake to be discovered by Li Tianming. "Sit down, let's have a chat." Completely unlike the exasperated principal from moments before, Li Tianming now sat with a grave expression, an undeniable aura of authority radiating from him. Had Qin Siyang not known he was the principal, he might have mistaken him for someone of equal rank to Qian Wenda. Yet knowing Li Tianming was dangerous, why would he deliberately put himself in harm's way? So what if he was discovered? This was Li Tianming's scandal, nothing to do with him. Even as Li Tianming prevented him from leaving, Qin Siyang still pushed open the office door, determined to depart. At that moment, he realized his body had suddenly lost all control. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Looking down, he saw that mud had crawled all over his freshly cleaned ragged pants and worn-out shoes. The earth clung to his legs like arms, immobilizing him completely and sending panic through his chest. "Student Qin, come back and sit," Li Tianming called. Qin Siyang turned to look and saw a multicolored mask flash across Li Tianming's face, identical to the one he'd glimpsed on Lualina's face that night in the forest. Li Tianming dared to use a sequence ability on him. The shaman was an exceptionally powerful support sequence, and the Earthbind skill was precisely the type of divine control technique countless god-hunting squads desperately needed. Launching a sequence ability against another sequence user within a safe zone constitutes an extremely dangerous provocation. If the Administration Bureau were to discover this, they would certainly question Li Tianming. Qin Siyang opened his mouth to issue a warning, but Li Tianming spoke first. "You're thinking of reporting me to the Administration Bureau for using abilities within the safe zone. Go ahead and file the complaint. My position has already sunk to its lowest point. I've nowhere left to fall. I have no particular demands. Since you've already seen my chat logs, you must have also viewed my videos and uncovered my sequence identity. Therefore, I believe there's no need for pretense between us. We can speak frankly. Why should I have this conversation with you?" Wait a moment. 2 sharp clicks echoed, and 2 crows, each about the size of a palm, materialized out of thin air, flying to the doorway to close the office door behind them. Qin Siyang narrowed his eyes, assuming a defensive stance. 2 abilities. Your sequence level is Tier 2. Not quite. The minor beast spirit summons I just used is actually a Tier 3 ability. Just then, an ancient wooden pillar carved with totem symbols erupted from the office floor, and in that instant Qin Siyang felt a surge of power course through him. This origin totem is actually my Tier 2 ability. Qin Siyang's eyes widened in shock. "You're a Tier 3 sequence ability user." Having studied the hierarchy of sequence ability users at the Godslayer camp, Qin Siyang understood the significance of this revelation. The vast majority of sequence ability users operated at Tier 1. Those who reached Tier 2 typically possessed extensive combat experience or held official positions within governmental structures. If their background came from a god-hunting squad, a Tier 2 user would qualify to lead squads as a captain commanding teams in the hunt for deities. Those with bureaucratic origins could break free from their lowest rank, ascend to a modest official position, and step partially into the power structure of the united government. Tier 3 sequence ability users were rarely mentioned even within the Godslayer camp, because there were simply too few of them. Advancing from sequence level 1 to level 2 required merely 5 vials of sequence potion. But reaching sequence level 3 demanded 30 vials of sequence potion. Each vial cost 10 demon hunting points, or the equivalent united government merit credits. Qin Siyang understood the demon hunting point system, though the method for earning merit credits remained unclear to him. This meant that even with double points earned solo, he'd need to slay 5 deities to accumulate enough. When fighting alongside a team, the allocation was significantly lower, perhaps 50 deity kills required for a single vial. 30 vials of sequence potion represented an astronomical number. Nevertheless, through years of relentless deity hunting, survival offered a path toward reaching Tier 3 sequence. Yet only 5 years had passed since the first sequence ability user awakened. Achieving 30 vials within such a brief span was nearly impossible. Moreover, he recalled that Li Tianming had been transferred to serve as principal of Juin School nearly 2 years ago during his second semester of first year of high school. This meant Li Tianming had accomplished the progression from initial sequence awakening to Tier 3 ability in merely 3 years. The principal, now smiling at Qin Siyang, was not some chosen one blessed with a special sequence like himself. He could only obtain sequence potions through the proper channels from the administration bureau. His rate of advancement was nothing short of explosive, comparable to riding a rocket skyward. Qin Siyang stood speechless. Who exactly was this balding pot-bellied man named Li Tianming? Qin Siyang finally sat down. Li Tianming had neither reason nor ability to kill him. If it came down to violence, Qin Siyang was confident that even a sequence rank 3 shaman like Li Tianming would be sent to his grave in a single move. Let's see what Li Tianming had to say. Li Tianming took off his glasses. Without the lenses to obscure them, his small eyes, which had seemed somewhat lecherous, suddenly blazed with intensity, full of hidden stories. Qin Siyang, I've laid all my cards on the table because I want you to trust me. Don't think I approached you to covet anything from you. If you're not after anything from me, then why talk to me? You have a point. What I mean is I don't have any intention of harming you. On the contrary, I can help you. Help me. How? I can help you hunt gods and assist you with getting into university. You're of the Phantom Assassin sequence, aren't you? That sequence is exceptionally well suited for combat. You can hunt gods beyond the safe zone and earn god hunt points. Not only will that help you when you apply to universities, it will also have a far-reaching impact on your future. More importantly, you can earn money by hunting gods enough to afford your university tuition. You should know university tuition is not cheap. Many students, precisely because they couldn't scrape together enough tuition, had no choice but to give up their university admission notices. Give up an admission notice. But the Sequence Education Forum explicitly says that universities offer scholarships to excellent students and those in need. Li Tianming smiled. Student Qin, there is a saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Have you heard it? Why should the scholarship go to you instead of someone else? Just because you're a slightly better student and your family is a bit worse off. Does the safe zone really lack a single sequence user like you? Schools are not charitable institutions. Every school built after the apocalypse is entangled in huge vested interests. It's extremely complicated behind the scenes. If you want a scholarship, you have to pay a price. As for what the price is, it's not easy to explain. Fine, I understand. Qin Siyang had assumed that the universities of this life, like those of his previous one, would provide financial aid to students from poor families. On the forum, prestigious universities seemed to offer plenty of scholarships that could cover both living expenses and tuition, so he had not taken the matter to heart. At Li Tianming's words, he immediately realized things were not as simple as he had thought. Principal, why are you so familiar with sequence universities? At your age, you shouldn't have had the chance to study at a sequence university. Li Tianming leaned back against the chair. I was once the vice dean of a certain university. Vice dean? Yes. Later, because I was framed, I was transferred to this shabby place to serve as principal. So as I said, my sequence ability can help you hunt gods. My past experience can help you get into university. You need my help just as I need yours. Qin Siyang shook his head. Principal, I appreciate everything you've said, but it seems I don't need your help. You don't. Li Tianming gave a meaningful smile. Forget the distant future. You're probably wondering how to earn god hunt points right now, aren't you? The Phantom Assassin sequence is extremely sought after. The moment you register, plenty of people will come looking for you to team up. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Siyang lowered his head slightly, studying the smiling Li Tianming. He clearly hadn't seen Qin Siyang's browser history, yet he knew the predicament he was facing now. He truly was an experienced old fox. Compared with his previous life, the present world was more complicated and more chaotic. But one thing never changed: none of those at the top were fools. Olive was like that, Xian Wendao was like that, and so was Li Tianming. Each of them had left a deep imprint on Qin Siyang's memory, preventing him from being smug or arrogant as a reborn soul. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he still had no confidence that he could go head-to-head with such masters of scheming and come out unscathed. Student Qin, don't be afraid. I can only make these guesses because I happen to have a little more information than you. As your elder and teacher, it's only right that I give you some guidance. We can pick a fitting god-hunting squad together. If necessary, I can even act personally and go out of the safe zone with you to hunt gods. Wait. Qin Siyang interrupted Li Tianming's account. Principal Li, you said something a moment ago that I found quite apt. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I already know how you can help me. Now I want to know what you need. Li Tianming nodded, stopped touting his own strengths, and gave Qin Siyang a deep, meaningful look. I want you to help me clear my name. Because of this trumped-up charge, I lost my position, lost my power, and my wife left me. I hope you can help me turn my life around. Turn your life around. Me? Qin Siyang pointed at himself in disbelief, unable to understand how Li Tianming could have come up with such an idea. Li Tianming, a sequence rank 3 ability user, had been brought to heel so thoroughly that he now quietly served as the principal of Juin School. How could he possibly expect a high school senior like Qin Siyang to exonerate him? Did he really take me for a fool? Principal Li, if this is about that, then I'm afraid I can't help. I'm just a student who has only just awakened as a sequence ability user. I may be somewhat self-assured, but I'm not so arrogant as to be blind to my own limits. If even you are completely helpless in this matter, then there's no way I can get involved. Goodbye. There was no longer any need to continue this conversation with Li Tianming. Qin Siyang rose to leave. Yet his legs were once again bound in place, preventing him from moving. Principal Li, there's no point in using tricks to keep me here. When your skill wears off, I'm still going to leave. Li Tianming sighed. You really are a clever one, far more than I expected. Something felt odd to me before. I kept wondering whether I was overthinking it. How could an 18-year-old high school senior possibly have so many secrets? But looking at it now, it seems it wasn't just my imagination. Qin Siyang's heart tightened, uncertain what Li Tianming was about to say. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife was also a sequence ability user. What a coincidence. She was in the same sequence as you, Phantom Assassin. But in one way she was different from you. When my earthbind technique entangled her, her whole body lost control, and she couldn't utter even a single word. At that, Li Tianming raised his head and locked eyes with Qin Siyang. Unlike you, you can not only speak freely, but your upper body remains completely unaffected. Qin Siyang kept a poker face, though panic was brewing within him. Damn it, he had slipped up. He had only considered that the Phantom Assassin sequence's abilities closely mirrored his own, making it convenient for concealing his identity. But he had never once considered what kind of reactions other sequence ability users would have when their skills were used on him. More importantly, there were no forum posts sharing such information. Sequences were meant for hunting gods, who would test their abilities on other people. Yet precisely because of this lack of experience, Qin Siyang found himself in peril once again. But now he could not show weakness. He had to insist that he was a Phantom Assassin. Qin Siyang said, Principal Li, I do not understand what you mean. My sequence was certified through the Administration Bureau's assessment, and I possess the relevant credentials. Perhaps it is due to certain physical differences between me and your ex-wife. I was thinking the same thing. Li Tianming rose from his seat. Different sequence ability users have varying physical constitutions, which means their reactions to the same skill differ. Therefore, what I am saying now is merely a guess. It holds no weight. I wonder if perhaps some error occurred when you registered with the Sequence Ability Administration Bureau, resulting in a misreported sequence. Of course, these are merely my personal speculations. You need not take them to heart. Li Tianming's tone was mild, yet it carried an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. Qin Siyang narrowed his eyes, gazing at the middle-aged man with a protruding belly wearing a vibrant mask, and his heart sank once more. The United Government, for certain reasons, only tested sequence ability user sequences at the time of registration, and no further tests of any kind would be conducted afterward. To some extent, he was safe, for even knowing this fact, Li Tianming could not use it to threaten him. However, having one's secret known by another was inherently risky. Principal Li, if you are determined to spread slander, you should know that there will be consequences. If Li Tianming truly refused to let go, Qin Siyang would have no choice but to risk killing him. After all, killing was not something he was doing for the first time. At most, this would be his first kill of a sequence ability user. But every first time is nothing extraordinary. Li Tianming shook his head. I am not spreading rumors, nor do I intend harm upon anyone. From beginning to end, I have said that I need your help to clear my name. In return, I will offer you my full support. Someone whom even you cannot afford to offend, and you want me to help provoke them. Numbers make strength. Numbers make strength. Principal Li, as a sequence ability user, do you not find that statement absurd? Then you still refuse to agree. Qin Siyang dropped his pretense and spoke coldly. If I agree, I do not know what greater trouble I may invite upon myself. If I refuse, my trouble is limited to just one. Tell me, which would I choose? Li Tianming chuckled. If I refuse, my trouble is limited to one. Are you saying that killing me would resolve everything? Student Qin, it is not that I doubt your ability. It is simply that killing me will not be so easy. Killing you is indeed not easy, but helping you would be even more troublesome. If you were me, how would you choose? Li Tianming fell into deep contemplation after hearing this, and finally let out a sigh. What you say has merit. As he spoke, his colorful mask gradually faded into his face, restoring the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. At the same moment, the bindings around Qin Siyang's feet vanished. Transactions where the rewards do not match the risks are doomed to fail. Let us try another approach. Qin Siyang raised an eyebrow. What approach? I will first help you complete certain god-hunting missions, and I will also provide all the support I can regarding your advancement in studies. If you still need me to help clear your suspicions afterward, then I am sorry. I cannot comply. No, that goal is too ambitious. One must eat bite by bite. Expecting you to accomplish everything at once is unrealistic. Just help me with one thing first. What thing? Qin Siyang had already made up his mind. He would refuse any request that introduced an unknown enemy into his life. Even though Li Tianming was a difficult man to deal with, he was far preferable to an unknown adversary. Anyone whom Li Tianming could not handle would surely be even more troublesome. Help me find someone with the deceiver sequence. Qin Siyang paused upon hearing Li Tianming's request. Why? The reason I was framed for murder was that someone at the scene witnessed a sequence ability user wearing a shaman mask. The only person registered with the shaman sequence near that location was myself. Coincidentally, I was alone that day with no alibi, and my presence was oddly detected at the scene, hence why I became the scapegoat. Qin Siyang listened and replied coolly, "Principally based on your description, it sounds more as though you yourself are the criminal." "It was not me." "Continue." "Therefore, I believe there should have been someone with the shaman sequence at the scene, or someone disguised as having the shaman sequence. The shaman sequence, unlike yours, unlike other sequences, cannot be feigned. Once their abilities are activated, a shaman mask will appear upon their face. Therefore, it is impossible for a shaman sequence user to conceal their identity. This is why I suspect there was a deceiver at the scene, someone who mimicked my appearance and then framed me. You should also be aware that the deceiver sequence can imitate the visual transformations of other sequences when their abilities are released, making it exceedingly easy to conceal one's true identity. At least within the United Government, those bearing the deceiver sequence are exceedingly rare." Qin Siyang pondered for a moment and asked, "So how would finding a deceiver sequence ability user for me actually benefit you?" "From what I understand, such an underground sequence must certainly have its own organization. If you help me find a deceiver, I can figure out how to extract information on my own." Qin Siyang listened but offered no opinion. Completing this task was trivial for him. The blonde policewoman Roylina was a deceiver sequence user. Moreover, Roylina already had a strained relationship with him. They could be described as enemies forced to mutually conceal each other's secrets. Selling Roylina to Li Tianming as payment for his assistance was an exceedingly fitting transaction. However, he suppressed the impulse to agree immediately and continued, "Principally, why do not you search for one yourself?" "Me?" Li Tianming gave a bitter smile. "All my sequence ability user privileges were revoked by the United Government due to that fabricated accusation. You see me as the principal of Juin School, but in truth, I am no different from someone exiled. Because this school has not produced a single sequence ability user in 5 years. They cast me aside here hoping I would perish on my own. If my sequence rank were not sufficiently high, I would likely already be dead. Aside from you, I essentially cannot establish connections with any sequence ability users. Even if I did, one glance at my record would make them sever ties immediately." Everything Li Tianming said was reasonable, yet there was still one detail that did not add up. "Principally, if you were truly framed, then I genuinely sympathize with you. But I have a question." "Speak. Why would they frame you in the first place?" Li Tianming did not answer Qin Siyang's question. Instead, he raised a new one. "Classmate Qin, what exactly is your sequence?" When he asked the question, Li Tianming did not look at Qin Siyang. He gazed at the night outside the window as though he did not expect an answer. Qin Siyang thought for a moment and understood what Li Tianming meant. The reason Li Tianming had been framed was a secret that could not be spoken, just like the nature of Qin Siyang's own sequence. A secret that dies once it sees the light. Between clever minds there was no need to speak too plainly. With a neat analogy, Li Tianming made Qin Siyang grasp the situation. Since the reason for Li Tianming being framed could not be said, then why he had severed contact with all other sequence awakeners after being framed was probably also something that could not be spoken of. For a dignified high-ranking figure of sequence rank 3 to have no choice but to rely on a mere newly awakened sequence awakener like Qin Siyang was an absurdity hard to accept. Yet this absurdity contained a certain logic. It meant that Li Tianming had offended too many people. People who could suppress him but could not kill him. He needed to enlist a new face entirely unconnected to those people, someone who could help him. Qin Siyang knew his own strength was extremely limited. Li Tianming knew that too, but he still chose Qin Siyang's help. It sounded like the wildest fantasy. But Li Tianming was no fool. After a brief exchange, Qin Siyang judged that Li Tianming's cunning was no weaker than Qian Wendao's. Why then pick a newcomer like himself to do something so suicidal, like a moth diving into flame? The only explanation was that Li Tianming still had a trump card. Once Qin Siyang helped him pry open even a sliver of an opening, he was confident he could overturn the situation. This made Qin Siyang realize that in Li Tianming's eyes he was not a savior who could stem the tide, but a spark that could ignite the whole powder keg. Li Tianming was the one who held the powder keg, but lacked the spark. By then Qin Siyang had pieced together a rough image, and his gaze toward Li Tianming became one of respect. Li Tianming seemed to notice the subtle change in Qin Siyang's eyes, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Could this kid have figured it out so quickly? That can't be right, can it? Principally, I accept what you have said. As long as you can help me hunt deities and help me enter university, I will find you a sequence awakener of the deceiver sequence. But I cannot guarantee whether this person will be able to help you. Good, then it's settled. You find me someone of the deceiver sequence and leave the rest to me. I am 90% sure that a deceiver who has not revealed their true sequence will have an organization behind them. Then let's first discuss the matter of hunting deities. Qin Siyang could hardly wait to earn deity hunting points. He had awakened his sequence too late. There were less than 6 months before the sequence awakener assessment after the college entrance examination. Other students who had awakened their sequence abilities long ago had probably already accumulated years of practice. To stand out among them would not be easy. Of course, if his goal were merely to get into a mid-tier sequence awakener university, it would not be difficult. But Qin Siyang's goal was the most elite sequence awakener universities. His god devourer sequence was undoubtedly the strongest of its kind. If he could not go to the best university, it would be an absolute waste. From what he knew, the most elite universities held the latest research achievements in sequence abilities and also possessed the finest resources of every kind. This was the essential condition for him to understand the apocalypse and grow stronger. After his rebirth, Qin Siyang had completely broken away from the life path and personality of his previous life. In just one short month, for reasons both voluntary and involuntary, he had committed murder and arson to deceive the government. There was nothing he dared not do. His ambition continued to swell. He would not utter the sort of adolescent grandiosity about standing atop the human race in the apocalypse. Still, he had his own belief, not failing his own gifts. Principally, I want to know exactly how I should choose a deity hunting squad. I looked at the United Government's decree and found that if an orphan like me dies in battle outside the safe zone, the death benefits belong to the deity hunting squad. I'm very worried that if I choose a malicious squad, I might be cruelly harmed by them. Li Tianming smiled faintly. Classmate Qin is indeed sharp. You discovered the crucial point after just an hour or two of reading. Yes, a sequence awakener with orphan status like you can easily fall victim to teammates' schemes. Choosing a deity hunting squad is a very difficult matter as well. Then how should I screen out squads that have done such things? Classmate Qin's squads that have done such things may very well do them again. But can you guarantee that a squad without any record of such behavior will not be tempted on the spur of the moment to harm you? Think about it. Suppose you run into a dangerous situation and need your teammates to save you in order to survive. Even if they do save you, you all still cannot kill that deity, which means the trip is wasted, and they may even put themselves in danger. No decree says that if a team member dies, the teammates are punished. If they simply leave you behind, they won't be punished, and can even collect a handsome death benefit. If you were them, what would you choose? Qin Siyang's heart gave a jolt because Li Tianming was right. The essence of human nature is greed. Never wager on human nature, and never stake your own life on it. Then principally, what should I do in this situation? The best approach is for you to form a one-person squad by yourself. A solo squad responsible for your own safety is the safest option. A one-person squad. That's right. Moreover, as a solo squad, you can get double points. Why not? Qin Siyang hesitated. It sounds good, but I've never hunted a deity before. If I'm alone, I don't know what to do. With me here, don't worry. I'll go outside the safe zone with you and hunt the deity alongside you. But since I have a solo squad, won't I be punished if people discover someone is helping me? Hunting a deity alone earns double points. If one could get help from another sequence awakener, pretend it was a solo hunt, and then claim double points, wouldn't that be defrauding the United Government of deity hunting points? The United Government is no fool, and it will not do business at a loss. Qin Siyang had no idea how the United Government distinguished such fraudulent point claims, but he was certain that a feasible method existed. Otherwise, a loophole of this size would have long been exploited by countless people, who would still set out in teams. You're right. If a solo hunter receives help from other sequence users, the sequence authority will definitely find out, and the punishment will be severe. When a solo sequence hunter finishes the hunt and enters the safe zone, exit, the authority's official in charge of inspecting divine remains will conduct a lie test and a memory continuity test, and will post your divine remains hunting data to the solo hunt points section of the Godslaying camp. The lie test only asks one question: did you hunt these gods alone? Its purpose is to confirm that in your memory you hunted the gods by yourself. The memory continuity test verifies that your memories have not been altered by sequence users like the writer or the soul reaper, who can modify memories. Posting data on the forum is meant to encourage witnesses to report. Those who provide successful reports will receive rewards. With these three rigorous defenses, no one can cheat. I see. Then how would you provide help? I will leave the safe zone with you. Outside, when I see a god you can hunt, I'll tell you about its traits, habits, and attack methods. From there, you'll act on your own. If you fail to slay the god or encounter danger, I will use Earthbind to trap the god, then use Primordial Totem to replenish your power so you can escape quickly and stay safe. In other words, outside the safe zone, just like at Juin school, I play the role of a mentor watching over you. Mentor. For some reason, Qin Siyang found the word amusing. As the corners of his mouth lifted, he noticed a wry self-mocking smile on Li Tianming's face as well. Principal Li, is there really no problem with this? I'm not hunting the gods for you, so why would there be a problem? In the developed areas of the safe zone, many children of the powerful complete solo god-slaying missions exactly like this. And someone in my role has a special title, the Insurer. I provide insurance for solo teams. I see. Then I'll thank Principal Li in advance. No need. We're helping each other. But let me make one thing clear: I won't help you for free forever. As your insurer, the points go to you, but you must split the monetary reward with me half and half. With double points, even if you only get half the money, you're still profiting. Half the money. Qin Siyang pondered. A sequence level 3 shaman, leaving the safe zone with him just to keep him safe, taking half the money was entirely fair. In fact, Qin Siyang even felt it was too little. Alright, no problem. Also, I need to see your progress. I'm not helping you hunt gods for the money. It's because you'll help me find a deceiver. Understand? If I make progress, I'll let you know in time. Good. Then when do we start hunting gods? This weekend. You're a sequence user now. Going to school has no meaning for you anymore. Let's start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning come to school, and we'll take the bus to exit 38324 of the safe zone to begin hunting gods. Take the bus. Principal Li, I don't have that much money. Li Tianming shot him a glance knowing full well that this sly kid must have ways to make money and was only playing dumb. Still a wandering orphan. Even one who had just awakened his sequence was still a wandering orphan. If he did produce money, he'd have to invent an excuse. And that might invite unnecessary trouble. Forget it. It's only a few copper coins, so I'll cover it. You'd better find some legitimate source of income soon, because I can't keep paying your fare forever. Hell, once I kill a god outside the safe zone tomorrow, I'll have money. No need for some title. You're quite confident. Since we're starting tomorrow, what do I need to prepare? Go to the Sequence Authority to pick up your cold-proof suit sequence blade and your first bottle of sequence potion. Alright. Qin Siyang didn't wait for school to end. After briefly chatting with Li Tianming, he headed straight to the Sequence Authority and just before arriving sent a message to Qian Wendao. Qian Wendao replied quickly, come straight to my office. Qin Siyang stepped into the authority building. Though it wasn't his first time, he was still struck by the understated luxury of the interior. He hoped that in the near future he too could live such a life. Entering Qian Wendao's office in the corner of the second floor, Qin Siyang saw an orange and white cold-proof suit already laid out on the desk along with a god-hunting dagger and a bottle of sequence potion. Qian Wendao was busy typing away at his computer, looking extremely occupied. You're here. Have a seat. I still have some work to finish. Wait a moment. Alright. After a while, with a satisfying press of the enter key, Qian Wendao let out a long breath and turned to look at Qin Siyang. You've already decided to go hunt gods this quickly. I'm already a little late. I need to hurry and accumulate god-slaying points. Qian Wendao smiled. In such a rush, aiming for the top-tier university. Yes, otherwise I'd be letting myself down. Qian Wendao nodded. Qin Siyang's answer matched his expectations of the boy's identity. A destitute noble wandering outside would naturally want to reclaim his former glory and slap the faces of those who once looked down on him. After all, if a young man could let go of everything, would he still be young? Qian Wendao asked with concern, have you found a god-hunting squad? Finding a squad is a matter of extreme caution. Your orphan status makes you an easy target. I didn't join any squad. I'm going solo. Solo? Qian Wendao was taken aback. Do you have any experience hunting gods? No. Then how dare you go alone? Solo doesn't mean going by myself. Qian Wendao immediately licked his dry lips. You? Found an insurer. Qin Siyang smiled and asked in return, surprised. Not surprised, not surprised. Though Qian Wendao's face remained calm, his heart was shaken. He had heard of the insurer profession, experienced sequence users of higher rank who escorted newcomers on solo hunts. But hiring an insurer required more than just money. A high-level sequence user would never be short of money. Only a massive exchange of interest could secure a capable insurer. This wasn't a setup an ordinary person could command. Was Qin Siyang about to make his move? Should he bet on Qin Siyang and hitch a ride before the boy truly took off? Qian Wendao was tormented by the sudden dilemma. He simply couldn't get a clear read on Qin Siyang. He had no idea whether staking his bet on him was a wise move. Would he soar alongside him or be dragged into the mud? It was better to first test the strength of him and his insurer before deciding. If Qin Siyang truly stood a chance of entering the highest academy, he would surely rise like a dragon and phoenix after graduation. Investing now would be like a bird following a phoenix to fly far and high. If he was just a flashy fake, then it was best to keep this neither too close nor too distant relationship. Having made up his mind, Qian Wendao spoke. You and the insurer. Which safe zone exit are you heading to hunt deities at? The largest one nearby. Safe zone exit 38324. Qian Wendao was taken aback again. 38,324. That place has a record of large deities appearing. For a first-timer to go to such a difficult place, are you sure that's all right? Qin Siyang's heart tightened slightly upon hearing Qian Wendao's concern. He had known that safe zone exit 38324 had seen large deities. Since his sequence awakening, there had been no precedent of successfully killing a large deity. He didn't think a fledgling sequence awakener like himself could become the top person of the age. This was Li Tianming's decision. Li Tianming was in the same boat as him now and had no reason to harm him. So instead of panicking, he simply nodded to Qian Wendao as if nothing had happened. Got it. Seeing Qin Siyang so composed, Qian Wendao felt more confident. He went on, at the administration bureau, I heard that recently many more sequence awakeners have flocked to safe zone exit 38324. Because a large horde of minor deities of no great strength has drifted into the vicinity. If you run into this horde, you should harvest something considerable. Minor deities. Could you be more specific? Qin Siyang immediately showed interest in Qian Wendao's information from beyond the safe zone. A big swarm of sandworm minions. Their master seems to have lost his way in the depths beyond the safe zone, so they lost their support and were squeezed into a barren region, the edge of our safe zone. They should be looking for a new master now. Qin Siyang had some knowledge of sandworm minions. They were small, eerie creatures like parasites that attached themselves to giant sandworms and lived off the leftover scraps of the sandworms' kills. In terms of individual strength, sandworm minions were absolutely the most spineless of pushovers. But they often appeared in enormous numbers. Ants can bite an elephant to death, and were quite troublesome. But that was for others. Qin Siyang, who could strengthen himself by devouring deities, had no fear of being ground down. The more minions there were, the happier he'd be. Qin Siyang quickly raised another question. Sandworm minions always cluster around sandworms. If they are gathered here, doesn't it mean? Exactly. The large deity that appeared outside safe zone exit 38324 is a sandworm. These sandworm minions came here precisely to find a new master. Once they cling to the sandworm, that fat prey will no longer belong to our sequence awakeners. Qin Siyang was intrigued. Section Chief Qian, you said many people have come to safe zone exit 38324 precisely to hunt sandworm minions. Even if I find traces of them, I won't be able to grab many spoils. Qian Wendao smiled slyly. You've come to the right person with this question, classmate Qin. I happen to have a way. Oh, please, Section Chief Qian, enlighten me. Wait a moment. Qian Wendao rose from his swivel chair, walked to the shelf behind him, and took out a black glass bottle. With this, you are guaranteed to discover traces of sandworm minions before everyone else. Qin Siyang picked up the black glass bottle, studied it, and found nothing. Section Chief Qian, this is a sandworm scale. A sandworm scale? The scale carries the scent of a sandworm. Take it to a secluded spot and open it, and it will inevitably attract some sandworm minions. Where did you get it? It was evidence of sandworm presence brought back by an exploring sequence awakener. They found such a sandworm scale not far outside the safe zone. I spent 2 silver coins to buy it originally for my nephew, but you know how it is. That kid isn't cut out for it. He gets bullied in the team for no reason at all, let alone if he had something envy-inducing like this. Worth 2 silver coins. This. Why didn't the person who found the scale use it themselves? Just a few rookies. Their strength was insufficient. They couldn't swallow a whole group of sandworm minions. Couldn't they have found someone to help? Find someone. Qian Wendao sneered. Classmate Qin, do you know that outside the safe zone the greatest killer of humans isn't deities? It's humans. Outside the safe zone you can't even fully trust your own squad, let alone find others to team up with. If they meet a dangerous deity, they'll all cooperate. But if they come across fat prey, a sequence awakener's first thought is often not how to eat it, but how to kill you, the one who would share it. Such is the dark nature of humanity. They can share hardship, but not prosperity. Even after becoming sequence awakeners and gaining power, that dark nature has never changed. With that, Qian Wendao cast another glance at Qin Siyang. You wouldn't be that kind of person, would you, classmate Qin? Haha, just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Qin Siyang smiled faintly. Section Chief Qian, how many sequence awakeners have you seen who would be willing to hunt deities just to scrape together treatment money for an unrelated ordinary person? Whether I'm that kind of person, Section Chief Qian, you should already have an answer. Qin Siyang picked up the black glass bottle. This thing, what a remarkable treasure. With it, my first deity hunting mission will get twice the results with half the effort. Section Chief Qian, I really don't know how to thank you. This help is no less than your help in registering my sequence. Oh, classmate Qin, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. 2 silver coins is nothing. No, 2 silver coins is just the price you paid. If I didn't know you, Section Chief Qian, I probably couldn't get it even for 10 silver coins. I'll remember this. Section Chief Qian, I need to go prepare for the deity hunt. See you when I get the chance. Farewell. Qin Siyang packed the cold-proof suit, the deity hunting dagger, and the sequence potion into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass bottle into his pocket. Thank you. Qian Wendao watched Qin Siyang leave, the corners of his lips curling upward. Qin Siyang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and retrieved the several hundred copper coins he had obtained after killing the 3 vagrants who had attacked him. Now that his sequence identity had been made public, he had a plausible explanation for the origin of a few hundred copper coins, so there was no longer any need to hide it. He took the copper coins and headed to the only supermarket in the vicinity. The edge of the safe zone was practically destitute. Almost everyone cooked their own meals to save money. Thus there were only stores selling raw ingredients, none selling prepared food. Yet this supermarket had many finished food products. That was because its target customers were not ordinary residents, but sequence users heading to the 114514 safe zone exit to hunt deities. Qin Siyang had passed by this place countless times before, but had never had the chance to step inside. Entering the supermarket, he saw through the dim light that the shelves held a limited variety of goods. Behind the counter beside the shelves stood 2 burly men, their hands resting beneath the counter, as if gripping weapons, staring at Qin Siyang with wary expressions. Qin Siyang was somewhat puzzled at first, but after glancing at his own clothes he understood immediately. He was dressed in rags, so the shopkeepers probably thought he was there to rob the place. He could understand that. If a supermarket in this area didn't have some means of protection, it would have long been cleaned out by the desperate people wandering around. Qin Siyang looked at his own appearance and shook his head helplessly. He would have to find a chance to deal with the clothing issue, just not right now. He grabbed a large backpack with dozens of compartments, then bought plenty of compressed instant food to stave off hunger. How much? He placed the items on the counter and asked the 2 burly men. 200 copper coins. 200 copper coins was close to what Qin Siyang had calculated himself. Although they had overcharged him by a few coins, he didn't let it bother him. He pulled the coins from his pocket, counted out 200, and handed them over. He then neatly stuffed the food into the backpack's compartments. As Qin Siyang picked up the backpack and turned to leave, he suddenly heard a crisp click from behind him. The sound of a pistol being cocked. Qin Siyang didn't hesitate. He immediately activated brute force, vaulted over the counter, and seized both burly men by the throat. He frowned at them. What's the meaning of this? I paid for the goods, and you still want to kill me yet? The two men's faces turned red as they clawed at his hands, trying to pry them loose. But Qin Siyang's grip locked onto their necks like iron hooks, utterly immovable. One of the men managed a hoarse voice. No. No. He pointed, and Qin Siyang followed his gaze to see a strangely shaped drawer slightly open. What do you mean? Are you trying to say it was the drawer's sound? Yes. Yes. Qin Siyang saw no weapons beside the two men, and the area behind the counter was clean and spotless, so he released them and turned to examine the drawer. He pushed the drawer back in. Click. It indeed produced a sound very similar to a pistol being cocked. Qin Siyang turned back to look at the two men who were gasping for breath with tears and snot streaming down their faces, and snorted, "From now on, don't try such petty tricks." Yes, yes, yes. Qin Siyang grabbed a few more packs of compressed instant food. These packs are compensation for you two trying to scare me just now. Fine, fine, fine. Take whatever you want. Whatever I want. If I take too much, won't your backer come after me? No, no. We wouldn't dare. Qin Siyang ignored them, put on his backpack, and left. After he was gone, the two burly men breathed a sigh of relief. That drawer sound had been specially designed for killing people and robbing their goods. Although most customers in the store were sequence users, there were also plenty of ordinary people with something to hide. Whenever they saw a customer who didn't seem like a sequence user, they would move the drawer to produce that sound resembling a pistol being cocked. If the customer was a sequence user, their keen hearing would immediately detect something wrong, and they would surely display the inviolable authority of a sequence user. Even if they angered a sequence user, they could explain it away as the sound of the drawer. Since they had someone backing them for running the supermarket in this area, a sincere apology plus some free gifts was usually enough to smooth things over. If the customer was not a sequence user, they would pull out the real pistol hidden in the drawer's secret compartment, kill the customer, loot everything on them, and make a fortune. Qin Siyang had seen through their little scheme, which was why he took a few extra packs of food as compensation. One burly man said with an aggrieved expression, "With that shabby look of his, how was I supposed to know he was a sequence user? I thought he was an escaped convict. He nearly killed me." The other burly man rubbed his neck and said, "Are you insane? The backpack he bought is specially made for sequence users to carry divine remains. Carrying something that conspicuous, he might as well have written, 'I am a sequence user' on his face. If he isn't a sequence user, what else could he be? An ordinary person. And you still chose to move the drawer at that moment. Are you looking for death? But who's ever seen a sequence user dressed so shabbily? Bullshit, he must have just awakened. Can't you use your brain? Do you only grow muscle and not a head? I just saw that he had some money. And business hasn't been good lately, so I thought I'd make a quick fortune and have a proper meal. Damn it, you'd even stoop to a few hundred copper coins, eh? You'd better not run this store with me anymore. I'll call the boss right now and have you who's never seen money before transferred away. Dump, brother. Give me a chance. It wasn't easy for me to get this job. Please give me a chance. Then this month's accounts will be split 8-2. I take 80, you take 20. Agree, and I won't report this to the boss." What? Not satisfied? Satisfied. I'll do whatever arrangement you decide, brother. Qin Siyang returned to the warehouse and placed the black glass bottle and the deity hunting dagger into the backpack as well. What should I do with these 2 bottles of sequence potion? He gazed at the 2 glass bottles, lost in thought. I can already grow stronger by devouring deities. Drinking this sequence potion now would be a complete waste. If I get the chance, I'll find someone to take them off my hands in exchange for money. Time to sleep. Tomorrow morning I'll go to school, take a cold shower, and then head out with the principal to hunt deities at the 38324 safe zone exit. Qin Siyang lay down on the soft mat on the floor, filled with anticipation for the coming day, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he woke up early again. He put on the cold-resistant suit in the warehouse, slung the large backpack over his shoulders, and headed out the door. His entire outfit inevitably drew the gaze of every passerby. Everyone who looked at him did so with reverence, envy, and jealousy. Under such gazes, Qin Siyang's steps grew lighter and lighter. After swaggering into school, Qin Siyang drew the eyes of everyone around. His noble cold-proof suit and oversized backpack made it obvious that he was going out to hunt gods. He walked straight to the principal's office. Principal Li let set out. Looking at Qin Siyang clad in a full sequence ability user's outfit, Li Tianming was taken aback. "Why are you wearing your cold-proof suit here? If you do this, won't everyone notice that you and I are leaving school to hunt gods in a little while?" Qin Siyang spread his hands. "Even if I didn't wear the cold-proof suit, would others still not notice? Principal Li, the fact that I'm an insurer won't stay hidden for long. The people watching your every move will find out about it too. Rather than being secretive and making them suspect we have ulterior motives, it's better to tell people openly and show that we're just an ordinary teacher-student relationship. You see potential in me, hope I can help you in the future, so you're investing in me now. That's all. Li Tianming was convinced by Qin Siyang. What you said makes sense. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Li Tianming changed into his cold-proof suit and left the school together with Qin Siyang. Only now did the teachers and students at the school learn that Principal Li Tianming was actually a sequence ability user. Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, who had just found out, were stunned for a long time. I never thought Xiao Li had hidden it so well. Teacher Zhu shook his head, sighing with emotion. Wen Shu said having someone take Qin Siyang along to hunt gods is better than letting him go alone. Go alone? Teacher Zhu asked in confusion. Don't they always say that sequence ability users form teams to hunt gods? Wen Shu smiled. I don't know either. I was just guessing. After that, she buried her head in the problems on the exercise book again. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop and waited until a somewhat worn-out bus arrived. Thank you, Principal Li. Li Tianming shot him a glance, took out copper coins, and paid the fare for both of them. After the apocalypse, most regions were occupied by gods, making energy extremely scarce. Buses still ran on gasoline or electricity and consumed a great deal of energy, so bus fares were also very expensive. As a result, there were no ordinary people on the bus. Only sequence ability users traveling this way to save time. Some had just finished their god-hunting activities at Safe Zone Exit No. 114,514. Others were heading for other Safe Zone exits to begin their god-hunting activities. The bus was very quiet. Everyone was either scrolling through their phones or resting with their eyes closed. Qin Siyang glanced at the smartphones of others, then at the old model phone he had snatched, a model renowned for its sturdiness, and thought he ought to find a chance to upgrade his device. But that was a matter for later. After more than an hour, a voice came over the bus's speaker, now arriving at Safe Zone Exit No. 38,324. Get off the bus. Okay. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming got off and walked together toward the Safe Zone exit. There are quite a lot of people at Safe Zone Exit No. 38,324 today. Li Tianming surveyed the overcrowded Safe Zone exit and sighed. It's because a group of masterless sandworm servants has appeared nearby recently, Qin Siyang explained. The moment Li Tianming heard this, a flash of amazement shot through his eyes. How did you know? I found ways to ask around, of course. Li Tianming nodded slightly and thought even more highly of Qin Siyang. His mind was nothing like a teenager's. Perhaps entrusting his own matter to him really might work. The two of them walked out of the Safe Zone exit together. As the sensor-equipped metal gate slowly slid open, Qin Siyang faced the world outside the safe zone for the first time. Faint starlight overhead spilled over the Yongya blue star, dimly illuminating a world of ruins. Broken walls and rubble filled his sight, along with scrapped heavy vehicles. Traces of a civilization that had once existed, still faintly recognizable. But after 10 years, most of those traces had already been buried by wind and sand. In a little more time, they would probably vanish completely. Perhaps in some future year, an archaeologist would discover these ruins and be overjoyed. Or else they would sleep forever beneath the earth and never see the light of day again. Qin Siyang looked at the scene before him, his thoughts racing, and sighed with emotion. Human civilization was truly fragile. Let's go. Qin Siyang followed Li Tianming out of the safe zone. As soon as he stepped out, a violent gust of wind made his cold-proof suit flutter without stop. Li Tianming looked over the bustling god-hunting teams around them and thought for a moment. In my experience, we could go to that. Principal Li, follow me. With that, Qin Siyang picked the direction with the fewest people and pressed forward. Li Tianming was startled for a moment, but he did not question it, and followed behind Qin Siyang. Since Qin Siyang had learned about the sandworm servants, perhaps he also knew where they were. No, after leaving their master, sandworm servants drifted without a fixed abode, so they had no specific location. Qin Siyang said nothing and hurried on with his head down, going deeper and deeper with fewer and fewer people around. Qin, where is the gathering place of the sandworm servants you mentioned? If we go any deeper, it will be dangerous. If we encounter a mid-tier god, I may not be able to protect you. After giving this warning, Li Tianming glanced around and saw that there was indeed no one else in sight. The safe zone behind them had become a faintly visible cluster of lights. They had walked more than 10 kilometers. It should be about right. He took a black glass bottle from his backpack and opened the cap. Qin, what is this? A sandworm scale. What? Where did you get something like that? I got it from the place where I obtained the information. Qin Siyang did not want to say more. Qian Wendao and Li Tianming were his two trump cards. Keeping the two from ever meeting with each, knowing only of the other's existence, was the most advantageous arrangement for him at the moment. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Siyang suddenly heard a commotion. Get ready. Okay. Qin Siyang drew his god-hunting dagger and silently watched the direction from which the sound came. He held his breath and concentrated, his whole body taut. He had killed people before, but he had never killed a god. Now that it truly came down to this, his heart was still extremely tense. Inside his cold-proof suit, sweat had already begun to form on his back. Be ready. It will be here in 10 seconds. After this warning, Li Tianming silently fell back, keeping some distance from Qin Siyang. He did this so that no one would see them, and say Qin Siyang had not met the requirement for solo combat. As the sound drew nearer, Qin Siyang's nerves grew more and more strained. Suddenly, a black shadow half a person's height leaped up and lunged straight at him. Qin Siyang could not see the shadow clearly. He could only vaguely make out that it seemed to have more than a dozen long legs like those of a giant crab and a body like a mutated cockroach. This large mutated godlike creature moved with alarming speed, yet Qin Siyang could still accurately track its position. Qin Siyang took a deep breath, deciding against using his violent skill and opting to rely on his physical reflexes instead, though violence didn't specify a cooldown period and seemed usable without limit. This ability tripled his strength, agility, and perception, which undoubtedly consumed a substantial amount of energy. That energy without question came from Qin Siyang's own body. Excessive use meant overdrawing his physical reserves. It couldn't be sustained. Therefore he temporarily set aside violence. As long as he could clearly see the enemy, it proved its agility hadn't exceeded his response capability. As for raw power, this godlike creature was barely half a human's height, and likely wouldn't surpass him. Moreover, there was only one such creature at present, an ideal opportunity to hone his skills. Even as a fledgling novice, Qin Siyang firmly believed that sharpening his combat reflexes was what he needed most. Watching the massive mutated cockroach-like creature charge toward him at full speed, Qin Siyang seized the perfect moment. Just as those ridged claws were about to strike his chest, he pushed off the ground in a single leap, soaring upward to look down upon the god beneath him. With its head pointed toward the ground, the creature couldn't see what was behind it. Beetles typically had extremely limited vision, and now it seemed this god shared the same trait. Gripping his demon-hunting dagger, Qin Siyang drove himself straight down toward the creature's head. He believed its skull wouldn't withstand the blow. The dagger would definitely pierce through. Qin Siyang had already anticipated the scene moments later, the creature's shriek and foul-smelling ichor spraying everywhere. Almost got it. A faint smile touched his lips. Then with a sharp crack, the cockroach-like god's head suddenly rotated a full 180 degrees. Those two large round black eyes locked onto Qin Siyang, descending from above. From those repulsive compound eyes, Qin Siyang even spotted a bizarre grin. What a... Li Tianming, standing not far away, furrowed his brows and stood ready to unleash his earthbind skill to prevent Qin Siyang from being harmed. Unfortunately, Qin's luck isn't on his side. He summoned one of the most troublesome subordinates from the sandworm retinue, the mutated chitin scythe. This thing easily gives the impression of being a sight-impaired insect, but in reality its field of vision spans 360 degrees. Many sequence ability users have died in its visual trap. Li Tianming watched Qin Siyang's reactions carefully. If his next move went awry, the mutated chitin scythe would likely impale through his chest and abdomen in an instant. Sweat formed in Li Tianming's palms. He feared he might not reach Qin Siyang in time. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang immediately realized something was wrong upon seeing the creature's head rotate. Abandoning his attack, he instead planted a foot on the scythe's carapace and bounded upward once more. The moment his foot left its back, two pitch-black scythes erupted from the creature's black compound eyes, whistling past Qin Siyang's helmet by mere inches. Even through his thermal suit, Qin Siyang felt the wind displacement. What a close call. Had he pressed his advantage, he would already have been slashed into pieces. Damn it. He checked the sandworm's subordinate information before coming, yet never encountered this god. Wait a moment. Staring at the creature's head, Qin Siyang suddenly remembered something. Those scythes emerged from its eyes, which meant its vision was now gone. It had gone blind. As those twin blades swiftly retracted, Qin Siyang's suspicion was confirmed. The mutated chitin scythe was equally desperate to restore its vision. That was why it withdrew its scythes after a failed strike. Now was the moment. No longer hesitating, Qin Siyang leaned forward during his descent and thrust his dagger straight toward the creature's head. The dagger first penetrated a layer of chitinous armor, then sank into soft, wet flesh. The mutated chitin scythe writhed in agony. Its sides, which had begun to retract, shot out again, attempting to sweep Qin Siyang away in a mutual kill. But Qin Siyang had seized the initiative and wouldn't let this chance slip. He pressed down with both hands, driving the dagger through the creature's skull and pinning it into the earth. With its head completely deformed, the sides protruding from its eyes could only extend a fraction before becoming jammed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Siyang twisted violently, drilling a hole as thick as a steel pipe through both head and soil. A spray of dark green fluid splattered against his protective suit, sending a chill through his thermal layers. The creature's dozen legs twitched twice more, then went still. Done. Qin Siyang exhaled and quickly sealed the glass vial containing the sandworm scales. He needed to rest. If even a few more mutated chitin scythes appeared, he truly wouldn't survive. Sitting upon the creature's carapace, Qin Siyang regulated his breathing. Li Tianming approached from nearby. Qin, well done. Thank you. I appreciate your protection, Principal Li. While catching his breath, Qin Siyang didn't forget to express his gratitude. He knew that in those critical moments, Li Tianming had been prepared to rescue him at any cost. Li Tianming smiled. Qin, it truly surprised me. You've slain a god in your very first hunt, and a mutated chitin scythe at that. Just some luck. Principal Li, what do you call this creature? Mutated chitin scythe. Why did I never come across it when researching sandworm subordinates at the Godslayer camp? The forums are free, but the information available is limited. The mutated chitin scythe is a high-tier member of the sandworm retinue. It's far from easy to kill. especially given its 360-degree vision, which has claimed many sequence ability users. Experience in killing it has been paid for in blood and casualties. No one shares such valuable information openly. No one. Then how do you know this principle, Lee? Me? Have you forgotten? I'm a vice dean at a university. I naturally have deeper knowledge of gods. God-slaying information isn't shared publicly. No. No wonder humanity still hasn't found a way to leave the safe zones. What a bunch of bastards. Li Tianming asked, Qin, do you plan to publicize information about the mutated chitin scythe? Me? Qin Siyang smirked. I'd be even more shameless than they are. Huh. Enough of that. Principally, which part should I cut off to prove I've slain this god? How to prove a deity had been hunted? The forum had no answers either. Qin Siyang could only piece together from scattered words that it meant cutting off a body part that identified the deity and bringing it back to the safety zone. The inspectors from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau at the entrance of the safety zone would distribute rewards based on those parts. Although he had killed the aberrant sickle crab, he did not know how to prove it. Fortunately, Li Tianming was with him, so this shouldn't be a problem. Turn the aberrant sickle crab over. After Qin Siyang did so, Li Tianming pointed at a round scale plate at the center of its abdomen. See this round plate? Cut it off and bring it back. That will be your proof of hunting down a deity. Every deity has one of these round plates on its body. This is the evidence of your deity hunt. Qin Siyang used his god-hunting dagger to cut along the round plate, but he also brought out quite a bit of flesh and blood. He was just about to clean it off when Li Tianming stopped him again. Don't clean off the flesh. The inspectors at the safety zone entrance will judge whether you cheated based on the freshness of this flesh. As for the flesh on the round plate, the inspectors will clean it off and throw it away, taking only the round plate. Hearing this, Qin Siyang suddenly understood. He had been wondering why there were so many deity remains in the trash bins outside the safety zone. So that was the reason. Qin Siyang asked again, how many god-hunting points is this round plate worth? Li Tianming held up 6 fingers. 6 god-hunting points. That many. Qin Siyang was stunned. He had thought a deity like the sandworm servant would only yield 1 point when killed. That's right, it really is a lot. Then how is this point value determined? Look closely at the round plate. Li Tianming wiped off the dark green fluid on the round plate and pointed at a circular ring indentation on it. See that? 1 ring represents 5 points. Then he pointed at a linear indentation. This straight line represents 1 point. Combined, that's 6 points. Qin Siyang looked puzzled. Then where did this point standard come from? It was verified through real combat, of course. The Bureau discovered that a deity with 1 ring on its round plate was about 5 times harder to hunt than one with just an indentation, so it set the exchange standard this way. I see. Qin Siyang opened his backpack and put the precious round plate inside. 6 points. Since he was in a solo team, that meant double points. 12 points. He didn't know what that meant, but 12 points sounded like a lot. He had to keep it safe so it wouldn't be snatched away. Seeing how carefully he guarded it, Li Tianming said, you don't need to worry about someone stealing this round plate. Your god-hunting dagger carries your aura, and the round plate also carries your aura. Even if someone else takes it, their aura can only cover yours. According to Bureau regulations, the reward goes to the original owner of the aura on the round plate. Oh, okay, that's pretty reasonable. Alright, keep going. Qin Siyang opened the bottle of sandworm scales and continued to wait for his prey. But besides staring ahead, Qin Siyang also had designs on the aberrant sickle crab's corpse. With a deity corpse this big, if I ate it all, wouldn't I ascend to heaven? His heart stirred with excitement. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. First, he used the god-hunting dagger to sever the crab-like small legs of the aberrant sickle crab. Classmate Qin, what are you doing? Oh, just bored playing around. Li Tianming naturally had no idea what Qin Siyang was plotting, and since there was no sign of the sandworm servant for the moment, he let him be. Qin Siyang then chopped off the joint of the small leg and examined the remaining segment in his hand. If I scoop out the meat inside, it can be used as a straw. Qin Siyang stared at the abdomen of the aberrant sickle crab. Dark green fluid was pouring from the fleshy hole where he had dug out the round plate. He glanced around the desolate surroundings, confirming no deity was approaching. Then he opened a slit in the visor of his cold-proof suit. A gust of cold wind immediately rushed in, freezing Qin Siyang into a shiver. It's so cold outside the safety zone. Even a sequence ability user's body can barely endure it. After getting used to the howling wind, Qin Siyang thought he should quickly make the straw. Otherwise, the fluids in the aberrant sickle crab's body might soon freeze solid. He held the leg segment, brought it to his mouth, and sucked hard, pulling all the meat straight into his mouth. The taste is a bit like crab meat. In his previous life, Qin Siyang had eaten raw drunken crab. The leg meat was smooth and sticky, very similar to the meat in this small leg. After swallowing, he felt a warm current surge through his body, leaving him utterly refreshed. Not bad. He immediately inserted the hollow leg segment into the aberrant sickle crab's body and furiously sucked the fluids within. Just as I thought. The weather is so cold that some of it has already turned into ice crystals. But Qin Siyang did not mind. All for the sake of growing stronger. Growing stronger, there's nothing shameful in that. Because the fluids turned into energy to strengthen him the moment they entered his body. No matter how much divine remains he ate, he never felt full. He sucked continuously for about a minute before the fluids finally ran dry. Qin Siyang glanced over and saw that most of the aberrant sickle crab's body consisted of fluids. The remaining flesh was only a small part. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. He then stuffed the straw back into the aberrant sickle crab's corpse and poured some sand into it. Apart from me, probably no one would touch a deity's corpse, right? Qin Siyang let out a satisfied burp, wiped the fluid from the corner of his mouth, closed the visor of his cold-proof suit, and lazily leaned against the back shell of the aberrant sickle crab. I've grown stronger again. If only I could bask in the sun right now, that would be even more satisfying. Although his sequence level had not increased, he could distinctly feel that his strength had grown stronger. Not only had his power improved, even his eyesight had gotten a little better. He could now clearly see the distant places that had been indistinct just moments ago. Li Tianming, not far away, had no idea what Qin Siyang had done. He simply thought that Qin had suddenly been struck by a childlike whim and was happily playing by himself. It's hard to say whether this Qin is mature or childish. After resting for a while, Qin Siyang suddenly heard a rustling sound. It seemed another sandworm servant had arrived. He immediately rose, resumed his battle stance, and calmly faced the enemy approaching from ahead. Qin Siyang was confident that if another aberrant sickle crab appeared this time, he could deal with it easily. Thanks to his improved vision, he could see the deity drawing close in the distance. Is that a long-legged worm? The corners of Qin Siyang's mouth curled up. The easy target he had been waiting for had finally come. Time to hunt to his heart's content. If the deformed armored scythe was the superior class among the sandworm's vassals, then the long-legged worm was merely the mud caked beneath the soles of the lower-class vassals. No deity could be weaker than the long-legged worm. They lacked sturdy defenses, lethal weapons, deadly toxins, and sharp minds. They only had a mouth no bigger than a finger, and their bite on sequence ability users felt like mere scratching. Not only were the long-legged worms weak in ability, but their intelligence was equally limited. However, they ultimately decided against it. Because the long-legged worms were weak, they often attached themselves to stronger deities. Once a long-legged worm appeared, it signaled the arrival of a formidable enemy. However, they ultimately decided against it. Because the long-legged worms were weak, they often attached themselves to stronger deities. Once a long-legged worm appeared, it signaled the arrival of a formidable enemy. Eliminating them carried considerable risk. Moreover, they were still deities. Ordinary humans could not kill them. Only sequence ability users had the power to slay them. Since they were deities, they deserved a measure of respect. Thus, the Administration Bureau continued to award long-legged worms god-hunting points, encouraging sequence ability users to boldly hunt deities. What the Administration Bureau had never considered was that someone shameless like Qin Siyang would resort to using a single sandworm scale to lure their vassals. The long-legged worms had come seeking a new master, so they did not form groups with other powerful deities. A vast horde surged forward toward where the sandworm's aura emanated. Qin Siyang watched the swarming multitude of long-legged worms, his mouth nearly splitting from sheer delight. Not far away, Li Tianming was equally stunned. How incredibly lucky was this kid? There were easily hundreds of long-legged worms before him. Was he about to skyrocket to power? Why hadn't he ever encountered such a fortune during his own days of hunting deities? Li Tianming felt a surge of jealousy. If not for needing Qin Siyang's assistance, and with so many witnesses making it inconvenient to strike, he would have killed Qin Siyang himself and claimed all those long-legged worms. Restrain yourself. Li Tianming, you have more important matters to attend to. Li Tianming adjusted his breathing, barely suppressing his jealous emotions. Qin Siyang did not wait idly. He immediately charged forward with his god-hunting dagger. These long-legged worms were mostly only half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. Due to their slender legs, they crawled about 20 centimeters above the ground. But to Qin Siyang's eyes, they were no different from bedbugs. With a swing of his dagger, he could slay 3 or 5 at a time. At that moment, a peculiar thought struck Qin Siyang. He knew only sequence ability users could kill deities. But nobody had said the god-hunting dagger was required. Watching the long-legged worms crawling across the ground, he couldn't help but wonder if he could crush these humble deities underfoot. He stomped once, but the flattened worm quickly recovered its shape and continued crawling. It didn't work. He suddenly realized something. It must be because he was wearing a cold-proof suit completely wrapped up. Even if his body had mutated and awakened a sequence, the power couldn't transmit through the insulated clothing. To test his theory, he unzipped his cold-proof suit and stomped on another long-legged worm. Squish! Red fluid immediately burst from the worm's body, splashing onto Qin Siyang's bare foot. After twitching twice, the long-legged worm went still. Dead. Qin Siyang nodded. As expected, sequence ability users' bodies had undergone some peculiar mutation, differing fundamentally from ordinary humans. Even without invoking sequence abilities, they could kill deities. After understanding this, Qin Siyang no longer insisted on using his dagger. Wielding a dagger was too slow. With so many worms, stomping them with his feet was far more efficient. Watching from a distance, Li Tianming nodded with clear appreciation. Li Tianming observed how Qin Siyang first tried crushing the long-legged worms while wearing the cold-proof suit, then discarded it and stomped them barefoot. On the battlefield upon encountering simple enemies, he doesn't just think about harvesting god-hunting points. He demonstrates a spirit of exploration. What an excellent prospect for scientific research. If I were still at the university, I'd definitely take this kid as my student. Who knows if I'll ever have the chance to leave the edge of the safe zone in this lifetime. Li Tianming glanced at Qin Siyang's retreating figure once more. I'm afraid by the time I die, Juan Academy will never awaken another sequence ability user. Student Qin, my future rests entirely on your shoulders. Qin Siyang discarded his cold-proof suit and sprinted through the army of long-legged worms. However, it seemed partly due to the cold that Qin Siyang ran with his head bowed and arms wrapped around his body, looking rather like a refugee fleeing disaster. At least that's how it appeared to Li Tianming. In reality, the cold was only one aspect. The other reason was that bending over allowed him to keep his head low. When his foot crushed a long-legged worm, red fluid would be forced out in a spray, or rather it would burst. Qin Siyang kept his head lowered, ready to receive the deity's offering. He had already developed a technique. By angling his heel downward against the worm's head, and then grinding with his toe, the red fluid would be squeezed from the worm's rear end and shoot directly into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange, probably mixed with various things. Qin Siyang glanced at the worm's rear and feeling somewhat uneasy. But his rapidly strengthening body quickly pushed aside any discomfort. What could be more exhilarating than becoming stronger? He galloped tirelessly through the army of long-legged worms, a streak of crimson fluid on his lips and a smile of pure bliss on his face. Just as he was savoring the moment, a sudden surge coursed through his entire body. Qin Siyang felt his strength, agility, and perception undergo a qualitative leap. At the same time, the sequence information in his brain underwent a transformation. Sequence God Eater. Promotion, digesting deities makes you stronger. Current sequence level tier 3, Crimson Knight skill, blood drink. Skill description, raw deities can also be digested. Skill ferocity. Skill description, for 10 minutes your strength, agility, and physical durability triple, and you feel no pain during this period. Skill duelist metal. Skill description, after killing one deity, your current overall power excluding skills permanently increases by 100%. Skill cooldown 1 year. Overall power increased by 100%. Qin Siyang froze. The joy on his face could barely be contained, as if he had just hit the jackpot in a lottery. This duelist metal ability was ridiculously overpowered. The only regret was the lengthy cooldown period, stretching to an entire year. If it were shorter, he would have simply chosen to reside outside the safe zone, indefinitely biding his time until he became invincible before returning. The path of caution remains unattainable. He had once considered constantly hunting gods beyond the safe zone using the blood drain skill to improve himself. It seemed like a decent approach. But he quickly dismissed the idea. His consumption of godly remnants must remain hidden, so he needed to venture into the remote, uninhabited depths beyond the safe zone where no one would witness his activities. This meant doubling the dangers and significantly increasing the chances of encountering unknown large gods, which could easily result in accidental death. He had seen far too many such cases in the memorial section of the god-slaying camp. They either chased wounded gods into the remote areas beyond the safe zone or ventured to explore uncharted territories. These sequence ability users ultimately fell victim to unknown gods without exception. There were also numerous cases of entire hunting squads being wiped out. Qin Siyang believed that although he was strong, his strength had its limits, and he wasn't yet at a level where he could freely enter and exit the area beyond the safe zone. It was safer to engage in schemes within the safe zone than to risk losing his life at any moment. Qin Siyang glanced at the dual metal again, a wave of joy washing over him. A doubling of combat power. Things rarely go as planned. I'll make do with this for now. Skills that enhance attributes need to be used early to shorten their cooldown period. Qin Siyang decided to use it right then. He studied the skill description again, noticing it boosted current total power by double, and immediately a plan formed in his mind. Current total power. If he activated violence, his power would triple compared to normal. And if he then used the dual metal, could he achieve a 6-fold increase all at once? How powerful would he become with a 6-fold increase? Qin Siyang swallowed hard. Glancing at the few remaining long-legged worms, he figured today's harvest was already sufficient. After clearing these crawling gods, he could gather his belongings and return to the safe zone. Since that was the case, there probably wouldn't be an opportunity to use violence, so he didn't need to worry about draining his own stamina. Let's give it a try. He activated violence, then switched on the dual metal. Targeting a long-legged worm, he brought his foot down heavily. Thump! Thanks to the boost from his sequence rank increase combined with violence, this single stomp drove his foot half a palm's depth into the ground. The long-legged worm hadn't even had time to struggle before it died, without any suffering. Then Qin Siyang felt a powerful surge of energy flood through his entire body, enhancing him in every aspect. His body felt as light as a feather, making him believe he could outrun the wind itself. His fists brimmed with power, as though they could punch through steel plates in one strike. Qin Siyang immediately tested his strength. He stomped on another long-legged worm nearby. Thud! Half of his lower leg sank into the ground. Qin Siyang's heart surged with excitement. Power. This was absolute power. Meanwhile, Li Tianming not far away frowned deeply. Was I seeing things just now? Why did it seem like Qin's foot left after images when he lifted it? With my current sequence rank, my perception and vision are exceptionally sharp. If even I can't clearly track his movements, could it be? Sequence rank 4. No, rank 4 wouldn't be enough. It has to be rank 5. Li Tianming frowned even deeper. Is Qin Siyang at sequence rank 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were at rank 5, why would he need me as his insurer? He could just handle the gods himself. Besides, reaching sequence rank 5 requires over 100 bottles of sequence potions. There's no way he could possibly obtain them. It must be because I'm a bit drowsy and my eyes are blurry. No, I need to stay alert. Otherwise, if he runs into danger, I might not react fast enough to save him. Thinking this, Li Tianming opened his face mask, feeling the cold wind rush in. He shivered and immediately felt his senses sharpening again, then closed the mask. Glancing back at Qin Siyang, he noticed his movements seemed unchanged from before. It was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang felt somewhat disappointed, because as the violent skill ended, his strength and agility had dropped again. However, it hadn't decreased by 2/3 like before. He estimated it had only dropped by about 1/3. In other words, after using the dual metal, his current strength and agility were roughly 4 times what they had been before. He calculated a bit more and finally understood the change. If his initial strength was 1 unit, then activating violence would make it 3 units, and further activating the dual metal would push it to 6 units. But after violence ended, the previous bonus vanished, and his strength decreased by the 2 units that violence had added, leaving him with 4 units. He had expected to become 6 times stronger, but in the end, he was only 4 times stronger. Nevertheless, this still satisfied Qin Siyang greatly. It was far better than merely doubling his strength. He carefully controlled his speed and power to avoid raising suspicion from Li Tianming, then proceeded to eliminate all the remaining long-legged worms. Afterward, he immediately sealed the black glass bottle containing sandworm scales and prepared to count his earnings. The debris scattered across the ground would keep him busy for quite a while. Qin Siyang put on his anti-freezing suit, took out his god-hunting dagger, and began harvesting the circular shells. With limited backpack space, he was particularly meticulous during the cutting process, preserving only a small amount of flesh and blood, just enough for the Bureau's inspection staff to determine their date of death. Watching Qin Siyang busily work nearby, Li Tianming's eyes burned with jealousy. He had never in his life seen so many stupid-looking long-legged worms appearing in a swarm. Generally, encountering a dozen or so would already be considered fortunate. Yet Qin Siyang had somehow encountered an entire army of long-legged worms. Roughly counting, there were at least 500. 500 long-legged worms meant 500 god-hunting points. Qin Siyang was fighting alone and received double rewards. Over 1,000 god-hunting points. Not a single hunting squad at the exit of safe zone 38324 could possibly have more points than him. This harvest would be enough to help him get accepted into a top sequence ability university. Qin Siyang's luck was truly beyond compare. He was practically chosen by fate itself. Li Tianming had already made up his mind once he returned, he would definitely make Qin Siyang pay heavily. He absolutely couldn't let this wealthy target slip away. Naturally, Qin Siyang had no idea about Li Tianming, whose face was twisted with jealousy. He was still immersed in the joy of a bountiful harvest. He cut off the last circular shell and just managed to squeeze it into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the long-legged worm's shells were much smaller than those of the mutated arm size, otherwise his large backpack truly wouldn't have held everything. To free up space, he carried the mutated arm-sized shells in his hands to bring back. Qin Siyang shouldered the heavy backpack, listening to the howling cold wind outside his face mask, and a smile played on his lips. The wind today is quite fierce. Qin Siyang shouldered his backpack and walked toward the safety zone alongside Li Tianming. Gradually, they encountered other huntsman teams. Most of these teams were crestfallen. Today's haul wasn't great. We only earned 7 points, barely over 1 point per person for our 5-member team. Yeah, there's been talk about a massive swarm of sandworm minions emerging near our safety zone exit. Many people came hoping to join the frenzy, but we didn't even catch sight of a single sandworm minion. Instead, we hunted fewer gods than usual. Who the hell spread that false rumor? They're endangering people. At this rate, when will we ever earn enough to pay off our mortgage? Don't worry. Those who came looking for shortcuts will naturally drift away once they realize no sandworm minions exist here. Everything will return to normal eventually. Listening to the despondent words of the huntsman team, beside him Qin Siyang fought desperately to keep from smiling, suppressing the corners of his mouth. In truth, he had thoroughly enjoyed this god-hunting expedition. Hearing of others' misfortunes only doubled his pleasure. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. Joy, it seemed, was built upon the suffering of others. Li Tianming noticed Qin Siyang barely holding back his laughter, and spoke as a mentor. Student Qin, taking pleasure in others' misfortune is not appropriate. Not appropriate. At this rate, you'll inevitably go astray. Go astray. Qin Siyang raised an eyebrow. Principal Li, are you implying I still have a chance to become a good person? Li Tianming glanced at Qin Siyang and said nothing. Indeed, did Qin Siyang still have a chance to be a good person? In the safety zone, good people simply didn't survive long. Li Tianming set aside his lecturing disposition and remained silent, allowing Qin Siyang to revel in his hidden amusement. I want to know who in their right mind spread this rumor about a massive sandworm minion population. I traveled thousands of miles and didn't see a single one. Not just our team. Other huntsman squads that came here alongside us haven't seen any either. Perhaps those sandworm minions have already migrated from this area. Tomorrow we should explore the nearby safety zone, exit 54320. There might be unexpected gains. Very well. If after 5 or 6 more days we still can't find any sign of sandworm minions, we'll head back. Every huntsman team Qin Siyang passed murmured complaints. None seemed to have achieved a satisfactory harvest. With head held high, Qin Siyang strode alongside Li Tianming through the protective iron gates into the safety zone. Sequence's ability users had formed a long queue beside the safety zone exit, seemingly awaiting the inspection of their circular shell armor. The two exchanged no words. Li Tianming appeared lost in his own thoughts. Qin Siyang meanwhile used his keen senses to eavesdrop on nearby conversations. Captain John, we've again earned 10 points worth of circular shell armor today. Not bad, I'd say. Indeed. I feared it wouldn't go smoothly, but comparing our results with other teams, most earned less than half of ours. Captain, from these 10 points you'll receive 4. Adding those for your total points must reach 200, right? Yes, that's correct. Someone nearby suddenly interjected. 200 points. Doesn't that put you in the top 5 at safety zone exit 38324? That man named John cast a haughty glance at the envious bystander and said coolly, likely exactly 5th. I heard the top 5 at safety zone exits possess special privileges. Is that true or false? I cannot comment on that matter. Oh, I'm sorry. The man offered an apologetic smile and then asked, you're incredibly impressive. 200 points should place you within the top million of the safety zone, granting you a ranking correct. Where do your points place you overall in the safety zone? Roughly around 95,000. Wow, 95,000. I'm still outside the million mark. I don't even have a ranking. With accumulated effort, over time you'll get there eventually. Qin Siyang noticed that when John said this, his chin tilted slightly upward. It sounded like encouragement to the questioner, yet within lay profound contempt and an implicit sense of exclusion, as though an unbridgeable chasm separated himself from the speaker. The bystanders all regarded John with envy. John removed his safety suit helmet, adjusted his collar within, and wore an aloof expression resembling a noble-born knight. At that moment someone laughed. Little John, looking so full of yourself. You resemble a strutting rooster after laying an egg. What joyous occasion prompted this? Upon hearing this, John immediately glared over angrily. Sun Juhong, I knew it would be you, that shit-stinking asshole with your hard tongue. The man smiled, the scars on his face wriggling like earthworms. Hey, if you're worse than a shit-stinking asshole, then what are you? Great shit. You're only 40-some points above me. What's so impressive about that? 40 points above you is still above you. At safety zone exit 38324, I rank 4th and you rank 5th. That is an unchangeable fact. John's golden eyes revealed disgust. Within a year I'll surpass you. That's laughable. You don't seriously believe that only your points grow while mine stay stagnant, do you? Speaking of which, Sun Juhong turned his head toward his companions and said, Little John is 20 years younger than his father. He should tell his father that in 20 years he'll be the same age as his dad. Ha ha, the captain speaks truly. He's quite ridiculous. Little John, has your father passed away? If not, you'll never catch up to his age in this lifetime. You. John turned green with rage and looked away, refusing to speak further. Watching the sequence ability users quarrel, Qin Siyang asked, Principal, what are these ability users arguing about regarding huntsman points? Huntsman points symbolize an ability user's personal strength. The higher one's points, the more respect they receive. It's just like school exams. Those with better grades receive more respect. Believe it or not, huntsman points are indeed similar to exam scores. However, any exam represents only one phase, while huntsman points accompany you for life. The United Government compiles and ranks huntsman points to encourage ability users to hunt more gods. The higher your huntsman points, the greater your privileges. Suppose you and another ability user both desire the same house. If your points exceed theirs, that house must be sold to you first. If you and another ability user both fall ill and the sequence hospital has only one bed, if your points are higher, that bed is yours. If you and another ability user simultaneously take an interest in a nightclub girl. Ahem. The general idea should be clear. Principal, please stop coughing. Tell me more about the nightclub girl in detail. Qin Siyang had been queuing for over 40 minutes before it was finally almost his turn. The person ahead glanced at the circular shell disc in Qin Siyang's hand, their eyes lighting up. Young man, for 2 of you to obtain 6 points is truly not easy. Oh yes. There are a lot of people here lately. Everyone goes out and comes back, yet no one can get even 1 point. Many have decided to take time off for now. I see. That circular disc of yours. Is it from a mutated crab? Yes. You must be lucky. Scion, like us, We only hunted 3 spinning blade spiders. Qin Siyang glanced at the 3 circular discs in his hand, each marked with a circle totaling 15 points. Looking at that person's smile, Qin Siyang understood. He had initially thought the man wanted to complain, but instead, he was showing off. Qin Siyang ignored him and turned his gaze elsewhere. The man, sensing Qin Siyang had no desire to continue the conversation, stopped trying to make small talk. Sigh, only 15 hunting deity points. Truly quite embarrassing. He continued whining lazily. Qin Siyang said nothing, but the person behind him couldn't hold back. So what if it's 15 points? What's there to be proud of? Let it go, let him enjoy his moment. Today was a rare harvest day for their squad. Those 3 spinning blade spider shells have been the talk of him all day. No wonder. Humph. The man rattled the 3 shells in his hand again. Do you have what it takes? You're just jealous. Yes, you're the greatest. I'd just like to know how many of those 15 points actually belong to you. The remark struck a nerve, and the man turned away, no longer boasting. The person behind Qin Siyang, however, would not let it drop. Those who truly excel rarely show off. It's always the freeloaders who contribute nothing, who jump around, making noise. Exactly. In my opinion, if he gets 1 point from those 15, that's already being generous. The man immediately whirled around and shouted, don't look down on me. I can get 1.2. Oh wow, so impressive. 1.2. How fitting for someone with such a 1.2 personality. Flushed with embarrassment, the man fell silent as cheerful laughter erupted from behind Qin Siyang. After finishing the inspection, the person ahead of Qin Siyang slipped away, unhappily. Finally, it was Qin Siyang's turn. This was his first time submitting shell discs for inspection. The inspector from the Sequence Ability Authority glanced at the discs in Qin Siyang's hand. Name: Qin Siyang. Sequence Ability Holder Number: 000095527. The inspector checked the records and furrowed his brow. There's no team registration under your name. Are you operating solo? Yes. Upon hearing Qin Siyang was solo, the crowd behind him erupted. Good heavens. He could be getting 12 points all by himself. He's solo. How is that even possible? That old man was standing right beside him the whole time. Is he cheating to scoop up points? The inspector cast a suspicious glare at Li Tianming. Li Tianming replied coolly, I am an insurer. I did not participate in hunting the deity. The inspector nodded, then picked up a small scanning device and flashed it over the shell disc, then over Qin Siyang. Beep. Hunter's signature matches, identity confirmed. He then produced a palm-sized square instrument and held its screen before Qin Siyang's face. Qin Siyang saw his own reflection in the display. The device appeared to have a front-facing camera, though its true principle was beyond him. Per regulations, I must administer a lie test to solo operators. Please answer, did you hunt the deity completely alone? Yes. After 5 seconds, the square device chimed, beep. Truthful statement. The inspector put away the lie detector and addressed Qin Siyang. Next, I will conduct a memory continuity test. Please place your hand here. Understood. Qin Siyang rested his hand on the inspector's palm. Suddenly, numerous tiny suckers sprouted from the inspector's palm and adhered to Qin Siyang's skin. The inspector closed his eyes for about 10 seconds, then opened them. His irises had turned pure white. Qin Siyang recognized this as the validator sequence ability, which allows the user to observe another person's neural activity. If brain activity is normal, the validator's eyes turn white. If deception or tampering is detected, they turn black. All brain regions functioning normally. No traces of other sequence users attempting to intrude. Memory continuity verified. Passed. The inspector's eyes returned to normal, and the suckers on his palm retracted. You may proceed to the Sequence Ability Authority to collect your reward. However, I will upload your deity hunting data to the Solo Expedition Point section of the Godslayer Camp Forum. If any valid reports are filed against you, your reward will be confiscated, and you will face penalties. Understood. Upon seeing Qin Siyang pass the tests, everyone present was utterly stunned. 12 points in a single transaction. That was enough to directly redeem a large bottle of sequence potion, plus 6,000 copper coins. John, standing aside, shot Qin Siyang a cold glance and muttered, just a lucky kid. Fortune doesn't make a man. Sun Juhong smiled and rubbed his chin, saying nothing, but his expression carried a hint of condescension. At the exit of the safe zone, some people always strike it rich overnight. Someone like Qin Siyang might appear every year or so. But solo operators face far greater dangers. They either perish outside the safe zone or return gravely wounded, rarely ending well. And the insurer couldn't protect him forever. Eventually, he would have to face the perils beyond the safe zone on his own. Alright, next. After posting Qin Siyang's solo operation and reward information on the forum, the inspector gestured for Qin Siyang to step aside. Wait. But Qin Siyang did not move. The inspector regarded the young man's youthful face. Is there something else? Are you going to claim these shell discs weren't earned by yourself? It's too late for that. I've already completed inspection and the report has been filed. Even if you confess now, it won't help. Qin Siyang smiled faintly. I'm not here to confess. You simply haven't finished inspecting my load. With that, Qin Siyang unslung his bulging backpack and dropped it to the ground before the inspector. With a heavy thud, the floor beneath them trembled slightly. The inspector had no idea why a young man would carry so much gear into deity hunting. Perhaps as a cautious solo operator, he brought extra equipment just in case. Everyone else was equally curious about what lay inside Qin Siyang's backpack. Must be a rookie hauling a pile of useless stuff into the field. Same here, my first time out of the safe zone, and I brought nearly as much. However, the moment Qin Siyang unzipped the bag, everyone present froze their eyes wide with disbelief. Clatter. The circular shell discs tumbled out of the backpack, spilling across the floor in a shimmering cascade. Qin Siyang smiled faintly. Please continue the inspection. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, someone finally realized that all the round armor plates before them had come from the hands of the young man Qin Siyang. John immediately said, "You little swindler, as cunning as a black-footed fox at first glance. Even more treacherous than a god hiding in the shadows. Where did you steal so many round armor plates?" Sun Juhong, who had just been arguing with John, now sided with John. "What methods did you use exactly? How could you possibly obtain so many round armor plates?" Qin Siyang, however, ignored them and simply said to the stunned Administration Bureau Inspector, "The quantity is rather large. Please help me verify them. These round armor plates. I still obtained them as a solo party. Impossible." Sun Juhong interjected, "With this many round armor plates, let alone one person like you. Even if you and the person beside you worked together, you couldn't obtain them." "Exactly. You even have the insurer at your side, which proves you're not skilled at hunting gods. How could you obtain so many round armor plates in one go? It must be that you obtained them by some means that violates the coalition government's regulations." Sun Juhong and John, who had originally put on airs of superiority, were now red-faced and stomping about as if they wanted to devour Qin Siyang alive. The Administration Bureau Inspector also widened his eyes and asked Qin Siyang with a frown, "How did you get so many round armor plates?" "By hunting gods, of course." "How did you hunt them?" The inspector's tone was cold and hard, as if interrogating a criminal. Qin Siyang, for his part, could understand that. After all, taking out so many round armor plates at once was bound to arouse suspicion. Qin Siyang replied calmly, "Excuse me, does the Sequence Ability User Administration Bureau have a regulation requiring one to explain the process of how a god was hunted?" The inspector's eyebrows lowered. "No, but your case is too special, so I need to ask until it's clear. Since there is no such regulation, then what do you intend to do by asking this? I need to make a reasonable judgment." Qin Siyang interrupted. "The ways to make a judgment include the aura searchlight in your hand, the lie detector, the memory continuity testing skill, and the forms report encouragement posts. The judgment you make through personal inquiry is not one of those, is it?" The inspector's expression turned extremely displeased. But Qin Siyang did not take it to heart. Hunting gods was the most important matter in the safe zone, so the coalition government had formulated detailed regulations. Regulations exist to regulate all kinds of behavior, and the survival rule in a place with regulations is to act in accordance with them. As long as what he did was compliant with the regulations, there was nothing to fear. He cooperated with every matter within the regulations. He would not say a single extra word about matters outside the regulations. The inspector and Qin Siyang stared at each other for a long time, yet Qin Siyang remained calm, showing no intention of making any concession. That inspector had no choice but to carry out the inspection according to the regulations. First, he took out the aura searchlight and scanned the round armor plates one by one, confirming that the aura came from the same god-hunting dagger. 794 round armor plates. Even he was alarmed while counting them. Since he had served as an inspector at this safe zone exit, he had never seen so many round armor plates. Even he, an inspector, was tempted by this vast wealth. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he couldn't use any shady method to embezzle a portion of them. The jealousy in his heart for the young man Qin Siyang burned even more fiercely. What right did he have to obtain so many round armor plates? So he inspected with extreme care. For each round armor plate, he might shine the light back and forth 4 or 5 times, and only after confirming there was no other aura would he grudgingly put it down and inspect the next one. The entire process lasted over 2 hours before it ended. Then he shone the light on Qin Siyang to confirm that Qin Siyang was the user of this god-hunting dagger. Next were the lie detector and memory continuity tests, which Qin Siyang also passed. While posting the report, the inspector asked again, "All these 700-odd round armor plates of yours seem to come from long-leg worms." The inspector dealt with round armor plates every day, so it was not strange that he could recognize them. Before Qin Siyang could respond, the crowd burst into an uproar again. "Long-leg worms. These are all from long-leg worms." "That's right. Look, these round armor plates are the size of copper coins, each with a single groove, very much like long-leg worms." So that huge swarm of sandworm minions were all long-leg worms. No wonder he could kill so many. So they were all long-leg worms that couldn't withstand a single blow. What sequence is he? How could he attract so many long-leg worms? Qin Siyang had originally wanted to say something, but after hearing that, he shut his mouth. He looked coldly at the inspector. He knew that the inspector had said this to let those people know that most of the sandworm minions had been killed by him. That also meant many god-hunting teams had made a trip for nothing. Their resentment would likely be vented on him. Qin Siyang looked at the angry glares of the crowd and secretly found it amusing. They had no grievance or grudge, yet they acted as if they had formed a deadly feud. No matter. They were merely a bunch of shrimps and crabs. Even the strongest person here was probably only sequence level 2, not even a match for Li Tianming beside him. Nothing worth mentioning. If a life-and-death battle were to break out outside the safe zone, Qin Siyang was confident that he and Li Tianming alone could slaughter every single one of them. He might not even need Li Tianming's help. At the thought, a murderous intent involuntarily flashed in Qin Siyang's eyes. The other sequence ability users immediately sensed that Qin Siyang was not as naive as he appeared. Li Tianming gently patted the back of Qin Siyang's hand. "Restrain yourself." Only then did Qin Siyang snap out of it, and once again put on a student-like smile. He was clearly only 18 years old, so why was he always thinking about fighting and killing? That was not good. Not good at all. The inspector announced Qin Siyang's god-hunting reward. Round armor plates worth 1.794. Round armor plates worth 6.1. Total god-hunting points earned 800. Since it was a solo party, the points are doubled, so you receive 1,600 points. The other rewards remain unchanged. 1 point corresponds to 1,000 copper coins, so in total 800,000 copper coins. 1 point corresponds to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. This time you will be given 80 bottles of sequence potion. Because the reward is too large to be collected here, please go to the nearby Sequence Ability User Administration Bureau to collect it. After hearing this, Qin Siyang's mouth nearly split into a grin. 800,000 copper coins. That was more than 60 silver coins. In a single leap, he became a man of great wealth. Wait, no. Qin Siyang suddenly glanced at Li Tianming, who was also grinning beside him. It seemed he still had to give half of it to this bald, pot-bellied fellow. Qin Siyang earned money easily, and Li Tianming earned it even more easily. A single stroll outside the safe zone, with Qin Siyang, put more than 30 silver coins into his hands. Qin Siyang's heart ached a little, but he had no intention of keeping that money for himself. Although Li Tianming had not done any real work, he had been watching over Qin Siyang's safety the whole time, his nerves stretched taut. By reason and decency, he should pay the previously agreed price. Besides, his partnership with Li Tianming was long-term, not a one-shot bargain, after which they would go their separate ways. Over 30 silver coins. Fine, so be it. Qin Siyang, newly rich after long poverty, could not wait a single moment. The nearby Sequence Ability User Administration was the one for Zone 14121, where Qin Wendao was stationed. Qin Siyang decided to go to the administration at once and claim the reward. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and turned to leave, someone suddenly called out to him. "Wait a moment." Qin Siyang looked back and saw John. "What is it?" "I'm challenging you to the battle arena." Qin Siyang frowned. "Battle arena? What is that?" "A place for fighting." "Yes. Come to the battle arena and settle it with me." "Why should I settle anything with you? Are you afraid?" Qin Siyang was stunned. He looked at the furious blonde John, then turned to Li Tianming. "What's gotten into this golden-haired guy? Has he gone mad?" Li Tianming said, "You must have heard by now. He was originally in the top 5 on the points leaderboard at this exit, so he originally had the privilege. Now your rank is higher than his. Your arrival knocked him out of the privilege, so he wants to challenge you to the battle arena." "Hold on. That's a lot of information." Qin Siyang sorted through Li Tianming's words and first asked, "What exactly is the privilege?" "The management at every safe zone exit has performance targets. The more gods hunted through that exit, the greater the rewards for those in charge. So to encourage strong god-hunting teams to set out from the exit under their control, the management arranges rewards for the top 5. This method of rewards is also recognized by the administration and the united government." Qin Siyang looked at the inspection officer. "What is the privilege for safe zone exit no? 38,324. The inspection officer said coldly, "Copper coins get an extra 10%. Then wouldn't I have 88,000 copper coins?" Qin Siyang's eyes flew wide. He pointed at the inspection officer. "You goddamn bastard. You actually wanted to swallow my privilege reward?" The inspection officer snorted. "You only hold the privilege after today. Anything before that doesn't count." "Oh, sorry. I've been poor and scared for too long, so I got a little carried away. Please forgive me." TCH. Qin Siyang put his smile back on at once and apologized to the inspection officer. Li Tianming let out a helpless sigh at Qin Siyang's mad dog-like change of attitude. It was a little embarrassing. Now that I've knocked him out of his privilege, shouldn't he be working hard to hunt gods and win it back? Why does he want to drag me to the battle arena? And by the way, what is the battle arena? Between sequence ability users, friction is inevitable. The battle arena is an official venue provided by the united government for sequence ability users to settle disputes. Before stepping onto the stage, the two parties set their wager. Afterward, the wager goes to the winner according to the outcome. Exactly. After Li Tianming finished explaining, John said to Qin Siyang, "I want to stake the privilege of safe zone exit no. 38324 against you." "Are you insane? Why would I bet with you?" John gritted his teeth. "I'll give you a silver coin." "Forget it. I wouldn't even look at such a paltry amount. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of sequence potion. I have 80 bottles. Why would I need yours? I'll do whatever you say for 2 years. I'm busy. I don't have time to keep a dog." John was furious. He had to get his privilege back. It was not only for the money, but for his status. At a safe zone exit, those who had once held privilege and then been pushed out were treated with the most contempt. and to have been pushed out by a green kid with no real ability, purely luck, made it even worse. Qin Siyang, however, had no intention of stepping onto the battle arena with him. No matter how much John talked himself blue in the face, it was useless. After all, his sequence ability was not the Phantom Assassin. If he exposed himself on the arena, wouldn't the loss outweigh the gain? He was about to leave when John blocked his path and said word by word, "I checked earlier. You're in the Phantom Assassin sequence. If I lose, I'll give you a god-hunting artifact, the Blind Knife." Blind Knife? I don't know. Before Qin Siyang could refuse, Li Tianming pulled him aside. Li Tianming whispered in his ear, "This is a fine thing. You can accept his challenge." How good? Good enough that you couldn't buy it, even with money. What can't money buy? Qin Siyang did not fully believe Li Tianming. In his understanding, those with money possessed everything. Except for worries. Li Tianming said, "God-hunting artifacts are made by sequence ability users who specialize in forging. You should know that not all sequence ability users care only about money. God-hunting artifacts are that impressive. How come I never heard of them in the God-slaying camp?" Li Tianming smiled. Sequence ability users qualified to own god-hunting artifacts probably won't post information on a public forum like the God-slaying camp. Did that mean his horizons were still far too narrow? It seemed that forum was not all that useful either. At the very least, for the current Qin Siyang, it could no longer satisfy his needs. If he wanted a broader view, he had to go to a higher platform. Qin Siyang yearned for the sequence ability user university even more. As good as the god-hunting artifact was, he still could not accept it. He could not expose the fact that his sequence was fake just for a weapon. He was about to refuse when Li Tianming said in a low voice, "Don't worry. The battle arena has no spectators. Only the two of you will be inside. No one will know what happens." Huh? Why? Every sequence ability user has a trump card and doesn't want others to know it openly. At the request of sequence ability users, the battle arenas established by the United Government are completely private. Then how is the winner decided? When you enter, you wear a surrender-only wristband. Tap it 3 times to indicate surrender. Once one side surrenders, the battle ends, and the winner may take the wager. Qin Siyang nodded, thinking the arrangement was quite reasonable. If only the two of them were present, someone might surrender in the arena and then deny it after leaving. However, surrender was not what Qin Siyang cared about. He quietly asked, "If I kill him, will there be trouble?" "No. Once you're on the battle arena, you're responsible for your own life and death." Qin Siyang's eyes lit up. Killing was no problem. Then he was really all fired up. Seeing Qin Siyang's eyes gleaming, Li Tianming could already tell what the lad was plotting. His gaze toward John was full of sympathy. Poor John merely wished to defeat Qin Siyang and reclaim his privilege at the safe zone exit. But Qin Siyang had set his sights on John's god-hunting artifact, and as a bonus intended to claim his life as well. Li Tianming knew that Qin Siyang's sequence was abnormal. His extraordinary strength and agility alone were enough to arouse suspicion. Even though Qin Siyang constantly held back his strength, the shrewd Li Tianming had observed that his basic attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary rank 1 sequence user. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Qin Siyang was not a rank 1 sequence user, or Qin Siyang was not an ordinary sequence user. Whichever it was, it meant that a tremendous secret lay hidden behind Qin Siyang. This secret could only be known to Li Tianming, with whom he shared a mutual reliance. Others who had witnessed his sequence skills would not keep it as quiet as he did. So in Qin Siyang's mind, once he and John stepped onto the battle arena, John would meet only one fate: death. Seeing that Qin Siyang seemed unafraid of killing, his eyes filled only with craving for the god-hunting artifact, Li Tianming felt a renewed curiosity about him. This kid was definitely not a first-time killer. Then who had he killed before? The fringe areas of the safe zone were extremely chaotic, though every week someone went missing, someone was murdered. Li Tianming was not sure either. It did not matter. Li Tianming gave a self-deprecating smile. Who among them had not killed before? Qin Siyang, knowing he could act freely on the battle arena, immediately fixed his gaze on John, like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. "Do you really have a god-hunting artifact? I don't believe it unless you take it out and show me." John drew from his waist a short blade about an inch longer than the god-hunting dagger and handed it to Qin Siyang. As Qin Siyang gripped the blind blade, he immediately felt the power within him merge with the blade's body. The knife seemed to have grown from his very flesh. This is the blind blade. If you cut a deity with it, that deity will enter a state of blindness within a minute. Qin Siyang licked his lips. Truly a fine treasure. How long will the deity be blinded? It depends on the deity's size. The smaller the deity, the longer the blindness. If it were the long-legged worms you've hunted, it would probably be blinded for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That long? Qin Siyang had thought that the skill attached to this weapon could only control a target for a dozen seconds. He had never expected it to last 5 minutes. A treasure. The treasure of treasures. Qin Siyang's gaze seemed to be glued to the blind blade, unable to look away for a long time. Today John was doomed. Even the coalition government's people could not save him. Seeing the greed on Qin Siyang's face, John sneered inwardly, knowing that Qin Siyang would surely accept his challenge. When that time came, he would use the battle arena to make Qin Siyang suffer. Teach him the lesson that youthful arrogance leads to great loss. Alright, I accept. Let's go to the battle arena. Now? Of course I'm a busy man. After the battle arena, I still have to go to the administration bureau to claim my reward. John had expected Qin Siyang to ask for a rest day. After all, he had just slaughtered over 700 deities. Although they were long-legged worms, chasing down and killing so many was still no easy feat. That Qin Siyang did not want to rest suited John perfectly. Alright, let's go to the battle arena then. How? On foot. The bus is fastest. Fine, let's go. Principal Li, you pay my bus fare. Li Tianming snorted, I'm broke. John dragged you to the battle arena. Ask him to pay your fare. Stingy. I gave you more than 30 silver coins, and you won't even fork out a 10 copper fare. Unwilling to waste time on bus fare, John said directly, I'll cover the fare for both of you. Let's go. Oh great, thanks brother John. When the others heard that John and Qin Siyang were going to the battle arena, they became interested and decided to follow. Weren't we going out to hunt deities? Not going anymore. Hunt my ass. That kid alone chopped down over 700 long-legged worms. How many deities can be left out there? Better to go watch the excitement. Exactly. Deities can be hunted any day, but the battle arena nearby isn't open even once a month. How can't you tell what's important? Is watching the excitement that interesting? You're talking nonsense. If excitement isn't interesting, then it's not excitement. A large group of sequence users surged toward the bus stop. When the bus driver reached the stop at safe zone exit 38324, he was dumbfounded. Since the safe zone was established, he had never seen so many people waiting at a bus stop. For a moment, he even thought he had returned to the pre-apocalypse days when crowds of office workers crammed onto buses. But all the passengers boarding wore cold-proof suits, which abruptly brought him back to reality. They were all sequence users. Where were so many sequence users headed? The bus was packed with standing passengers. A few who were unwilling to wait for the next bus even paid their fares, and then climbed onto the roof. There was even a sequence user whose sequence skill was suction cup, so he simply adhered himself under the bus, monopolizing the space beneath it. The bus driver drove off with a full load. Sequence users who had not boarded looked at those sitting on the roof and curled their lips in disdain. A bus ride took only 20 minutes. What was wrong with waiting a little longer? They had to squeeze onto this one. Did they think the battle arena match would be over in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we're all going to the battle arena stop. Just drive straight there. Alright. Because the bus was overcrowded and no one got off along the way, the driver did not even stop at other bus stops. When they arrived at the battle arena stop, everyone disembarked in a noisy rush. The bus driver looked at the empty carriage, feeling as if he had returned from another lifetime. John and Qin Siyang walked at the very front of the crowd. Qin Siyang did not know the way and relied entirely on John to lead. However, the battle arena's location was rather conspicuous. After about a minute's walk from the bus stop, they arrived. John pointed to a pitch-black square building ahead and said, "This is the battle arena. Why isn't there even a light? This place normally gets no visitors, so to save electricity the lights are usually left off." Alright. John walked up and knocked on a small door set in the black building. "Who is it? We're here at the battle arena to settle a dispute." "Oh, wait a moment." About a minute after the responding voice, suddenly all the surrounding lights flared on, illuminating the area brilliantly. Only then did Qin Siyang see that the pitch-black building before him actually had iridescent colors flowing across its surface. Yet the colors were not pure, a somber darkness seeped through them. They resembled soap bubbles at dusk. A person in uniform walked out holding an electronic tablet. The man yawned and asked, "I'm the battle arena administrator. Who wants to settle a dispute?" "The two of us." "Fill in the information here, press your fingerprints, leave your god-hunting dagger, then fill in the wager, and you can step onto the arena." The attendant seemed too lazy to speak further and simply laid out all the requirements at once. After Qin Siyang and John finished filling out the forms, they handed the electronic tablet back to the attendant. After confirming the information, the attendant pulled a remote from his pocket and pressed a button. The structure before them suddenly opened a door. He then took out two wristbands and placed them on the right wrists of Qin Siyang and John respectively. "The arena is over there. According to the United Government's laws, your competition on the battle arena is strictly confidential. If either side concedes, tap the wristband 3 times consecutively with the index finger of your left hand and the match ends. On the arena, you are responsible for your own life and death. You both signed the agreement on the tablet, so you should already know that. When the door closes, you may begin fighting. Go on in." "Alright." Qin Siyang hurriedly stepped into the arena. John sneered and followed behind him. After both entered through the door, it closed once more. Looking back at the spot where the door had opened, there was not a single seam, as if no door had ever existed there at all. At this moment outside, Sun Juhong smiled and said, "That kid is as good as defeated." Why do you say that?" John and he both belong to the Phantom Assassin sequence, but John's sequence level is tier 2. Killing him will be a breeze. "No wonder you say that." The long scar on Sun Juhong's face twisted slightly, revealing an eerie smile. "Moreover, John is bringing a blindness blade inside." "Blindness blade? Isn't that a god-hunting prop? Can god-hunting props also affect sequence ability users?" "Of course. You don't even know such a simple thing. Skills that work on humans don't necessarily work on gods. But skills that work on gods also work on humans. With the blindness blade, Qin Siyang definitely cannot win. Sun Juhong turned to Li Tianming and said, "Mate, are you ready to have that kid sent to the hospital?" Li Tianming glanced at Sun Juhong, whose face radiated schadenfreude, but said nothing. "Hospital? That's far too much trouble. Just arrange the funeral directly." Oh wait, John wasn't a Chinese national like before, so there wouldn't be a funeral ceremony. It seems they prefer pastors and burial rites over there. Seeing that Li Tianming was ignoring him, Sun Juhong ceased poking his nose and gave a cold snort, quietly waiting for news of John's victory. After Qin Siyang and John passed through the door, they found only a square room inside, empty and devoid of anything. However, all four walls, the ceiling, and the floor were covered with a white plastic-like material of unknown composition. In the four corners of the ceiling, very soft lighting fixtures were installed, making the entire room brightly illuminated. Qin Siyang suddenly realized the entire room itself was the battle arena. Had he already been standing on the combat platform all along? This battle arena is actually an entirely enclosed room with no visible boundaries. It seems the fight truly can only end when one side concedes. But then again, with no referee and no surveillance cameras, what other way is there to judge victory or defeat? Just then the doors slowly began to close. In the instant the door shut, John immediately drew the blindness blade at his waist, activated the skill life and death thin thread, enhanced, tripling his agility and doubling his strength, then swung the blade down toward Qin Siyang's back. Qin Siyang, however, seemed unable to react in time, standing motionless where he was. "You stinking insect, you must pay the price for your ignorance and recklessness." John had already planned how he would torment Qin Siyang next. But just as he assumed this strike would certainly land, Qin Siyang suddenly vanished before his eyes. How is this possible? Before he could react, an alarmed Qin Siyang had already appeared at his side. Qin Siyang's base strength already exceeded that of ordinary sequence ability users, and with his sequence level at tier 3, even without activating skills, he was roughly on par with John. On top of that, he had activated the dual med alto boost his attributes fourfold and layered the violent skill for a triple stack, a total of 12 times his original strength and agility. John had absolutely no way to defend against it. John's body was far from keeping up with Qin Siyang's movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Siyang's maniacal grin. In that instant, he immediately realized Qin Siyang was not a phantom assassin at all. Furthermore, Qin Siyang's sequence level was absolutely higher than his own. What was he, some kind of monster? As soon as this strike ended, he would concede immediately. However, Qin Siyang would not grant him that opportunity. Qin Siyang's fist rose high, and he whispered softly into John's ear, "Thank you." A punch descended squarely onto John's cheek. Before John could feel anything, his vision was instantly flattened, then abruptly vanished. At this moment, his consciousness had not yet stopped thinking. Why couldn't he see anymore? Had he been struck by his own blindness blade? No. The blindness blade was still tightly gripped in his own hand. He could feel it. It was a solid punch, squarely landed on his face. What sequence was this? How could someone possess such tremendous force? After a moment of confusion, John stopped thinking. When Qin Siyang struck, John had not felt any pain. In just an instant, as his thoughts ceased, his life ceased with them. Qin Siyang slowly walked over, picked up the blindness blade, and examined it with undisguised fondness. He had initially wanted to slice his hand and test how sharp it was, but suddenly realized that the blade's blinding effect might also work on humans. If he were to lose his sight for a while, it would cause significant trouble. There was no point wasting time on that. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was merely a tier 1 sequence novice. Defeating John was simply impossible. Qin Siyang had first fabricated fatal injuries. He then rearranged John's facial features until not a trace of the punch remained visible. Qin Siyang stroked his chin, thinking it over. I received inadequate moral education at Juin school, so my temperament tends toward irritability. Today, while on the battle arena, John provoked and enraged me. After defeating him, I saw his despicable expression and lost control, which led to this outcome. This cover story should be flawless. He glanced at his wristband display. Barely 2 minutes had passed. The Phantom Assassin Tier 1 skill life and Death Thin Thread boosts agility twofold for 5 minutes, followed by 20 minutes of physical exhaustion. So if I walk out now, I'll need Li Tianming to carry me onto the bus. I gave him over 30 silver coins. It's hardly unreasonable to ask him to carry me all the way, isn't it? The gate of the battle arena slowly opened again. The others were somewhat astonished. Only a few minutes. Solved so quickly. Has John already defeated that kid? He clearly said he would torment him for a while. How did it end in 3 minutes? Maybe he thought giving the kid a lesson was enough without going for the kill. Had I known it would end so soon, I wouldn't have come. What a bore. Sun Juhong yawned, and somewhat bored prepared to leave. Just then someone grabbed him as he turned toward the station. Brother Sun. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Look. Sun Juhong followed the direction the man pointed and immediately widened his eyes. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Siyang walked out of the gate covered in blood. But his eyes were dull, and he still clutched that blind blade in his hand. Why did Qin Siyang come out? What about John? John's teammates immediately stepped forward to grab Qin Siyang and demand what had happened. However, Qin Siyang, as if dazed, made no reply and walked straight toward Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's teammates immediately rushed into the battle arena. Just as others were wondering what had happened, those teammates who had rushed into the arena ran back out, leaning against the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. Their eyes fixed on Qin Siyang were filled with horror. Qin Siyang, however, seemed oblivious. Suddenly, as if all strength had left his body, he collapsed against Li Tianming. Li Tianming supported Qin Siyang, a helpless expression on his face. This kid was quite the actor. Somewhat puzzled, Sun Juhong also walked into the battle arena. After a while, Sun Juhong returned outside. However, being well-traveled and experienced, he did not vomit like the others. He merely trembled, slightly glanced at Qin Siyang, then averted his gaze. Having seen John's horrific death in Sun Juhong's eyes, Qin Siyang was undoubtedly a madman. Moreover, a madman whose trump card was unknown. Although Sun Juhong verbally looked down on John, he had to admit that John, who ranked second only to him in god-hunting points at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, was not someone to be underestimated. With rich combat experience, sequence suppression, and even a god-hunting artifact in hand. Under such conditions, he was actually killed by Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang was definitely no simple character. Moreover, looking at his completely deformed skull, it seemed Qin Siyang had smashed it for quite a while. From the moment the two entered the battle arena to when Qin Siyang came out alone, it was only a little over 3 minutes. That is to say, Qin Siyang had likely defeated John within a minute. How did he do it? The more Sun Juhong thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This young man's strength was actually so terrifying. When the others saw Sun Juhong lost for words, they were filled with curiosity and entered the battle arena one after another. However, most of them, like John's teammates, ran out after a dozen seconds and vomited desperately against the wall. The manager, while vomiting, also tried to stop those who wanted to go in again. Don't go inside. I'll have to find someone to clean this area. All this vomiting is disgusting. Ugh. All who had seen John's death looked at Qin Siyang, who was leaning weakly against Li Tianming with terror. Li Tianming knew that Qin Siyang must have done something inhuman inside. Most likely to prevent John's memory from being read by an Undying sequence user, he had performed some bloody treatment on his head. Li Tianming couldn't be bothered to go in and see what had happened. No matter how gruesome, it was just a matter of killing a person. In Li Tianming's extensive experience, killing had absolutely nothing to do with horror. Commonplace. Li Tianming leaned close to Qin Siyang's ear and whispered, "If you're going to pretend to be exhausted after using life and death line, at least make it more convincing. Why does your hand still have the strength to grip that blade?" Qin Siyang whispered back, "I plan to take the chance to cut someone later and see whether this god-hunting artifact skill works on people. No need to test it. I can tell you it works. All skills effective against gods are equally effective against humans. The reverse is not necessarily true." "Oh, then I'm relieved." Clang. The blind blade slipped from Qin Siyang's hand, fell to the ground, and struck the marble floor with a crisp sound. While supporting Qin Siyang, Li Tianming bent down to pick up the blind blade and put it into Qin Siyang's backpack. Then Li Tianming said to the still vomiting manager, "This battle should be Qin Siyang's victory, right? So we'll take this blind blade away." The manager, leaning against the wall without raising his head, merely waved his hand at Li Tianming. It was a sign for the two to leave quickly. "All right, thanks." Li Tianming supported Qin Siyang with one hand and left the battle arena. "Principal Li, could you carry me on your back?" Although it looked like Li Tianming was supporting Qin Siyang, he was actually dragging him along. The toes of his feet kept scraping on the ground, making him somewhat uncomfortable. "Carry you. Dream on. Do you still want your silver coins? Try not giving them to me. Principal Li, after all, I am your student. I never taught you to read, let alone to kill. You and I have no real teacher-student relationship." Li Tianming was not falling for Qin Siyang's tricks. But Qin Siyang had no choice. After all, Li Tianming knew him inside and out, and there was nothing he could threaten him with. He could only let Li Tianming drag him like a piece of wood to the bus stop. The two waited at the bus stop for a while, preparing to take a bus in the return direction. However, the bus ride was not heading home. Next, they were going to the management bureau to claim their reward. This was Li Tianming's request, and likewise Qin Siyang's idea. He dragged him onto the bus and paid the fare for him. The two, covered in blood, were very conspicuous on the bus. Even the other sequence users instinctively moved to seats farther away from them. Qin Siyang's head leaned against Li Tianming's shoulder, his face expressionless. In his heart, though, he was filled with joy over acquiring the god-hunting artifact. Near the battle arena, many people had not yet dispersed. They all had a new understanding of Qin Siyang. The order at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 might change because of this. Just then, those sequence users who had not boarded the first bus and had been watching the excitement arrived. Seeing so many people still gathered outside the battle arena, they assumed the fight between Qin Siyang and John had not yet ended. They strolled over to the arena, only to smell the stench of vomit. Looking again, they saw repulsive pools of filth everywhere nearby. One person pinched his nose and asked, "What's going on? What are you people doing here? Did everyone eat something bad?" However, no one paid him any attention. He asked again, "Where are Qin Siyang and John? Hasn't the fight started yet?" A weak voice from the crowd replied, "It's already over." "Over it? Those who arrived later heard that the battle had already concluded and hurried to ask about the results. What? You mean John lost? What? You mean John lost with the blind blade? What? John not only lost, but also died. The more they listened, the more absurd it sounded, and they were determined to enter the battle arena to see what was going on for themselves. The staff attempted to block their path, but two onlookers eager for drama pushed past him, and the crowd surged into the arena all at once. Shortly thereafter, the same group stumbled back out in a disorganized rush, searching for a relatively clean spot, and began vomiting just as before. The staff, already drained from exhaustion, watched helplessly as so many areas required cleaning and collapsed from sheer frustration. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming, of course, remained oblivious to the chaos that followed. The two sat on the bus, each calculating how they would divide the reward from the Sequence Ability Bureau. After a while, Li Tianming gently nudged Qin Siyang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed, it should be safe to move now. Oh. Qin Siyang pretended to have just regained his strength, no longer leaning against Li Tianming, and sat up straight. Sequence Ability Bureau Station, next stop. The bus speaker announced the station arrival, and Qin Siyang and Li Tianming disembarked, chatting cheerfully as they walked toward the bureau in Area 14121. The bus driver glanced at the pair's retreating figures and sighed resignedly. When they boarded, their anti-freeze suits were splattered with blood, which had already displeased him. But they were both sequence ability users, and as an ordinary person, there was nothing he could do about it. Their seats were stained with blood, and he would have to spend extra effort cleaning them after his shift. Damn sequence ability users. The bus driver muttered under his breath before continuing to drive. Qin Siyang asked, "Principal, will you accompany me to collect the reward?" "I won't go inside. As an insurer, I don't qualify to claim rewards. I'll wait for you outside the bureau." "All right." Arriving once again outside the three-story bureau building, the gray paint on the walls showed no change, and the dim light around the exterior was much the same as before. Yet Qin Siyang felt like a completely different person. He had noticed that every time he visited the bureau, it meant he had made new progress or gained something valuable. So standing before the bureau always put him in a good mood. No wonder the sequence ability users in Godslayer camp love coming here. I finally understand. Honestly, every time I come, I feel remarkably at ease. Li Tianming smiled faintly, but said nothing. Qin Siyang entered the bureau, bypassed the entrance hall, and once again saw the empty office area. But this time he was dressed in an anti-freeze suit covered in blood, making him stand out conspicuously. Realizing that Qin Siyang was a sequence ability user, a bureau staff member immediately rose from his seat and approached him. "Sir, may I ask what brings you to the bureau?" "Oh, I'm here to claim the reward for hunting gods." "Claiming a reward, eh? Very well, please wait a moment." The staff member returned to his desk, picked up an electronic tablet, and quickly walked back over. "Sir, may I have your sequence ability user number?" 0000957. "Mr. Qin Siyang, correct. That's right. Let me check. Your point acquisition location is the exit of safe zone 38324. Correct. The pending god hunt points to be claimed are 1600. The staff member stared in disbelief at the string of digits behind Qin Siyang's name and couldn't help but exclaim. The startled exclamation drew the attention of other bureau staff in the hall. 1600 points. What on earth was this boy's background? Among the nearby safe zone exits, 38324 was the largest, gathering the most powerful sequence ability users from Area 14121. And yet, even Fran, the top scorer at the exit of safe zone 38324, had only 300 plus points. Could this boy really have 1600 points? Had he wiped out every single god outside safe zone 38324? Amid the stunned and skeptical gazes of onlookers, Qin Siyang nodded. "That's correct. My god hunt points have already been verified by bureau staff. I'm here to collect my reward." The staff member swallowed hard. "All right, wait a moment. I'll go retrieve your reward." "Thank you." Qin Siyang had intended to find a chair to sit down, but glancing at the immaculate bureau lobby and then at his own blood-stained appearance, he decided against it. After a while, the staff member returned carrying 2 cloth bags. "Here is your reward, sir. First, 80,000 copper coins. We have exchanged them into 80 silver coins according to the exchange rate. Please count them." Qin Siyang's face lit up with delight as he took the heavy money bag. He had anticipated that the bureau would convert the large sum of copper coins into silver upon reward distribution. He had expected the bureau to use the market exchange rate of 12,000 copper coins per silver coin. Instead, they used the United Government's rate of 10,000 to 1, giving him 80 silver coins. That was 20% more than he had anticipated, doubling his joy. Qin Siyang counted the silver coins twice, then bit each one individually to verify their authenticity, satisfied before pocketing them. Next are 80 bottles of sequence elixirs, all packed in this bag. "It's quite heavy, so please take care of it." Qin Siyang accepted the cloth bag containing the elixirs and found 4 small shelves inside, each neatly arranged with 20 bottles. "Good. No issues. Thank you." "You're welcome. Take care, sir." Even though Qin Siyang appeared quite young, the bureau staff member had unconsciously begun addressing him with the respectful "sir." 1600 points was simply too staggering. After Qin Siyang left, the staff on the first floor immediately began discussing his identity. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I looked up his records. He's a brand new sequence level 1 user. How could he have earned 1,600 points in one go? I just received word from Lao Cheng. He said this kid was inspected at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 today, claiming he single-handedly teamed up to kill over 700 long-legged worms. Qin Siyang stepped outside the bureau and shook the money bag toward Li Tianming. Principal, time to split the money. Li Tianming nodded at him. The two walked to a nearby corner where Qin Siyang was in high spirits. I never expected 80 silver coins. Let's split it 40 each. This is wonderful. He counted out 40 silver coins and placed them into his backpack, then handed the remaining coins along with the money bag to Li Tianming. Li Tianming pondered for a moment before speaking. About this. I don't need the silver coins. No way. Before Li Tianming could finish his sentence, Qin Siyang cut him off mercilessly. The smile vanished from Qin Siyang's face, and he stared coldly at Li Tianming, entirely unlike his cheerful self just moments before. Li Tianming's face turned cold as well. 40 silver coins were indeed a considerable sum for him, yet they could not change his current predicament. But sequence potions were a different matter entirely. He had never expected Qin Siyang to obtain 80 bottles of sequence potions in one go. If half of them were given to him, it might grant him a significant improvement. With a bit more effort, even advancing to sequence level 4 would not be out of reach. So he decided to forego the silver coins and instead ask for sequence potions. However, Qin Siyang saw right through his intentions. Before Li Tianming could even finish speaking, Qin Siyang cut him off and placed the pouch of 40 silver coins before him. Li Tianming forced a smile. Classmate Qin, the fact that you were able to obtain so many rewards this time is inseparable from my role as your insurer. Yes, which is why I'm giving you 40 silver coins. That was our agreement. But silver coins are of no use to me now. They're far more useful to you, aren't they? Qin Siyang studied Li Tianming with a sharp gaze. Principal Li, do you know the rules of a deal? We had already settled on how to divide the spoils after the matter was done. Now that everything is over, are you going back on your word? It's not that I'm going back on my word, it's just that I really need the sequence potions. Who doesn't need sequence potions? Do you think I hunt gods for the sake of mere money? Principal Li, if we had agreed beforehand that half the sequence potions would be yours after the deed was done, I wouldn't have a single word to say. But what we clearly agreed upon was splitting the money. You never asked for the sequence potions. You can't just change your mind now that you've seen how many I've obtained, can you? Li Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. I truly didn't expect you to obtain so many sequence potions. 80 bottles is a hot potato in your hands. That's my business. Seeing Qin Siyang's resolute attitude and unwavering stance, Li Tianming let out a helpless sigh. If this were a one-time transaction with Qin Siyang, he would definitely find a chance to snatch all those sequence potions. But the problem was he also needed Qin Siyang's help. Apart from Qin Siyang, he had no way to even get in touch with Sequence Awakened. All channels were blocked by those damned people. Qin Siyang's appearance was his only lifeline. Moreover, Qin Siyang was so formidable, a rare and invaluable ally. Li Tianming could not afford to sour his relationship with Qin Siyang over a few bottles of sequence potions. How about this? I'll use the 40 silver coins you gave me to buy sequence potions from you. That should work, right? Buy sequence potions. Qin Siyang could actually consider that proposal. With 80 bottles in hand, plus the 2 at home, he had no need for them at all. He was planning to sell them in exchange for resources anyway. If Li Tianming was willing to buy, it would save him a lot of trouble. How do you want to buy them? At market price. 1 bottle of sequence potion goes for 5 silver coins. I'll buy 8 bottles from you with 40 silver coins. No problem, right? Your market price seems a bit cheap. Qin Siyang had once seen a post on the forum seeking sequence potions at 7 silver coins per bottle. And that was merely the resale price. The actual selling price would surely be even higher. However, that post disappeared in an instant. It was deleted by the moderators in less than a minute. Because within the safe zone, trading sequence potions was strictly prohibited. Li Tianming said, cheap. You're not thinking of selling to me at black market prices, are you? Black market deals are far more complicated than you imagine. The moment you show your face, you could land yourself in serious trouble. I'm buying them for my own use, not to resell them. Sell them to me at a discount, and we both profit. Li Tianming's words convinced Qin Siyang. At the moment, he really had no channel to sell his sequence potions. He might as well sell a few to Li Tianming at a low price. After all, they were partners. One shouldn't let profits flow to outsiders. Fine. Qin Siyang counted out 8 bottles of sequence potions, handed them to Li Tianming, and retrieved the pouch of 40 silver coins. Li Tianming tucked the sequence potions away and nodded. Pleasure doing business. Likewise. Where are you headed next? I'm going to rent a place near the school. I still have the identity of a wanderer, remember, Principal Li? Alright. I'd almost forgotten. Who would ever think that someone carrying 80 silver coins is a homeless wanderer? I suppose I'm just a poor man who struck it rich. It's just the two of us here. We both know the truth, so there's no need for such flimsy excuses. Qin Siyang let out an awkward chuckle and fell silent. Still, I advise you to be cautious when renting. Best not to reveal your identity. Why? Because your info is still posted on the forum's report board. Everyone knows you now have 80 bottles of sequence potions. Even though the safe zone forbids Sequence Awakened from using their abilities, wealth stirs the hearts of men. To those Sequence Awakened who are stuck at a bottleneck with no stable income, your 80 bottles of Sequence potions are a tempting piece of fat. There are definitely people already planning to come after you. I suggest you temporarily stay in cheap lodgings that don't require ID registration and switch locations every day. Qin Siyang sighed. But I have to attend school. With so many eyes on me now, if I skip school, I'll be reported and forced to drop out. If that happens, I'll lose my eligibility to take the Sequence Awakened assessment after the college entrance exam, and I won't be able to attend university. That is a problem indeed. Li Tianming thought for a moment. How about you stay at the school? There are cameras everywhere on campus. No Sequence Awakened would dare cause trouble in a place like that. I thought you were going to invite me to your place. My home is out of the question. Why? Because of Tingting. Qin Siyang teased with a chuckle. He remembered again the messages and explicit videos sent by Tingting that he had seen in Li Tianming's office last time. Li Tianming didn't seem to mind at all. How should I put it? There is indeed a Tingting at home. But sometimes there's one, sometimes 3 or 5. And they get swapped out every so often. Qin Siyang clicked his tongue. Principal Li, you really know how to live it up. I can't anymore now. Back in the day, it was even more thrilling. Then he glanced at Qin Siyang with a hint of melancholy. I truly miss being your age. Those beautiful days are gone forever. Tisk, that look you just gave me goosebumps. Alright, enough chatter. Let's head back to school together. I need to grab some personal belongings. Tonight you can stay in my office. I have a folding bed there. Tomorrow I'll have someone fix up a proper place for you. Thank you, Principal Li. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming boarded the bus once again. You're loaded now, and you still need me to pay your fare? Qin Siyang scratched his head. I just tried to pay, but the driver said he couldn't make change. You're something else. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming returned to school together. Since night had fallen, the campus was deserted. The school gates were already locked. This posed no obstacle to the 2 Sequence ability users at all. They bounded a few times and easily scaled the gate into the campus. Principal Li, do you think the teacher who checks the surveillance footage tomorrow will be frightened when he sees the 2 of us? I am the principal, what can he possibly say? It's you covered head to toe in blood, who is truly terrifying. Qin Siyang glanced at his anti-freezing suit. The bloodstains had all dried and solidified. The darkest ink green stains at the bottom belonged to the mutant armored scythe. The layer above crimson red came from the long-limbed worm. The deepest dark crimson marks at the very top were from Unlucky John. Distinct layers, diverse colors, much like a camouflage uniform with adjusted tones. Qin Siyang said, Principal, does your office have a place to shower? Li Tianming scratched his neck. There's barely a bed in the principal's office, let alone a shower. When I used your computer that day, I saw a folder named Office. How much did you actually look through? Not much. But I noticed that you, Principal, always carry yourself so refinedly, your clothes immaculate as new. You seem to have mysophobia. So the office should have a shower, right? Very well. Behind the bookcase in the office, I had a bathroom installed. I'm fine to it. Thank you, Principal. You certainly don't beat around the bush. Remember to clean up after yourself. Yes. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming entered the principal's office together. Under Li Tianming's guidance, Qin Siyang stepped into the bathroom, washed his clothes, and took a shower. After giving him a few parting words, Li Tianming left carrying the folder and the bag containing 8 elixir bottles. After his shower, Qin Siyang lay down on the folding bed. The soft mattress made him feel as though he had returned to his past life. Since his rebirth, he had never slept on such a comfortable bed. Fatigue soon washed over him like a tide. Lying there reminiscing about everything that had happened that day, he drifted off into slumber. Qin Siyang awoke at shortly after 6 in the morning. Perhaps because sleeping in the principal's office still felt unfamiliar, even the comfortable bed failed to extend his sleep. Qin Siyang rose and unwrapped an unused towel and toothbrush from the restroom. Guess this was kept for some female teacher. Better I use it. After all, I can sell him a sequence elixir at a discount. Qin Siyang felt no guilt enjoying Li Tianming's private quarters. Qin Siyang spent more time at the computer researching sequence ability users before heading to the classroom as morning self-study approached. Being a sequence ability user came with a certain loss of freedom. In the past, skipping classes went unchecked. That was no longer possible. His absence yesterday was justified. He had been hunting deities beyond the safe zone. No one could find fault with that excuse. But today, skipping without reason would surely draw complaints from envious classmates to the education department. The United Government placed great emphasis on cultivating the ideology and moral character of its students. They did not want the sequence ability users they funded to develop personalities that were anti-human or antisocial. Thus, those who awakened sequence abilities while still students came under close watch. The United Government strived to ensure that every student entering the Sequence Ability University was exemplary in both character and academics, destined to become pillars of humanity's future. However, Qin Siyang felt this effort yielded limited results. Still, he had no desire to court trouble. If skipping class caused too much commotion, the education department would likely contact the Sequence Ability Authority, sending officials to give him a reprimand. He was certain that before long someone from the authority would come knocking to question him about the incident with John on the combat arena. Killing even within legal bounds was no trivial matter. So he had already prepared an excuse: he had never received moral education. He would blame the school's moral education director. He tore a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Calendar, January 27th, 2010. Gregorian Calendar, Wednesday. Lunar Calendar, year of Ji Cho, 13th day of the 12th lunar month. Suitable for dismissal. Suitable for dismissal. Dismiss what? Qin Siyang shook his head and headed toward the classroom. No sooner had Qin Siyang taken his seat in the classroom than two figures appeared before him. Looking up, he saw Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen clung to Zhou Yang's arm, her gaze toward Qin Siyang, still filled with dread. Zhou Yang said, "Student Qin, both you and my uncle are sequence ability users. Could you for my sake let go of past grievances with Jingwen?" Qin Siyang sniffed faintly and cast a disdainful glance at Li Jingwen. "Is this the ally you found for her?" Li Jingwen swallowed hard. "Qin Siyang, I truly know I was wrong." Qin Siyang turned his gaze to Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, do you truly understand what kind of enmity exists between me and Li Jingwen?" Zhou Yang stiffened his neck. "Regardless of the grievance, we are all classmates. Nothing is irreconcilable." Qin Siyang nodded. "It seems she didn't tell you the truth. Then again, how would she dare speak honestly about such a matter?" "You move quickly, Li Jingwen." "Qin Siyang, what do you mean by that?" "I publicly revealed our affair the day before yesterday, and within moments, she had Zhou Yang wrapped around her finger." Zhou Yang's face flushed red instantly. "You're spreading filthy lies." "I am a sequence ability user. My sense of smell is remarkably keen." Zhou Yang clenched his teeth and continued, "That's true. I have agreed with Jingwen to marry after the college entrance examination. So can you do me the favor and leave her alone?" Qin Siyang smiled contemptuously. "I truly wonder what gives you the courage to speak to me this way. Your pathetic uncle, perhaps." "What did you say?" Qin Siyang pulled out his phone and tossed it to Zhou Yang. "You remember your uncle's phone, right? Call him. Now. You. Or I'll slap you just the way I handled the grade director." "I keep my word." Zhou Yang shivered thinking of the grade director still lying in the hospital and dialed his uncle's number. "Hello, uncle, it's me." The moment Qin Siyang heard the call connect, he snatched the phone back. "Hello, Director Zhou. This is Qin Siyang." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Zhou Xing immediately broke into a gracious smile. "Oh, it's Student Qin. I was just about to have Zhou Yang reach out to you to ask about your recent school life, and now you call me first. What a coincidence. By the way, is there something you need? Have you heard about yesterday's incident?" "Of course. You single-handedly hunted so many deities. You are a hero of Juan School, a model for our region, 14121. With 80 bottles of sequence elixirs in his possession, Qin Siyang was virtually guaranteed to advance to sequence rank 3. Moreover, having awakened his sequence ability before the college entrance examination meant admission to a top-tier university was assured, and his future prospects were limitless, far beyond what a low-level education official on the fringe of the safe zone could ever hope to match. Furthermore, Qin Siyang, now a sequence awakened, fell solely under the jurisdiction of the Sequence Ability Authority. This education department functionary could no longer exercise any control over him. Though nominally an official and Qin Siyang, a student, Zhou Xing practically yearned to curry favor with him. "Good, if you're aware, then our communication will be much simpler. There's really nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask, your nephew Zhou Yang is asking you to protect one of my enemies. What are your thoughts?" Zhou Xing paused, then asked, "An enemy?" "Yes, a mortal foe." "I see. Please hand the phone to Zhou Yang." "All right." Zhou Yang took the phone and shot Qin Siyang a sidelong glance. "Uncle, don't believe his nonsense. We're all classmates. There's no mortal feud between us." A chilling voice came from the other end. "Cut ties with that person and apologize to Qin Siyang." "But uncle, if Qin Siyang does not forgive you, then your entire family will have no further relation with me. Do you understand?" Zhou Yang turned ashen upon hearing his uncle Zhou Xing's unyielding words. His father had once said that he and his own younger brother Zhou Xing were not particularly close. One reason was that the two brothers were 8 years apart, creating a deep generation gap. Another was that as children, Zhou Yang's father had far poorer grades than Zhou Xing. Out of jealousy toward his younger brother, he had caused him no small amount of trouble. Though they were blood brothers, neither could stand the sight of the other. Zhou Yang's father had mediocre grades and took the college entrance examination before the apocalypse. Yet even with the many universities and broad admissions before the apocalypse, he still failed to get into one. After graduation, he was no more than an ordinary freight worker. In contrast, Zhou Xing, with his outstanding grades, took the exam only after the apocalypse began, successfully entered the academy, and after graduating became an official in the education department. This glaring gap in status pushed the two brothers' families even further apart. Had it not been for their mother's deathbed wish that the two brothers get along, and that Zhou Xing support his elder brother, Zhou Xing would likely have severed all ties with his brother's family. Zhou Yang's father also realized that his younger brother now wielded high authority and was a key figure at the edge of the safe zone. Thus he abandoned his former cold words and sarcasm and instead fawned on his brother, groveling before him. Although Zhou Xing disliked his elder brother, constrained by his mother's last wish, and moved by his brother's repeated apologies and admissions of error, he ended up lending a hand. Therefore, if Zhou Yang caused serious trouble, Zhou Xing would absolutely steal his heart and cut off relations with their family. But Zhou Yang had never imagined that this great trouble would be Qin Siyang, a person he had once refused to even look at directly. Zhou Yang could only mutter, "Yes, uncle, I understand." Give the phone to Qin Siyang. Zhou Yang handed the phone to Qin Siyang, his eyes full of reluctance and confusion. Qin Siyang took the phone. "Hello, Director Zhou, thank you." Hearing Qin Siyang's voice, Zhou Yang immediately became enthusiastic again. "Classmate Qin, when are you free? How about having a meal together?" Qin Siyang asked bluntly. "Is there something that needs to be discussed over a meal?" Zhou Xing, as the division chief of the education department, could not affect him at all. So Qin Siyang spoke, plainly unwilling to get tangled up with him. "Oh, here's the thing, the higher-ups have given me a special admission quota for Xingren University, and I wanted to talk to you about whether you're interested." Xingren University. Qin Siyang knew very little about universities for sequence awakeners and was also unfamiliar with special admissions. The olive branch Zhou Xing had extended, however, did intrigue him somewhat. Qin Siyang thought it over. He might as well agree first and ask Li Tianming about the matter later. If it held no appeal, it wouldn't be too late to turn down Zhou Xing's dinner invitation. "All right, since Director Zhou is in the mood to have dinner, I'm happy to. You pick the time and place." "Great, thank you, classmate Qin, for the honor. I'll send you the restaurant and reservation time by text message later." "Okay, then goodbye, classmate Qin." Goodbye." Qin Siyang hung up and glanced at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. "Zhou Yang, what do you say?" Seeing Qin Siyang chatting amiably with his uncle, and his uncle even seeming eager to curry favor with him, Zhou Yang was utterly shocked. He had never seen his uncle behave this way. Because Zhou Xing had awakened his sequence ability, even the bureau director of the education department had to treat him as an equal, and Zhou Xing even seemed to have the upper hand. Qin Siyang actually dared to make Zhou Xing humble himself like that. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Siyang was truly someone he could not afford to offend. Moreover, the restriction on sequence awakeners killing ordinary people applied only to students and public officials. Once he graduated from high school and lost that shield, if Qin Siyang pressed the matter, he really could take his life at any time. At the thought, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Yang's back. More important than Li Jingwen beside him was his relationship with his uncle Zhou Xing. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Siyang. "I'm sorry, classmate Qin. What happened before was my fault. I won't interfere in your affairs with Li Jingwen anymore." On hearing that Zhou Yang was going to abandon her, Li Jingwen panicked and grabbed his arm, trying to keep him. "Zhou Yang, what did you tell me last night? Do you remember? You said you would be with me for the rest of our lives. You said you would shield me from wind and rain, take care of me for a lifetime." Zhou Yang knew his conscience was uneasy and dared not look at Li Jingwen. "Who told you to offend classmate Qin? You heard what my uncle said. How can I possibly do anything? You'd better apologize to classmate Qin and see if you can dissolve the deadly feud and get him to forgive you. You heartless, faithless man. Now you're breaking your word already. Why didn't you say that when we were in bed? Are you even a man? You're just a wimp. Better a wimp than a dead man." Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's hand, left that remark, and walked out of the classroom. Qin Siyang nodded with interest. "Jingwen, congratulations. You found a clever man." Li Jingwen turned her head and saw Qin Siyang's beaming face. She trembled all over with fright. Qin Siyang, I really know I was wrong before. Can you forgive me? I can give you anything. As long as you're willing to let me go." As she spoke, Li Jingwen thrust out her slightly swelling chest. Qin Siyang gave her a once-over and shook his head. "That's not enough to atone for your sins. You'd better savor the last peaceful moments you have." Hearing this, Li Jingwen's face turned the color of wall plaster, devoid of any life. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, the class bell rang. "Go back to your seat. Don't disturb my class." Li Jingwen walked dazedly back to her seat. Her seat was already empty and deserted. The fact that Qin Siyang had a grudge against her had spread throughout the campus as soon as he became a sequence awakener. Although no one knew exactly what the enmity was about aside from Zhou Yang, who had some background, no one was willing to get entangled with Li Jingwen and her troubles. Even her deskmate chose to move elsewhere. Her former close friends who once flocked around her now gave her a wide berth. She sat alone in a daze, her face full of terror. It was all over. There was no longer any way for her to dissolve the threat from Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang was a sequence awakener and an orphan with no weaknesses. Wait, weaknesses? He had none himself, but the people around him did. Qin Siyang seemed to be on good terms with that old woman, Zhu Li, from the library. And when Shu, that must be it. Otherwise, why would Qin Siyang run to the library at every chance? At this thought, Li Jingwen's eyes lit up. If she could get her hands on these two, perhaps she could make Qin Siyang stay his hand. After class, Qin Siyang went to the library once again. The library was exactly as it always was. Only teacher Zhu was tidying up books, and when Shu was studying quietly nearby. "Long time no see." Qin Siyang greeted teacher Zhu, and when Shu then went to help tidy up the books. Teacher Zhu smiled. "What long time no see? We haven't even been apart for a day. Is that so?" Qin Siyang thought about it, and it did seem they had only been apart for one day. But so much had happened yesterday. Hunting gods, killing John, and going to collect rewards. It made him feel like far more time had passed. Alright, I've been a bit busy lately, lost track of time. By the way, how is Zhao Wenlai doing recently? When Shu, who was working through problems, looked up and said he transferred schools yesterday. Transferred? Qin Siyang smiled. Guess he really knows how to run. You beat up both the grade director and your homeroom teacher. If he didn't transfer, he'd be worried about whether he'd even graduate from college in one piece. Fair point. Thanks. You're welcome. Hey teacher, Zhu, stop bothering with all this. I'm a sequence ability user. Carrying books is nothing for me. Let me handle it. That's precisely why I'm not letting you do it. You need to save your energy for the assessment after the college entrance exam or for hunting gods and saving humanity. Teacher Zhu, I'm just an ordinary sequence ability user. I might seem rare here, but in the developed regions, I'd be nothing special. How am I supposed to save humanity? I'd better focus on saving your aging back first. As he spoke, Qin Siyang snatched the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu stood there with empty hands for a moment, stunned, then sat down on a chair with a laugh. After finishing tidying the books, Qin Siyang said to Teacher Zhu, Teacher Zhu, how much does treatment for your stomach condition cost? Why are you bringing this up out of nowhere? Just asking. I've come to terms with it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much. Teacher Zhu glanced at Qin Siyang and said, I don't know myself. Impossible. You must have at least looked into the cost before giving up on treatment. Teacher Zhu had already read the meaning behind Qin Siyang's words and urged him, Child, although you're a sequence ability user, I know making money isn't easy. This teacher has lived a fulfilled life. Keep your money for yourself. I'm just asking how much it costs. Seeing that Qin Siyang wouldn't let it go, Teacher Zhu sighed. Roughly a bit more than 1 silver coin. Scare me to death. I thought it would be dozens of silver coins. Dozens. Dozens would be enough to replace every part of your body. You really have no concept of money. Qin Siyang unfastened the money pouch at his waist, shook out the 80 silver coins inside, took out 3, and pushed them toward Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, take this money for your treatment. This? Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in shock. Where on earth did you get so much money? Earned it yesterday. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, so I emptied the whole pouch to show you. Otherwise you might think these 3 silver coins are all I have and refuse to accept them. When Shu glanced at the silver coins on the table, slightly surprised, but soon returned to drowning in her sea of problems. Teacher, just take it. I make money pretty easily, actually. Easier than you probably think. Teacher Zhu couldn't find words for a long while. She wasn't determined to die after all. Who would choose death over life? It was simply because she had no money. Now that Qin Siyang had placed her life-saving money on the table, she was genuinely tempted. But what right did she have to take so much of Qin Siyang's money? Teacher Zhu had spent her whole life devoted to teaching and held herself to strict standards. At this moment, her moral conscience and her desire to survive were locked in an endless tug of war. Qin Siyang could also see Teacher Zhu's inner struggle. Teacher Zhu, you may think this is a lot of money, but in my heart you are the only elder I have in this world. These coins really don't mean much to me. When Shu also spoke up, Teacher Zhu, just take it. From the way he is earning this money, clearly didn't take much effort at all. Exactly. Why fight against your own life? Teacher Zhu, I'm an orphan. You're the only one who's ever been kind to me. Take it. Once your illness is cured, consider it my filial piety to you, and I'll have peace of mind. As he spoke, he directly stuffed the 3 silver coins into Teacher Zhu's pocket. This? Alright then. Take the rest of the day off today. Go to the hospital and get the surgery done as soon as possible. Don't end up dead with the money still unspent. I'll handle closing the library. Don't worry. Principal Li will definitely approve your leave. Student Qin, the way you put it. Alright, I understand. Teacher Zhu nodded excitedly, though she couldn't find more words. Clutching the 3 silver coins in her pocket, she gave Qin Siyang a grateful look, then picked up her backpack and left the library. After Teacher Zhu left, only Qin Siyang and Wen Shu remained in the library. Qin Siyang tried asking again. From what Zhao Wenlai told me, you're planning to apply to the 2 lowest ranked academies. What do you mean the 2 lowest ranked? They're just the bottom 2 among the 8 great academies. The way you say it sounds like I'm applying to some second-rate institution. It's about the dormitory situation, right? You need to live in a private room to accommodate your grandmother. Only the last 2 academies provide private rooms for students. When Shu put down her pen and looked at Qin Siyang with interest. Since I have so much money and won't need it all at once, here's what I'm thinking. The rent for an academy dormitory, I'll cover it. Consider it a loan to you with a modest interest rate. You can pay me back after graduation when you join the united government. How does that sound? Wen Shu's lips curved upward, and she shook her head, returning to her exercises. You're not agreeing. It's not that I'm refusing. I just think you might not be able to afford it. Even if you can, I won't be able to repay you. Qin Siyang frowned. How much could renting a room possibly cost? Go check and see. Qin Siyang shot Wen Shu a peculiar look, then headed toward the principal's office. He tried pushing open the office door, but it was locked. He took out the key Li Tianming had given him, unlocked the door, and walked in, only to be met by 2 pairs of panicked eyes. Li Tianming was in the middle of something passionate with a teacher on a folding cot. Qin Siyang closed the door, sat down in the principal's chair, and directly opened the sequence education forum. Then he said, Principal Li, Teacher Yang, carry on. I'm just looking up some information. The female teacher immediately dressed in a panic and bolted out the door. Li Tianming, however, wore an angry expression. Qin Siyang, what the hell do you think you're doing? Oh, I said it, looking up information. Couldn't you have waited? Curiosity got the better of me. Couldn't wait. Li Tianming pulled up his pants and came around to stand behind Qin Siyang. Private room prices near the academy. You're applying to the Sequence Ability University, not an academy. Who are you looking this up for? Seeing that Qin Siyang ignored him and kept browsing, Li Tianming narrowed his eyes. You brat, you're checking this for when Shu, aren't you? Damn it. You're ruining my fun just to pick up girls for yourself? Li Tianming was truly furious, cursing without a care, completely losing the dignified air of a principal. Who's picking up girls? We're just proper classmates. Don't give me that nonsense. Proper classmates would lend her hundreds of silver coins to rent a room. How much? Qin Siyang's eyes widened as he stared at Li Tianming in sheer disbelief. Renting a place costs several hundred silver coins. I may not have much experience with money, but you can't be pulling my leg like this. Several hundred silver coins. I might as well just buy a house. Wait, buying a house can't be that expensive, right? Li Tianming gave a dismissive sneer and calmly tied his belt. Young man, you're far too naive and unfamiliar with how the safety zone works. You think everywhere else is like our crumbling border zone where a single silver coin can easily buy a private room. Let me tell you, the gap between different zones within the safety area is far greater than what separates you from your classmates. Simply put, we're located in Safety Zone 14121. Do you know where the 8 major academies are located? I don't. They're all in the top 30 zones. The zone numbering follows the same system as the safety area exits. The lower the number, the more powerful and influential people there are. The residents in the top 30 zones are either wealthy or well-connected. You could randomly strike up a conversation on the street, and the person you talk to might be a department director or bureau chief. Even the head of the Department of Education has to keep a low profile. What do you think housing prices would be like in such a place? Perhaps you're wondering why all the academies are built in the top 30 zones. Qin Siyang nodded. That's exactly what I was about to ask. Have you ever thought about what the 8 academies built for ordinary people really represent? Are these so-called academies for ordinary people actually meant for them? You mean, if it were truly for ordinary people, like when Shu, why build only 8 instead of 100 or so? That's because these 8 academies were built for the children of the elite who haven't awakened their sequence abilities. These people come from noble backgrounds. They cannot simply be denied a respectable education just because they lack sequence abilities. That's why the United Government established these 8 academies, to maintain internal stability. You think these academies serve ordinary people, while the Sequence Ability University serves the elite above them, but you're completely mistaken. It's the hundreds of universities that truly serve ordinary people like you and me. These academies were originally created for that privileged few. And the reason these academies are so difficult to get into is largely because most of the spots have already been distributed in advance. Excluding those privileged students admitted through institutional funding or alumni recommendations, only 1/5 of the quotas remain for students like Wenshu. In other words, 4/5 of the students come from the same privileged circle, while only 1/5 earn their place through their own effort. So tell me, would the academy's location accommodate that 1/5 or cater to the 4/5? Qin Siyang listened in utter shock. He never imagined the so-called 8 academies harbored so many hidden truths. So if you're hoping to win a girl's affection by covering her accommodation fees, I'd advise you to save your breath. 4 years to graduate, and based on surrounding property prices, a private room would cost at least several hundred silver coins. And that's if you're lucky enough to find one. I've heard that as the safety zone grows, more stable housing prices in that area have climbed even higher. The going rate for a private room has already risen to a single gold coin. If you're talking about Lianrong Academy, which ranks first in zone 3, 4 years of rent for a private room nearby would likely double again. Even then, you need to reserve well in advance just to secure one. Li Tianming finished dressing in his suit and poured himself a cup of hot water. When Shu and I discussed the academy situation quite some time ago, I supported her choice to attend Tiantong Academy or Rinxing Academy, both ranked lower. Since she plans to bring her grandmother along to study, only these 2 institutions offer private dormitories to high-achieving students. She did the math. Taking out a loan to rent would likely leave her paying it off for life, even if she secures a position with the United Government after graduation. I agreed with her assessment. These rental properties were never meant for students like her. The primary tenants are children of the elite who find it inconvenient to return home. You understand. Li Tianming gazed at Qin Siyang, still frozen in astonishment, and his earlier irritation at being interrupted vanished completely. Classmate Qin, I advise you to save your breath. That money from hunting deities might seem like a fortune to ordinary people, but in the core zone of the safety area, it's truly pitiful. I understand you're fond of Wenshu. After all, she's such a sweet, sensible girl with her good looks. Hearing this, Qin Siyang turned to look at Li Tianming. Could this lustful wolf Li Tianming be thinking about students? Li Tianming pursed his lips. I'm not that despicable. I wouldn't go after students. As for Wenshu, it's just elder concern. You'd best not let your imagination run wild. Absolutely. She's just an inexperienced student. She's not my type. Rest assured. Inexperienced. Qin Siyang couldn't be bothered to argue. It seemed when Shu was hiding herself well in everyone's eyes. Li Tianming continued, "Classmate Qin, I've been through this. I should offer you some advice. When it comes to pursuing women, there are fundamental principles you need to follow. You're not actually thinking of earning several hundred silver coins, or even a few gold coins to help her pay rent, are you? She'd likely never earn that kind of money in her entire life working for the United Government. If you truly want to be with her, save that money instead. It'll serve as capital for your future household once you marry. That's far better than handing over outrageous rent, don't you agree?" Qin Siyang felt a growing impatience. "I told you I'm not pursuing her." Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm just sharing my perspective. I'm the principal here discussing this with you now. Listen to what I say first. You can voice any objections later. Alright, I'm not one for preaching, but I do appreciate you, so I'll say a few more things. I hope you'll take them to heart. I understand Principal Lee. Everything you're saying is for my own good. I'm not someone who can't recognize kindness. I knew you'd catch on quickly. Let me speak plainly. Even if you're fond of her now, or even if you end up marrying her, nothing is certain. Look at me. When I was vice dean at the university, my wife and I got along beautifully. Then some trouble arose, and now she's my ex-wife. So don't fixate on that illusory thing called love. A person must live for themselves. Those words, Principal Lee, I've always agreed with them. Nor do I intend to make things difficult for myself just to help her." Li Tianming clapped his hands. "That's exactly the point. Love is unreliable. A marital bond isn't even as tight as a partnership like ours. Doing 1,000 good deeds together isn't as binding as doing one bad deed together." Li Tianming sighed softly. "To be honest, there are few relationships closer than ours. Unless you've killed someone together and disposed of a body together. But that sweet girl when Shu wouldn't do such things with you. After all said and done, you need to stay grounded, classmate Qin." Qin Siyang then asked, "Principal Lee, do you think that a relationship involving murder and corpse disposal is inseparable?" "Basically, yes. In such a situation, it's hard for the relationship to break apart. Even if it does, it can." As Li Tianming spoke, his face suddenly turned wary. He glanced at Qin Siyang and asked, "Why are you asking this question?" Qin Siyang had only asked casually, originally worried that Li Tianming might detect something from him. Unexpectedly, Li Tianming's reaction was even more intense. Qin Siyang smiled slightly. "Principal Lee, how many have you killed?" "What do you mean, how many? How could I have killed anyone?" Li Tianming snorted and ignored Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang chuckled and didn't mind. Killing, after all, is a fairly normal thing. When some secrets that one doesn't want others to know are discovered, or when one is threatened, what else can be done but kill? Wait for others to kill you. There was nothing more to say. As for whom Li Tianming had killed, it had nothing to do with him. Whoever it was. His cooperation with Li Tianming was limited to hunting gods, advancing in school, and finding the deceiver sequence ability. Other matters, it's best not to meddle in each other's affairs. That is the proper boundary that collaborators must maintain. Just as Qin Siyang was about to continue the conversation, the door of the principal's office suddenly knocked. "Principal, someone from the Sequence Ability Bureau is here. They said they want to ask Qin Siyang some questions." "I went to the classroom and the library but couldn't find him. Someone said Qin Siyang should be here with you, so I brought them over." Li Tianming and Qin Siyang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. "It should be about questioning how John died yesterday. Let them in." "Yes, please come in." The door was pushed open. The first to enter was a medium-built official in formal attire. Qin Siyang looked closely and realized it was Qian Window. Since it was someone from his own side questioning him, it would be easy to smooth things over with a few words. He had originally intended to greet him casually, but he noticed that Qian Window's expression seemed somewhat grave. Qin Siyang didn't know why. Not until he saw a person following Qian Window into the office. This person had white hair, wore an overcoat, and after entering the office sat beside Qian Window. "Let me introduce myself. Qian Window, Section Chief of the Sequence Ability Bureau of Zone 14121. Olaf, Senior Detective of the Police Department of Zone 14121. Olaf gave Qin Siyang a scrutinizing look and smiled meaningfully. "Student Qin, you have really exceeded everyone's expectations. Before you were a homeless street child, and now you've become the most sought-after rising star of sequence ability users in our zone." Olaf seemed to spare no praise, holding Qin Siyang in high esteem. But Qin Siyang, as well as Qian Window and Li Tianming, who were familiar with him, could tell from Olaf's words that he had ill intentions. Qian Window spoke. "Student Qin, I am here on behalf of the Bureau to ask you about the incident yesterday when you killed John in the combat arena. And Detective Olaf has some cases to consult with you. Upon learning that I was coming, he decided to join me temporarily and came along." Qin Siyang glanced at Qian Window. No wonder his expression was tense when he entered the office. So it was because a police detective had suddenly appeared to come along. Olaf nodded at Qian Window. "Thank you for your guidance, Section Chief Qian. I do have some questions for Student Qin. However, since you represent the Bureau, please go ahead first." Li Tianming looked at the two and asked, "Do I need to leave?" Qian Window shook his head. "You are Qin Siyang's insurer. The questions I have also require your testimony, so no need. As for Detective Olaf from the police department, I don't know what he will say." Olaf smiled amiably. "I want to ask Student Qin some things privately, so when I talk with him it would be best if everyone else could step out." Let's not waste time, then let's begin. Student Qin, around 6 o'clock last night you killed John Sturpin in the combat arena, correct? Yes. Why did you kill him? Because he seemed intent on killing me. He said he wouldn't give me a chance to surrender. So I was anxious and killed him. He was a level 2 Phantom Assassin sequence ability user, and also possessed a god-hunting artifact, while you are a level 1 Phantom Assassin sequence ability user. I'm very curious how you managed to kill him. Qin Siyang thought for a moment. Aren't the fighting methods within the combat arena confidential? Well, yes, it's confidential, so I'm just asking out of curiosity. Then do I have the right to refuse to answer? After all, it's my means of survival, and I don't want others to know. Alright. Qian Wendo's words sounded like he was trying to make things difficult for Qin Siyang. He couldn't let others know his relationship with Qin Siyang. In fact, when he asked, he deliberately added the words, "I'm very curious," to indicate the subjectivity of the question. It was also a subtle hint to Qin Siyang that this question was not something the Bureau had to ask. If Qin Siyang didn't catch it, there was no help for it. Fortunately, Qin Siyang was quick-witted and realized that Qian Wendo was giving him a cue. While showing displeasure, he declined the question. "Why did you kill him, may I ask?" "I already said he was going to kill me, so I was impatient and killed him." "Then why did you smash his head?" "Because I was impatient." At this, Qin Siyang once again seemed a bit restless, as if truly becoming impatient again. Li Tianming then interjected, "This matter also involves me, the principal." "Principal Li, please go ahead." Section Chief Qian also knows that our Juin school has never had a precedent of a student awakening sequence ability. Therefore, my usual educational policy focuses on the top students who can get into academies, neglecting the others somewhat. The specific manifestation of this neglect was appointing an irresponsible teacher as the school's moral education director. Student Qin has been an orphan since childhood, always withdrawn, and suffered much bullying at school, making him introverted. If the moral education director had guided him carefully, perhaps his personality could have become more open. But due to my negligence, the moral education director did not promptly address these issues at school, causing student Qin to have a relatively irritable temperament. Previously at school, he accidentally injured the homeroom teacher and the grade director. These incidents are known to all teachers and students in the school, and I believe they are evidence of his somewhat irritable nature. To make up for my previous mistakes, I chose to become his insurer to protect him outside the safe zone and guide his studies and life within the safe zone. At the same time, I replaced the previous moral education director with a school staff member who is recognized as having good character and can lead by example. I believe that under such influence, student Qin will gradually improve his previous issues. Qin Siyang almost slapped the table in admiration when he heard this. What a principal! Truly a shrewd and slippery old fox. Indeed, the principal is formidable. Qin Siyang, though his expression still bore traces of anger, and he panted heavily, inwardly admired Li Tianming's rhetoric. Li Tianming explained the entire cause and effect clearly, and even proposed methods for improvement. The whole matter was flawless. Qian Wendao, after pretending to ponder for a moment, slowly nodded. Principal Li's words are indeed without issue. Then I will report this truthfully to the Management Bureau for archival storage. A Luofu stared at the smiling Li Tianming for a moment, said nothing further. Li Tianming said, "Thank you for your understanding, Section Chief Qian. Our school will continue to strive." "Alright, I have no more questions. I must return to the Management Bureau to report." "Inspector Luofu, I won't wait for you." Qian Wendao was careful to maintain a distant and limitedly concerned attitude toward Qin Siyang, lest Luofu detect any issues from the details. He was not like Li Tianming, a public official without a major case burden, no room for promotion, and exiled to a remote area as a high school principal. Qian Wendao had always been diligent, and with his rare sequence awakening, becoming a director before retirement was a certainty. If he provoked A Luofu and courted other troubles, that was not something he wished to see. A Luofu nodded. Looking forward to our next meeting, Section Chief Qian." "Alright." Qian Wendao stood up, glanced at Li Tianming sitting in his seat, and said, "Principal Li, Inspector Luofu, and Student Qin need to talk privately. Please step out as well." I understand, Section Chief Qian." Li Tianming rose and followed Qian Wendao out of the principal's office, closing the door behind him. Only Qin Siyang and A Luofu remained. A Luofu smiled faintly, his aged face etched with deep lines by time. "Qin Siyang, you are very clever. You deceived me." Qin Siyang stared silently at A Luofu, saying nothing. "I have worked in the police department for 40 years and have been deceived only 5 times. You are the youngest." Qin Siyang remained silent. "When I saw you in the internet cafe warehouse last time, I truly thought you were a poor, pitiful child being bullied by that relatively wealthy bastard Wang Defa. I never imagined that an 18-year-old high school student could dominate a local tough like Wang Defa." A Luofu sighed to himself. Qin Siyang remained silent. The moment A Luofu learned that he was a sequence awakener, all explanations were futile. Thus he had no interest in uttering useless words. He simply waited quietly for A Luofu's questions. A Luofu's words were not questions, but statements of what he believed to be true. If Qin Siyang spoke, now he might only expose more. Seeing Qin Siyang's composure, A Luofu became even more convinced that this youth was no ordinary person. So he posed his first question. The day before yesterday, while browsing the Sequence Awakener information hall, I came across your file. I was shocked. I confirmed it several times before I was certain it was you. So I immediately went to the internet cafe and asked Wang Defa about your affairs. Guess what he said? Qin Siyang knew this was a bait. Though Wang Defa was merely an internet cafe owner on the edge of the safe zone, he had backing and a sharp mind. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa had not admitted to anything, nor had he claimed to have offended Qin Siyang in any way. All of Iluofu's conjectures had been planted by Qin Siyang through nearly natural body language and words. If Wang Defa insisted they had no connection, everyone would be safe. If he let something slip, an endless abyss awaited him. Orphan Qin Siyang believed that Iluofu would get nothing out of Wang Defa. Qin Siyang slowly spoke. Inspector Ofu, is this what you wish to ask me today? I do not believe these matters have anything to do with me. Iluofu clicked his tongue. You know Wang Defa won't say anything, don't you? Inspector Iluofu, I am just a student. Your questions are too profound, I cannot understand. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? Ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. Yes. That's not what you said last time. Is that so? I forgot. Iluofu ran a hand through his silver hair. You are quite a troublesome kid. Perhaps I should request an interrogation warrant and lock you up in the police station to question you slowly. I am aware of that. Inspector Iluofu, I am a Sequence Awakener. Only the Sequence Awakener Management Bureau has the authority to detain me. You do not seem to have that power. Iluofu's eyes brightened as he looked at Qin Siyang. You know quite a lot. Did you look up the information at Wang Defa's internet cafe? No, the internet cafe is too expensive. I can't afford it. I used the computer in Principal Li Tianming's office to look up the information. Qin Siyang did not answer the part about going to Wang Defa's internet cafe, because before he awakened his sequence he was just an orphan. If he had frequented the internet cafe, explaining the cost of internet access would have been a tricky issue. Thus he cut off that line entirely, using Li Tianming as a shield. The only ones who know about your internet cafe visits besides you and Wang Defa are Lu Daji. You killed Lu Daji, and Wang Defa refuses to talk. I really have no way to deal with you. Qin Siyang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart tightened. He hadn't expected Iluofu to link the accidental death of Lu Daji to him. Moreover, you have a solid alibi. When I entered the school, I asked the security guard to check the surveillance footage from the morning Lu Daji died. You arrived at school less than 10 minutes after his death. There was no time for you to commit the crime. Then that proves I didn't kill him. A sly glint flashed in Iluofu's eyes. You should have asked me who was Lu Daji. A brief silence. Qin Siyang shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I not know Lu Daji? Inspector Iluofu, I am also saddened by his accidental death. But saying I killed him is going too far. After all, you said I had no time to commit the crime. Iluofu clenched his fist, slightly squinting at Qin Siyang. He had not encountered such a difficult criminal in a long time. And an 18-year-old high school student at that. You are very cautious. You are practically a born criminal. This was Iluofu's verdict on Qin Siyang after the first round of questioning. Yes, as I said, you had no time to commit the crime. That is provided you had not yet awakened your sequence ability at that time. Qin Siyang said casually, but I indeed awakened my sequence only last weekend. No, you could have pretended to awaken last weekend while actually using your sequence ability long before. Qin Siyang shrugged. Inspector Iluofu, your conjecture is interesting. But how would you prove it? Iluofu sighed. As I just said, you are very cautious. You burned Lu Daji's corpse. His brain is already a pile of overcooked mush, rendering the undead sequence ability user's skill death edict ineffective. So you are right, I indeed cannot prove all this. Qin Siyang said seriously, Inspector Iluofu, everything you said is mere speculation without evidence. So please do not say that I burned Lu Daji's corpse. Because I did not do it. Alright, as you say. Iluofu smiled indifferently and continued, you smashed Yuhan's head, his brain scattered all over the combat arena, likewise preventing us from reading his memories before death. In my view, you are a natural-born killer, calm and cold-blooded. Not your first time, is it? Qin Siyang said, killing Yuhan was a moment of loss of control, I am sorry. As for the other things you mentioned, Inspector, I truly don't know. Inspector, I am a student and need to attend classes seriously. If you have no other questions for me, then I will take my leave. One more thing. Alright, go ahead. I hope it's not another baseless accusation. Iluofu did not rush to ask. Instead, he took out a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. The space between them instantly became hazy and blurred. You know, a few days before Lu Daji's death, at a place 2 stops away from the exit of Safe Zone 54320, we found 3 charred bodies. Hearing this, Qin Siyang's entire body involuntarily tensed up. He hadn't expected Iluofu to link this incident as well. Even though he tried his best to remain calm, a trace of abnormality still appeared in his expression. Iluofu, with the cigar in his mouth, curled his lips and continued leisurely. Not only were those 3 people's heads smashed, but they were also burned afterward. Without a doubt, the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. I found it very strange at the time why the killer would do this. Later I deduced that the killer did not know the limitation of the undead sequence user's skill death edict. Such a basic theory, yet the killer as a sequence ability user did not know it. At that time I speculated that this must be a sequence ability user who awakened in some impoverished area without access to such information. This killer, having just awakened his sequence ability, but lacking channels to obtain information, could only follow his own guess, destroy the body, and then burn it to prevent other sequence ability users who can read the dead's memories from discovering his identity. Qin Siyang desperately wanted to calm himself down, but sweat beads still instinctively oozed from his forehead. He could only rely on silence to maintain his composure. Then Aluofu said something he least wanted to hear. This homicide occurred after the mysterious disappearance of the divine remains from the trash can at the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Student Qin Siyang, do you think there is any connection between the two? Qin Siyang closed his eyes. Aluofu had still guessed it. Even though he had never witnessed him committing the crime, he had connected all the dots. At that moment, he recalled the advice Luo Yiliana had given him before leaving that night when they talked. Never fall into Aluofu's hands. Now he finally understood the full meaning of those words. Finally, he knew why Luo Yiliana was so wary of O. Aluofu said he was a born criminal. But Aluofu was a born detective who catches criminals. A cat-and-mouse game was playing out between the two. Qin Siyang slowly opened his mouth, controlling his vocal cords not to tremble. But you have no evidence. Inspector Aluofu, everything you said is just your speculation. You are right, I lack evidence. But do you think I care about these individuals themselves, eh? Aluofu shook his head and smiled. I don't care whether Yuehan lives, or dies, Lu Daji lives or dies, or those three unnamed corpses. How they died, what they experienced before death is not important to me either. The only thing I have been interested in from start to finish is one thing. Who exactly is the one who stole the divine remains? Where you hid the divine remains after stealing them, and what you did with them is what I am most interested in. Student Qin, can you answer this question for me? Aluofu had finally revealed his true intention. At last he stated his purpose. He had taken a long detour just to clarify the connection step by step in front of Qin Siyang. Then to tell Qin Siyang that he had discovered his secret. I'm sorry, but I still don't understand what you were saying, Inspector Aluofu. Qin Siyang was no longer flustered. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair, a faint smile on his face. He had already formed the intention to kill. This man was too terrifying. He could guess everything. Keeping him alive would only invite great calamity. Only by killing Aluofu could everything be resolved. Aluofu said, Qin Siyang, have you actually considered that you cannot escape? All this trouble just to hide the fact that you have awakened your sequence ability. I am 90% sure that your sequence is definitely not Phantom Assassin. I don't know what method you used to forge your sequence. If I want to expose you, I just need to take you to the Administration Bureau for another sequence ability test. Hearing this, Qin Siyang was stunned. He looked at Aluofu with some disbelief. Qian Wendao had told him that once a sequence ability user's sequence was tested by the Administration Bureau, it would not be re-examined, unless the sequence ability user had been convicted. The coalition government had once caused protests among sequence ability users in the safe zones by repeatedly testing their sequence abilities and levels, leaving them no room for privacy. Since then, the coalition government has turned a blind eye in all safe zones. No matter what sequence or level you are, as long as you hunt gods and don't cause trouble in the safe zones, your legitimacy is tacitly accepted. But you cannot go too far. If you openly help forge a sequence, the coalition government will still hold you accountable. This is also the reason why Qian Wendao dared to take money to help forge a sequence. If the coalition government strictly prohibited forging sequences and made it a capital offense, Qian Wendao would never wade into this muddy water. In short, the fact that sequence abilities are not retested is known to almost every sequence ability user. The Sequence Ability Administration Bureau, as the institution that issues sequence certificates, would absolutely not agree to help Aluofu retest Qin Siyang's sequence ability. What puzzled Qin Siyang was that Aluofu did not know this information. Something was amiss. Qin Siyang, like a mouse that had smelled cheese, stroked the armrest of the chair, lowering his brows in contemplation. Qin Siyang's sudden silence and contemplation caused Olaf's white brows to furrow slightly. He chewed on his cigar, quietly scrutinizing the young man, wondering what new thoughts were brewing in his mind. Qin Siyang glanced at him, then rose without a word and sat down before the computer. He verified once more. Indeed, the United Government's policy of not conducting secondary tests on sequence ability users was common knowledge within this safe zone. Only after a conviction would a sequence ability user be retested, but that was solely for identity verification after a crime had been firmly established. It was never used as evidence to accuse a sequence ability user of a crime. In other words, once a sequence was forged, as long as one did not commit a crime, or was not conclusively identified as the perpetrator, the sequence would remain forever safe. Olaf was unaware of this. That was strange. Seated before the computer, Qin Siyang pondered deeply over what could have caused this dissonance. He opened Olaf's information panel on the Shershin camp. Olaf Shalius was an excellent police officer before the apocalypse, serving as the police chief of your country. After the apocalypse, he remained dutiful, successively serving as police chief of Safe Zone 45, a director of the police department of Safe Zone 18, and was transferred half a year ago to Safe Zone 14121 as a detective. Qin Siyang found Olaf's resume even more peculiar. A former police department official in a 2-digit numbered safe zone had been transferred to the edge of the safe zone to become a grassroots detective. It was very strange. The fragmentation of Olaf's information and the discontinuity in his position led Qin Siyang to believe that this white-haired old man was no saint either. Qin Siyang, I believe our conversation is not yet over. It is somewhat inappropriate for you to simply walk away and do something else. Hearing Olaf's urging, Qin Siyang had to try to reach a conclusion quickly based on the current situation, even though he found it somewhat absurd. Detective Olaf, I just thought of a question I need to verify with you. Go ahead. Although there are several large safe zones on Blue Star, these safe zones are not interconnected, are they? It is said to be a united government, but in reality, each safe zone is largely self-governing. They only exchange certain important information. Even the network we use is merely a local area network within the safe zone, correct? Olaf did not know why Qin Siyang asked this, but he nodded. You are right. Countless powerful deities roam between the major safe zones, making it impossible for humans to cross or establish network connections. Therefore, the network is a local area network within the safe zone. Information between safe zones can only be disseminated through the united government. As for how the united government communicates between safe zones, this old man from the police department would not know. Qin Siyang nodded. Confirming this information from Olaf strengthened his confidence in his conclusion. If he was not mistaken, Olaf too harbored dark secrets behind his facade. Detective Olaf, may I ask another question? Seeing Qin Siyang suddenly become talkative and proactive, Olaf thought his words were having an effect. It seemed he was not far from understanding everything. Go ahead. Olaf extinguished his cigar, crossed his hands over his abdomen, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled kindly at Qin Siyang. Detective Olaf, where are you from? Hearing Qin Siyang's question, Olaf's smile remained on his face, but the kindness in his eyes faded slightly. Qin Siyang, what do you mean? Detective Olaf, let me be more explicit. Which safe zone are you from? Or perhaps from some unknown place? In any case, you are not from this safe zone. Oh, and by the way, I probably should not call you Detective Olaf. After all, the real Detective Olaf has never left this safe zone. Olaf wiped the smile off his face. Qin, your story is a bit too exaggerated. Is that so? Then I happen to have another story to share with Detective Olaf. I'm all ears. 3 years ago, a protest by sequence ability users occurred within this safe zone. Of course, that protest did not affect the current safe zone 14121, as there were very few sequence ability users here. The protest was mainly concentrated in the first 100 or so zones. Oh, by the way, at that time Detective Olaf was still serving in that area, so you must know about it, right? Olaf's lips slightly tightened, and he did not answer. Qin Siyang smiled faintly, and continued. The reason for the protest was that the united government was testing sequence ability users too frequently within the safe zones. Sequence level sequence skills all had to be tested one by one. This caused great unease among the sequence ability users. So under the organization of certain individuals, a large-scale protest began. After that, the united government decreed that sequence ability users within the safe zones would only be tested once. Unless a person was convicted of a crime, a secondary test would not be conducted. After hearing this, Olaf's brows knitted into a knot and his eyes became wary. Detective Olaf, you might ask, if multiple tests were not conducted, how were the sequence level information of the users on the Shurshan camp updated? That is simple. They updated it voluntarily. Although the united government does not conduct multiple tests, you can choose to take the test voluntarily to update your sequence information, making yourself a more desirable member of a god-hunting team and obtaining more resources. But this is irrelevant to what I am saying. I simply think that perhaps it was the constant updating of sequence information on the Shurshan camp that gave you the misconception that our safe zone was still conducting multiple tests on sequence ability users. Qin Siyang looked at Olaf's increasingly grim expression and laughed. Back to my earlier question. Detective Olaf, you are an old-timer of the safe zone and participated in that protest. Why would you not know about the united government's policy change? Qin Siyang tapped his knuckles lightly on the desk, resting his chin on one hand. Detective, I am very curious. Where did you really come from? And where is the real Detective Olaf buried now? Olaf took a deep breath. Qin Siyang, you should know that I did not report your matter directly. I came to talk to you without malice. Detective Olaf, you should know that I did not post your matter on the forum. I continued sitting here talking to you also without malice. Olaf shook his head. In truth, I have never killed anyone. What a coincidence. Neither have I. Oh, except for John. Luofu realized that Qin Siyang, who had regained the initiative, seemed deeply resistant to him. He understood. One should always maintain a skeptical attitude toward unknown people or things. Luofu decided to show his cards. Qin Siyang, I believe your sequence might be the key to humanity's counterattack against the gods. So I hope you can cooperate. Cooperate with what? Human experiments or biological dissection? Qin Siyang gave a contemptuous smile. Don't talk about the hope of humanity. When I myself lived without hope, no one came to save me. Luofu sighed. Sometimes everything in life is so illusory, in the end you'll find that nothing remains. You're so young you might not understand. Qin Siyang grew even more disdainful. Having lived 2 lives, how dare you lecture me on how to live? Since Inspector Luofu is so selfless, why not tell me about your adventures freely roaming outside the safe zone? I believe everyone inside the safe zone would be very interested in your stories. Aluofu shook his head. It's not that I don't want to tell, it's that I can't. Neither can I. Qin Siyang's attitude was resolute like an unbreakable rock, leaving Aluofu feeling powerless. Since you refuse to believe me, I won't say much more. Of course I won't force my thoughts or will upon you. Some things you'll understand later. With that, Aluofu wrapped his scarf around his neck one more time and left the sofa. I've enjoyed our chat today. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I'm reluctant to have too much entanglement with Inspector Aluofu, because it would make people think I'm a student with improper behavior. If there's nothing else, let's not meet again. Aluofu shrugged and said that may not be up to you. Until we meet again. Never again. After seeing Aluofu off, Qin Siyang let out a long sigh. This was the most dangerous moment he had encountered since his rebirth. I almost got dissected by that old man. That was close. Qin Siyang didn't want to probe into the secrets behind Aluofu. Obviously, if my guess is correct, then Aluofu was the first person to cross the safe zone. Such a feat could never be accomplished by an ordinary Tianqing sequence. Or perhaps there is a powerful organization behind him. It involves many things. In any case, it's far more complicated than Qin Siyang's current situation. His secret was merely his own sequence. Li Tianming walked in and asked, "How did your talk with Inspector Aluofu go?" Qin Siyang shook his head. "Not good at all. That old man is too formidable. He basically knows all the things I've done before. The key is I left no decisive evidence at all, yet he still traced it back to me." Li Tianming patted Qin Siyang on the shoulder. "Take it easy. If he had decisive evidence, he wouldn't be questioning you in my office, but in the interrogation room of the administration, right?" "That makes sense. But this Aluofu is really quite strange." "Strange. Very strange. Principal Li, you know him too." "Of course. When I was an associate dean at the university, there was a serious case of a sequence user committing murder. The local police and administration were helpless, so they had to report it. The coalition government transferred police chief Aluofu to lead the investigation. He was very capable. A case that others couldn't make any headway on for a month with his help. The murderer was caught in just a few days. Qin Siyang thought about his own experience. Aluofu could track him down even from the slightest clues. It was no exaggeration to call him a super detective. He felt that Aluofu taking a few days to catch the murderer was even an underperformance. So what's strange about him? Of course, his resume. He had committed no mistake, yet he was directly transferred from a promising position as a mid-level police officer in the coalition government to this remote and barren place. Moreover, he's not even a police chief, just an inspector. The change in his official position is like a meteor falling. So you should stay away from him. Li Tianming gave Qin Siyang a timely warning. I know. No, I can see that you have the intention to compete with him. So what I mean is don't provoke him, don't approach him, stay as far away as possible. If he provokes me, can I provoke him? You can't provoke the trouble behind him. How troublesome. Li Tianming sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette. Qin Siyang said impatiently, "He just finished a cigarette, and now you're lighting one. Can you stop making me inhale secondhand smoke? But this is my office." "All right." Li Tianming blew a smoke ring and continued, "Look at my resume. It clearly states the reason I was demoted to be the principal of this shabby school. What does that show? It shows that the people I offended still had some scruples. They needed to frame me with a plausible charge so that my demotion seemed justified. But Aluofu's resume is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. It simply states his positions with no explanation for this unreasonable transfer. This shows that the trouble behind him doesn't even bother to put on a show. I have a feeling that the trouble he's caused is far greater than mine." Qin Siyang slowly nodded after hearing that. "Qin, I know you have connections and power." Qin Siyang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He had almost forgotten that in Li Tianming's eyes he was also a person with a background. If not for his reminder, he might have slipped up. "I have nothing to say," Li Tianming said. "Your orphan certificate is flawless. I can't even find out when you were abandoned at the edge of the safe zone. The power and trouble behind you are probably sky high." Qin Siyang glanced at Li Tianming with some displeasure. It seemed to be dissatisfaction with Li Tianming investigating his identity. "Don't look at me like that. I had to learn something about you before deciding whether to cooperate with you, right? Besides, I'm giving you a piece of advice. The central area of the safe zone is a web of complex powers. Your background might be sky high, but it might be enough to break the sky. Don't think you can afford to provoke anyone. I believe you, Qin, don't have the foolish idea of thinking you're the greatest under heaven. Of course not. If I did, our cooperation would have collapsed long ago. I could just pocket your 40 silver coins, and you'd have nothing to say. That's unreasonable. If I were the greatest under heaven, why would I reason with you? Fine, you're right about everything. I'm just reminding you, don't mess with Olive." Qin Siyang curled his lip. "Do you think I have a masochistic streak?" Li Tianming removed his tie, tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, and said, "I'm not going to waste words with you. If you have nothing else, go back to class and stop bothering me with my real work." "Real work? Come on. I haven't even left, and you're already stripping. Is it you who can't wait, or Teacher Yang? Mind your own business." "Hold on, I actually do have something to ask you." "Spit it out." "Zhou Xing, you know the department head from the Education Bureau. He told me Xingren University has a special recruitment slot and wants to talk to me about it. Special recruitment. Xingren University. Li Tianming had initially thought Qin Siyang was just making small talk, but he had to admit the topic was intriguing. Yeah, I want to ask you, is this legit? Li Tianming sat up straight, frowning in serious thought. This Zhou Xing is no ordinary man. To have the ability to nominate someone for special recruitment. What's wrong? Generally speaking, for a student like you with a sequence ability after the college entrance exam, you take the sequence ability assessment and get a score. Then you use that score and your resume to apply to universities. But there's an exception. A university will proactively send you an invitation and you don't need to apply yourself. That's called special recruitment. In short, it's a guaranteed admission opportunity for outstanding sequence ability students. However, these special recruitment slots are usually allocated by the Sequence Ability Administration Bureau. As you know, any sequence ability user falls under the Bureau's management. So every year, 80% of the special recruitment slots released by universities are handled by the Bureau. And the remaining 20%. The remaining 20% are nominated by officials of the coalition government. Generally, the higher the district number, the more officials are eligible to nominate. For a fringe area like our District 14121, I always thought no official had the right to nominate anyone. The fact that Zhou Xing can secure this special recruitment slot does show his capability. Qin Siyang nodded after listening. He hadn't expected Zhou Xing, with his so-called waste sequence soft body, to wield such influence. Principal Li, what's the use of special recruitment? You don't have to take the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance exam, but you do need to sit for a special recruitment exam. That's still an exam, isn't it? No difference. It's different. The content of the special recruitment assessment is not the same as the regular post-exam assessment. The special recruitment assessment only looks at one thing. What's that? Hunter points. The higher your hunter points, the higher your special recruitment ranking, and the better the university you can enter. Qin Siyang was puzzled. But Principal Li, you told me before that even in the regular assessment you can substitute hunter points for the assessment score and then apply to universities, right? So what's the difference between special recruitment and regular application? It's different. The requirements for special recruitment are stricter. If you're a support type sequence like my shaman sequence, only the points earned in a hunting team of 3 or fewer members count as your score. If you're a combat type sequence like yours, the so-called phantom assassin, then only solo hunting points are counted. That's so harsh. Of course, otherwise why call it special recruitment? What about other sequences? Like Scent Appraiser, which can neither fight nor support. Such sequences can never get special recruitment. They have to take the regular assessment. That special recruitment exists precisely to find the spears and shields that can hunt gods. Sequences like Scent Appraiser, which only work within safe zones, naturally have lower priority. Alright, when do I submit the special recruitment results? On the same day as the college entrance exam. After you submit, the rankings will be visible to all universities the next day. Then within a week, each university will contact the students they've chosen to negotiate special recruitment terms. Students can negotiate terms with the school. Qin Siyang's eyes widened as if he'd heard something utterly fantastical. Of course, who would go without conditions? Students are that powerful. Special recruitment picks the best of the best. If this school doesn't offer you good conditions, would you go? It's better to take the regular post-exam assessment and get into a top university with your score. Makes sense. Moreover, the coalition government evaluates the quality of each university's student intake every year. It's a key indicator of university rankings. The higher the ranking, the more coalition government funding the university receives. All universities are striving to recruit outstanding students through special recruitment. I've even heard of a university admissions director who, after a botched special recruitment, was demoted all the way to school janitor. Qin Siyang was stunned. By the way, every special recruit at a university has privileges. Special recruits are a cut above the rest on campus. So if you can get into a special recruitment program, it'd be ideal for you. But Zhou Xing said his special recruitment slot is from Xingren University. Does that mean I have to go to Xingren? How's its ranking? I don't worry about that. The slot's issuer has nothing to do with which university eventually recruits you. If Xingren doesn't give out its special slot, they'll have one fewer special recruit this year. Universities don't do charity. At most, you'll owe Xingren a bit of face. When they offer terms, you can lower your demands or give them priority if conditions are equal. So how is Xingren University? Xingren's standing among universities is about the same as our district's standing among safe zones. So it's bottom of the barrel. Pretty much. That's why schools like Xingren usually can't recruit good students through special recruitment. They throw out the slot just as a shot in the dark, pure luck. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you get a better offer, go to the better school. I see. For you, the special recruitment slot is crucial. Unfortunately, I don't qualify for one. Neither does Section Chief, Qian, nor Olive. And the Bureau has never issued special recruitment slots here. Zhou Xing is probably your only chance. So go have a meal with Director Zhou and talk about the special recruitment slot. Qin Siyang licked his lips. He recalled how arrogant he'd sounded on the phone with Zhou Xing earlier that day. He had even taken out his displeasure with Zhou Yang on Zhou Xing, showing none of the respect and reverence a good student should have for an education department leader. He would have to make a better effort when dining with Zhou Xing. Just as Qin Siyang was chatting with Li Tianming, he received a message from Zhou Xing. 5:00 p.m., 500 meters south of the bus stop at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, Hongyan Restaurant. Qin Siyang glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Li Tianming looked up at him. What's wrong? Zhou Xing messaged you. Yeah, I'll stay a bit longer here then head out. What are you still doing here? Just go. Li Tianming was already eager to chase him away. Qin Siyang thought about it and agreed. He should leave early to show the humble and respectful attitude of a student. Lally, give me some coins. He had changed his form of address since calling him Principal Li felt too distant and made asking for money awkward. Moi. For the bus fare. I'm out of money. Li Tianming slammed the table in exasperation. You got 80 silver coins and you're asking me for bus fare? The bus doesn't take silver coins. Li Tianming only wanted to get rid of him. He dug into his drawer, pulled out 5 copper coins, and shoved them over. Now scram. That's only enough for the ride there. What about the return trip? Li Tianming counted out another 5 copper coins with barely concealed impatience. Scram, scram, scram. Thanks, Laoli. Qin Siyang left the office in high spirits. Only after he was well out of sight did Li Tianming take a few deep breaths to calm the storm of frustration churning inside him. I'm so worked up from dealing with that brat Qin Siyang. I need to call Xiao Yang to help vent this anger. Muttering to himself, Li Tianming opened his phone. Qin Siyang stopped by the library to tell Wen Shu he had something to attend to and asked her to lock up after school. She agreed without hesitation. On the way to the bus stop, Qin Siyang rehearsed how he would greet Zhou Xing. As Li Tianming had said, the special recruitment quota was extremely precious and hard to come by. He would have to make sure Zhou Xing was thoroughly impressed. When it came to ingratiating himself, Qin Siyang was practically an expert. He had spent countless years flattering Li Jingwen in his past life after all. Hello, old Zhou. No too casual. Hello, Director Zhou. Too official. Hello, Uncle Zhou. That works. By the time he reached the bus stop, Qin Siyang found an empty seat and waited quietly for the bus to arrive. Everyone on the bus was wearing anti-freeze gear, presumably heading towards Safe Zone 38,324's exit to hunt down deities. Suddenly, a sequence ability user noticed Qin Siyang and froze. You're Qin Siyang, right? Qin Siyang studied the speaker but didn't recognize him. That's me. What's up? The man hurriedly shook his head. No, nothing. Nothing at all. Hearing Qin Siyang's name, the other sequence ability users on the bus also cast slightly frightened glances in his direction. Then at the next stop, every single passenger on the bus scrambled off, leaving Qin Siyang completely alone. He scratched his nose and sneered. They all look terrified of me. Really? Off the bus, the sequence ability users exhaled in relief. I heard that kid's not quite right in the head. When he fought John, he smashed his skull flat. I'm not sitting on the same bus as him. I don't want him having some kind of episode. Tell me about it. It's creepy. Plus, he has an insurer, which means his background isn't ordinary. Better not cross him. Nearly an hour later, Qin Siyang finally arrived at his stop. Right then he received another message from Qian Wenda. How did it go? Qian Wenda was likely curious about Qin Siyang's private conversation with Olaf. As a partner with shared interests, Qian Wenda naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. But if Qin Siyang really got into trouble, Qian Wenda wouldn't hesitate to distance himself. He's formidable. He deduced my sequence registration. Fortunately, I've managed to handle the problem, for now. Qin Siyang held nothing back. He shared the difficulties he faced and the information he had under control. This would make Qian Wenda more wary of Olaf, while also demonstrating his own ability to resolve crises. It was a carefully considered response. He hoped that through this exchange, Qian Wenda's confidence in their cooperation would deepen. Shortly after, Qian Wenda replied, "Don't worry about the administration bureau on our end." Following the address Zhou Xing had provided, Qin Siyang found the Hongyan restaurant. It wasn't yet 5 o'clock and the place was nearly empty. However, all the ceiling lights were blazing, making Hongyan the sole beacon of brightness in the surrounding darkness. Only a restaurant with strong backing could afford such wasteful electricity usage. Its owner clearly had influential connections. Still, Qin Siyang spotted a refined-looking middle-aged man in the corner without difficulty. He wore black-rimmed glasses, his hair slicked back neatly, a dark tie complementing his white shirt. He carried an air of steady composure. A navy blue suit jacket rested on the chair beside him. After observing for a moment, Qin Siyang noticed the man bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yang. Could this be Zhou Xing? Had he arrived even earlier than Qin Siyang? Qin Siyang approached cautiously. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Zhou?" The middle-aged man looked up, saw the young man before him, and immediately broke into a warm smile. "That's right. You must be young Qin, correct? Please sit. Waiter, bring the menu." Qin Siyang pulled out a chair and took his seat. "Uncle Zhou, I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Oh, it's nothing. I actually arrived a bit early." "You finished classes early today." Qin Siyang shook his head. "Because of the incident with John, both the administration bureau and the police station questioned me throughout the day. I had no mood to attend classes. I just saw your message and came straight here." Zhou Xing smiled. In our Area 14121, it's been a long time since any sequence ability user fell in combat on the arena. Being questioned is only natural. Don't take it to heart. I understand, Uncle Joe. At that moment, a burly man in his 40s with a scruffy beard and a protruding belly approached. He offered a polite but not subservient smile. Director Joe, ready to order? Yes. Do you have a menu? This young man is visiting for the first time, so he doesn't know what to order. Of course, just a moment. Qin Siyang said. Uncle Joe, please go ahead. I don't know what's good here either. There's no host who only orders for himself. Rest assured, this place serves excellent food. Anything you pick will be delicious. The owner brought over the menu. Director Joe saying, that puts me under considerable pressure. If the food turns out terrible, won't you report me to the Education Bureau? Zhou Xing chuckled. I wouldn't dare criticize you. At most I'd mention to Director Do that you stiffed an old acquaintance. If my brother finds out I didn't put my full effort into cooking for you, he'll scold me to death. You might as well report me. Young man, take a look and order whatever you like. I promise to pour my heart into every dish. I won't give Director Zhou any reason to speak ill of me behind my back. Listening to their banter, Qin Siyang confirmed his suspicion this owner clearly had connections as well. He took the menu and scanned the signature dishes, then suddenly froze. Braised pork trotters in red fermented tofu sauce. Qin Siyang stared at the 5 characters, braised pork trotters in red fermented tofu, his eyes nearly popping out. This dish, this braised pork trotter in red fermented tofu. Is it truly made from actual pork trotters? Qin Siyang pointed at the dish name and looked up to ask. The boss chuckled. Excellent taste, young sir. This dish is my signature creation, though it requires a longer cooking time. As for whether it's pork trotters, yes indeed it is. From a 4-legged pig. Yes. With pink skin, 2 large ears, and a snout. Haha, young man, you're quite amusing. Yes, precisely the kind of pig you know of. Qin Siyang swallowed hard. Aren't pigs already extinct? Extinct? Who told you that? If they weren't extinct, why is it that we normally consume mutated creatures like 3-eyed flying fish and crimson jellyfish? The boss grinned, rubbing his pot belly as he chuckled. Young man, pigs have not gone extinct. The reason you normally eat mutated creatures is quite simple. Pork is far too expensive for ordinary folks to afford. Saying this, the boss extended his thick finger and tapped the menu. Just look at the price of this dish and you'll understand. Qin Siyang glanced at the price listed after the dish name. 1,299 copper coins. Wasn't this outright robbery? Just as he was about to object, Zhou Xing said, since student Qin wishes to try this dish, boss, I'll trouble you to prepare it. For the other dishes, just add a couple more as you see fit. Understood. No, Uncle Zhou, this dish is far too expensive. Let me order the fried 10-legged octopus instead. Boss, do add the fried 10-legged octopus as well. Certainly. Qin Siyang paused, then said, Uncle Zhou, that's not what I meant. We can skip the pork trotters. Zhou Xing adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and smiled. If I'm treating you to a meal, I can't be too modest. After all, our student Qin will surely become someone significant within the safe zone. Qin Siyang understood that Zhou Xing's words signaled the real purpose of the meeting, so he set aside his concerns about the food. Uncle Zhou, please don't speak so highly of me. Not to mention the future. I don't even know which university I'll attend after the assessment. That's precisely why I'm here to assist you. Student Qin, have you looked into the special recruitment quota matter? Yes, Principal Lee mentioned it to me. Your insurance agent. Principal Lee should be aware of that. So what are your thoughts? I certainly desire the special recruitment quota most earnestly, but as you know, there are certain difficulties within our region. Indeed, you've hit the nail on the head. Zhou Xing picked up the teapot and poured tea for both of them, formulating a plan in his mind. Qin Siyang had never even heard that pigs still existed in this post-apocalyptic world. He was clearly an inexperienced youth who would be easy to manipulate. Zhou Xing rested his interlaced hands on the table and spoke with utmost seriousness. Securing this special recruitment quota is no trivial matter. It requires favors, connections, and influence. Within our region, only the director of the Administration Bureau holds a special recruitment quota. I've heard it was sold off not long ago. I'm classmates with the admissions director at Qingren University. I've spent considerable effort lobbying on behalf of this special recruitment quota. Zhou Xing detailed how difficult it had been to secure this quota, treating Qin Siyang like an inexperienced high school student. He left nothing unsaid, fearful the youth wouldn't grasp the full significance. Qin Siyang nodded. I understand. Whoever secures this quota from you, Uncle Zhou, will surely owe a tremendous debt of gratitude. Moreover, empty promises of future repayment hold no value. This debt must be repaid immediately. If Uncle Zhou were in need of sequence potions or similar resources, he would certainly provide what he could within his means. What do you think, Uncle Zhou? The teacup in Zhou Xing's hand trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Qin Siyang to phrase things this way. He had no prior dealings with Qin Siyang, having only inferred a mysterious background from the youth's possession of an insurance agent. To Zhou Xing, Qin Siyang remained merely an ordinary teenager. Even during their phone conversation that morning, the youth had carried that typical immature arrogance. Yet upon meeting him in person, Zhou Xing realized this boy was far more complex than he appeared. Combined with those words just spoken, directly naming what he sought, It only deepened Zhou Xing's astonishment. Setting down his teacup, he leaned back in his chair and regarded the 18-year-old before him with a knowing smile. Student Qin, did Principal Li teach you to say such things? Qin Siyang shook his head. Principal Li is merely my insurance agent, not a babysitter. Everything I just said came straight from the heart. Zhou Xing nodded slowly. I must admit your words just now struck exactly where I wanted them to. This special recruitment quota cost me considerable effort to obtain, and I had certain plans in mind. I wonder if I might assist you in fulfilling those requirements, Uncle Zhou. As you know, I'm a wandering orphan. All I possess currently is a modest amount of silver coins and several dozen bottles of sequence potions. I have nothing else to offer. Should your requests exceed what I'm capable of providing, I may have no choice but to decline. Zhou Xing offered a faint smile. Of course I'm well aware of your circumstances, Student Qin. That's precisely why I sought you out today, to borrow some sequence potions. Uncle Zhou, that phrasing isn't quite right. How can we call it borrowing? If you need them, I'd be happy to gift you some. How many do you require? Qin Siyang dropped any pretense. Since Zhou Xing had come specifically for the sequence potions, it was time to get straight to business. Zhou Xing held up 5 fingers. 5 bottles. 50 bottles. Qin Siyang's smile froze for a moment before he restrained his anger and spoke slowly. 50 bottles is rather troublesome for me, Uncle Zhou. The price for 50 bottles was absolutely unacceptable. When Li Tianming served as his insurance agent, he'd only received 8 bottles. If Li Tianming learned the special recruitment quota had been exchanged for 50 bottles of sequence potions, he'd undoubtedly fly into a rage and sever their connection immediately. Zhou Xing continued, Student Qin, with so many sequence potions in your possession, you'll be able to earn far more in the future. Since you cannot sell them on your own, it would be wiser to give them to Uncle Zhou, wouldn't it? Qin Siyang shook his head. Since this was a negotiation, he decided to be straightforward. Uncle Zhou, while I'm a law-abiding student and would never engage in illegal activities, many people have approached me hoping to purchase my sequence potions at 8 silver coins per bottle in bulk quantities. Requesting goods worth 400 silver coins all at once is truly beyond what I can agree to. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing's expression grew cold. He had assumed Qin Siyang was unaware of the market price for sequence potions and hoped to take advantage of this inexperienced youth. Now his scheme had fallen flat. 30 bottles. Qin Siyang continued to shake his head. Uncle Zhou, if you're willing to assist me with the special recruitment, then let's negotiate in good faith. You're asking for too much. How am I supposed to account for this? Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. You've already told me you're an orphan. Who exactly would you need to answer to? Qin Siyang responded with a bright, youthful smile. Uncle Zhou, have you ever encountered a case where an orphan from the outskirts of the safe zone awakened a sequence? Zhou Xing discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Siyang's words. He set the background aside. Zhou Xing had always felt that Qin Siyang's awakening sequence was somewhat peculiar, having dismissed it as a mere stroke of rare fortune. Yet a few exchanges with Qin Siyang face-to-face revealed that the quagmire behind him was unfathomably deep. So Qin, how did you awaken your sequence? Qin Siyang offered a faint smile. That's not convenient to share with Uncle Zhou. Let's focus on discussing how many sequence potions you'd like me to give you. Zhou Xing fell silent, grasping Qin Siyang's stance. His background was profound. His backing was not to be pried into. The two were simply engaged in a transaction with no further ties. Zhou Xing had initially developed a new interest in Qin Siyang, wanting to probe his depths and consider deeper collaboration. But Qin Siyang's words closed off that possibility. This was also Qin Siyang's conclusion drawn from his brief interaction with Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing was a greedy man with no significant background. If Li Tianming had been sitting opposite, he would have tried every means to build a connection. If Qian Wendao had been there, he would have extended goodwill and suggested frequent visits. But Zhou Xing did not. Perhaps because Zhou Xing had always been an academic, reading within the safe zone, working in the education department, and after awakening the worthless soft body sequence, he had no chance to hunt deities outside the safe zone. Always navigating among people accustomed to the flattery and disdain of officialdom, he would not place much importance on Qin Siyang. Even though he called Qin Siyang the rising star of this region and the future of this area, he did not truly believe it. In his eyes, Qin Siyang was merely a lucky one who had awakened a sequence by chance and accumulated some points. It was the subtle influence of his environment and closed horizons that hindered his thinking. Had Zhou Xing ever hunted deities, he would have known how astonishing it was for Qin Siyang to solo a team and earn 1,600 points on his first departure from the safe zone. Had Zhou Xing ever experienced combat, he would have realized how terrifying it was for Qin Siyang at sequence level 1 to kill John, who was at sequence level 2 and wielded a sequence weapon. Unfortunately, he knew none of this. Or rather, he knew but could not comprehend. A person can only obtain intelligence and information within their field of vision, unable to gain benefits beyond their cognition. When Zhou Xing demanded 50 sequence potions, Qin Siyang keenly sensed that he and Zhou Xing were not on the same path. Zhou Xing was no fool, but Zhou Xing was not the right person for him. In other words, forming a bond with him would likely bring more loss than gain. Qin Siyang would not agree. You give me the special admission slot, and I'll give you the sequence potions. We settle the deal cleanly. Zhou Xing could not grasp Qin Siyang's prowess, but he understood the undertone in his words. Since Qin Siyang rejected his other ideas and only wanted to discuss business, they might as well negotiate the price properly. Zhou Xing withdrew his smile, resuming the authority of a superior. Behind his black-rimmed glasses was the scrutiny of an education department section chief toward an ordinary high school student. Qin, 20 sequence potions, and I'll give you the special admission slot. That's my bottom line. Uncle Zhou let me be straightforward and possible. So Qin doesn't want this special admission slot after all. No, it's that Uncle Zhou is asking an exorbitant price, utterly unreasonable. You don't know the price of a special admission slot. It's you who doesn't know the price of sequence potions. Sequence potions are in short supply with no market price. 8 coins is what I sold to a reseller. If you try to buy privately, it won't be less than 10 silver coins. Why so expensive? Because for most sequence users, obtaining a sequence potion is extremely difficult. But you have 80. That's because I'm not like most sequence users. Qin Siyang continued, I don't know how sequence users in government departments obtain sequence potions. But I'm certain that under the joint government's vigorous encouragement of deity, hunting it must be even harder for you to get sequence potions sitting in an office. 5 sequence potions are enough to elevate a newly awakened sequence user to sequence level 2. 20 bottles can raise 4 people's sequence levels. Do you understand what that means? Even at the largest exit of Safe Zone 38324 in this region, there are no more than 20 sequence users at sequence level 2. For sequence potions, they would do anything. Qin Siyang's gaze suddenly turned icy. If I offered 5 sequence potions, they'd be scrambling to kill you. Zhou Xing gritted his teeth, staring at Qin Siyang, still silent. Then Qin Siyang beamed a radiant smile like a sunny youth. Of course I wouldn't have anyone kill Uncle Zhou. There's no need to kill a man over a special admission slot with 5 sequence potions. Truly unnecessary. Qin Siyang's words weighed heavily on Zhou Xing's heart. He wouldn't kill him not out of fear, but because it was unnecessary. This made Zhou Xing wonder just how many people Qin Siyang had killed before. Zhang was probably not the first victim. Combined with his mysterious background, what he had just said might not be a bluff. Qin Siyang said, I think Uncle Zhou's initial offer of 5 fingers was quite reasonable. What do you think? Zhou Xing's initial target had been 50 sequence potions, but Qin Siyang made it clear he would only give 5. Asking for more would be presumptuous. In Qin Siyang's eyes, Zhou Xing's life wasn't even worth 5 sequence potions. He was confident that 3 sequence potions could have someone kill Zhou Xing, but it would bring unnecessary trouble later. Zhou Xing's fists clenched unconsciously, and his gaze at Qin Siyang held an unreadable mix of fear and loathing. Fried 10-legged octopus is here. Just as tension mounted between them, the owner brought a dish to the table. Eat it while it's hot, it won't be crispy later. I've already braised the trotters. I'll go make you 2 cold dishes. Owner, do no need for the trotters. The friendship between Qin and me isn't that deep. But I've already put them in the pot. Qin Siyang smiled. Uncle Zhou has agreed to my request. Zhou Xing replied coldly. We'll handle it after the meal. Qin Siyang's smile widened. Since Uncle Zhou is willing to help, this meal is on me. Owner keeps doing the trotters. I'd like to try them. You're treating. The owner eyed him skeptically. How could a student around here afford his signature dish? Zhou Xing said indifferently, don't worry, he's got money. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. When the boss placed the braised pork trotters in red fermented bean curd on the table, the aroma immediately drifted into Qin Siyang's nostrils. Qin Siyang took a deep breath. It was the familiar taste from the restaurant in his memories. Enjoy your meal, sir and madam. Qin Siyang swallowed hard. Uncle Zhou, please help yourself. Zhou Xing seemed to have little appetite, merely shaking his head as he continued eating the small plate of cold dishes in front of him. The special admission quota, which he had expected to profit handsomely from, had netted him merely 1/10 of his initial asking price under Qin Siyang's ruthless haggling. Although that 1/10 value, 5 vials of sequence potion, constituted a substantial fortune. By his current rank calculated against the ration issued by the United Government, it would take him no less than 5 years to accumulate such wealth. Yet he remained dissatisfied. However, Qin Siyang's uncompromising stance left him daring not to press further. After finalizing the deal with Zhou Xing, Qin Siyang was in impeccable spirits. Upon spotting the pork trotters, a food from his memories, his appetite soared. He picked up a trotter and bit into it without hesitation. One bite filled his mouth with tender melt-in-the-mouth richness. The savory flavor of the pork mingled with the spices, and the earthy umami of the fermented bean curd wove together into a profoundly layered taste. Qin Siyang closed his eyes, savoring each chew. Grease glistened at the corners of his mouth, and a smile of utter satisfaction played upon his lips. This is what proper food should taste like. Qin Siyang uttered the words sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Having ordered quite a spread, the two had not finished everything. Qin Siyang opted to pack the remainder. Young man, that comes to 2,532 copper coins. I'll round it down to 2,500 for you. Qin Siyang produced a silver coin. Please make change. This would require me to return nearly 10,000 copper coins. I don't have enough on hand. Young man, do you have an electronic account? Our restaurant also accepts transfers. Qin Siyang shook his head. No. This is all the administration bureau provided me. They never issued me an electronic account either. I only have cash. The restaurant boss wore a pained expression, then cast a glance toward Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing spoke with impatience. Open an account, and I'll transfer you 12,000 copper coins which you can use to pay. The silver coin goes to me. How do I open an account? Log into the Godslayer camp forum on your phone. At the bottom of the page there's a link to Sunbank. Your sequence ability holder account can quickly register one. Good, I understand. Qin Siyang took out his phone and following Zhou Xing's instructions registered an account at Sunbank. Zhou Xing took his silver coin and as agreed transferred 12,000 copper coins to him. Qin Siyang then forwarded 2,500 copper coins to the restaurant boss. Excellent. Payment received. Farewell, gentlemen. We welcome you back. Goodbye, boss. Qin Siyang and Zhou Xing exited the Hongyan restaurant. Uncle Zhou, where to next? You'll come with me to the Education Bureau first. I'll process your special admission recommendation in person so you can rest assured. Then tomorrow I'll visit your school and you hand over the sequence potion. Our deal will be complete. Very well. Qin Siyang followed Zhou Xing onto the bus and arrived at the Education Bureau. Bright lights illuminated the exterior of the Education Bureau. Standing before it, Qin Siyang could clearly discern the outline of his own shadow. Looking up, the streetlights in the distance blazed like miniature suns, making them unbearable to stare at directly. The Education Bureau bore a resemblance to the police station in its imposing exterior. Square and severe, its outer walls were constructed of granite, lending an air of antiquity. It lacked the mystique of the sequence ability holder administration. Perhaps to signal its educational purpose, a massive white stone sculpture of an open book stood at the entrance, surrounded by a bubbling, artificial pool. Qin Siyang followed Zhou Xing through the main gates of the Education Bureau. The interior was well lit by overhead lamps and the decor was refined, yet it failed to produce the same awe-inspiring impression as the Administration Bureau. He followed Zhou Xing up the revolving staircase in the lobby to the second floor and entered an office. The office was not particularly spacious, but possessing such a private workspace within the Education Bureau indicated one was not a low-ranking employee. Zhou Xing sat before his computer and opened the Special Admission Recommendation portal. After entering his own identification information and the source of his special admission quota, he navigated to the page for recommending candidates. Next, I need to input your details. Qin Siyang stood behind him watching Zhou Xing type in his information. Sequence ability holder ID number 000095527. Residential address. Homeless. Homeless. Yes. You have no place to live. Uncle Zhou, I would never provide false information regarding my special admission. Qin Siyang felt a touch of irritation at Zhou Xing's questions. Since this was a business arrangement, the essence lay in handing over payment and goods. Why pry so extensively? Zhou Xing ceased his inquiries, filled in the remaining information for Qin Siyang, and submitted it. Recommendation approved. Student Qin Siyang has been granted special admission qualification for the year 2010. Done. I've successfully submitted the recommendation. You may log into the Godslayer camp to check your account. A special admission icon will appear indicating you are among this year's qualified candidates. Qin Siyang opened the forum and indeed spotted a green special admission icon added to his profile. Very well, thank you, Uncle Zhou. Just prepare the sequence potion tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Zhou, could you lend me 5 copper coins for the bus ride? You're out of money. I only have 10 copper coins on me. I intended to return home, but coming here to the Education Bureau with you has left me penniless. Zhou Xing opened his drawer, counted out 5 copper coins, and handed them to him. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Not long after Qin Siyang departed, the telephone in Zhou Xing's office began to ring. Hello, this is Zhou Xing. What is it? My brother is looking for me. Alright, I understand. Please have him come up. Yes, thank you. A short while later, a middle-aged man with a weather-beaten face knocked on Zhou Xing's office door. Ah Xing, pardon the interruption to your work. Zhou Xing held little fondness for his elder brother Zhou Zhe, and having just been bested by Qin Siyang, his mood was already sour. What do you want? Here's the thing. That wretched brat of ours Zhou Yang came home and recounted everything that happened in the classroom this morning. I was so furious I gave him a sound beating. I've brought him here to apologize to you. You brat, get in here and admit your faults to your uncle. As Zhou Yang entered, his cheeks were swollen from congestion and his eyes bore the redness of recent weeping. Uncle, I'm sorry. Zhou Xing dared not provoke Qin Siyang. He navigated smoothly among his colleagues. To his superiors he flattered diligently. But his caution extended only to those of standing. That refined Zhou Xing was not his true nature. He merely wore that demeanor out of necessity. Thus, when confronted with Zhou Zhe and Zhou Yang, those from whom he could only extract submission, he released his pent-up frustrations without restraint. Even if he scolded them mercilessly, they could only nod in agreement. Close the door. Yes, yes. Zhou Zhe quickly turned around, gently closed the door, then continued to hunch over and smile at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing rolled his neck and said to Zhou Yang, didn't I tell you not to act recklessly at school, just because you're my nephew? I didn't. Bang. Zhou Xing suddenly slammed his hand heavily on the table, still denying it. If you had, why would Qin Siyang's phone call have reached me? Zhou Zhe quickly slapped Zhou Yang's head again. Just listen to your uncle when he speaks, and don't talk back. Zhou Yang felt wronged, but had no choice but to endure. Let me tell you you're lucky today that Qin Siyang gave me face and didn't do anything to you. Otherwise if he killed you I couldn't even seek justice for you. Do you understand? Zhou Yang was stunned looking at Zhou Xing in disbelief. Zhou Xing snorted, his face filled with anger. Zhou Zhe said tentatively, Axing isn't Qin Siyang just a student. How could he possibly kill someone? Zhou Yang's disobedience is your fault for spoiling him. Zhou Xing pointed coldly at Zhou Zhe. Although you are my elder brother, don't speak carelessly about matters concerning sequence ability users. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. I've already warned you. Qin Siyang is not someone to provoke. Today he said that girl is his mortal enemy, and that girl won't live long. If you stir up trouble again and lose your lives, don't expect me to help. Axing, I was wrong. Please save us. Blood is thicker than water after all. Before mother left she said. Enough nonsense. Zhou Yang, if anyone ever asked you about Qin Siyang you have only one answer. I don't know, uncle. But Qin Siyang is my classmate. If I say I don't know, no one will believe me. Are you stupid? Just say you don't remember, don't know, aren't clear. Who can do anything to you? Whether they believe it or not, staying alive is what matters most. Yes. After Zhou Zhe took Zhou Yang away, he sternly warned him on the way, listen to your uncle. Don't ever provoke Qin Siyang again, understand? I understand. You're old enough to know better. Your mother is hospitalized with stomach cancer and needs both connections to arrange doctors and money for surgery. That all depends on your uncle. If it weren't for him, your mother would just be waiting to die, understand? I hit you today not because you did something wrong, but because you didn't listen to your uncle. Dad, I know I was wrong. Alright, go home and get yourself something to eat. I'm going to the hospital to take care of your mother. I heard someone got to have surgery first because they paid a high fee. I need to see what's going on. Your mother has been waiting nearly half a year, and it's finally her turn. How can they let someone cut in line? Zhou Yang immediately became anxious too. Dad, I'll go with you. We've been waiting so long, and even used uncle's connections. How can they let someone cut in line? You go back. I've called a few friends to come along. That lousy hospital. If they dare operate on someone else first, I'll make sure they can't stay open. Dad, just be less of a worry to your parents. That's better than anything. The beating I gave you today hurt you on the face, but pained me in the heart. I hope you'll remember this lesson. I understand. Zhou Yang trudged home dejectedly. He didn't believe what Zhou Xing had said. He always felt his uncle was exaggerating. Qin Siyang was in the class next to his. He had known him for nearly 3 years, an ordinary timid 18-year-old who had recently awakened his sequence ability and suddenly turned his life around, rising from obscurity to prominence. What was so great about that? He was just lucky. If he had awakened his sequence ability, he would definitely be even more powerful than Qin Siyang. But reality soon taught him that Zhou Xing's words were not without basis. The next day, when he went to school, 2 police cars were parked at the entrance. The moment Zhou Yang saw the police cars, his heart skipped a beat, missing 2 beats for no reason. As he walked further, he saw Li Tianming at the school gate talking with a detective wearing a scarf and smoking a cigar, apparently discussing the case. But as he passed by them, he still heard 6 words that made the blood in his entire body freeze instantly. Li Jingwen is missing. In an instant, Zhou Yang's soul seemed to leave his body, wandering aimlessly like a deity in the night sky. He didn't know how he managed to walk to the classroom. His mind was filled with the word Qin Siyang had used yesterday to describe his relationship with Li Jingwen. Mortal enemy. Had Qin Siyang really killed Li Jingwen? Zhou Yang's hair stood on end, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, so much so that he didn't hear Orloff call his name 3 times at the classroom door. Orloff approached. Zhou Yang, are you alright? Zhou Yang stared blankly at Orloff and shook his head. Well, we'd like to ask you about Li Jingwen. I heard you 2 were in a relationship. I don't know anything. Zhou Yang shook his head frantically. Don't ask me, I don't remember anything. Orloff frowned. Zhou Yang's state clearly indicated he knew something. Li Jingwen was Qin Siyang's classmate. His intuition told him that this matter was inextricably linked to Qin Siyang. Don't worry. I'm asking you. Where were you between 7:00 and 7:30 last night? I was at the Education Bureau talking with my uncle Zhou Xing. I have a solid alibi. I don't know anything else. You were at the Education Bureau? Alright, do you have any idea where Li Jingwen might have gone? I don't know. I don't know anything. My uncle is the director of education. You can't detain me for questioning. I don't know anything. Zhou Yang's refusal to cooperate gave Orloff a headache. Zhou Yang was right. His uncle did have some background, and Orloff couldn't easily arrest and interrogate him. Forget it, he might as well go directly to ask Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang, who was sleeping in the principal's office, was awakened by a knock on the door. He had already given up on morning self-study and planned to go to the classroom when the first class started, just to go through the motions. Qin Siyang got up groggily and opened the door. He thought it would be Li Tianming standing outside, but to his surprise it was an old man with white hair. Looking more closely, it was Orloff. Qin Siyang frowned. Inspector Orloff, why are we meeting again? Have you turned our school into your police office? You're here every day. Orloff ignored Qin Siyang's obvious displeasure and stepped sideways into the principal's office, sitting down on the sofa. I'm here today to ask you about something else. Qin Siyang looked disgusted. Go on, what is it now? Li Jingwen went missing last night. Did you know that? Li Jingwen is missing. Qin Siyang frowned after hearing this. Yes. Qin Siyang was first puzzled, wondering who had done it. Then he thought again. That's not right. She had disappeared only a little over 10 hours ago, so why was Olaf in such a hurry to come? Inspector Olaf, I heard that the police only file a case after 48 hours of disappearance. Yes, that's why I'm just here to gather information right now. Qin Siyang snorted. The police must be really bored. Li Jingwen has only been missing for a dozen hours, and you're already here to interrogate me. Maybe while you're talking to me, Li Jingwen will just show up again. Qin Siyang sat in the principal's office chair. Inspector Olaf, just because Li Jingwen is my classmate doesn't mean you have to make an exception and be so zealous. I almost suspect you're abusing your power for personal gain. I know the police regulations better than you do, so you needn't worry about that, classmate Qin Siyang. I just want to ask, where were you between 7 and 7:30 last night? I was on the bus. Why did you answer so quickly? Obviously I left the Education Bureau around 7, so where else would I be on the bus between 7 and 7:30? You went to the Education Bureau. Director Zhou Xing of the Education Bureau appreciated me and insisted on giving me his special admission slot. We had dinner at Hanyan Restaurant, and then he took me to the bureau where he recommended me for the special admission in front of me. Olaf frowned after hearing this. Zhou Xing again. The situation was developing differently from what he had expected. Olaf visited Qin Siyang's classroom and learned from the classmates that Li Jingwen and Qin Siyang had a terrible relationship, which confirmed his suspicions. Li Jingwen had been killed by Qin Siyang, but Qin Siyang seemed to have a solid alibi. Seeing Olaf scrutinizing him with suspicion, Qin Siyang said irritably, Inspector Olaf, the Education Bureau is over a dozen bus stops away from the school. How could Li Jingwen's disappearance have anything to do with me? You don't think I can split myself, do you? The split sequence. Does that even exist? Did you really go see Zhou Xing? You can ask Zhou Xing. Director Zhou might have mistaken you. Can I ask the Education Bureau? Qin Siyang's tone grew even sharper. Fine. Why don't you have the Education Bureau pull last night's surveillance footage to see if I went there? The person in the footage could be someone disguised as you. Inspector Olaf, you're being ridiculous. I have a witness and you say they're lying. I have evidence and you say it's not me. I just don't get it. On what grounds are you so adamant that Li Jingwen's disappearance has anything to do with me? Do you know how we discovered that Li Jingwen was missing? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Because Li Jingwen's house caught fire at 7:30 last night, and her entire family perished in the blaze. Only her body was nowhere to be found. We searched the area, but found no trace of Li Jingwen. However, someone saw her near the school around 7 in the evening. So we've narrowed down the time of Li Jingwen's disappearance to between 7 and 7:30. Qin Siyang was stunned. Her whole family burned to death, and Li Jingwen missing. It sounded like something he had seen before. Olaf watched Qin Siyang's reaction closely. Judging by his expression, he seemed genuinely unaware that Li Jingwen's family had been killed. But Olaf already knew Qin Siyang's background and didn't regard him as an ordinary student. So even though Qin Siyang's reaction was flawless, Olaf still believed he was the murderer. Murder and arson. Doesn't this modus operandi sound familiar? Qin Siyang nodded. It does sound familiar, similar to the 2 cases you mentioned when you saw me yesterday, Inspector Olaf. Exactly. In my opinion, these 3 cases were committed by the same person. Qin Siyang showed an approving look. I think so too. We both know the first 2 cases were your doing. So this time, how did you kill Li Jingwen's family and make her disappear? Inspector Olaf, you've misunderstood me. What I mean is I couldn't have had the time to kill Li Jingwen's family. I have a solid alibi for this case. The deaths of her family and her disappearance have nothing to do with me. If all 3 cases were committed by the same person, then the other 2 have nothing to do with me either. I'm innocent. Classmate Qin, this kind of conversation is pointless. I came to you voluntarily because I actually wanted to help you. Inspector Olaf, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm doing fine. I don't need your help. If you have the energy, you might as well help the orphan children wandering near the safe zone. You're a wandering orphan yourself. If you insist on saying that, I can't help it. By the way, may I ask if Li Jingwen's family was burned alive or killed first and then burned? We can't disclose too many details of the case. Qin Siyang shrugged. Well, good luck with your investigation. Olaf didn't get any useful information from Qin Siyang. The main reason was that he couldn't explain how Qin Siyang could have killed someone from so far away. All indications pointed to Qin Siyang being inextricably linked to Li Jingwen's disappearance. Olaf was in a deadlock. He had already begun to wonder if Qin Siyang's sequence involved timed killing or splitting. After Olaf left, Li Tianming entered the office. Olaf still won't let you go. Qin Siyang leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, twirling a ballpoint pen in his hand, looking quite vexed. That old man insists that Li Jingwen's disappearance has something to do with me, even though I have an alibi and both witnesses and evidence. That's how the police are. They've read too many detective novels and love to stir up trouble. The less suspicious you are, the more they suspect you. There was a blonde policewoman who insisted that I was having improper relationships with many married women. It was pure slander. I think that incident might actually be true. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Qin Siyang gave Li Tianming a meaningful look and then continued to rest with his eyes closed. The only person who had a grudge against Li Jingwen was himself. After all, she had sent her uncle Qin Siyang to kill him. That was an irreconcilable enmity. Who else would wipe out her entire family? Suddenly, a beautiful woman with long hair and big eyes flashed through Qin Siyang's mind. Her sweet smile made Qin Siyang shudder. Huh. He sprang up from the chair, as if electrocuted. Qin Siyang stared at Li Tianming in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Li Tianming felt a chill creep up his spine under that gaze. What are you looking at? Don't tell me some married woman is one of your relatives. Qin Siyang paid him no mind and continued pondering the possibility. When Shu committed murder, Li Jingwen had been driven to a dead end. Having no recourse against him, perhaps she chose to target Wen Shu to threaten himself. Qin Siyang recalled the last time they killed Li Jingwen's uncle Qin Siyang and his sycophantic companions in the abandoned courtyard. At that moment, Wen Shu had displayed an abnormal calmness and a remarkably skilled method of eliminating all traces of scent. She didn't seem like someone ordinary by any measure, but he had never imagined she could be this extraordinary. A perfectly ordinary girl had somehow killed Li Jingwen's entire family. It was rather far-fetched. How had she managed it? He should go and confirm this with her directly. If Li Jingwen's whole family hadn't been killed by her, then the matter had grown considerably more complicated. Qin Siyang rose from his seat and pushed the office chair aside, preparing to go ask for the truth. Li Tianming asked, "Where are you going?" "Ms. Zhu has taken leave, hasn't she? She handed the library over to me, so I need to tidy things up. You're surprisingly decent for once." Qin Siyang arrived at the library and found Wen Shu still sitting alone, quietly solving problems. Noticing Qin Siyang approach, she looked up and offered a gentle smile. Qin Siyang walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "There's something I'd like to ask you." "I did it." Wen Shu gave her answer, directly gazing at Qin Siyang with calm composure. Watching her serene demeanor as though nothing unusual had occurred, Qin Siyang felt a flicker of bewilderment. She had killed someone, and yet carried herself so composedly. "Are you wondering how I can be so unfazed after committing murder?" A bit, yes. She meant to harm me, so I killed her. Is there a problem with that?" "No problem there. Her entire family came after me one after another, so I killed them all. Is there a problem with that?" "No problem either." "Exactly. Then what is there not to be calm about?" After exchanging a few words with Qin Siyang, Wen Shu returned to burying her head in her exercises. Qin Siyang remained somewhat curious. He still couldn't figure out how she had accomplished it. Li Jingwen's family, consisting of at least 5 or 6 people, had all been killed by her. Moreover, she showed no signs of injury on her body, which only deepened Qin Siyang's astonishment. However, as the question formed on his lips, Qin Siyang reminded himself that Wen Shu had never probed into his own secrets before. Why should he go asking so many questions? Although they were friends who had killed together, and were considered extraordinarily close by Li Tianming's standards, one still needed to maintain proper boundaries. Because Qin Siyang himself harbored secrets he could not reveal, he would not seek rebuke for no reason. He stood up and began tidying the somewhat disorderly books in the library. Wen Shu glanced once more at Qin Siyang's retreating figure and smiled softly. Just as Qin Siyang was about to head to class, he suddenly heard a stream of sobbing. He turned around and discovered a round girl at the entrance of the library, crying her eyes out as she asked, "Excuse me, which one is brother Qin Siyang?" "Boo-hoo." Qin Siyang walked over, squatted down, and aligned himself with the little girl who barely reached his knees. "I'm Qin Siyang. What's wrong?" I'm Yi Qian. My grandmother is Zhu Li. Someone attacked her at the hospital and robbed her of her money. She told me to take the bus back and find you." Qin Siyang's expression darkened instantly. He hoisted Yi Qian onto his shoulder with one arm and called back to Wen Shu, "I need to go see Ms. Zhu. I'll trouble you to close the library today again. I'll go with you." "No need. I am a sequence ability user. If I can't handle whatever troubles Ms. Zhu has gotten into, you going along won't help. Besides, don't you need to go home to take care of your grandmother?" After saying this, Qin Siyang carried Yi Qian and ran toward the small gate outside. "Is Ms. Zhu okay right now?" "I don't know. Mom and Dad both went to work and couldn't be reached. Grandma gave me money for the bus and said to come find brother Qin Siyang at school." "Are you in school?" "Not yet. I go to the kindergarten nearby." Qin Siyang looked at Yi Qian, whose head barely reached his waist, and suddenly thought that he too had once been such a tiny thing. But that was already an incredibly vague memory. "Don't worry, Ms. Zhu will be fine. And once I arrive, I'll definitely be able to help you solve this problem." It was already class time, and students were not permitted to leave campus freely. When Qin Siyang walked out of the school gate, the security guard recognized him, and daring not to stop him, pretended not to notice. Upon reaching the bus stop, Qin Siyang suddenly realized he hadn't brought any copper coins. But going back to fetch them would waste considerable time. When the bus arrived, he boarded first, and then randomly approached a sequence ability user wearing a cold protection suit. "Friend, do you have any cash? I forgot my money. Could you lend me 10 copper coins? I'll transfer the equivalent to my electronic account. Thank you." The sequence ability user regarded Qin Siyang with a trace of irritation. "If you didn't bring money, why are you taking the bus? Why don't you just..." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Siyang fixed him with a cold stare, his hand already crushing the alloy bus handrail into a dent. The man swallowed hard and said, "Why don't you just tell me outright? I'll give it to you immediately. 10 copper coins. No need for all that troublesome transfer stuff." Saying this, he fumbled tremulously for his wallet, counted out 10 copper coins, and handed them to Qin Siyang. "Thank you." Qin Siyang paid the fare with the copper coins and took Yi Qianqian to sit toward the rear of the bus. Meanwhile, the heart of that sequence ability user continued to pound wildly. What a narrow escape. This kid's basic physical strength is incredibly strong, and he doesn't seem like someone with a gentle temper either. 10 copper coins. Let it go? It's not worth getting beaten up over such a small amount. Yi Qianqian whispered to Qin Siyang, "Brother Qin Siyang, I have money. Grandma gave me some copper coins. If you didn't have fare, you could have told me." Qin Siyang paused in surprise. "Why didn't you say something just now? I saw you jump onto the bus and go straight to the back to talk to someone, so I thought riding the bus with you wouldn't cost anything." All right then. The road to the hospital was long. The hospital was still 5 stops away from the exit of Safe Zone No. 38324, requiring over 2 hours by bus. Yi Qianqian seemed exhausted, and before long, she leaned against Qin Siyang's arm and fell asleep. Qin Siyang gazed out the window at the streets receding in a blur, contemplating how to handle matters once they reached the hospital. In this area, anyone who could afford medical treatment was hardly an ordinary person. Although the hospital itself was a regular facility without a single sequence ability user among its medical staff besides the director. Yet anyone admitted there could likely trace connections to a sequence ability user through relatives or friends. Whoever was behind the attack on Ms. Zhu must have had some background as well. If the opponent's background proves too troublesome, I'll choose to settle things quietly. Getting Ms. Zhu treated is what matters most. But if it's someone with a background similar to Zhou Yang's, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Siyang brought Yi Qianqian to the hospital. The sharp scent of disinfectant struck them upon arrival. It seemed no different from the hospitals he remembered. However, the greatest difference from the hospital in his past life was the emptiness. The front desk stood vacant, the corridors deserted. Even when a doctor or a patient's family member happened to walk by, their steps were measured and unhurried. As expected, when the cost of medical care skyrocketed beyond what ordinary people could afford, hospitals became places of cold elegance and privilege. But Qin Siyang did not like it. He preferred the noisy, vibrant hospitals of his past life. "Do you remember where your grandmother is lying?" "I remember." "Good, then take me there." Yi Qianqian seized Qin Siyang's hand and led him through the hospital. Perhaps the smell of disinfectant had stirred some painful memory, and Yi Qianqian was no longer dazed. Her tiny legs moved swiftly as she ran, her little face etched with anxiety. Qin Siyang walked beside her, comforting her gently. "There's no need to rush. Your grandmother will be fine." At last, after turning a corner, Yi Qianqian panted and pointed ahead. I think. Cough. I think that's my grandmother." Qin Siyang looked up. A group of doctors and nurses had gathered there along with several burly men in plain clothing. He lifted Yi Qianqian onto his shoulders again so she could rest. Then he strode forward and said, "I am a family member of Zhu Li. Please make way." The doctors' faces darkened. Though they did not recognize Qin Siyang, they recognized the little girl on his shoulders, and they parted to let him through. Qin Siyang took one glance and immediately covered Yi Qianqian's eyes. "Brother Qin Siyang, why are you covering my eyes?" Qin Siyang stared at teacher Zhu, her body drenched in blood, and clenched his teeth without answering. He handed Yi Qianqian to a nearby nurse. "Please take her aside and keep her from seeing what's happening here." The nurse hesitated. Seeing that Qin Siyang looked like nothing more than a student, she feared he might end up beaten half to death by the group of large men beside the bed, just like the elderly woman lying there. In a well-intentioned tone, she asked, "You're still young. Don't do anything reckless." As she spoke, the nurse shot nervous glances toward the towering men nearby, signaling that they were not people to be trifled with. Qin Siyang nodded at the nurse. "Thank you. There's no need to worry. I'm perfectly fine." Noticing that his words carried a calmness unusual for an ordinary high school student, the nurse asked curiously, "Who exactly are you?" Qin Siyang turned his gaze toward the thuggish men. "I'm the kind of person who could kill them without facing any consequences." The moment those words left his lips, everyone froze. The only people who could kill without sanction were sequence ability users. Upon hearing this, the nurse realized she couldn't interfere in this matter and didn't want to get involved either. Clutching Yi Qianqian, she hurried away. "I want to see my grandmother. I want to see her." The nurse ignored Yi Qianqian's wailing and ran straight to the end of the corridor until she disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, the burly men nearby exchanged terrified glances, too afraid to move a muscle. The doctors on the side also intended to leave, but Qin Siyang blocked their path. "Doctors, please don't leave yet." A bespectacled doctor twisted his mouth. Friend, we're only here to assess the injuries. This has nothing to do with your relative's condition." Another doctor added, "Yes, we've been right here attending to her without even having a meal. Please don't wrong innocent people." Qin Siyang's expression darkened, but he spoke calmly. "It's fine. I have no intention of blaming any of you. I just want to ask, can she still be saved?" The doctors exchanged glances and sighed. "She can be treated." But given her age, even if we save her, she may end up confined to a bed. Moreover, she was originally scheduled for gastric cancer surgery. With these injuries, performing surgery now would risk her life. We don't know when we could operate again. Perhaps while she recovers from these injuries, the gastric cancer could claim her. You should prepare yourself for that possibility. Qin Siyang nodded. So if she hadn't been injured, she would have recovered healthily after surgery, correct? More or less. The elderly woman arrived at the hospital yesterday, and all her examination results were excellent. If the cancerous portion of her stomach could have been removed, recovery would have been unremarkable. Hearing this, one of the burly men immediately pointed at the doctor and roared, "Lies. Just now you clearly said this old woman couldn't be saved whether she was injured or not." The doctor looked at the terror. "You made me say that. I never said that on my own." It wasn't that the doctor wanted to offend these thugs. He was simply more afraid of offending a sequence ability user. To avoid being punished, he naturally told the truth. The man's eyes bulged. "Spouting nonsense here. Want me to beat some sense into you?" He raised his fist ready to strike the doctor. Thud. Suddenly a blur appeared before the man. The burly man was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a row of shelves in the corridor. Qin Siyang withdrew his fist, glanced at the man sprawled on the ground, and then turned his attention back to teacher Zhu, whose chest rose and fell faintly. Everyone stared at the fallen man in horror. His once thick left pectoral muscle had collapsed as though all the air had been squeezed from it, leaving a cup-sized indentation on the entire left side of his chest. It was as though his heart had been crushed by a single punch. The man's mouth trembled twice, then gaped wide open as if it could swallow a fist. His body convulsed uncontrollably before twisting into a grotesque angle, and then went completely still. Suddenly the man twitched once more, and dark crimson blood gushed from his mouth, pooling across the floor. This boy was indeed a sequence ability user. He had killed on the spot without warning. Everyone was stunned, too terrified to move or speak. Qin Siyang paid them no mind. Gazing at teacher Zhu, her face and body covered in blood, he slowly clenched his fists. He turned to the nearby doctors. "Please go ahead and resuscitate her. Money is not an issue. I will pay." Upon hearing this, the doctors felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Yes. We'll go at once." With that, the 5 doctors awkwardly pushed together a stretcher that was far too narrow and hurriedly fled the corridor. As they left, one doctor tripped over the dead man's corpse, his white coat stained with blood. Yet he didn't pause for a moment. Glancing back, he offered Qin Siyang a nervous smile and a few hurried nods before scrambling after the other doctors and fleeing. Qin Siyang rotated his neck, hearing the crackle of his joints like funeral bells tolling. He swept his gaze across the pale-faced, burly men and finally rested his eyes on a slightly shorter middle-aged man. This middle-aged man, though somewhat fearful, still dared to meet Qin Siyang's gaze as if he had some backing. "You are different from them. You look the most useless, so you must be the one in charge." The middle-aged man forced himself to stand straight, steeling his nerve, and said, "So what if I am? Don't think you're the only sequence ability user. The safe zone is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It doesn't allow you to run wild." Qin Siyang nodded. "That's right. I agree with what you said. That's why I haven't made a move against you yet. But you've injured her like this. Now that things have come to this, just blustering a few times won't work. Report the name of your backer." As he spoke, Qin Siyang took out his phone and skillfully opened the God-Slaying camp. Whether you live or die depends entirely on how impressive the name you report is. Qin Siyang held his phone, coldly staring at the middle-aged man before him. A sudden panic welled up in his heart, and a sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be held accountable too." Qin Siyang said calmly the name. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, about to speak, when Qin Siyang's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was Zhou Xing calling. Qin Siyang answered the phone, his tone not particularly amiable. "Hello, Director. Zhou, what's the matter?" On the other end of the line, Zhou Xing's voice carried a hint of anger. "Student Qin, didn't we agree to meet at the school today? Now that you've got the special admission spot, you're going back on your word. You've even changed the way you address me." Qin Siyang then remembered that he had promised Zhou Xing yesterday to give him the sequence potion today. But it was a well-known rule not to disclose confidential matters over the phone, to prevent eavesdropping. Therefore, Zhou Xing did not explicitly mention the matter of acquiring the sequence potion. "Sorry, Uncle Zhou, I'm currently at the hospital dealing with some matters. Could I give it to you tomorrow? Is that okay?" "You're at the hospital? What got injured while hunting gods?" "No, a relative was beaten up at the hospital. I came to check on things." Zhou Xing found this amusing. "Beating your relative? That person really doesn't want to live. All right then, Brother, save me." At this moment, the middle-aged man in front of Qin Siyang shouted frantically into the phone. "Brother, save me. It's me. I'm at the hospital treating your sister-in-law, and I accidentally injured someone. Please come quickly and save me." This middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Xing's elder brother Zhou. He had thought that dropping Zhou Xing's name would intimidate the young man before him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xing had called himself. The voice on the other end of the line was unmistakable to Zhou. It was his own younger brother, the education director Zhou Xing. Instantly, Zhou's body went limp, realizing that this matter would not end well. This young man not only knew Zhou Xing, but seemed to be on equal footing with him. Zhou quickly begged his brother for help over the phone. Zhou Xing was silent for a moment on the other end, then said, "Student Qin, please put that person on the phone." Qin Siyang said, "Director Zhou, this matter won't be as easy to handle as last time. You should be aware of that." "I know." Qin Siyang handed the phone to Zhou Zhe, his gaze still cold. Zhou Zhe looked at Qin Siyang with a fawning expression, taking the phone with both hands. "Hello brother, it's me. I told you just yesterday not to provoke Qin Siyang." "What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Didn't you hear a word when I scolded Zhou Yang?" I didn't know that old lady was Qin Siyang's relative. Wasn't he supposed to be an orphan? How could I have known that? Regardless of whether it's true or not, since he's shown up, it means it is. Are you so bored that you had to beat up an old lady?" "No, brother. You know I've been waiting in line for almost half a year for your sister-in-law's surgery. Suddenly someone cut in line by paying a lot of money. Of course I couldn't be happy about that. With the little money you have, you could only get in line because of my connections. And you're being picky, stopping the hospital from making money. Who gave you the guts? Even the hospital director wouldn't dare to offend the district chief." I know I was wrong. Don't say such nonsense. How is the old lady?" She's quite seriously injured." Qin Siyang snatched the phone. "The old lady could have recovered with surgery, but now she's about to die." Zhou Xing fell silent again. "Student Qin, he is my brother, and also the father of your classmate Zhou Yang. I wonder if you could." "Zhou Yang's father? What does that have to do with me? Do you really think Zhou Yang and I are on good terms?" "All right. If I want to save my brother's life, what are your terms?" 5. I asked you to name a condition, not to joke." Qin Siyang cautiously only mentioned the numerical unit without specifying the sequence potion. But Zhou Xing could understand what he meant. 5. Uncle Zhou, I believe if the price were too low, it wouldn't be enough to make you realize the extent of my anger. I've already acted and killed one of your brother's men." "What a—" Zhou Xing, hearing that Qin Siyang had actually killed someone, realized that he was not someone who only bluffed with threats. Qin Siyang's demand was impossible for Zhou Xing to agree to. 5 bottles of sequence potion were his best chance to advance in sequence rank, and also his best opportunity for a promotion in position. He could not give it up. Qin Siyang was determined to take his brother's life. However, after all, Zhou Zhou was his brother. He couldn't let Qin Siyang slaughter him like a chicken. "Uncle Zhou, I'll make you another offer. As long as you stay out of Zhou Zhe's affairs, I'll give you one more bottle of sequence potion." This time Zhou Xing hesitated. He tried again, asking, "He is after all my brother, my own flesh and blood. Can you?" "I won't add any more. Just one. Take it or leave it." Zhou Zhe, though he didn't know what deal they were discussing, could tell that his brother was bargaining over his life. Zhou Zhe immediately shouted again, "Brother, have you forgotten what Mom said before she passed? She told you to take care of me. You can't do this." Zhou Xing had long been disgusted with his elder brother's family. They were like a tumor weighing him down. But he had always refrained from kicking them out of respect for his mother's dying wish. Now father and son were causing him trouble one after another. If he didn't cut them off, they might spread throughout his entire body like cancer cells. He had studied hard, schemed diligently, and finally climbed to his current position, not to be buried along with his elder brother's worthless family. Thinking this, Zhou Xing no longer hesitated. "Handle it yourself. Tomorrow there might be people from the administration bureau and the police bureau coming to question you. The day after tomorrow. I'll meet you the day after tomorrow. All right, goodbye." Qin Siyang hung up the phone and looked at Zhou Zhe, whose face was as pale as silk. "Your brother's side is not working well. Apart from Zhou Xing, do you have any other backers? If so, speak up quickly." Zhou Zhe was stunned for a moment, then fell to his knees with a thud and desperately kowtowed to Qin Siyang. "Please forgive me, I really didn't know the old lady was your relative." The first time Qin Siyang took a life, it felt like a lavish feast, nervous, electrified with adrenaline. The second time it was more like an ordinary meal, slightly tense, barely stirred. By the time he lost count of how many times he had killed, Qin Siyang felt only calm, as detached as someone eating plain bread. His fists dripped with blood, not his own but belonging to several people. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the hospital corridor, Qin Siyang drew a deep breath. At least the suffocating heaviness in his chest had eased somewhat. He first rifled through each of their pockets and retrieved the money. 3 silver coins and several hundred copper coins. Those 3 silver coins were most likely what he had given to Teacher Zhu before they robbed him. Qin Siyang clenched the 3 silver coins, his heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. After he enrolled in high school at Juan School, Teacher Zhu had consistently kept the library work-study position for him. Teacher Zhu had always sheltered him, a kindness Qin Siyang never forgot. So when he heard that Teacher Zhu needed money for surgery, he resolved to hunt gods to raise the funds. But fate proved cruel. Just as he had managed to gather the surgical fees, Teacher Zhu fell victim to an inexplicable disaster. He could not tell whether those 3 silver coins he had given her had been the price of salvation or of death. Qin Siyang sighed and walked to the nearby washroom, rinsing the blood from his hands. He glanced at the mirror and noticed bloodstains on his face and clothes as well. He washed the blood off his face, but the stains on his clothes would have to wait. Grabbing a few tissues, he wiped his hands and face, then silently commended himself on becoming remarkably composed these days. He pulled out his phone and dialed the Sequence Ability Bureau. "Hello, this is Qin Siyang. I've just killed several people, and I'm turning myself in. They harmed my mentor, and I lost control for a moment. Yes, they were all ordinary people. No other sequence ability users are involved. I am currently at the hospital in zone 14121. Yes, I will wait here for your personnel to arrive. After finishing the call, Qin Siyang returned to the corridor and waited quietly for the bureau officials to pass judgment. He had carefully reviewed the penalties for sequence ability users who killed ordinary people. To atone for murdering one ordinary person, one had to earn 2 god-hunting points within 6 months. Since the atonement came through god-hunting, those 2 points would yield no monetary reward. However, the god-hunting points do, and the sequence potions would not be deducted. For a sequence ability user, the most crucial assets in hunting gods were points and sequence potions. Money was merely an afterthought. Such a penalty was hardly a significant hardship. Moreover, even without any penalty, he intended to continue hunting gods to raise his ranking and secure recruitment by the top-tier universities. Atoning was merely an incidental task. That was precisely why he had shown no hesitation when killing Zhou Zhe and the others. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the corridor. Soon 2 individuals in formal attire approached. They regarded Qin Siyang with some surprise, clearly unprepared for a killer who had taken so many lives to be nothing more than a teenager. Did you kill all of these people, eh? Yes. You're still so young. How could you commit such an act? I truly couldn't hold back. They nearly beat my mentor to death. Your mentor? Is she also a sequence ability user? An ordinary person. An ordinary person. Then I find it even harder to understand. One of the bureau officers took out a tablet. I need to record your information. Your name. Qin Siyang. Hearing the name, both officers paused momentarily. You're Qin Siyang? Yes. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. If this was Qin Siyang, then killing people was hardly surprising. Qin Siyang's reputation was known to every sequence ability user across Zone 14121. First, he had instantly acquired 1,600 god-hunting points. Then on the combat arena, he had counter-killed John, a sequence level 2 user. By all accounts, he was someone not to be trifled with. Many even believed something was off about him, body and mind alike. And now he had killed 6 or 7 ordinary people. Compared to that, killing these few seemed almost mundane to him. Sequence ability user identification number 000095527. Very well, it's been recorded. You killed 7 people, an extremely serious safety incident. As punishment, you must earn 14 god-hunting points within 6 months. During that period, you may only claim sequence potion rewards and will forfeit all monetary compensation. Do you understand? Understood. Once you accumulate 14 god-hunting points, your offense will be automatically absolved. No further action required. If you fail to earn 14 points within 6 months, never mind. I won't burden you with it. With 1,600 points you already have, how could you possibly fail to earn a mere 14? Qin Siyang spoke up. I would still like to understand what happens if I cannot complete this penalty assignment. Very well. If you fail to complete the penalty task, the Bureau will impose a harsher sanction. We will deduct sequence potion rewards from your future earnings based on the god-hunting points you owe. I understand. Thank you for explaining. We will send personnel to handle the scene here. You may leave. Sorry for the trouble I've caused you both. One Bureau officer said earnestly. I'm glad you realize that. Try to exercise more restraint in the future. Don't let your temper get the better of you so easily. Though we sequence ability users differ from ordinary people, we all once were ordinary ourselves. We must still maintain a certain reverence for life. I know. I will remember that. Very well. You may go. Qin Siyang bowed to both of them and left the corridor. After Qin Siyang departed, the 2 officers exchanged resigned glances. I've been following Qin Siyang's recent activities, and I can't help but feel he's like a black box. No one knows what's inside. Why bother caring? Black box, white box, it's none of our business. Call old you and have him come collect the bodies. All right. Relying on directions, once more Qin Siyang found the emergency room where teacher Zhu was being treated. The doctor at the entrance, seeing his blood-soaked appearance, had already guessed what had happened. Qin Siyang approached respectfully and asked, Doctor, how is the patient? The patient's condition is not good. We have done everything we can and have already notified her family. They are on their way to the hospital now. Qin Siyang understood that the doctor was referring to teacher Zhu's daughter and son-in-law, who were both working at the time. Doctor, is there truly no hope for the patient? The doctor sighed. I'm sorry, but we've done all we can. What happens next depends entirely on the patient herself. Hearing these words, a sudden emptiness settled in Qin Siyang's heart. Then the doctor continued, By the way, we're merely ordinary physicians. Saving her is truly beyond our capabilities. But if our director were willing to intervene personally, there might yet be more hope. Director? Indeed. Our director, much like yourself, is also a sequence ability user. Her sequence ability is healer. Qin Siyang's hopes instantly rekindled. How do I contact your director? The doctor thought for a moment. However, our director hasn't performed surgery in quite some time. Even when the director of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau came to our hospital for treatment, she simply redirected him to a hospital in another district and refused to intervene herself. Even the Management Bureau director couldn't succeed. Qin Siyang's freshly kindled hope was once again dashed. He doubted he could obtain anything the bureau director couldn't. Money. The bureau director surely possessed far more than he did. Sequence potions. He likely had his own allocation, as well as certainly no worse than his own. Money and sequence potions were Qin Siyang's only two remaining resources. It seemed the hospital director could not be moved by either. Teacher Zhu's situation remained unchanged. Just then the doctor's phone rang. Hello, director. It's me. What? You want Qin Siyang to come to your office? Right, he's standing right here. Very well, I understand. The doctor looked at Qin Siyang in surprise. The director wants to see you in her office. I have no idea why, but perhaps she's willing to help you. Qin Siyang was equally startled. What could this director possibly want from him? Could she, like Ayalov, already know his secret? But Ayalov had been investigating the case, so it was understandable he could deduce Qin Siyang's background. What reason would the hospital director have to know? Could the director and Ayalov be working together? Still, since the director was reaching out to him, Qin Siyang felt he should go and find out. He took the elevator to the 5th floor of the hospital. This floor was accessible only by elevator, and the entire level served as the director's office area. Qin Siyang first registered at the front desk near the elevator, waited a short while, and was then escorted into the director's office. As Qin Siyang entered the office, a subtle fragrance greeted him. He had smelled a similar scent when he met Liliana, though the perfume Liliana used seemed more intense than the one in this director's office. The fragrance in the director's office was slightly more mature and composed. Qin Siyang surveyed the director's office and noticed numerous medical devices he had never seen before. Their shapes were quite unusual, presumably modified according to the director's sequence ability. Is Qin Siyang here? Come in. A mature and graceful female voice echoed from the inner partition. Yes, director. Qin Siyang approached the partition and pushed open the door. He saw an intellectually charming beauty with long hair sitting in front of a computer typing away. She wore an oversized professional suit, but it could not conceal her impressive figure. The elegance accumulated through years left Qin Siyang momentarily stunned. The director smiled. Please have a seat. Wait just a moment. I'll finish what I'm doing shortly. All right. Qin Siyang sat on the sofa contemplating how events might unfold. He could only hope things wouldn't take a strange turn. Soon the director ended her work with a crisp keystroke and turned to face Qin Siyang. Adjusting her thin-framed glasses, she offered a mature smile. You're Qin Siyang, a student from Juin School. Yes, that's me. And that Zhu Li, she's your relative? No, she's my teacher. Your teacher? And she's merely your teacher, yet you care for her this deeply. Before I awakened my sequence ability, she took good care of me. So I wish to repay her kindness. But her kindness toward you hardly warrants such sacrifice. I heard you even killed someone at the hospital for her. Qin Siyang replied calmly, whether it's a friend's kindness or an enemy's grievance, I will repay both double. The director chuckled. How amusing. Very well, I accept your reasoning. I am Chun Fenghe, director of Hospital No. 14121 in the safe zone. Greetings, Director Chun. Here's the situation. I'm willing to arrange your teacher's surgery and treat her personally. Of course I have conditions. Qin Siyang fell silent, quietly observing Chun Fenghe as he waited for her demands. Chun Fenghe seemed somewhat surprised by Qin Siyang's composure. What, aren't you curious about what the conditions might be? I've heard that even the director of the management bureau came to you for treatment and was politely turned away. Therefore I assume your conditions have nothing to do with sequence potions or money. Whatever you ask, it must be extraordinarily difficult to fulfill. So rather than curiosity, I feel more concern. What a cunning little fellow. Qin Fenghe laughed again. Tiny traces of time had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes, yet they only made her temperament all the more enchanting. Actually, my request isn't difficult to achieve, at least not for you. It would be child's play. Qin Siyang swallowed nervously. Your exploits hunting gods beyond the safe zone have already become common knowledge. Everyone knows a remarkably capable young man has emerged from our safe zone. You flatter me. So you want me to hunt gods? Of course not. What do those monsters outside the safe zone have to do with me? I'm merely a healer, not a statesman. Qin Siyang frowned in confusion. Then what do you mean? When you hunted gods beyond the safe zone, didn't you have an insurer, your principal Li Tianming? Yes, that's correct.